Chapter 261 Demons Not Afraid of the Sun. Rengoku Kyojuro looked at the sun rising slowly in the sky, and a happy smile appeared on his face. For hundreds of years, the Demon Slayer Corps has fought against the demons countless times, but there has never been a glorious record of killing the upper demons. However, today, all this is about to be rewritten. The 4 demons in front of them have become turtles in a jar, and none of them can escape. The head of upper string 3 has been heroically cut off by them, and the strength of upper string 2 has also been greatly damaged, making it difficult to fight again. As for upper string 1 who just appeared, although he seems to be intact on the surface, his embarrassed appearance cannot hide the fact that he has retreated from another battlefield. Even without the help of the sun, Kyojuro still firmly believed that with their tacit cooperation with Minato and others, they would be able to eliminate these evil spirits one by one. However, when the golden sunlight filled the earth and brought them the dawn of victory, he found that things did not seem as simple as he imagined. Although the evil spirits looked gloomy, they did not show any signs of wanting to escape. This made Kyojuro feel a little uneasy. As the sunlight officially shone on these evil spirits, his uneasiness reached its peak. Kyojuro, Tanjiro, and others were shocked to find that Kokushibo and Doma only had green smoke on their bodies in the sun, and did not disappear as expected. This situation completely overturned their cognition for hundreds of years. In their view, it is an iron rule that evil spirits will disappear when they encounter sunlight, but now, this iron rule seems to have been broken. At the same time, Xingliu, who has been observing in the different space, also understood why the world consciousness asked for help. The upper rank demon in front of him is immune to the deadly rays of the sun, so it goes without saying that the demon king Muzan must have the same ability. In this way, unless Tsugakoku Yoshiichi is reborn, Muzan will become an invincible existence. It is almost impossible for the Demon Slayer Corps to get rid of him. However, in Xingliu's view, although Muzan has eliminated the biggest weakness, if Minato and others cooperate properly, they still have a chance to take him down. And this time it is a test for them, he will not take action unless it is absolutely necessary. Minato and others who are being tested have no idea what Xingliu is thinking. At this moment, they are ready to attack again. These newly arrived ninjas are not too surprised that demons can overcome the weakness of sunlight. After they sighed in their hearts that Kyojuro's information may not be so accurate, they continued to launch a fierce attack. In sharp contrast to them are the gloomy faces of Kokushibo and Doma. Although the 2 evil spirits did not turn into ashes in the sun, the arrival of daylight undoubtedly weakened their strength. They were already at a disadvantage, and now they seemed powerless and could not compete with Minato and others. Kokushibo and Doma looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. They knew that they had no chance of winning if they continued to fight, and saving their lives was the top priority. So, they tacitly used their own tricks to temporarily repel the fierce attack of Minato and others. Then, they turned around and evacuated without hesitation, trying to escape from the battlefield. Minato and others would naturally not let them go easily. They chased after them and tried to completely eliminate the 2 evil spirits. However, at this moment, Akaza, whose head was cut off, suddenly stood up again. His head regenerated quickly, and he roared, "Destruction Kill Final Style Blue-Silver Random Light." As Akaza's shout fell, countless blue-white air masses emerged like a storm. These air masses surrounded Minato and others with fierce murderous intent. They had to temporarily give up the idea of pursuit and go all out to deal with this sudden attack. The attacks of these air masses were dense and swift, as if they were going to swallow up the entire battlefield. Minato and others dodged left and right, trying to find a breakthrough. However, Akaza's attack did not end there. His attack drew deep grooves on the ground and raised huge smoke. These smokes filled the air, forming thick barriers, providing strong cover for the evacuation of Kokushibo and Doma. The Hyuga brothers in the distance frowned when they saw this scene. They put down the chakra guns in their hands and returned to the ground. Although their Byakugan could see through the smoke, the power of the chakra gun could only cause a slight obstruction to the 2 evil spirits. Things had already developed to this point, and they could not change anything. They could only watch Kokushibo and Doma gradually disappear under the cover of the smoke. Gradually going away. As the figures of Kokushibo and Doma gradually disappeared from sight, Akaza's attack finally came to an end. He was knocked to the ground by Kushina's punch, but his strong recovery ability allowed him to stand up again in an instant and prepare to continue fighting. Akaza thought that he would be happy after overcoming the weakness of being beheaded by the Nichiren sword. However, to his surprise, a ball of unquenchable anger ignited in his heart. He tried to turn this anger into a driving force for fighting, but as the battle continued, the fire in his heart became more and more blazing, making him more and more upset and irritable. However, what Akaza didn't know was that Minato and others involuntarily stopped their attack when facing him. Because they were surprised to find that the evil ghost in front of them was crying. His tears fell silently, forming a sharp contrast with his vicious image. When Akaza realized that Minato and the others had stopped, he mistakenly thought that they looked down on him. He roared and challenged, "Why did you stop? Keep going, let's kill them all." However, Minato and the others did not respond to his provocation immediately. At this time, Tanjiro sniffed and whispered, "It's the smell of sadness." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed through Akaza's mind. It was the figure of a beautiful and shining woman, who was looking at him with a sad face at the moment, as if telling something. However, when Akaza tried hard to hear her voice clearly, he found that he could not hear anything. This untouchable sense of loss made Akaza even more depressed. He swung his posture, ready to vent all his anger in the battle. However, at this moment, Xingliu in the different space sighed slightly. He looked at the transparent figure beside Akaza, an innocent soul who had been silently shedding tears, hoping that her husband would remember her. However, Akaza could not sense her existence. Xingliu could not bear to watch the tragedy of the lovers unable to recognize each other continue. He lightly touched the transparent figure and turned it into a physical entity for a short time. At that moment, Akaza finally saw the woman in his mind standing in front of him. Chapter 262 Akaza's Death. At this moment, Akaza's heart was filled with unprecedented tranquility. Those past events that he had once forgotten now slowly unfolded in his consciousness like a scroll. He remembered his original intention to become stronger. He finally faced the reality that he actually had nothing and nothing to protect. The figure in front of him gradually overlapped with the one in his memory. Akaza trembled his lips and whispered the name buried deep in his heart. Koyayaki. At this moment, he suddenly realized the real source of the anger in his heart. It was the anger for not being able to keep his promise to his father and lover, and the regret and self-blame for tainting the Suliyo fist taught by his master with blood. The martial arts that should have been used to protect rather than kill. This enlightenment was like a sharp sword, piercing Akaza's heart. He finally saw his true face and found the long-forgotten pain and sadness deep in his heart. At this moment, Koyayaki was still immersed in deep pain, but when the familiar call came into her ears, she couldn't help but be a little stunned. She slowly raised her head and looked at Akaza in front of her, her eyes full of disbelief and confusion. Her fingers trembled slightly, raised, and then put down, as if she was hesitating whether to touch this long-lost figure. Finally, she mustered up the courage and gently touched him. When the familiar temperature came from her fingertips, her tears instantly burst and slid down the corners of her eyes. "Komeiji!" She shouted loudly and threw herself into Akaza's arms without hesitation. Akaza instinctively wanted to hug Liangxiu tightly, but when he raised his hands, he seemed to see the blood of countless innocent people on them. His hands froze in mid-air, and the self-blame and guilt in his heart made him feel that he was not worthy of hugging her. However, Liangxiu held his hand tightly and hugged him in her arms. At this moment, this man was in tears. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. When you needed me the most, I wasn't by your side." Akaza choked up and apologized, and every word was full of deep self-blame and regret. I haven't fulfilled any of the promises. Lian Shui gently stroked his hair, with a gentle light in her eyes. She shook her head and said softly, "It's great that you can remember me. It's great that you can return to the original Komeiji." She hugged him tightly, wanting to put this moment's happiness will always be fixed in my heart. "Welcome back, dear." Minato and others stood quietly, watching the two people embrace each other affectionately. Even the flame pillar, who has always been committed to killing evil spirits, stopped and looked at them softly. After a long while, Akaza reluctantly let go of Rongxiu. He turned around, looked at Minato and said with a smile, "I lost, you won." In the eyes of Akaza, who had recovered his memory at this moment, Minato, who could cut off his head with dignity, was undoubtedly the real winner. And Rongxiu also bowed to Minato and others and said, "Thank you for letting Komeiji remember me." After that, she turned around, approached Akaza and retreated lightly, "I will always be with you, dear." After that, her figure slowly dissipated, and the time given by the star stream had run out. Akaza touched his face and smiled relievedly at the disappearing Koyayaki. "I'm here, Koyayaki." Destruction killing style. As the voice fell, he broke his head with a punch. And this time, the head that should have regenerated did not regenerate again. Minato and others thought everything was over, but the flame pillar frowned and said, "Wait, something is wrong." Everyone immediately regained their spirits after hearing this and looked at Akaza's body vigilantly. Sure enough, they found that Akaza's head did not regenerate, but the regeneration speed became abnormally slow. This made them very confused. Akaza's expression and actions just now showed that he had been relieved and wanted to leave with his lover. What is going on in this situation now? Just when they were puzzled, the voice of Xingliu reached their ears. "That's because there's a coward who doesn't want him to leave so easily." In Xingliu's eyes, Komeiji was being forced to order by Muzan at this moment. And Rongxiu was holding him tightly with tears in her eyes, unwilling to let him go. Seeing that Muzan dared to play tricks in front of him, Xingliu couldn't help but sneer with disdain, and then snorted heavily. For others, this snort might just be a way to express emotions. But to Muzan, it seemed as if there was an endless murderous intent surging, making him instantly stiff in place, unable to move. At the same time, Komeiji, who was originally controlled by Muzan, also felt a sense of relief surging in his heart. He finally understood that it was the mysterious and powerful Xingliu in front of him that allowed him to reunite with Rongxiu, and it was also this Xingliu that allowed him to completely get rid of Muzan's shackles. So, he and Rongxiu bowed deeply to Xingliu together, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Then, they held each other's hands tightly, turned into a ray of light and dissipated in this space. Although Komeiji knew that his actions would lead him to hell, he was fearless as long as Koyuki was by his side. They will be together forever in each other's love and face the future. Xingliu did not directly intervene in Muzan, after all, this was an assessment for 3 teams. So far, their performance has satisfied him. Both team cooperation and individual combat power have reached his expected goals. Therefore, this assessment will continue. When Kushina saw Xingliu coming, a surprised smile suddenly appeared on her face, and she shouted happily, "Teacher, you are here." As she said that, she trotted to Xingliu's side, took his hand, and asked with a giggle, "How was my performance just now? Is there a reward?" Xingliu looked at the girl with a sly smile and couldn't help but flicked her forehead with a smile. As Kushina covered her head and cried out in pain, he whispered, "You performed the worst. You rushed forward impatiently as soon as the enemy provoked you. If it weren't for the technique that Mito taught you, you would have been injured long ago." Hearing the teacher's evaluation, Kushina hummed twice in dissatisfaction, but did not leave. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she grew up listening to the story of Xingliu. Especially her grandfather, who praised Xingliu endlessly. This made Kushina regard Xingliu as her idol since she was a child. This time, she was able to be selected as a member of Xingliu's team, which made her feel extremely happy and proud. Now she wished she could be by Xingliu's side 24 hours a day. Chapter 263 The Flame Pillar's Invitation. After slightly reprimanding Kushina, Xingliu stopped talking and turned his attention to the others. You performed very well and your judgments were very accurate. As long as you continue to maintain this state, you will definitely win the reward I mentioned before. Hearing Xingliu's words, Minato and others showing an unconcealable joy. At this moment, Rengoku Kyojuro came slowly with the support of Tanjiro and Zenitsu. He looked at Xingliu and others, and said with fatigue in his voice. Although I don't know your identities, anyone who is committed to killing evil spirits is our companion. Tanjiro and Zenitsu nodded in agreement after hearing what the flame pillar said. However, Inosuke, who was wearing a wild boar headgear, seemed a little unconvinced. He held the unique serrated sun wheel sword, and he seemed quite arrogant when waving it, and his eyes revealed a hint of provocation to Minato and others. However, at this moment, the flame pillar Rengoku Kyojuro suddenly trembled, and it was obvious that he could no longer hold on. He closed his eyes, fell backwards, and fell into a coma. This sudden situation made Inosuke unable to take care of provoking Minato and others. He knew that the most important thing now was to quickly save Kyojuro. So, he quickly put away the sun blade, and together with the others, laid Kyojuro flat on the ground, and began to urgently treat his injuries. Everyone surrounded the unconscious Rengoku Kyojuro, and Tanjiro quickly checked his pulse and breathing, confirming that he was still alive, but the situation was not optimistic. Zenitsu hurriedly found the first aid medicine and bandages from his backpack, preparing to carry out preliminary wound treatment. Although Inosuke was usually rough and unruly, he also looked extremely anxious at this moment. He widened his eyes and stared at Kyojuro's face, as if this could wake him up from his coma. At this time, Hinata and others who had cleaned up the battlefield also rushed over. After they sealed the jade pot into the scroll, they learned that the star stream had come out, so they hurried over. Looking at Kyojuro who fell to the ground, Hinata Hayashi said in a deep voice, I have mastered some superficial medical ninjutsu, can you show it to me? Although Tanjiro and the other two did not know much about medical ninjutsu, they could guess that this was an ability to treat the flame pillar. So they hurriedly made way for Hyaga Hayashi to come forward and check. Hyaga Hayashi gently checked Rengoku Kyojuro's wound, and then began to perform the healing technique. However, looking at the wound on the flame pillar that couldn't stop bleeding, his brows knitted. Finally, he sighed slightly, took out a healing talisman from his arms, and pasted it on Rengoku Kyojuro's body. As Hyaga Hayashi said, he only had some basic knowledge of medical ninjutsu. When Rengoku Kyojuro was fighting Doma, he inhaled ice crystals into his lungs, and his lungs were seriously damaged at this moment. If the healing talisman developed by Xingliu is not used, it may be difficult to save him. Moreover, ordinary healing talismans cannot play a big role, and fine healing talismans must be used. Even he, the young head of the Hyaga clan, only brought 5 of these fine healing talismans this time, so he still felt a little painful to use them for Rengoku Kyojuro at this moment. However, fine products are fine products after all. After Hinata Hayashi used it, Rengoku Kyojuro's body immediately lit up with a bright green light. Just as Tanjiro and others were surprised, the wound on Rengoku Kyojuro's body had stopped bleeding, and the minor injuries on the surface of his body had healed. Under the gaze of everyone, Rengoku Kyojuro slowly opened his eyes. Although he still looked a little weak, he stood up with all his might, showing his indomitable fighting spirit. Seeing him being so strong, Hinata Hayashi couldn't help but whispered a reminder. Although you are no longer in danger of life, your body still needs time to recover. It's better to rest for a while. Hearing this, Kyojuro immediately laughed heartily, although there was a hint of reluctance in his laughter. He shook his head and said firmly, I appreciate your kindness. But I have more important things to do now. This time we successfully killed an upper-rank demon, which is an unprecedented victory. I must inform the Lord of this news immediately. As he said, he took a deep breath and made a special call to the distance. Not long after, a black crow flapped its wings and flew over and landed on his shoulder. Kyojuro whispered the message to the crow, then looked up at everyone and said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. This news is so important that I must inform the Lord immediately. In addition, I have another unwelcome request. I hope you can meet the Lord with me." When Minato and others heard Kyojuro's request, they subconsciously looked at Xingliu. Xingliu shrugged lightly and said with a smile, "Why are you all looking at me? This is your assessment, I will not interfere with your choice. All decisions are in your hands." After Xingliu expressed his attitude, Minato and others thought for a while and accepted Kyojuro's invitation. They had just arrived, and although they had a certain understanding of creatures like ghosts through a fierce battle, they certainly did not. The information held by local forces is more comprehensive and in-depth. Therefore, accepting this invitation is in line with their expectations and will help them understand the world and the enemy more deeply. Seeing that Minato and others readily agreed, Kyojuro immediately smiled and took them to a residence for temporary recuperation. His current physical condition is indeed not optimistic and he urgently needs to rest and recover. Moreover, the event of killing the upper-rank demon is of great significance, and it may be necessary to hold a meeting of the pillars for discussion and decision-making. These few days are just right for other pillars to come to the meeting after handling their current affairs. During his recuperation, Minato and others were not idle either. They left a few people to communicate with Kyojuro and others and collect information. The other few people left here and went to other places to inquire about information. In a luxuriously decorated and magnificent hall, a family was sitting together enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. From the exquisite food on the table, it is not difficult to see that this family is obviously a prominent upper-class person in society. However, in this warm and peaceful atmosphere, the child suddenly stopped what he was doing, as if he was troubled by some invisible force. The parents noticed the child's abnormality and looked at him with worried eyes. At this moment, a huge meat whip appeared out of thin air and hit the parents' heads with lightning speed. The two defenseless people were instantly shattered in the head, blood splattered, and the scene was extremely tragic. Chapter 264, The Fear of the Miserable. The next moment, the child's body experienced a dramatic change. His eyes seemed to be stained red by blood, and his body grew rapidly in an instant, becoming burly and powerful. The meat whip behind him was the culprit who had just taken his parents' lives in an instant, but at this moment it seemed to have become a part of his body. However, if someone could observe carefully, they would find that this seemingly ferocious monster's eyes revealed an unconcealable fear. Deep in his eyes, he seemed to be experiencing an indescribable storm of the soul. This is impossible. How can someone be stronger than Tsugakoku Yoriichi? Muzan roared in his heart, unable to accept this reality. His anger and fear intertwined, forming a violent storm. "You trash! All trash!" he roared, his voice filled with endless anger. "Four upper strings can't even bring back a child, what use do I have for you?" In order to vent the fear caused by the star stream in his heart, Muzan swung the meat whip behind him frantically. His roar echoed in the hall, intertwined with the whipping sound of the meat whip, forming a thrilling picture. Under his swing, the meat whip was like a flexible giant snake, drawing sharp trajectories in the air. Every whipping seemed to tear the air apart, with a heart-pounding sound of breaking wind. However, although Muzan vented his anger so frantically, the fear deep in his heart did not dissipate. On the contrary, the figure that frightened him seemed to appear again in front of him, Tsugakoku Yoriichi. He was holding up the sun blade and angrily questioning himself, "What do you think of life?" At this moment, the figure of Jiguo Yuichi overlapped with the star stream, making Muzan feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Ah! Muzan could no longer bear the fear in his heart and the pain brought by the wound left by Yuichi, and he screamed miserably. The whole hall echoed with his wailing full of despair and fear, which made people palpitate. After a long time, Muzan temporarily got rid of the fear in his heart and returned to normal. But at this moment, the magnificent hall was in a mess. The gorgeous decorations were destroyed to pieces, and the exquisite furniture was broken and scattered all over the floor. Even the two corpses were now ravaged beyond recognition, lying quietly on the cold floor, silently telling the tragedy just now. Muzin took a deep breath, suppressed the waves in his heart, and slowly retracted the meat whip behind him. He straightened his messy robes and restored his original elegant and mysterious appearance. Then, he said to the empty corner with a cold and majestic voice, "Mingnu, notify the upper-rank demons and let them wait for my arrival in the Infinite City." As his voice fell, a figure slowly walked out of the darkness. It was a woman holding a pipa, her long hair drooping like a waterfall, covering her face, making it impossible to see her appearance. However, the breath emanating from her made people feel an indescribable weirdness and mystery. "Yes, Lord Muzin." Mingnu responded in a low voice, her voice revealing deep awe and absolute obedience to Muzin. However, Muzin, as if he didn't notice her presence, he walked straight out of the room, staring at the sunlight that was so close. He slowly stretched out his arm, as if he was testing something. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just like ice touching hot water, Muzin's arm melted slightly in the sunlight, and even wisps of smoke came out. He quickly retracted his arm, and the expression in his eyes was complicated and difficult to discern. Muzin's face was as gloomy as water, and he said to himself, "Why can't the blue-red spider lily completely help me overcome the constraints of the sunlight? There must be something wrong." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his meat whip, penetrated the thick wall, and pulled a ghost over. The ghost's appearance was no different from that of a human, but his eyes revealed fear and anxiety. Muzin stared at the ghost and asked anxiously and majestically, "Are you telling the truth? Did you really see that the ghost who escaped from my control in the future overcame the sunlight?" The ghost raised his head tremblingly, and the lower string in his eyes appeared in Muzin's eyes. His voice was trembling and weak, but he answered firmly, "Really, really, Master Muzin. My blood demon art allowed me to see such a future. I really didn't lie to you." As if to prove his words, he quickly added, "Didn't the blue spider lily find it according to my guidance? So, Master, I really didn't lie to you." Muzin snorted coldly, but let the ghost go. Indeed, as he said, it was under the guidance of this ghost that Muzin learned where the blue spider lily was. For evil ghosts who have always been afraid of the sun, this flower that only blooms at noon is almost impossible to find. Thinking of this, Muzin couldn't help but feel fortunate. After creating countless useless demons over the years, one finally came in handy. This lower string was newly created after he killed the other lower strings in his last rage. Unexpectedly, he brought him such a big surprise. His blood demon art can see a brief fragment of the future, and it is this ability that allows Muzin to control humans to pick the blue spider lily. However, to Muzin's disappointment, he did not completely overcome the weakness of sunlight after eating this flower. But fortunately, lower string saw the future again. A demon that escaped his control successfully overcame sunlight in the future. This news made Muzin ecstatic, so he sent 4 upper strings to capture Kamadu Nezuko, but he did not expect to encounter an unprecedented setback. And he himself was frightened by the existence of the star stream and remembered Yoriichi Tsugakoku. "Humph, I'm no longer the weak me." Muzin tried to calm his fear and comforted himself, "Now I have overcome the sun and am a perfect existence." Despite this, whenever he thought of the star stream, he still couldn't completely suppress the fear in his heart. This contradictory emotion made him more determined to completely eliminate all threats. At this moment, Mingnu appeared again. She saluted Muzin respectfully and reported, "Lord Muzin, I have teleported the upper-rank adults to the Infinite City." Muzin nodded and signaled Mingnu to withdraw. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then slowly walked into the Infinite City. At this time in the Infinite City, upper-rank Lu Dakamaki widened his eyes and stared at Kokushibo and Doma in front of him in disbelief. The two of them were in a very bad state, and they were completely different from their usual majestic image. Kokushibo was relatively better, but his clothes were tattered and a few pieces of cloth were hanging on his body in a mess, but his eyes were still as sharp as a knife. But Doma's situation was even worse. His body had shrunk a lot, just like a child. This huge change shocked Dokamide very much, and she even began to doubt whether this was the masterpiece of Lord Muzan. Chapter 265 Doma's Proposal. Looking at the embarrassed appearance of Kokushibo and Doma, Dokamide felt a strong sense of doubt and uneasiness in her heart. She was about to ask what was going on, but suddenly, a cold voice broke the tranquility of the air. I originally thought that only the lower-rank ghosts were useless, but I didn't expect that you upper-rank ones were so useless. This familiar and cold voice made Dokamide tremble all over. It was Lord Muzan. She immediately became silent, and swallowed back all the words she wanted to blurt out. Although she didn't know what happened at all. But the anger that Muzan-sama revealed in his tone was hard to conceal, so Daki didn't dare to question or defend himself. She lowered her head, her heart filled with fear and anxiety. Kokushibo and Doma remained silent. They knew that for Muzan-sama, this failure was intolerable. However, silence could not calm Muzan-sama's anger. Because of various things that happened, he urgently needed to find a place to vent. Exit. These failed upper-rank demons in front of him undoubtedly became his best venting targets. The upper-rank one Kokushibo is powerful. Although Muzan is the demon king, he has to be cautious. After all, he will need to rely on his power in the future. Therefore, Muzan did not attack him. But the upper-rank 2 Doma was not so lucky. Muzan slowly walked to Doma, stretched out his hand, grabbed his neck tightly, and lifted him in front of him. Doma could clearly see that Muzan's eyes were full of tyranny and anger, as if he wanted to devour him. What a waste! Muzan roared, and his hand suddenly exerted force. With a muffled puff, Doma's head was actually broken by Muzan. The splattered blood dyed the other upper ranks here red. Zuoji and Hantengu stood aside and witnessed this scene. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. They had never seen Lord Muzan so angry, and they had never thought that upper rank 2 Doma would end up like this. However, when Muzan saw the smile still on Doma's face, he felt bored. So he let go of his hand and let Doma's body fall to the ground powerlessly. Doma quickly controlled his body, picked up the head, and put it back on his body. Not long after, his wounds healed completely. After venting this, Muzan's mood calmed down a little and began to talk about business. He sat on the chair, tapping the table with his fingers, and said lightly. Although they failed this time, they also obtained some useful information. Each of those people who suddenly appeared has the strength to fight against the upper-rank demons, and they actually have special abilities. Especially some of them can defeat the demons without relying on the Sun Wheel Sword. Now, you all tell me, how should we deal with it? I will get that little demon no matter what, at any cost. As soon as Muzan finished speaking, several upper-rank demons fell into deep thought, and it was obvious that there was no good countermeasure. Just as Muzan's anger was about to burn again, Doma's voice suddenly broke the silence. Although we lost this time, I have seen a weakness of the Demon Slayer core. Muzan's eyes immediately flashed with a sharp light, and he asked eagerly, tell me, what is it? Doma replied in a deep voice, they have an indestructible sense of responsibility. Even at the critical moment of life and death, they will not hesitate to put the safety of civilians first. This may be the key to our advantage. However, Doma's proposal may work for the Demon Slayer core, but if it is used against Minato and others, the effect may be greatly reduced. After all, they are not people of this world, and their mission is not to protect civilians, but to completely eradicate Muzan. As ninjas, they will certainly lend a helping hand when they can. But if they have to choose between saving civilians and eliminating Muzan, the 3 teams will undoubtedly choose the latter without hesitation. Unfortunately, Muzan knows nothing about this. So after listening to Doma's proposal, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, as if he saw a glimmer of victory. He nodded slightly, expressing his appreciation for Doma's opinion. The other ghosts were helpless, so they naturally would not raise any objections at this moment. So, they began to work hard to formulate a detailed plan around this proposal. In the end, the plan that satisfied Muzan was freshly prepared, and he also let go of the first place because of Xingliu's uneasy heart. Thinking about the plan that had just been completed, Muzan showed a ruthless smile on his face. Time passed quickly, and a week passed quickly. During this time, Xingliu had been missing. Kushina, who had always wanted to chase stars around him, almost cried anxiously, and Minato was heartbroken. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Madara and Hashirama to see that they were so bored, so they began to instruct them to practice. And their practice made Kyojuro and others look at them with a strange look. Who can practice the earth-shaking skill? There is no way. Madara is quite good at teaching, but Hashirama is not bad at being a teacher. This made Madara start to mock, and the two of them argued endlessly. In the past, fighting privately was strictly prohibited in Konoha village. Or rather, it was strictly prohibited for the two of them. After all, they fought so hard that the training ground was gone. Therefore, they could only suppress their passion and impulse in their hearts. In the end, they transformed the fighting into dancing, and vented their inner passion in the form of dancing. This unique way made their restless hearts gradually calmed down. And now, there is finally an opportunity to show off. So Madara and Hashirama started their repeat battle again. One shouted Madara loudly, and the other responded Hashirama. The two fought fiercely, and the scene was extremely hot. Fortunately, the two strong men maintained a certain degree of measure, only using ordinary physical skills and common ninjutsu to fight, and did not use those powerful ninjutsu that could destroy the world. If they really used the killer moves such as Susanoo and the Woodman technique, I am afraid that Muzan would have to find a place to bury himself overnight and wait for hundreds of years to come out again. However, the fierce battle between Madara and Hashirama left the members of the three teams aside. They looked around bored and finally decided to find Kyojuro and others to chat to kill time. Unexpectedly, this chat actually allowed them to accidentally obtain some useful information. Chapter 266 The Girls Who Follow Drama. Seeing that they knew nothing about his breathing method, Kyojuro enthusiastically expressed his willingness to teach them. Minato and the others were full of curiosity about this mysterious breathing method, so they humbly asked Kyojuro for advice. They tried to learn and apply this breathing method, and found that it unexpectedly suited them. The main function of the breathing method is to strengthen the heart and lung function, so that the blood can absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time, which can greatly increase the physical ability in an instant. It is also through this that the people of the Demon Slayer Corps can temporarily gain the physical ability to fight against evil spirits. But after Minato and the others experimented, they found that this breathing method actually has a hidden ability. That is to absorb natural energy to strengthen oneself. Especially after reaching the state of full concentration, normal, it absorbs natural energy all the time. They have verified this point on Kyojuro. Of course, the efficiency of the breathing method in absorbing energy is not very high. The human beings in Demon Slayer are very low in talent, and are completely incomparable to the humans in Naruto. That's why they still can't beat the demons even after learning this training method. It's not that the breathing method is not strong, but that the people are not strong enough. As the founder of the breathing method, Yoriichi Tsugakoku, he can seriously injure Muzan in one encounter. And he also left Muzan with injuries that could not be healed for hundreds of years. This is enough to show that the upper limit of the breathing method is actually very high. So after getting the training method, they practiced it every day as if they had found a treasure. Surprisingly, the first person among them to learn it was not a genius like Minato and Noeke, but the two Hyuga brothers. But this is normal. As a family specializing in soft fists, the Hyuga have changed recently. But the foundation is there, and the breathing method, a physical training method, is just right for their profession. So they practiced the fastest. And after they succeeded, something even more exciting happened. When they used the soft fist, they subconsciously used the breathing method. And then the chakra in their bodies merged with some natural energy, which greatly increased the power of their moves. This discovery gave the rest of the people who had not yet learned it a boost. Today, Kyojuro's body has basically recovered, and he has also received news of the convening of the pillar meeting. So he notified Minato and the others and prepared to meet the lord he mentioned. As for Xingliu, at this moment, he looked helplessly at the women who were chasing the drama. These days, he originally took Tsunade and other female ninjas to visit this era, but soon they lost interest in everything here. The development level of this era is far less than that of Konoha, and many things are highly similar to the Naruto world, so they naturally cannot attract their attention. On the contrary, among the appliances that Syahi brought back from the world of one person, there is a computer that stores hundreds of TV series and movies. These are unprecedented novelties for Tsunade and others. They were immediately deeply attracted by these TV series and gathered together to watch them every day. Of course, they did not forget Xingliu. They formulated a system of rotating duty, and at least one person would accompany Xingliu every day. And today, Hinata happened to be on duty. At this moment, Hinata stood quietly in front of Xingliu, wearing a carefully selected urban beauty outfit. The dress was elegantly designed with smooth lines, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. The color of the dress was soft and warm, contrasting with her fair skin, making her look even more radiant. Her face was rosy and she exuded a healthy glow. And her eyes, which were originally bright and moving, were now shining with a moving light. She looked at Xingliu with deep affection and expectation in her eyes. Her lips were slightly raised, as if she was brewing something to say, but she was a little shy and reserved. She expected waiting for Xingliu to understand the meaning in her eyes, looking forward to a deeper communication and tacit understanding between the two. In fact, these days they are not only obsessed with the world of TV series. There are some very inspiring materials on the computer unexpectedly, and this knowledge undoubtedly opens a new door for them. Especially Hinata, her cognition has been greatly expanded. She was surprised that some things can be so creative and diverse. Xingliu naturally noticed the subtle changes in Hinata's heart and the expectations in her eyes. However, he deliberately pretended to be unaware and asked in an almost naive tone. "Hinata, you are wearing so thin today, will you feel cold?" Hearing this, Hinata couldn't help but give Xingliu a coquettish look, and the blush on her cheeks became more obvious. Of course, she knew that Xingliu was teasing her deliberately, but this joke made her feel more shy and at a loss. Seeing that Hinata seemed to be unable to resist, Xingliu quickly and gently hugged her thin waist to support her. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "It seems that my secretary seems to be a little uncomfortable today. Fortunately, my medical ninjutsu is good, let me check you." Afterwards, Hinata's mind was in a mess, and she had not yet fully recovered from the experience just now. However, when she felt that Xingliu seemed to have a new move, she hurriedly called out in a tender voice. "Wait, let me rest first. You go to find Sister Tsunade, her body is better than mine." Hearing Hinata's words, Xingliu stopped his movements, he gently stretched out his hand and stroked Hinata's hair, his eyes full of pampering and love. He smiled and said, "Hinata, we agreed that it was you today, you can't escape." Hinata heard the words, her body trembled slightly, she subconsciously shrank back, and a look of panic and shyness appeared on her face. Xingliu took the opportunity to burst into a hearty laugh, "Haha, Hinata, it seems that you have really been fooled by me." Hinata was stunned by Xingliu's words, and then realized that she was teased. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and annoyed, and the redness on her face became more gorgeous. She glared at Xingliu coquettishly, but found that she couldn't be angry with him at all. Xingliu looked at Hinata's cute appearance, and endless tenderness surged in his heart. He gently embraced Hinata in his arms and whispered in her ear. "Don't be afraid of me, Hinata. I will always be with you and won't let you get hurt." Hinata listened to Xingliu's gentle words, and the panic in her heart gradually subsided. She closed her eyes, quietly nestled in Xingliu's arms, feeling his solid chest and strong heartbeat. At this moment, she felt extremely relieved and happy. But not long after, she exclaimed, and then the whole room began to play the symphony again. A few hours later, Minato and his party finally arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters described by Kyojuro. However, before they stepped into the gate of the headquarters, they heard a question full of provocation and disdain. "Are these the people who killed the upper rank? Flame Pillar, you can't be mistaken. Look at these people, there are even children among them." Chapter 267 Yabayashiki Yoya. Hearing the provocative words, Minato and his party frowned slightly, but they did not rush to refute, but chose to remain calm. At the same time, Kyojuro's face suddenly sank. He turned his head quickly, his eyes shot sharply at the source of the voice. As expected, it was the wind pillar Fushigawara Sanya. Fushigawara Sanya, like Kyojuro, is a pillar-level member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He is powerful but has a hot temper. He will only maintain some courtesy to those he approves of in his heart. But to other people, he is often outspoken, even a little rude. However, this time the situation is different from usual. The evil spirits have evolved to the point where they are not afraid of sunlight, and the fact that Akaza can still regenerate after being beheaded by the Sun Blade, all these ruthlessly prove a fact. The power of the Demon Slayer Corps alone may not be able to completely eradicate Muzan. But the arrival of Minato and others has brought them new hope. These people who call themselves ninjas may be the key to breaking the deadlock and defeating Muzan. Therefore, at this moment, the importance of Minato and others is self-evident. Just then, a somewhat weak voice interrupted them. "Enough, Sanya. Now is not the time for infighting." As the voice fell, a young man in kimono slowly walked out with the help of others. This person is the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yabayashiki Yoshiya, a person respected by all the pillars. However, when Minato looked carefully, he couldn't help but shocked. Yabayashiki Yoshiya's physical condition is extremely poor, and it can be said that he is terminally ill and will not live long. His face is almost disfigured from the mouth up, with scars and twists and turns, as if he had experienced a terrible disaster. And the pair of eyes that should have been bright are now turbid and have lost their luster, like two pools of stagnant water. However, despite the poor physical condition of Yabayashiki Yoshiya, he seems to have a magical power. When he walked out slowly, the people around him spontaneously saluted him, and their faces showed respect and reverence from the heart. Kyojuro and Sanya were no exception. The two of them were just on edge, but now they restrained their breath and saluted Yabayashiki Yoshiya respectfully. Their eyes were full of conviction, and in front of this weak man, they seemed to have found faith. At this moment, Minato also understood why Yabayashiki Yoshiya could become the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps. He became the lord not because of his extraordinary strength, but because of his personal charm. And the next moment, Minato personally experienced the extraordinary charm exuded by Yabayashiki Yoya. When he slowly walked in front of them, he actually took the initiative to bow to them and said in an apologetic tone, "I'm really sorry, it's my child who was rude." And his words revealed deep sincerity and guilt. Even the straightforward Kushina felt this sincerity. Seeing the lord apologize for him, Shimizu on the side seemed a little uncontrollable. However, Yoya seemed to have anticipated his reaction and spoke first. "Shimizu, I personally invited these guests, please be polite." Hearing the words of the lord, Shimizu was a little unwilling, but he finally lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Yes, lord." This interaction made Minato and others feel a little at a loss. They had just graduated from the ninja school and were inevitably a little at a loss when facing such an occasion. At this moment, a petite girl wearing a butterfly-style kimono came out. She said with a smile, "My lord, your condition is very serious. Can you listen to me and rest in your room?" After hearing this, Yaya smiled lightly and said, "Shinobu, don't worry so much, I won't leave you for the time being." Hearing this, Shinobu Koko's body trembled. Since her sister died at the hands of Doma, there are not many people she cares about. And this lord who is like a father is one of the few important people in her heart. Of course, she doesn't want to see the lord leave like this, but the curse of the Yubayashiki clan makes her helpless. Especially recently, Yaya's condition has become increasingly serious. Therefore, Shinobu Koko can't help but interfere with the lord's living habits, hoping that he can take care of his body. So at this moment, her heart was exposed, and her face that always kept a smile also lost its smile, replaced by deep sadness. This sad mood seemed to have a strong infectious power, and it quickly spread in everyone's heart. Even the flame pillar, who was always sunny and cheerful and always smiling, put away his smile at this moment, and his expression became extremely solemn. At this moment, a giant with a burly figure and a monk-like appearance walked out of the crowd. With tears streaming down his face, he said in a choked voice, "Amitabha. There is no need to be so sad. Haven't we all been prepared to sacrifice at any time? I believe that the Lord's heart is also so firm and calm." These words made everyone present fall into deep thought. Every time they went out to kill evil spirits, didn't they also hold the determination to die? And the Lord, who had always treated them as his own children, must have felt the same sadness and helplessness in his heart at that time. Thinking of this, the atmosphere on the field seemed to ease a little. Gyume continued, "My lord, the rest of the pillars are here. Please go and take charge of the situation." Yubayashiki Yoya nodded slightly, then turned and gave Minato and his party an apologetic smile. "I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Please follow me." Minato and the others naturally had no objection, so they followed Yoya to a spacious conference room. At this moment, several pillar-level members were already standing in the conference room. Snake Pillar Iguro Obanai was playing with a snake, but his eyes kept glancing at the somewhat shy Love Pillar Kanroji Mitsurai. But she didn't know that Kanroji Mitsurai was already sweating profusely under his gaze. The expressionless Water Pillar Tomioka Jiyu stood alone outside the crowd. The young Mist Pillar Tokaido Muchiro seemed to be trapped in his own world, wandering in the sky. And the Sound Pillar Uzui Tenjin was posing in a gorgeous battle suit, which was particularly eye-catching. With the arrival of Yubayashiki Yoya, the 9 pillar-level members each returned to his seat and saluted him respectfully. Although Yaya's eyes could not see this scene, he knew that the 9 pillars must be caught up in complicated etiquette at this moment. However, the situation was urgent, and Yaya could not dwell too much on such trivial matters. He sighed lightly and said with some helplessness, "Everyone, this is not the time to stick to etiquette. I summoned you again because something extremely important has happened." Chapter 268, Family. The 9 pillars had already had a premonition in their hearts that the important thing the Lord said was nothing more than that the ghosts had overcome the fatal weakness of sunlight. However, even in the face of such a grim reality, there are still people who hold a glimmer of luck in their hearts, hoping that this news is just a false statement. After all, if the ghosts can really walk freely in the sun, how can humans, who are already at a disadvantage, end this 1,000-year-old enemy? However, when they saw the unprecedented serious expression of the Lord, the last glimmer of luck in their hearts was also ruthlessly broken. The hot-tempered wind pillar Shimizu was the first to break the silence. He said viciously, "Since the sunlight has lost its effect, I will chop with a knife and burn with fire. I must wipe out all these evil ghosts without leaving a single one." The scar on his face looked even more hideous with his angry expression, but this murderous speech was resonated and recognized by the other 8 pillars. They all nodded, expressing their agreement with the wind pillar's point of view. Yubayashiki Yoya smiled with relief and said softly, "There is no need to be so pessimistic. Although the ghosts have evolved to this level, we are not without help." As he said that, he looked at Minato and others with slightly turbid eyes. Thanks to them this time, children like Kyojuro and Tanjiro can return safely. Facing the attack of 4 upper strings, they successfully killed 2 and defeated 2. There is no doubt that they are our new hope. Hearing this, the 9 pillars turned their eyes to Minato and others. Their eyes were full of suspicion and inquiry, but more of a kind of ardent expectation. Facing these gazes, Minato and others had different reactions. Minato and Nawaki returned friendly smiles, Fugaku and Raza remained calm, and the Hyuga brothers stood behind Nawaki, looking like they were following his lead. Several girls were shy and their cheeks were slightly red. Looking at their performance, Yaya nodded secretly in his heart. Minato and others did not show any disgust, which showed that they were positive about the proposal to become allies of the Demon Slayer Corps. In this case, we can consider making some further cooperation requests. Yaya began to think about the next plan in his heart. However, when he thought of the ages of these children in Kyojuro's intelligence, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, these children are still so young, but they are forced to take on such a heavy responsibility. But the severe situation in reality does not allow him to hesitate too much. Because the current Demon Slayer Corps may all rely on Minato and others to turn the tide. Yoya still finds it hard to accept the information sent by Kyojuro when he thinks of it. The upper-rank demons have overcome the sunlight, and the upper-rank 3 even have the terrifying ability to resist the beheading of the Sun Blade. So as the ancestor of demons, how terrifying will the Demon King Muzan be? This thought once made Yoya feel discouraged, but then he learned that Minato and others successfully defeated the evil demons by other means, which rekindled the spark of hope in his heart. As the representative jointly elected by the 3 teams, Minato was not unaware of Yoya's inner thoughts and calculations. But he didn't mind the Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps using them. Because their interests are the same, and the ultimate goal is to kill the Demon King Muzan. Therefore, strengthening the friendly side is also acceptable. As for why Minato and others can trust the Demon Slayer Corps so much, it is because they learned from Kyojuro that most of the people in the Demon Slayer Corps have a deep hatred for demons. In the past, the ninja world could not stop the war because of this hatred. So they knew very well that the Demon Slayer Corps must stand on the same side as them in killing Muzan. Based on this mutual understanding and trust, the communication between the two sides became smoother and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Just when Yoya felt relieved and thought that the relationship between the two sides was progressing steadily, 3 men suddenly appeared in front of them. Zinglio looked at Madara and Hashirama, and said with a little blame in his tone, "I asked you to come here to watch Minato and the others. Who told you to fight when you have nothing to do?" Hearing this, Hashirama smiled awkwardly and scratched his head to apologize. Even Madara, who has always been arrogant, turned his head away and did not dare to look at Zinglio. The 2 of them started fighting on a whim, forgetting that Minato and the others were still waiting. They didn't wake up until Seirio came. At this moment, the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps also came to their senses. As they had never met before, they mistakenly thought that Seirio and the others were evil spirits who used blood demon arts to sneak into this place. Therefore, they quickly drew out their Nichiren swords, took a fighting stance, and faced Seirio and the others vigilantly. At the same time, several pillars rushed to Yoya's side at lightning speed and protected him closely to ensure his safety. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two sides, Minato hurried forward to explain, "Please calm down, these are my teachers, they are not enemies." Kyojuro also recognized the people as if he had just woken up from a dream, and he quickly echoed, "Yes, these 3 are indeed Minato's teachers. Please don't misunderstand and let your guard down." After teaching Madara and Hashirama a lesson, Zinglio finally had the opportunity to take a closer look at the people present. However, the scene in front of him almost made him collapse. In his perception, the breath of the living in this room was not as much as the dead. Behind those pillars, almost 1 or 2 souls followed them, as if they were their guardians. For example, the mist pillar Tokaido Muchiro, next to him was the soul state of Ichiro, his brother. And the most touching one was the rock pillar, who was surrounded by a group of children's souls. These children were undoubtedly the orphans he had adopted and taken care of. Zinglio couldn't help but feel a little emotional. "This doesn't look like a meeting, it's just a big gathering with all the family members." However, he could also deeply understand the emotions of these souls. What they were most worried about were their families who were still in the world and fighting for them. Therefore, although such a scene was a little unexpected, it was also reasonable. And this deep emotion made Xingliu very moved. So he subconsciously smiled and conveyed goodwill to these souls. However, others could not see the souls that Xingliu saw, and they mistakenly thought that this smile was directed at them. In addition to Minato and Kyojuro's explanation, they all put away their knives and expressed sincerity and friendship to Xingliu and others. At the same time, the souls around them were all stunned. They looked at Xingliu in disbelief, as if they were surprised that he could see them and convey goodwill to them. This unexpected discovery shocked these souls and made them more interested and curious about Xingliu. Chapter 269, Show Off a Little. The misunderstanding was resolved, and Yabayashiki Yoya smiled and invited Xingliu to sit down. He briefly outlined the details of the previous discussion with Minato to Xingliu, and when he learned that the decision-making power was now in Minato's hands, he had another in-depth discussion with Minato. At the same time, Xingliu was dealing with those souls. When these souls realized that Xingliu could see them, they all showed surprise. They elected Koko Shinobu's sister, Koko Kaneo, as a representative and came forward to communicate with Xingliu. Under the eager anticipation of many souls, this girl with black hair, purple eyes, and a pink-edged emerald-green butterfly hairpin in her hair walked to Xingliu like a breeze. She asked softly in a gentle and delicate voice, "Sir, can you really sense our existence?" Xingliu nodded slightly and replied without comment, "I wonder what you need to discuss with me." His words made many souls overjoyed, but confused the 9 pillars present. They could not see the existence of souls, so Xingliu suddenly spoke to an empty corner, which made them full of doubts. However, the flame pillar seemed to have thought of something. His face was happy, and his eyes flashed with bright light. "Sir Xingliu, did you see a soul in this room?" As a witness who saw Komeiji and Koyayaki disappear together, he learned about Xingliu's existence from Minato. He learned that Xingliu was an unparalleled strong man with a powerful force that he could not imagine. Therefore, he firmly believed that Xingliu could make souls appear. And now this scene undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Xingliu was communicating with souls. This is why he was so excited. After all, these souls could be the incarnations of their deceased relatives. His words immediately attracted the attention of others, most of whom stared at Kyojuro in disbelief, seemingly not believing what he said. However, Xingliu admitted it all frankly. He looked at the expectant eyes of the many souls in the room, and then waved his hand to make them all appear. For him, it was just a piece of cake. Following Xingliu's move, the transparent figures of many souls gradually solidified and appeared one by one in front of everyone. Kyojuro was stunned when he saw his mother appear in front of him, then he laughed and shouted excitedly, "Mother!" Ruhuo looked at him gently and said softly, "Kyojuro, you really did it, I am proud of you." On the other side, Koko Shinobu looked at the familiar figure in front of her and was a little dazed for a while. It was not until this figure walked in front of her that her tears could not be controlled and flowed down. "Sister? Sister? Sister?" she called repeatedly, and finally threw herself into Kaneo's arms and cried excitedly. Kaneo gently stroked Koko Shinobu's hair and said gently, "Thank you for your hard work, Shinobu." Her words made Koko Shinobu cry even more sadly. The largest number of souls appeared next to Gyume of Beiming Island. What is striking is that these souls are all in the form of children. Although Xingming cannot see them, his perception is beyond that of ordinary people. This keen perception made him tremble slightly at this moment. Because he clearly sensed some familiar breaths, which were the breaths of the children he once loved deeply. It is also the existence that he has never been able to let go. "Brother Xingming, we all know that it is not your fault," a childish voice said softly. Yes, don't blame Sao anymore. She was just scared at the time, so she said the wrong thing." Another child also echoed. "We are actually very grateful to you, Brother Xingming." More voices joined in, and every word was full of sincere emotions. Xingming listened to the words of these children, and tears could not help but slide down his cheeks. He trembled and clasped his hands together, chanting softly, Amitba. Beside the other people present, there were more or less figures that they missed deeply in their hearts. At this moment, the whole room was filled with warmth and touching, and the air was filled with an indescribable warmth and sadness. Of course, there were some people on the scene who did not have souls accompanying them, and Kenroji Mitsurai was one of them. The reason why she joined the Demon Slayer Corps was completely different from others. She did not have a deep hatred with the evil ghosts. She was just a woman who longed to find a husband who was stronger than herself and could protect her. At this moment, seeing that Xingliu could do this easily, she was naturally curious. So, while others were busy communicating with their loved ones' souls, she had been secretly observing Xingliu. Xingliu's perception was so sharp that he had noticed it when Kenroji Mitsurai just started peeking. However, after discovering that it was her, he chose to pretend not to know. Xingliu's attitude made Kenroji Mitsurai bolder, and her eyes became more unscrupulous. Moreover, as she looked more and more, her liking for Xingliu became stronger. After all, as a member of the Uchiha clan, and with the multiple evolutions of his life level, Xingliu's charm is unstoppable. In this era, a woman like Kenroji Mitsurai who can choose to fall in love freely will naturally not be satisfied with just watching from afar. So, Kenroji Mitsurai gradually approached Xingliu until she stood beside him. When the other 8 pillars turned their attention back to the field, they were surprised to find that Kenroji had already talked happily with Xingliu. When the snake pillar Obanai saw this scene, his face was gloomy at first, but then dimmed. He knew that Xingliu's strength was unfathomable, not to mention that Xingliu had just allowed them to see their loved ones who had been missing them, which was already a great favor from the Demon Slayer Corps. Moreover, Kenroji Mitsurai also voluntarily approached Xingliu, and he could only respect her choice. At the same time, Yubayashiki Yoya did not pay too much attention to this little episode. As the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, personal feelings were not something he should interfere with. Compared to this, the ability that Xingliu just showed attracted his attention more. In his opinion, Xingliu was able to do this, and he was undoubtedly much stronger than Minato and others. If Xingliu was willing to eliminate Muzan, it would be a shot in the arm for the Demon Slayer Corps. However, just as he was about to make this request, Xingliu seemed to see through his mind and said first, "Killing Muzan is a test for Minato and others. Unless they fail, I will not take action." Chapter 270 Yoshiwara Yugoku, I. Hearing Xingliu's words, the whole scene fell into silence. Yaya smiled helplessly and said earnestly, "Sir, can you really not help? We are willing to pay any price." Xingliu responded calmly, "You underestimated the strength of Minato and others, and you underestimated your potential. Don't worry, as long as there are no unexpected situations, they are fully capable of passing the test of killing Muzan." Seeing Xingliu's firm attitude, Yaya knew that it would be useless to say more, so he could only sigh and accept the reality. After the matter came to an end, the others saluted Xingliu and thanked him. "Thank you for your kindness, sir, we can relieve the pain of missing you in our hearts." Xingliu gently waved his hand, indicating that they were not polite, it was just a piece of cake for him. At this moment, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps Yin rushed over. Although he covered most of his face with a mask, his anxious eyes could still feel his urgency. He rushed directly to Yaya without notifying him, and said anxiously, "My lord, it's an emergency. There is an urgent report that you need to know." Yaya raised his hand to signal Xia to stay calm, and then calmly said to the Yin member, "Don't worry, talk slowly, tell us the details of the situation." The hidden member took a deep breath, trying to calm his rapid breathing, and then continued. "According to our intelligence, there are upper-rank demons holding thousands of innocent people hostage in Yoshiwara Yuuko. They demanded that we hand over a female demon named Nezuko, otherwise they would kill these hostages." His words made the pillars present frown. Thousands of hostages, this number made them feel extremely difficult. Even if they acted together, they were not sure that these people would not be injured or killed. Moreover, compromising with the demons was also a difficult choice for these pillars. Tanjiro originally thought that he came to the pillar meeting just to be a spectator. But he didn't expect that the melon would be eaten directly on himself. After hearing the words of the hidden member, he subconsciously held the box carrying his sister on his back tightly, with an angry and tangled expression on his face. He knew that the lives of thousands of people were now hanging on his sister, which made him, a kind-hearted person, fall into a deep struggle. Minato and others looked at each other and were speechless for a while. According to the style of ninja, he might choose to use the 1,000 people as bait to annihilate the evil demons in one fell swoop. After all, this world is not their homeland, and he does not have a deep sense of belonging. Besides, if these people died because of evil spirits, what does it have to do with them? Xingliu sighed when he saw that everyone on the field was in a dilemma. He tapped Minato's head gently. Although the sound was not loud, everyone present could hear it clearly. You just graduated from the ninja school, and you have forgotten everything you learned. Xingliu's tone was a little dissatisfied. Minato touched his head that was hit and looked confused. Xingliu saw this and pointed to the forehead protector on his forehead helplessly and asked, "What is your profession?" "A ninja from Konoha." Minato replied. "What are the 3 basic techniques of ninja?" Xingliu continued to ask. A glimmer of light flashed in Minato's eyes, and he understood what Xingliu meant. He turned to look at the other pillars, and seeing that they were still confused, he explained. The 3 basic techniques of ninja include transformation technique, clone technique, and substitute technique. Since the evil spirits want Nezuko, we can use the clone technique and transformation technique to let my clone become Nezuko to deal with them. After hearing this explanation, the eyes of the pillars gradually brightened, and their previously frowned brows began to relax. This method can protect innocent hostages and avoid direct compromise with evil spirits. It is indeed a best of both worlds. Yabayashiki Yoya stared at Xingliu and Minato, and his gratitude was beyond words. He sincerely praised, "Mr. and Minato are really wise and brave, and we admire them very much." Minato touched the back of his head modestly. He felt a little ashamed of the praise. He knew that if it weren't for Xingliu's clever reminder, he would have found it difficult to come up with such a clever plan. However, he noticed a subtle light flashing in Xingliu's eyes, and he immediately had a hunch, this reminder might not be free. Sure enough, Xingliu's next words confirmed his guess. "Your reaction this time was a little slow, so the reward after passing the assessment will be reduced by 1 level. Xingliu said calmly, "If you want to exchange for S-level ninjutsu, you need to exchange it for A-level ninjutsu. Do you understand?" Everyone heard this and immediately responded in a low voice with their heads down, "I understand." Only Kushina was unwilling to accept the punishment like this. She walked to Xingliu, gently took his arm, and said coquettishly, "Teacher Xingliu, please don't be so strict. We have just graduated, and it is inevitable that there will be times of negligence. Can you please spare us this time?" Xingliu looked at Kushina, who looked very different from usual, and felt helpless. Although her coquettishness caught him off guard, he also realized her words were not without reason. So, he gently pulled her arm away and said in a gentle tone, "Okay, I'll let you go this time. But remember, this won't happen again." Hearing what Xingliu said, Kushina cheered and jumped for joy, "Long live Teacher Xingliu." Then she tried to get close to Xingliu again, but he cleverly dodged her. Xingliu looked at the girl in front of him, with a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. As a person who has been through it, he is no longer a novice who knows nothing, so he can naturally see Kushina's feelings for him. However, Kushina is still too young and seems too immature in all aspects. Kushina noticed Xingliu's reaction and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Especially when she saw Xingliu glance at her chest and showed a disgusted expression, she was so angry that her head was about to smoke. However, when she glanced at the plump figure of Kanroji Mitsurai beside Xingliu, she suddenly felt like a deflated ball. She unconsciously compared her figure with that of Kanroji Mitsurai, and especially after seeing her milky white Yukiko, she couldn't help but wail in her heart. There is no comparison. How can it be as big as a human's? This is totally unhealthy. Thinking about these messy things, she didn't notice that the people present had already discussed countermeasures. They planned to transform Minato's shadow clone into Nezuko first, and let Mashido take her to exchange with the evil spirit. After the hostages were rescued, the rest of the pillars and Minato worked together to deal with the upper-rank demons. Chapter 271 Yoshiwara Yukuo, 2. The plan was set, and everyone acted quickly. Except for the Snake Pillar and the Mist Pillar who stayed to protect Yubayashiki Yoya, the rest of the people hurried to the scene. Xingliu naturally would not miss this excitement, and rushed over with them. On the way, Xingliu noticed the strange look from Koko Shinobu from time to time. This made him feel a little confused, because he didn't have much interaction with the insect pillar, and even had very few conversations. And Koko Shinobu was in a completely different situation from Kanroji Mitsurai. She joined the Demon Slayer Corps not for the purpose of finding a partner, but because of the deep hatred between her and the evil spirits. Her parents and sister died tragically at the hands of evil spirits, which made her hate the demons deeply rooted. Although he noticed Koko Shinobu's strangeness, Xingliu didn't care too much. She could watch if she wanted to, and it wouldn't cost her a piece of meat. However, Koko Shinobu seemed unable to endure this silent torture. After hesitating many times, she finally plucked up the courage to walk to Xingliu's side. "Master Xingliu, I have something I want you to agree to." Her voice was low, and there was an indescribable look on her face. Xingliu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Koko Shinobu in surprise. He asked curiously, "Tell me what it is first, then I can consider whether I can agree to it." Shinobu Koko gritted her teeth and hesitated to say her request. "I heard that you have the ability to resurrect the dead, I beg you to resurrect my sister." Her cheeks were slightly red, and her voice trembled. "I am willing to pay any price, including myself." However, Xingliu did not respond immediately, but glanced at her with a contemptuous look, and then looked at her height in a gesture. Although his actions did not hurt, they were extremely insulting. Shinobu Koko's cheeks flushed instantly, and the veins on her forehead bulged, obviously trying to suppress the anger in her heart. However, she finally managed to force a smile and said earnestly, "I really ask you, Master Xingliu." Seeing Koko Shinobu's appearance, Xingliu also put away his joking attitude and said seriously, "Before answering you, can you tell me how you know this news?" "Kushina told me." Koko Shinobu revealed the source of the news without hesitation. Xingliu smiled slightly and thought to himself that it was indeed the case. Only someone like Kushina who is straightforward and outspoken would accidentally leak such information. He had already thought about it and would give Kushina a super double training class in sealing techniques when he returned. Of course, all this is for Kushina's good, and I believe she will understand. "Do you know that the rules of your world do not allow the dead to be resurrected?" Xingliu did not give a direct answer, but asked Koko Shinobu a question. Koko Shinobu knew nothing about this and could only shake her head helplessly. Seeing Lu said calmly, "The rules of this world do not allow the dead to be resurrected. Even if I resurrect your sister, she will be killed again by various accidents." At this point, he paused, stared at Koko Shinobu's pale face, and continued, "So, do you still want me to resurrect your sister now?" Koko Shinobu fell into silence. The pain and struggle in her heart surged like a tide. She knew that Xingliu had no need to deceive her, but her desire to revive her sister was so strong that she was in a dilemma and didn't know how to choose. If it was true as Xingliu said, her sister would die again even if she was resurrected. At that time, she didn't know if she could accept this pain for the second time. Thinking of this, Koko Shinobu was in a mess, and her thoughts went back to not long ago. Because of Xingliu's power, she was able to reunite with her sister and express her longing for each other. However, what Koko Kaneo said to her when she said goodbye, she still can't let it go. Don't force yourself, don't give up your life because of me. Live well, Shinobu. Koko Kaneo has been silently paying attention to Koko Shinobu after her death. She knew that since her death, Koko Shinobu has been suppressing her inner sadness and anger, and always facing others with a smile. However, what Koko Kaneo could not accept the most was that Koko Shinobu was actually preparing to use herself as bait and injected a large amount of wisteria poison, hoping to die together with upper rank 2 Doma. This extreme approach made Koko Kaneo feel heartbroken and helpless. She hoped that her sister could cherish her life and not give up her life easily for revenge. But Koko Kaneo could not understand that it was her departure from her family that made Koko Shinobu fall into deep despair and produce this idea of self-destruction. And her death became the last straw that crushed Koko Shinobu's heart. At this moment, all kinds of complicated emotions intertwined and collided in Koko Shinobu's heart, making her heart seem to be heavily oppressed by a huge stone. She couldn't help but whispered, "Sister, you let me live, this is really a curse of love." Tears rolled in her eyes, but she knew that the upcoming battle would not allow her to be weak at all. So, she took a deep breath, tried to calm down her emotions, and let herself return to the best fighting state. Xingliu keenly caught Koko Shinobu's mumbling, and he finally understood why she suddenly came to him. As a Hokage, he had actually seen too many people like Koko Shinobu. After losing all their loved ones, these people fell into an inextricable sadness and despair, and even developed a tendency to self-destruction. In Xingliu's view, Koko Shinobu was in such a situation at the moment. Moreover, her situation might be even more serious. Because he and Kushina gave her a glimmer of hope, but now, this hope was shattered. After figuring this out, Xingliu suddenly felt a little bit of a loss. He just wanted to do a good thing before, after all, it was just a piece of cake. But he didn't expect to accidentally take away a person's light. But Xingliu did not lie to Koko Shinobu, this world does not allow a person to come back to life. Unless Xingliu stays here to protect them, Koko Kaneo will die again in 3 months at most. For Xingliu, this world is just a stop on his journey, and he can't stay for a long time. Moreover, he could see that even if Shinobu Koko succeeded in revenge, she would most likely die of depression without the support of hatred. Starflow, who was in a dilemma, could not help scratching his head, revealing an embarrassment. Seeing him like this, Shinobu Koko's gloomy mood was slightly relieved. Then, as if to avenge Starflow's previous contempt for her height, she deliberately mocked. "Sir Starflow, is it because your head is itchy and you are about to grow a brain?" Hearing this, Starflow rolled his eyes helplessly. At this time, Shinobu Koko whispered again. "But then again, the way Starflow thinks hard for me is really handsome." Chapter 272 Yoshihara Yugoku, Part 3. After saying that, Shinobu Koko did not give Starflow any chance to react. She suddenly accelerated, like a light butterfly dancing, and quickly passed by Starflow. There was only a faint scent in the air, and the light smile she left when she left. After this episode, the rest of the journey was uneventful. When they were about to arrive at Yoshiwara Yukuaku, according to the original plan, Minato split a shadow clone and changed into the appearance of Nezuko. Afterwards, except for Shinobu Koko, the other pillars hid, waiting for the best time to take action and catch all these evil spirits in one fell swoop. However, when Shinobu Koko brought her clone to the transaction site, she found that things were much more complicated than they had imagined. Standing in front of them was a large area of densely packed evil spirits, the number of which was staggering. Although the strength of these evil spirits may not be strong, their numerical advantage is enough to give people a headache. What's worse is that due to the previous battle, the intelligence of the Hyuga brothers has been exposed, and at this moment they can't see the shadow of the upper-rank demons at all. Obviously, these upper-rank demons have been hiding in the dark to guard against the Hyuga brothers' long-range attack. Moreover, their hiding place was extremely secretive, and even the Byakugan of the Hyuga brothers could not find them immediately. At this time, an evil ghost came out tremblingly. His expression was greedy and fearful, and his eyes were fixed on the worm in front of him. He swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "The upper rank master said that you should hand over Nezuko to us first, and then we will release these people." After hearing this, Koko Shinobu frowned. She looked around and looked at the dense evil ghosts in the dark, feeling depressed. Their bargaining chip now is Nezuko. If they hand it over easily, they can only hope that these evil ghosts can keep their word. However, when she saw the evil ghost in front of her who was terribly scared but still drooling over her, she knew that they could not be trusted at all. If the clone was handed over, I am afraid that the hostages would become food in the mouths of these evil ghosts the next moment. Just as Shinobu Koko was deeply entangled, she suddenly noticed something was wrong. According to the information provided by Kyojuro, the evil spirits have overcome the fatal weakness of sunlight. Now they should be able to move freely in broad daylight. However, the group of evil spirits in front of her are still curled up in a dark corner, and even the evil spirit she negotiated with is hiding in the shadows to talk to her. This abnormality is obviously inconsistent with the previous information. Shinobu Koko felt an inexplicable doubt in her heart, and she began to carefully recall the situation described by Kyojuro, trying to find a reasonable explanation from it. Gradually, a bright light flashed in her eyes, as if she had discovered something. In order to verify her conjecture, she remained calm on the surface, but began to observe the surrounding environment carefully in secret. When she saw some evil spirits unconsciously hiding in the sun, her conjecture was further confirmed. This discovery made her feel both surprised and excited. Perhaps this is the breakthrough she was looking for. It also relaxed the tension in her heart a little, but perhaps her subtle change revealed her thoughts and aroused the vigilance of the evil ghost she was negotiating with. The ghost glanced at her in confusion, but did not seem to notice anything unusual. But the slight uneasiness in his heart made him start to urge impatiently. "Don't delay any longer. If you don't hand over Nezuko to us quickly, we will have to eat the 2 hostages to satisfy our cravings." Its voice revealed obvious threats and dissatisfaction. Koko Shinobu's heart tightened, but her face did not reveal any flaws. She calmly took out a box from behind her and slowly opened it, revealing the Minato clone inside. When the evil spirits were completely attracted by the box, Shinobu Koko took the opportunity to whisper to Minato's clone. "I observed the behavior of these evil spirits, and they have no intention of exchanging hostages at all. So, wait a while and find an opportunity to test whether they are really afraid of sunlight." Minato's clone originally thought that the exchange was about to take place, but he did not expect Shinobu Koko to suddenly change his plan. However, he did not panic because of this, but nodded calmly, indicating that he understood her intention. Then, he jumped out of the box and stood steadily in the sunlight. This action immediately attracted the attention of all the evil spirits, including Muzan, who was watching from afar in the dark. Muzan clearly saw the picture of Minato's clone in the sunlight without any abnormality through the evil spirit's shared vision. This scene made him extremely excited, as if he saw the hope of overcoming the weakness of sunlight. This excitement made Muzan impatient to issue orders, urging the evil spirits to speed up the exchange process. Although the demons felt a little uneasy, they could only carry out the order of Muzan. At the critical moment when the exchange was about to take place, Minato's clone deliberately passed by the demon that Shinobu Koko was negotiating with, and cleverly pushed it to the area where the sun was shining. In an instant, the dazzling sunlight pierced the demon like a sword, covering it in a sea of light. The demon screamed heartbreakingly, and its body emitted billowing green smoke in the sun, as if it was suffering indescribable pain. In a flash, its body turned into ashes under the burning of the sun and disappeared without a trace. This scene instantly calmed Shinobu Koko's heart. Her guess was verified, and these demons had not completely overcome their fear of the sun. Kyojuro's intelligence wrote that the upper-rank demons would not die in the sun, but would emit green smoke. This made Shinobu Koko realize that the evil spirits who were far less powerful than the upper ranks might still retain this fatal weakness. However, imagination alone was not enough. So Shinobu Koko needed to verify this conjecture herself, because this would be very important for the next. The upcoming battle is crucial. And now, she can be sure of her guess. At the same time, the other pillars lurking in the dark also breathed a sigh of relief. They also realized that these evil spirits are still afraid of sunlight. This will make the battle relatively easier. As long as they can destroy the place where they hide and expose these evil spirits to the sun, they will be fatally hit. The evil spirits naturally understand this, and they can no longer bear it at this moment. Besides, the clones have already come to their side, so they can't hold back and are ready to attack the hostages directly. Just when both sides are ready to attack, someone is faster than them. Blood Demon Art Mist Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva. The next moment, a huge Iceman surrounded Minato's clone. Chapter 273 Yoshihara Yugoku, 4. The huge ice sculpture seemed to be injected with life, and it stretched out its giant hand to Minato's clone vividly, trying to bind it tightly. The clone naturally would not sit and wait for death. However, at the moment when he was about to dodge, a belt sprang out from the ground like a spirit snake, tightly wrapped around his body, making him unable to move. Bang! A deafening gunshot cut through the sky. The Hyuga brothers discovered this emergency from a distance, and they fired without hesitation to support. The bullet rushed at supersonic speed, and was about to penetrate the belt and rescue Minato's clone. However, unfortunately, the last battle had made the upper-rank ghosts alert to them. This time, they were obviously well prepared. The ice giant blocked the attack at the cost of one of his hands. All this happened in an instant. Except for a few people involved, the rest of the humans and evil ghosts had not reacted yet. However, Shinobu Koko came to her senses first at an astonishing speed. She did not waste any time, and stood up in an instant, rushing towards the evil ghosts like a flash of lightning. Butterfly dance teasing. She whispered softly, and her figure instantly became as erratic as a butterfly, shuttling between the evil spirits at a speed that no one could match. Her figure was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch, and she passed by several evil spirits in an instant. The evil spirits that were touched by her attack wanted to turn around and chase at first, but then they felt unbearable pain in their necks. This pain made them fall to the ground uncontrollably, uttering a shrill wail. After a short moment, their necks were corroded and broken, and their entire bodies lost their vitality. The tragic scenes of these evil spirits struggling before death frightened other evil spirits, and they did not dare to attack Coco Ninja easily. However, they did not know that Coco Ninja's real purpose was to destroy the building and let the sunlight in, so as to wipe out these evil spirits in one fell swoop. But limited by her own strength, she could not complete this task in a short time. Therefore, she could only take this conventional way to kill these evil spirits one by one. Shinobu Koko's move instantly ignited the fighting passion of the pillars lying in ambush outside. When they saw that some hostages had been killed, they no longer hesitated and stepped out from the dark, each trying their best to perform their strongest moves. Love-breathing type 2 love of regret and regret. Mitsurai Kanroji shouted, pulled out a special soft knife, and danced like the wind at high speed. Her attacks were precise and sharp, specifically targeting the weak points of the buildings. Under her fierce attack, buildings collapsed one after another, exposing the evil spirits hiding underneath mercilessly to the sun. With screams, these evil spirits quickly turned into ashes in the sun. At the same time, the attack of the rock pillar showed a completely different violent aesthetics. He was completely different from the other pillars' sunwheel swords, holding a broad axe and a meteor hammer connected by a long chain. At this moment, he was in tears, but he swung the meteor hammer in his hand at an astonishing speed. Wherever he went, whether it was evil spirits or buildings, they were instantly shattered under his heavy blows. What was even more amazing was that he was able to cleverly avoid the hostages in this large-scale offensive, showing both rough strength and delicate skills. The other pillars also showed their own magical powers, with saving people as the primary task, while not forgetting to kill evil spirits. However, these pillars were also forced into a stalemate here. Because of the large number of evil spirits, in order to ensure the safety of many hostages, the pillars had to run around on this battlefield to check for leaks and fill in the gaps. Although their strength far exceeded these evil spirits, they were no longer able to split themselves to support Minato and others at this moment. Fortunately, they had a plan before, and Minato and others would be responsible for the battle there. At this moment, the battle there it has also entered a white-hot stage. Since the upper-rank demons did not take it lightly this time and went straight to the target from the beginning, even with the powerful strength of Minato and others, they could only get into a stalemate. So far, Doma and Kokushibo have not appeared. Now the only upper-rank demons in the open are upper 6 Gidaru and upper 4 Hantengu. Moreover, these two demons are also extremely cunning and each has a trick up their sleeve. Tsukishima hid in the dark, while her brother Gidaru dealt with everyone on the battlefield. Hantengu even hid his main body and only sent 4 clones to fight Yekeng and Luoshad. Such tactics ensured that they would not die even if they were at a disadvantage on the battlefield. At this time, Minato and others were undoubtedly in trouble. Although they had an advantage on the battlefield, they could not end the battle quickly. Due to the leak of intelligence last time, the upper-rank demons did not give them the opportunity to perform the sealing technique this time. Even if they cut off their own limbs, they had to escape from being controlled. Minato and his companions had also made other attempts, but when Minato cut off the head of Jifutaro with the Nichiren sword, and Jifutaro picked up the head and continued to fight, they still felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The Hantengu on the other side gave them even more headaches. Raza and Yekara had already dealt with the 3 split bodies, but when they thought victory was in sight, the Senpokutan suddenly appeared. And the Senpokutan did not confront them head-on, but mainly dealt with them. In addition, Doma in the dark provided support from time to time, which made them seem trapped and dragged on this battlefield. Although as long as they were given enough time, the final result would inevitably be that the upper-rank demons were completely killed. But it was obvious that some evil demons had lost their patience. A black shadow rushed out from the ground at lightning speed, chopped Fugaku and Mikoto away with a knife, and took the opportunity to take away the clones they were protecting. Kokushibo tightly grasped his clone, looked around at Minato and others expressionlessly, and then ordered coldly. "The target has been obtained, everyone evacuate immediately." After that, he turned around and left first, without any hesitation. Then, Doma also crawled out from the ground, holding a tiny evil ghost in the shape of an old man in his hand. This was the real body of Hantengu. They did not communicate with each other and quickly followed Kokushibo. Tsukishiko had been hiding in the dark and had not dared to act rashly. However, she cherished her feathers and did not choose to crawl underground. Because of this, she had actually been locked by the Byakugan of the Hyuga brothers. So just as she turned around and prepared to escape, 2 gunshots shot her in half. Tsukishiko fell to the ground with a dazed look on her face, as if she had not yet recovered from the sudden blow. Chapter 274 Yoshihara Yugoku, End. At this time, Kushina had quietly come to her side. With a flash of cold light, the head of Tsukishima was instantly separated from the body. At the same time, on another battlefield, Jifutaro was not spared. With his extraordinary speed and skills, Minato successfully cut off his head. Jifutaro wanted to repeat the trick, but was shocked to find that he could not regenerate this time. The fear of death instantly permeated his heart and made his mind particularly clear. He immediately realized that all this was closely related to Tsukishima's failure. Sure enough, his guess was cruelly verified the next moment. I saw Kushina drag Tsukishima's body and head back with the diamond-sealed chain, and then threw them next to Jifutaro like discarding garbage. She turned to Minato and said with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone, "Are we really going to let these ghosts leave so easily?" Minato did not answer directly, but just smiled and glanced in the direction of upper 6. Kushina immediately understood what he meant, and a flash of understanding flashed in her eyes, and then she felt a little embarrassed. She actually forgot about this, although she didn't know whether Muzan could check the memories of his subordinates. But it was too risky to discuss the plan here. Just then, a noisy sound attracted their attention. They turned their heads and saw that the slowly disappearing Zuiji and Jifutaro actually began to blame each other. Zuiji cried loudly like a child about her brother's dereliction of duty. "It's all your fault. You said you would protect me and keep me safe. But what happened? Not safe at all. You useless ugly freak." She burst into tears as she said this. Jifutaro was also enraged, and his already fierce face became even more ferocious under the blessing of anger. He roared. "After all, you are also an upper-rank demon. Let you hide aside and not be beheaded. You can't even do the little things well, what a fool." Zuiji was speechless after being refuted, and could only continue to cry and vent her dissatisfaction. "Then you control me to do it. But you didn't do anything," she shouted at the top of her lungs. "How can a guy as ugly as you be my brother? I must not be related to someone like you by blood. You, a waste, have no advantages except being strong. Now that you have lost, you are worthless, right?" Hearing this, Jifutaro's pupils shrank, and he gasped and looked at his sister in disbelief. An unknown anger instantly surged in his heart. "What a joke! How many times do you think I saved you?" he roared. "You are the useless one. You are of no use at all." His voice was full of anger. "If it weren't for you, I would have a different life. Why do I always clean up your mess? It would be great if someone like you had never been born." When Zuiji heard her brother's words, she was at a loss for a moment. Her heart seemed to be cut by a cold blade, and endless sadness surged into her heart like a tide. Her tears slid silently down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, and her crying became more and more heartbroken. The quarrels and crying of the brother and sister echoed in the empty battlefield, like a series of sad notes, piercing the hearts of everyone present. However, at this moment, a gentle voice suddenly interrupted the dispute. "Jifutaro, do you really think so in your heart?" Zingliu appeared in front of them at some point, and his words were profound. "Perhaps, you should recall how you embarked on the path of a ghost?" Jifutaro's thoughts were drawn by Zingliu's words and instantly returned to the distant past. At the same time, Zingliu also presented his memories in the form of images to everyone. In Jifutaro's memory, his sister was not called the sad name of Zuiji. Her original name was Xiaomei, taken from the disease her mother suffered before her death. He had been ugly since childhood, and the moment his sister was born, he seemed to see a ray of light in his life. Xiaomei's beauty was like a bright pearl, which made him fall in love with her and made him determined to protect this beauty. In order to protect his sister, he did not hesitate to fight with others and even paid a huge price. However, fate was so unfair to the two brothers and sisters. Xiaomei was cruelly retaliated for resisting the atrocities of the samurai and was burned alive and seriously injured. In order to save his sister's life, Jifutaro met Upper String 2 Doma after revenge and resolutely chose to become a demon. Recalling this, Jifutaro felt as if his heart was pierced by thousands of arrows. He was deeply trapped in self-blame, thinking that if he had not existed, Xiaomei's life might be completely different. In her life picture, she might become a noble princess, bathing in the glory of wealth and glory, enjoying the beauty and love of the world. Maybe she would become a commoner, have a husband who loves her and a child as beautiful as her. Instead of becoming a man-eating demon like now. However, Jifutaro did not realize that these thoughts in his heart had already been presented in the form of images in front of everyone. The pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps also ended the battle at this moment and gathered here. They witnessed the past of Upper Six and fell into a heavy silence for a while. When they saw the reason why Zuiji became a demon and her young and innocent appearance, their faces became extremely complicated, and endless emotions surged in their hearts. Minato and others were also touched by these images, and they were speechless. Coupled with Akaza before, they understood more deeply why the Demon Slayer Corps had a deep hatred for Muzan. Because whether they were humans or demons, they were more or less affected by the tragic fate brought by Muzan. This grudge that lasted for thousands of years had long surpassed the baptism of time and became an indelible deep mark. Xiaomei naturally saw what was in the picture. So although her tears could not stop flowing, her heart no longer had the deep sadness just now. But just when she wanted to say something, she had completely dissipated. Jifutaro also came back to his senses at this moment. He watched his sister's figure disappear into thin air, and the grief in his heart surged into his heart like a tide. Tears slid down his cheeks, and he choked and said, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I was too weak and didn't protect you well." Xiaomei. After saying this, he also disappeared between heaven and earth. Xinglu looked at the place where they disappeared and was thoughtful. However, the image of Jifutaro that was just played did not disappear with him. Instead, the screen turned to a dark place. At this time, the adult Xiaomei and the still ghost Jifutaro stood there. Chapter 275. Does reincarnation also depend on appearance? Jifutaro stared at his sister who had returned to human form, and seemed to understand something in his heart. When he saw Xiaomei intending to walk towards him, he deliberately pretended to be ferocious and shouted at her, "Hey, don't come over!" Xiaomei was frightened by his sudden reaction and looked at him in confusion. Although Jifutaro never regretted becoming a ghost, even if he was given another chance, he would still make the same decision. But at this moment, he no longer wanted his sister to follow in his footsteps and fall into this endless darkness and hell. So, he hardened his heart and said to his confused sister, "Didn't you say that we are not related by blood? Then get out of here and don't follow me. We will have no relationship anymore." Xiaomei heard the tears in her eyes burst instantly. She said with a trembling voice, "It's me. I'm sorry, I was wrong to say you're ugly just now." She tried to get closer to her brother. "Hey, brother, talk to me, don't ignore me." However, since Jifutaro had made a decision, he would not change it because of an apology. He looked at Xiaomei with tears on her face, turned around resolutely, and wanted to escape from this heartbreaking scene. "I said, we don't have any relationship anymore," he said coldly. "I'm going this way, so you go over there, go to a bright place." When Xiaomei heard his words, she instantly recalled the image of her brother she had seen before. She understood her brother's intentions and knew that he was doing it for her own good. So, she threw herself on Jifutaro's back with tears in her eyes and hugged his neck tightly. Jifutaro was startled by Xiaomei's sudden move, his face changed, and he was about to say something. However, Xiaomei cried loudly before him. "No, absolutely not. I will never leave you, I want to be with you forever. No matter how many reincarnations I go through, I will be your sister. Don't hate me, don't scold me, and don't leave me alone. If you dare to leave me, I will never forgive you." Xiaomei could no longer suppress her inner sadness and burst into tears. Her tears rolled down like beads that had broken off the string, dripping on Jifutaro's shoulders, through his clothes, and dripping into his heart. "Brother, have you forgotten our agreement?" This sentence was like a key that opened Jifutaro's dusty memory. He recalled the agreement he made with his sister when he was still a human. It was a day of heavy snow and cold wind. The brother and sister had no food, no clothes, and even no place to shelter from the wind and snow. There was only a tattered straw raincoat, which Jifutaro wrapped tightly around him. Although his body was shivering with cold, he still tried his best to protect his sister in his arms. He forced a smile on his face and said to Xiaomei in his arms, "As long as we are together, whether it is hunger or cold, it is just a piece of cake. I promised that I will always be with you and will never leave you. Look, there is nothing to be afraid of." Thinking of this, Jifutaro was silent. He carried Xiaomei tightly on his back, as if he wanted to integrate her into his body. With her crying, they walked towards the hell and the sea of fire together. In the end, they could no longer be seen. In the outside world, Kushina, who saw the result of the two, said with deep emotion, are hateful people necessarily pitiful? Her words made the others present fall into contemplation, and they nodded in agreement. Koko Shinobu couldn't help but think of her sister's ideal, to find a ghost who does not eat people and can live in peace with humans. Although this ideal seemed impossible to her, especially after her sister's death. But after this incident, coupled with the appearance of Nezuko, a ghost who does not eat people and even protects people. All these filled her heart with complex emotions. She subconsciously looked at Xingliu, hoping to get an answer from him. And Xingliu was asking questions to Minato and others at this time. As a ninja of the new era, although military force is important, thoughts must also keep up with the pace of the times. He released these images not for entertainment, but to teach them some profound truths through them. Xingliu said seriously, "You have all seen the images just now. Now I will ask a question, which is considered as your make-up test project." The members of the three teams were immediately deflated when they heard this. They thought that this assessment was difficult enough, but they didn't expect Xingliu to add more questions. However, when they thought that others were not qualified to receive personal guidance from the Hokage, they immediately cheered up. They didn't want to be kicked out of the team and lost this opportunity. After all, the Hokage's personal guidance is an honor that countless people dream of. At this time, several pillars were also attracted. They stood there quietly, waiting for Xingliu's next speech. Xingliu looked around at everyone and slowly said, "Who can tell me why Xiaomei, also known as Zuoji, cannot go to hell? She and her brother are ghosts who have eaten countless people. Why are there differences between the two of them?" As soon as Xingliu finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. They were moved by the emotions in the image just now and ignored this detail. Now thinking back, it does seem a little incredible. Xiaomei and her brother are both evil spirits, why do they have different endings? Is it really because Xiaomei is beautiful that she can go to heaven, while Jifutaro goes to hell because he is ugly? Could it be that reincarnation also depends on appearance? Everyone couldn't help but think about this, but soon denied this absurd idea. Several pillars also frowned, obviously they didn't understand the reason. After a while, Minato's eyes lit up, as if he thought of something. He quickly said, "Teacher Xingliu, is it related to Xiaomei's age?" Xingliu nodded slightly, "It is indeed somewhat related, but it is not the point." Minato was delighted when he heard this, but then he fell into deep thought again. He originally thought that Xiaomei could become a Buddha because she became a ghost at a young age, but now it seems that this answer is not correct. So, what is the real reason? Seeing that they were still thinking hard but still couldn't get the answer, Xingliu couldn't help but sigh slightly and decided to reveal the answer to them. However, before that, he asked another question. If a child has been with a person who kills people like drinking water since childhood, will he think that killing is a bad thing? This question was like a flash of lightning that broke through the night sky, instantly lighting up everyone's thoughts. They began to understand that the influence of the environment has a huge effect on a person's growth and cognition. The impatient Kushina shouted excitedly, "Teacher, I understand." Chapter 276 The duck in the mouth will not only fly, but also explode. Kushina's face turned ruddy due to excitement. After taking a breath, she continued. The reason why Xiaomei did not fall into hell is that she does not think that eating people is wrong. Her brother has always taught her this, so she thinks it is natural. After that, she looked at Xingliu expectantly, eager to get the praise of her idol. Xingliu looked at her enthusiastic look and couldn't help but smile, and praised generously, "Well said, you really grasped the key to the problem." Hearing this, Kushina's face bloomed with a bright smile. However, Xingliu's next words made her stunned, "But your explanation is not perfect enough." Then, he turned to Yakang, "Yakang, do you have anything to add?" Yakang did not rush to answer, but first gently touched Kushina's head to comfort her. As the oldest member of the team, she always took care of Minato and Kushina as her younger brothers and sisters. Therefore, at this moment, she naturally took on the responsibility of a sister. After comforting Kushina, Yakang said softly, Xiaomei has not received formal education since she was a child. All her knowledge comes from her brother. So her sins may have been transferred to her brother. Combined with her age, it is better to say that she is a child with a distorted personality rather than a demon. Maybe in her eyes, cannibalism is not a crime, but just a means for her to survive. She has always been fighting to survive. Perhaps it is because of this that she has been able to avoid the fate of falling into hell. After saying this, she did not forget to praise Kushina. Kushina's previous analysis gave me a lot of inspiration, so I can further improve this idea. Hearing Yakang's praise, Kushina's smile bloomed again. After hearing this, the others also suddenly realized and nodded to show their understanding. The rock pillar even had tears in his eyes, and he kept saying, Amitabha. Koko Shinobu walked to Xingliu with light steps, her voice was soft and with a hint of expectation, Master Xingliu, do you think it is possible for humans and ghosts to coexist peacefully? Xingliu looked at her with some surprise, and then asked, Koko Shinobu, can you make everyone give up eating meat? This question made Koko Shinobu slightly stunned, but she soon understood the meaning. Then she heard Xingliu say, and Muzan will not be able to jump for a few days, and there will be no evil ghosts after that. In the dark and deep infinite castle, Muzan's face was anxious and distorted. He urged Mingnu eagerly and ordered her to quickly recall Kokushibo and others. Under his order, Mingnu performed her blood demon art with a slightly pale face and brought back the evil ghosts who had not yet arrived at the designated location one by one. When Kokushibo and others were suddenly brought back by Mingnu, they seemed a little at a loss and looked confused. However, Minato's clone quickly adapted to this change. He began to observe the situation around him calmly and prepared to start collecting intelligence. However, at this moment, Muzan's meat whip was like a flexible giant snake, suddenly turning into a ferocious giant mouth, and fiercely attacked Minato's clone. The clone's pupils suddenly shrank, and he realized that he could no longer avoid this fatal attack. At this critical moment, the clone's eyes became firm and resolute. He quickly activated dozens of detonating talismans hidden in his clothes, ready to die with the enemy. Muzan was still immersed in the ecstasy of overcoming the sun, but he never expected that this duck that was in his mouth did not fly away, but detonated himself at the last moment. The power of the detonating talisman was released instantly, and the huge explosion sounded throughout the infinite city. The evil spirits present were blown away by this terrifying force, and there was chaos. The aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, and the air in the infinite city was filled with thick smoke and burnt smell. Muzan roared angrily, his figure looming in the smoke, like a wounded beast. He waved his meat whip frantically, sweeping the surrounding smoke and rubble around, trying to find the remnants after the clone exploded. His heart was also full of anger, he couldn't accept that he was actually tricked. But after the clone dissipated, there was nothing but a wisp of green smoke. So, after searching for a long time, Muzan found nothing. But he didn't notice that in a hidden corner of the infinite city, a special style of kunao was standing there quietly. The angry Muzan gradually calmed down as time went by. Even if he was stupid at this moment, he knew that he might have been fooled. What's more, Muzan was not stupid at all. This fact made it even more difficult for him to accept, and the anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt, ready to explode. The evil spirits around felt Muzan's anger and were all silent, not daring to speak. However, Muzan's character was originally despicable, and he would not admit that he had a problem. And this plan was proposed and perfected by Doma, so all the anger after the failure was poured on Doma. He stared at Doma, with a strong murderous intent and anger in his eyes, as if he wanted to tear him into pieces to relieve his hatred. Doma was stared at by Muzan like this, and he also knew that he was going to be unlucky, but he was still ready to struggle. However, before he could open his mouth, Muzan's whip had already poured down like a rainstorm, whipping him hard again and again until his skin was torn and the pain was unbearable. And because it was Muzan who did it, the self-healing ability that the evil ghost was proud of was invalid at this moment. Musen's whip mercilessly whipped Doma, and every blow made him feel heartbroken. However, Doma did not make any sound of begging for mercy or groaning, and his face still had that disgusting smile. After a long time, Musen stopped his hand. He looked coldly at Doma, who fell to the ground, without a trace of sympathy or pity in his eyes. "This is your failure, Doma." Musen's voice was cold and ruthless. "I hope you can remember this lesson and don't let me down next time." The punishment was finally over, and the evil ghost's powerful self-healing ability returned to normal. Doma's body recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon it was as good as before, as if the pain and torture just now was just an illusion. He stood up, and except for some damage to his clothes, there was no trace of injury on his body. "Lord Musen, although our operation failed this time, it is not without gain." Musen was about to leave, but he stopped when he heard this and glanced at him coldly. "Go on." Doma smiled and explained. "Through this, we can see that the Demon Slayer Corps really regards the rest of the humans as very important. With such a big risk, they still take saving people as their responsibility. So, why don't you convert some of the high-ranking humans, and let them send people to help us catch Nezuko?" Chapter 277. Minato must have his reasons for doing this. After hearing this proposal, Musen fell into a brief contemplation. Then, he burst into laughter, and seemed to be very satisfied with this strategy. Doma's words really touched his heart. According to the principles of the Demon Slayer Corps, they really won't fight with others easily. In this way, even if the Demon Slayer Corps, no matter how strong an individual is, it is ultimately difficult to withstand the consumption of human wave tactics. As for the previous failure, Musen has already forgotten it. At this moment, he only has the vision and calculation for the future in his mind. However, there is still a key problem in this plan that needs to be solved urgently. Musen's laughter gradually subsided. He frowned slightly, and asked in a deep voice. "You said it lightly, but we don't know where the Demon Slayer Corps is hiding. If they hide deliberately, what should we do?" Doma was prepared. He smiled slightly and replied, "Lord Musen, this problem is actually not difficult to solve. The reason why we can't find the Demon Slayer Corps is that the number of demons is still too small compared to this vast land. But if you can transform the high-level humans into our companions, then their subordinates will naturally become our eyes and ears. At that time, are you still afraid of not finding the trace of the Demon Slayer Corps?" Musen nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Doma and said, "I'll leave it to you this time, but if you fail this time, you don't have to come back." Doma didn't feel any fear after hearing this, but just said calmly, "I understand, Lord Musen." After yesterday's fierce battle, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps stayed on the battlefield to deal with the aftermath, while the rest returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Today, at Minato's request, the Pillars meeting will be held again to discuss the follow-up plan for the attack on Musen. To be honest, yesterday's meeting did not go smoothly to the end, and many important topics have not yet been concluded. But after seeing the powerful strength of Minato and others, and witnessing the scene of the upper-rank demons still brave and fearless in the sun, the 9 Pillars and the Yubayashiki felt the urgency of time. Therefore, they got up early today, fearing that Minato and others would wait for a long time. However, when they hurried to the meeting room, they were surprised to find that Minato had sat there earlier than them. Of course, Minato was the only one in the meeting room at this time, and his companions seemed to be resting. Fuzukawa Shima noticed that Minato had faint dark circles on his face, and it was obvious that he had not slept all night. So he whispered in Yubayashiki's ear the scene he saw when he came in, which made Yubayashiki feel an inexplicable emotion. Compared with Minato, those who had a deep hatred for the evil spirits seemed to be inferior in some aspects. Minato seemed to see their embarrassment and smiled and comforted them. "Don't worry, I just want to complete the teacher's task as soon as possible. After all, I also want to officially become a student of Teacher Xingliu as soon as possible." Although these words were polite, they made the members of the Demon Slayer Corps find the entry point of the topic, and they all talked with Minato warmly. Not long after, Kushina, Yakang and members of the other two teams also arrived one after another. Kushina rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked around and found that Xingliu and the other three teachers were not present, so she asked curiously, "Huh? Why didn't Xingliu come?" Minato explained, "Oh, when I met Xingliu and the others this morning, I asked them to help build a training ground." As soon as she heard the word training, Kushina immediately perked up and lost all her sleepiness. She stared at Minato with resentment on her face and complained, "Why do we have to train again? I finally graduated from school." Yakang gently patted Kushina's shoulder and comforted her, "Don't be like this, Kushina. Minato must have his reasons for doing this." Minato touched his nose helplessly and said with a wry smile, "This is also unavoidable. After these few battles, we have a certain understanding of the demons. With our strength, it is not difficult to defeat them, but it is very difficult to completely eliminate them. And the Demon King Musen's strength must be above these upper-rank demons. If he wants to escape, it will be difficult for us to complete the task of Teacher Xingliu." Hearing this, Kushina also put away her joking attitude and became serious. She knew that whether she could complete this assessment was of great significance to her. After all, this was a big deal related to whether she could get close to her idol. Kushina asked eagerly, "Minato, do you have any countermeasures?" Minato nodded calmly and explained, "The most difficult thing about evil spirits is their immortality, so Kushina and Rosa, the sealing technique of the two of you will be our key. In the battle, we will create opportunities for you. At that time, you must quickly and accurately perform the sealing technique and directly seal the Demon King Musen." Kushina's eyes flashed with a hint of joy after hearing this, but then she vaguely felt something was wrong. However, before she could think about it, Minato had already turned to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. As for the other evil spirits on the battlefield, Minato continued, "It depends on the members of the Demon Slayer Corps to contain them. Once we have dealt with Musen, we will immediately come back to help you." After hearing this, Yubayashiki Yoya smiled gently and said, "Mr. Minato is too modest. Killing evil spirits is our duty. We are grateful for your help." Kyojuro also nodded firmly and agreed, "My lord, what you said is very true. Minato, you can go and deal with Musen without worry. These evil spirits want reinforcements only by stepping over our corpses." His words were also agreed by the other pillars. However, Yubayashiki frowned slightly and said with some concern, "That being said, we, the Demon Slayer Corps, know nothing about Musen's whereabouts, and we don't even know what he looks like. What should we do?" Hearing this, Minato smiled and took out a special kunao from his arms and showed it to everyone. He looked confident, as if he had made perfect preparations. When Kushina saw the kunao, she couldn't help but exclaimed, staring at Minato with wide eyes, "Is it Flying Thunder God? Have you mastered it?" Minato smiled bitterly and shook his head, explaining, "It's just the first version of Flying Thunder God. I haven't mastered the subsequent improvements made by Teacher Xingliu. At present, it can't be used in combat." As he said that, he looked at the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and seeing their confused faces, he didn't continue to explain. Instead, he threw the kunao lightly to a corner in the distance. Then, he closed his eyes, and a few seconds later, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already standing next to the kunao. Chapter 278, If you're not good at it, just admit it. This scene made the members of the Demon Slayer Corps dumbfounded. Although they knew that these people had supernatural powers, Minato's ability to move like a flash still amazed them. Minato walked back to the crowd calmly, and first explained Kushina's question. "I can't sense the position of the kunao instantly now. If I use it rashly in battle, it will take too long to prepare and reveal a flaw." Then, he turned to Yubayashiki Yoya and said calmly, "The only person who can make all the upper-rank demons go out to capture Nezuko is Musen. Therefore, in the last battle, I had my clone secretly carry the flying thunder god Kunao. If everything goes well, there should be a Kunao lying quietly near Muzan, waiting for us to launch a general attack. Although Yubayashiki couldn't see, he understood Minato's ability to use special Kunao to move through space after the detailed explanation of the pillars. And at this moment, there was a Kunao lurking near Muzan. Knowing this, Yubayashiki Yoya stood up excitedly, with an indescribable joy on his face. "That's great!" he said loudly. "In this way, the prerequisites for defeating Muzan have been gathered. I have a feeling that this blood feud that has lasted for 1,000 years will definitely end in the hands of our generation." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the conference room was pushed open and Xingliu walked in from outside. His expression was serious and his eyes were directly cast on Minato. "Minato, although some words are unpleasant to hear, you must learn to speak frankly." There was a hint of severity in Xingliu's voice. "You should understand that the reason why the tasks of the ninja village are divided into levels is to ensure the success rate of the tasks and the safety of the executors. If people with insufficient strength are allowed to perform high-level tasks, the result will only be failure or even sacrifice." Others looked at Xingliu and Minato in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly said this. Minato smiled bitterly and nodded, indicating that he understood what Xingliu meant. He turned to several pillars, hesitated for a moment, but finally said frankly, "Although I suggested that you hold back the rest of the demons to buy us time, I have to admit that your strength is far behind that of the upper-rank demons. Except for that monk, the rest of the people may find it difficult to resist the upper-rank demons." Minato had already begun to plan this time in the last battle, but what made him feel tricky was the current strength of the Demon Slayer Corps. After careful observation and analysis, he believed that except for the rock pillar, the other pillars might not be able to hold out for too long when facing the upper-rank demons such as Kokushibo. Even if there are only 3 upper-rank demons left now, the strength of the upper-rank one is enough to fight the entire Demon Slayer Corps. In addition, he needs to hide Kushina and Rosa as hidden pieces, so the current manpower seems quite tight. So in order to improve the overall strength of the team and better complete the assessment, Minato specifically asked Xingliu and other teachers to make a training ground and plan to conduct intensive training within a limited time. Although time is tight, Minato believes that the new breathing method will greatly enhance the strength of their 3 teams. In this way, he has a 70% chance of successfully killing Muzan. However, not everyone can easily accept this reality. The irritable wind pillar. After hearing what Minato said, Shia was furious. He walked quickly to Minato, glared at him and drew his sword. "How can you say such nonsense?" he roared. "You haven't fought with me, how do you know I can't do it?" As he said that, he pointed his sword at Minato. However, to his surprise, his wrist was firmly held by Minato. "Sorry, I may be a little direct." Minato's voice was still calm, "But Xingliu teacher is right, we must face reality. If I don't tell you the truth, you may encounter the upper demon without preparation and be defeated in an instant." Shia felt the power from Minato's palm, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He understood that Minato was not exaggerating, and this gap in strength did exist. Minato let go of his hand, looked into Shimai's eyes, and said sincerely, "Mr. Shimai, please believe me, I have no intention of belittling you. But facing the upper-rank demon, you must be cautious no matter what." Shimai was silent for a moment, then slowly put down the sword in his hand. He understood that Minato was telling the truth, and they really needed more powerful forces to fight against the upper-rank demon. "I understand." Shimai's voice was a little low. "I will work hard to improve my strength and will not let you down." At the same time, the other pillars also deeply realized the gap in strength between each other from this brief confrontation. This discovery made them fall into a brief silence. In the battle the day before, they saw Minato and others fighting with the upper-rank demons. They were confident that they could do this, but reality cruelly broke their fantasy. Just when they were frustrated, a crisp applause broke the silence. Xingliu stood in front of them with an encouraging smile on his face. don't be so discouraged, I found a teacher for you. He paused and continued, just think of it as a reward for letting me see so many touching moments. After that, he turned and shouted to the door, come in. As the voice fell, a man wearing a red haori, dark red hair, a high ponytail, and 2 earrings on his ears walked in. He looked around at the people present, and a vicissitudes of life appeared on his face. I didn't expect Musen to be alive, I am really sinful. The appearance of this man changed the atmosphere at the scene. The vicissitudes and self-blame revealed in his tone made everyone feel an inexplicable depression. Kyojuro stared at the man in front of him, and a feeling of déjà vu came to his mind. He couldn't help but ask, who are you? The man slowly turned around, staring at everyone with deep eyes, and said in a low and powerful voice, I am Yoriichi Tsugakuin, and I was also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. His words echoed in the air, and Yabayashiki Yoshia's breathing suddenly became rapid. He looked at Yoriichi in disbelief. Are you Yoriichi who forced Musen into a desperate situation hundreds of years ago? Yoriichi Tsugakuin shook his head gently, and a trace of self-blame flashed in his eyes. No, I'm just a sinner who failed to kill Musen. Yoshia wanted to continue asking, but was interrupted by Xingliu. Okay, let's talk about the past later. Now, you need to follow me, and I will take you to the training place for the next few days. Chapter 279 What is a mere lifespan? Xingliu's words woke everyone up from a dream, and the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps nodded one after another, agreeing with Xingliu's statement. They had seen the magical ability of the star stream to make the dead reappear briefly before, so they did not have too many doubts about the identity of Tsugakoku Yoriichi at this moment. Since the identity is correct, the strength of this swordsman who once forced Musen into a desperate situation is naturally beyond doubt. Moreover, compared with Minato and others, Yoriichi, as the founder of the breathing method, is undoubtedly more suitable to guide them in their practice. So, everyone followed the pace of the star stream and went all the way to the so-called training ground. However, the scene in front of them shocked them. The training ground is not far from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, but they clearly remember that it was a dense jungle here yesterday. But today, the jungle has disappeared, replaced by a spacious training ground. What shocked them even more was that at the edge of the field, a towering waterfall appeared out of thin air, and the water poured down, stirring up layers of water, adding a magnificent color to the training ground. Moreover, since they stepped into this area, they felt a fresh breath coming towards them, as if all the cells in their bodies were cheering and their minds became unusually clear. At this time, Xingliu turned to Minato and said, I have completed all the requests you made yesterday. If you need anything else, just ask now, otherwise you may not be able to find me later. Minato looked around all around, feeling the rich natural energy here, his heart was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Xingliu, you've worked so hard. At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama came over from the side. Hearing Minato's words, Madara snorted in dissatisfaction. This training ground was built by Hashirama and I together, what does it have to do with that kid? Hashirama smiled and patted Madara's shoulder. Ha ha ha, don't say that. Isn't it the credit of Xingliu that the natural energy here is so rich? He also helped us. Seeing this, Minato also hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Several teachers have done a lot for us, and I am very grateful. Hearing his old friend and Minato say this, Madara's expression eased a little. The people of the Demon Slayer Corps were completely confused by this sudden conversation. They originally thought that changing the terrain overnight was the limit, but now it seems that this is just a trick of these strong men. This is completely beyond their cognition. However, when they saw the calm face of Jiguo Yuichi in front of them, an inexplicable emotion suddenly surged in their hearts. Yes, even a legendary swordsman who died hundreds of years ago can be summoned back to stand in front of them, what else is impossible? After the shock, their confidence was even stronger. With such strength, Xingliu and others will definitely help them kill Musen and resolve this 1000-year-old feud. However, they are not the kind of waste who can only rely on others. At this moment, their strength is indeed insufficient, but this is not unchangeable. Isn't the appearance of Jiguo Yuichi to help them improve themselves better and meet the upcoming decisive battle? However, just when they were full of fighting spirit and ready to devote themselves to intensive training, Jiguo Yuichi's next words were like a basin of cold water poured on their heads. Although it may sound cruel, I still think it's better to tell you in advance. Tsugakoku Yoshika's voice was calm and firm. You are all pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, and you have mastered the breathing method to perfection. So the only way to significantly improve your strength in just a few days is to open the markings. However, those who open the markings will not live beyond the age of 25. These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. The entire training ground fell into a dead silence in an instant. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only Tsugakoku Yoshika's calm and firm eyes sweeping across everyone's faces. However, this silence did not last long. The voice of Fuzugawa Shima broke the silence first. He said with his eyes wide open. Hey! Who do you think we are? As long as we can kill Muzan, what does a mere lifespan mean? Kyojuro also nodded and agreed, that's right. It is precisely because we have something to support that we become pillars. If we can kill Muzan, we will not hesitate even if we sacrifice our lives. Shinobu Koko nodded gently, her voice soft but equally firm. I don't want the next butterfly to suffer the same fate. Even if the price of changing this kind of thing is my life, I have no regrets. Uzui Tenjin posed and said in his weird tone. As beautiful as I am, how can I lag behind others in splendor? It is imperative to open the stripes. The others also expressed their determination and willingness, as if the cost of opening the stripes was not worth mentioning in their eyes. Even the rock pillar, who was over 25 years old and would die after opening, only expressed the same opinion with tears in his eyes. They want to learn. Shugakuin Yoriaki's expressionless face was finally broken at this moment. He looked at the group of people in front of him with some emotion, and in a trance, he seemed to have returned to the time when he was alive. It was the same at that time. A group of people who were willing to give up their lives learned the stripes from him, just to kill the Demon King and prevent the tragedy from happening again. Yoriichi, who was lost in memories, suddenly remembered his brother, Shugakuin Iwakatsu. His last memory before his death was that Iwakatsu, who had become a demon, attacked him. It's really pitiful, brother. Yoriichi sighed in his heart, it's my regret that I didn't save you. But this time, I think you can rest in peace. He looked at the group of determined and brave people in front of him, and his heart was full of confidence. On the other side, Minato and others were also shocked by their firm will. Because of the Star Stream, war has long been away from the next generation of the ninja world. So if there is one thing that Minato and his friends are not as good as in the original work, it is probably only their faith. And here, what they have seen and experienced has quietly set an example for them. All these can help them grow better. The so-called experience is such an invisible force. Infected by the faith of the Demon Slayer Corps, Minato and others also began to train harder. And the rest of the Demon Slayer Corps finally witnessed the inhuman battle that the Flame Pillar said. I don't know what Madara and Hashirama thought. Maybe they found Seiryu to fight him because they were not satisfied with the fight between the two. Seiryu was bored, so he agreed to their invitation. Because it was a sparring match, only physical skills were used. But even in a fight using only physical skills, the three of them fought like heaven and earth. Especially Hashirama and Seiryu, both of them have super strength, and they hit them everywhere. But as they fought, Seiryu got excited and pressed them to the ground for a while. Since then, Hashirama and Madara no longer looked for Seiryu to fight. Chapter 280 Preparation before the decisive battle. Under the mutual encouragement of Minato and others and the Demon Slayer Corps, their training became extremely hard. Even Kushina, who usually likes to slack off under the influence of Mito, has become extremely hard-working. Although she didn't say it, she knew deep down that she was the key to this plan. Compared with Luoxia's sealing technique, her ability is far different. Therefore, Luoxia is only an alternative plan when there is no other choice, and the real key lies in Kushina. Kushina, who understood this, felt unprecedented heavy pressure. However, she was not the only one who was under this pressure. The rest of the people also felt this sense of urgency, not only because this was the assessment task for the 9 of them, but also because the belief of the Demon Slayer Corps to burn jade and stone together deeply infected them. The belief of paying all costs to kill Muzan resonated in the hearts of each of them. Driven by this strong belief, they devoted themselves to training more diligently, constantly exploring and improving their potential. And the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, after seeing these outsiders working so hard, naturally put forward higher requirements for themselves. This made Xingliu shake his head and smile bitterly, and he secretly sighed in his heart. The phenomenon of involution is indeed everywhere. Although it seems short, the 3 days are enough for everyone to make significant progress. Most of the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps have successfully opened the stripes and mastered the skills of using the red sword. Minato and others have also made considerable breakthroughs during this period. The practice of breathing has greatly enhanced their physical strength, and the amount of chakra has also increased significantly. In terms of physical skills, their progress is even more amazing, and almost everyone can easily defeat the 2 of themselves 3 days ago. Of course, all this is inseparable from the high-powered environment created by Xingliu for them. It is in such an environment that they can master the breathing method so quickly and make such great progress in a short period of time. At the same time, Kushina was not idle. She used these few days to rush out several sealing scrolls. These scrolls are not traditional sealing scrolls, but new scrolls that have been improved by the 2nd generation. They can automatically activate and seal the enemy the moment they come into contact with it. Although Kushina's current level can only produce scrolls for enemies without strong resistance, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are still grateful. For the Demon Slayer Corps, these scrolls are undoubtedly a powerful help. After all, the current upper-rank demons are no longer afraid of sunlight, and many have even overcome the weakness of decapitation. In this case, these sealing scrolls may be their only weapon to win. They also know this very well, so they are full of gratitude to Kushina. This makes the little girl a little embarrassed. At this moment, Chugaku and Yoshiichi stared at the members of the Demon Slayer Corps with satisfaction. In their reluctant eyes, his body began to slowly dissipate, like the morning mist gradually fading away in the sun. His time limit has come. The star stream only gave him 3 days. However, for Chugaku and Yoshiichi, these 3 days are enough. He completed his mission, witnessed the growth of everyone, and left his firm belief. At the moment of fading, his eyes were deeply cast on Koko Shinobu. She stood there, her eyes full of reluctance and helplessness. Tsukuni Yoichi knew in his heart that she was frustrated because she could not learn the stripes and the red sword. Koko Shinobu's physique was too weak. She weighed only 37 kilograms and could not bear the burden of these 2 powerful abilities. Tsukuni Yoichi once told her that with her physical condition, even if she only activated the stripes, it would be a threat to her life. And she was not strong enough, so she could not trigger the effect of the red sword in the sword battle with others. Although Koko Shinobu said it was okay, Shi's expression was not that it didn't matter. But Chugaku and Yoshiichi could only silently bless her in his heart. This natural talent gap was something he couldn't change. Finally, in the eyes of everyone full of reluctance, Chugaku and Yoshika's figure completely dissipated in the air, as if he had never appeared. After greeting each other, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps left silently. They had 1 day to prepare and relax, because they would launch a decisive general attack the day after tomorrow. And Koko Shinobu stood there expressionlessly, as if she was thinking about something. Her eyes finally fell on the bumpy ground not far away, where there were traces of the fierce battle between Xingliu and Hashirama and Madara. Looking at the deep pits that were casually made by Xingliu, a hint of inexplicable color flashed in her beautiful eyes. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she accidentally bumped into a figure. Unprepared, she lost her balance and fell backwards. However, at this moment, a pair of strong arms held her firmly. Coco Ren looked up and found that it was Xingliu who was looking at her with a smile. This made her blush and struggle to stand up. "Sorry, I bumped into you," Xingliu said with a smile. Coco Ren gently tidied her hair at the temples and replied softly, "It's okay, it's also my problem." Then, there was a brief silence between the two. However, Coco Ren couldn't help but break the silence after all. She looked at Xingliu's smiling face and asked, "Shouldn't you be shopping with your beauties? How come you have time to come here today?" Xingliu didn't answer directly after hearing this, but looked deeply into Coco Ren's eyes. Until she lowered her head in embarrassment, he said with a smirk, "Isn't it because you are coming to find me? I was afraid that you couldn't find me, so I waited for you here specially." Coco Ren looked at Xingliu in surprise, wondering how he knew that she was coming to find him. And Xingliu continued, "Actually, you don't need to have such a big psychological burden. I thought about it these days. Since this world cannot resurrect the dead, I can bring you and your sister to my world. In this way, your sister can avoid death again." Hearing this, Coco Ren ignored her surprise and shyness and asked hurriedly, "Is it really possible? Can you really do it?" Chapter 281. You are particularly handsome today. However, after saying this, Coco Ren suddenly hesitated. She knew in her heart that she and Xingliu were just strangers who had met a few times in a hurry. Xingliu had reunited her with her sister before, and revived Jiguo Yuanyi to train them. These favors have made her not know how to repay them. Now, Xingliu has offered such a huge help again, and she feels speechless. Looking at the smile on Xingliu's face, Coco Ren knew in her heart that she might never forget this person again. Her heart beat more and more violently in her chest, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. That strange feeling spread through her body like an electric current, making her feel an inexplicable throbbing. The bitterness and helplessness that she had felt because of the beauty around Xingliu now turned into a sweet warm current flowing in her heart. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her excitement and anxiety. She knew that she couldn't always rely on Xingliu, but her feelings for him were as hard to extinguish as a burning flame. The tangled and helpless emotions were intertwined in her heart, like a tangled ball of thread that couldn't be untied. Before, she didn't know how to face this feeling because she was determined to die. However, today, when she heard Xingliu say the words that rekindled her hope, all the suppressed emotions in her heart instantly surged out like a flood. The incomparable sadness surged into her heart like a dark tide, drowning her in it. She remembered the moment when her sister slowly passed away in front of her eyes, and the feeling of helplessness and despair swept over her again. Her tears slid down her cheeks uncontrollably, falling to the ground like pearls from a broken string. Xingliu was not a dull person. Although he was a little confused by Coco Shinobu's sudden loss of control, he could also keenly sense that what she wanted at the moment was just a little comfort and companionship. So he gently stretched out his arms and embraced her in his broad chest. In that solid and powerful embrace, Coco Shinobu felt an unprecedented warmth and protection. This warmth made the sadness in her heart surge out like a tide, and her tears slid silently, wetting Xingliu's clothes. However, he did not retreat or feel unhappy because of this, but just gently patted her back, silently conveying his presence and support. After a long time, Coco Shinobu finally slowed down. She slowly raised her head, her eyes slightly red, but her gaze was extremely firm. She stared straight at Xingliu, as if she wanted to deeply engrave his appearance in her heart. Xingliu felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him, and couldn't help but asked softly, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Coco Shinobu gently shook her head, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and showed a slightly shy smile. "Nothing, I just think you are a little special today." Xingliu was stunned, and then remembered the conversation with Tsunade 2 days ago, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. He didn't expect that Koko Shinobu would tease him with the same words at this time. However, looking at her bright smile, Xingliu's helplessness instantly disappeared. He raised his eyebrows in cooperation and asked curiously, "Oh? What's special?" Koko Shinobu didn't seem to expect him to cooperate so well, and blinked in surprise. But soon, she regained her composure and said mischievously, "Very handsome." As soon as the voice fell, she couldn't help laughing herself. The silver bell-like laughter echoed in the air, as if it could dispel all the haze. Xingliu couldn't help but raise his mouth and laughed with her. The laughter of the two intertwined together, forming a warm and beautiful picture. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten all the troubles and sorrows, leaving only each other's sincere smiles and spiritual exchanges. Xingliu gazed affectionately at Koko Shinobu, who was close at hand, looking at her eyes as bright as amethyst, and an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. He slowly lowered his head and approached her lips. Koko Shinobu felt his breath and heartbeat, and she knew what would happen next. She gently closed her eyes and waited for that moment to come. Time passed quickly, and it was the next morning in a blink of an eye. The sun shone through the clouds, covering the earth with a layer of golden light. At this quiet and solemn moment, the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered together. At this moment, their eyes all fell on Shinobu Koko, who was smiling brightly. The happiness and satisfaction revealed in that smile were completely different from before, which made people feel a little surprised. However, among this group of pillars, only the love pillar Kanroji Mitsurai, who was also a woman, seemed to have noticed something. She keenly caught the flashing light in Shinobu Koko's eyes, which was a kind of hidden joy and expectation. Kanroji Mitsurai's heart was rippled, and she curiously wanted to get close to Shinobu Koko to explore the secret behind that smile. However, at this moment, Yubayashiki Yoil walked slowly into the meeting room. His arrival made Kanroji Mitsurai temporarily put aside the doubts in her heart and turned her attention to the important topic that was about to begin. Yoya stood in front of everyone, his deep eyes full of heaviness and reluctance. He knew that this might be their last meeting of the pillars. After tomorrow, some of them might never be able to gather together like today again. He clenched his trembling hands, thousands of words came to his mind, but he choked in his throat and couldn't say them out. Finally, he took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed deeply in the direction of the pillars. "I wish you good luck in martial arts." Although his voice was low, it was full of determination and blessings. Seeing this, the pillars straightened their chests and responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." The short meeting ended quickly. Mitsurai Kanroji took a step eagerly and quickly caught up with Shinobu Koko, who was about to leave. She was full of curiosity and doubts about her friend, and was determined to find out. Before everyone noticed, Mitsurai gently took Shinobu Koko's hand and led her to a secluded corner. It was quiet here, with only the two of them standing opposite each other. Mitsurai stared at Shinobu Koko, with a sharp light in her eyes. She lowered her voice and asked tentatively, "Shinobu, are you hiding any secrets from me? Are you together with Xingliu-kun?" When Shinobu Koko heard this, a blush appeared on her pretty face. Then, under Mitsurai's eyes that seemed to have seen through everything, she nodded slightly and said softly, "Yes, we are together." Mitsurai was a little stunned when she heard this. She raised her hand and patted her forehead gently, saying with a bit of complaint, "Oh, you're too fast. You're over before I can make a move." Shinobu Koko couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard this, and said unhappily, "Didn't you give up? Why, you changed your mind now?" Mitsurai was touched by what she was thinking, and she became a little embarrassed in an instant. She hesitated for a moment, and then explained in a low voice, "I didn't give up, I was just struggling whether I could accept that he had so many female companions." Her voice it got lower and lower, and finally almost turned into a mutter. Chapter 282 Infinite Castle Decisive Battle. Of course, Shinobu Koko heard every word of Mitsurai clearly. But she also knew that no matter how anxious others were, they could not help with such matters related to personal emotions, and in the end, the person involved had to think it through slowly. So, she gently changed the topic and talked to Mitsurai about other relaxing and interesting things. Mitsurai was secretly relieved to see Shinobu Koko no longer mention what happened just now so considerately. She really needed some time to sort out her thoughts and think seriously about the complicated emotions. In this way, the two girls each had their own concerns, but they seemed to have put down the burden and talked and laughed happily. Their laughter echoed in the corner, as if even the air was infected by this joy. After a full day of rest, Minato and his party and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps have recovered to their best mental state. At this moment, they gathered together on time according to the agreed time. Minato looked around, looking at his comrades who were fully prepared, and a sense of pride surged in his heart. In the past few days, they have repeatedly discussed strategies and perfected every detail to ensure that there is no room for error. At this moment, he had already keenly sensed the flying thunder god Kunao in the Infinite City, and everything was going according to plan. So, Minato took a deep breath and motioned to everyone to hold hands. After doing all this, everyone disappeared on the spot. The battle against Muzan officially kicked off. In the alien space, Hashirama turned to Seiryu curiously and asked the question in his mind. Seiryu, do you think they can successfully defeat the Demon King Muzan? You told me that Muzan is extremely timid. If he chooses to escape like he did when he faced Jigoku, can these children handle it? Hearing this, Seiryu smiled lightly and replied, Shode-sama, you underestimate these children. They are not only powerful enough, but also well prepared. Don't worry, Muzan will definitely not escape this time. Hearing Seiryu's confident answer, Senju Hashirama's interest was completely aroused. He said with a hint of provocation, Oh? Since you are so confident, how about we make a bet? I bet those children can't kill Muzan, and we will need their help in the end. As soon as Hashirama finished speaking, his old bond Madara also came over and joined the bet with great interest. He put his arm around Hashirama's shoulders and said proudly, I'll bet with you. But, Hashirama, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you have to be careful when betting with Xingliu. Don't lose the bet and have to count money for others like your granddaughter. Hashirama got angry when he heard this. He pushed Madara's hand away and said in defense, What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Madara couldn't help laughing out loud when he saw Hashirama's exasperated look. He knew Hashirama too well and knew that his love for gambling was simply obsessive. Back then, when Hashirama was still alive, he brought Tsunade into this pit. The two often gambled together and didn't care about losing everything. At that time, Mito was very angry about this, but Hashirama just couldn't change this habit. However, things are unpredictable. When Hashirama was summoned back by Xingliu, he was surprised to find that Tsunade had stopped gambling. This made him feel very disappointed, as if he had lost a common interest. Later, when he learned that it was Xingliu who made Tsunade quit gambling, he was even more furious. For Hashirama, a good guy, this might be the first time he really broke his defense. From then on, this topic became a taboo for Hashirama. Looking at the jokes and disputes between Madara and Hashirama, Xingliu shrugged helplessly. He knew the personalities of these two people, and also understood the deep bond between them. So, he waved his hand lightly, and the scene in front of them suddenly changed. In the picture, Minato and his men had sneaked into the Infinite Castle without anyone noticing. At this moment, Minato was looking at the chaotic and twisted room in front of him with a serious expression. He knew that the layout here was so chaotic, there must be ghosts secretly controlling these rooms. He turned his head and whispered to Kushina beside him, Have all the ghosts around sensed it? Kushina nodded and replied, Yes, I have completely mastered their positions. Hearing this, Minato had a bottom line in his heart. He quickly made a decision, Okay, in this case, we will split into two groups. Brother Hyaga, your Byakugan can see the situation here more clearly, so please lead the people of the Demon Slayer court to get rid of the ghosts controlling this place. As for us, we will go directly to the Infinite Castle." He looked around at everyone and said firmly, "Do you understand?" Everyone responded in unison, with a firm light in their eyes. With Minato's order, everyone quickly moved, left their original places, and ran towards the target. In the alien space of the star stream, Madara and Hashirama also saw the actions of Minato and others. Although they usually like to tease each other, they also restrained their smiles at this moment and observed the battle situation seriously. Hashirama looked at the figures of Minato and others, and couldn't help but sighed, "Minato is really amazing. He can make reasonable arrangements with such little information. He is really a natural ninja." Madara also nodded in agreement, "Indeed, this wisdom has exceeded my expectations." At the same time, in the Infinite City, Minato, Kushina, and others have quietly approached Musen's hiding place. The Hyuga brothers led the Demon Slayer Corps to search for the demon who controlled everything in the intricate rooms. Their white eyes flickered in the darkness, and any slight movement could not escape their eyes. But Mingnu obviously would not control the Infinite City for no reason, so they haven't found her yet. Time is running out, and Hayashi can't help but feel a little anxious, and this emotion distracted him a little. At this critical moment, Hisashi's loud shout suddenly rang out, "Get out of the way!" Then, a powerful force suddenly knocked Hayashi away. The next moment, a crescent-shaped sword energy rushed past his neck, and the sharp sword energy made the air freeze. Fortunately, Hayashi acted in time and saved Hayashi from the scythe of the god of death. After landing, the two brothers quickly stabilized their bodies and looked at each other, seeing the relief and fear in each other's eyes. Chapter 283 Infinite City Decisive Battle, I. Then, everyone's eyes were all cast in the direction of the sword energy. There, Kokushibo held the hollow crying god in his hand and slowly set up an attacking posture. He shouted coldly, "Seventh type evil mirror moon reflection." Before he finished speaking, countless crescent-shaped sword energies poured down on them like a rainstorm. However, this time, everyone was already prepared. They responded quickly and successfully resolved Kokushibo's fierce attack. Although the power of this attack was stronger than before, it did not hurt them at all. The impatient Shimizu was the first to lose control. He roared and rushed directly towards Kokushibo. The rock pillar and the mist pillar were worried about his safety, and followed him without hesitation. The three fought side by side, with great momentum. Looking at the three people rushing over, Kokushibo's mouth curled up with a hint of disdain and mockery. He didn't seem to take these three people seriously and was ready to defeat them easily. At this moment, Hisashi looked at the chaotic room around him, and his pupils shrank sharply. The next moment he shouted, "Don't be impulsive." Unfortunately, his reminder was still a step too late. As the sound of a pipa sounded, the surrounding rooms changed instantly. Kokushibo and the three pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps disappeared in front of everyone, as if they were swallowed into another space. Obviously, this was Mingnu's method. She moved the enemies to other places, trying to defeat them one by one. Of course, she didn't realize that in doing so, she also exposed her position. Hayashi quickly stopped the other pillars who wanted to go forward to check, and he said in a deep voice, "I have found the target, and now the top priority is to complete the task. Believe in them, they have enough faith and strength, and they will not fall here." On the other side, Shimizu, Muichiro, and Gyomei looked at Kokushibo solemnly. After the defeat in the previous battle, this upper-rank demon obviously did not intend to talk nonsense with them anymore. He tightly grasped his beloved sword and rushed towards the three people at lightning speed. When he was still some distance away from them, Kokushibo shouted, "Second form, Zuhuanongyu." As soon as the words fell, countless crescent-shaped sword energy approached the three people like a crescent moon. However, Kokushibo finally underestimated the enemy. After experiencing the teachings of Tsugakoku Yoshiichi, the three people have opened the red swords and stripes, and their strength has greatly increased. Even though Kokushibo saw the next moves of the three people through the transparent world, he was already in the breathing period of performing the moves at this moment, and his body could not make large-scale changes. He could only watch his attack being blocked by the rock pillar Gyomei, while Shimizu and Muichiro took the opportunity to come to his side. At this critical moment, Shimizu and Muichiro did not have time to perform complex sword shapes. They simply swung the red swords in their hands and slashed at Kokushibo fiercely. The red blade played a huge role after cutting off Kokushibo's hands. Even an upper-rank demon cannot regenerate instantly after being cut by the red sword. For a time, Kokushibo was in trouble. He roared in pain, trying to break free and regain control of the battle. However, Shimei, Muichiro and Gyomei worked closely together, attacking like a tide, leaving him no time to breathe. They continued to launch fierce attacks, forcing Kokushibo to retreat again and again, and fell into an absolute disadvantage. At this moment, a sound of pipa suddenly rang out. This was Kokushibo's home court, and the power of Naruto played a role at this moment. As the sound of the pipa echoed, Kokushibo's figure disappeared in front of the three people. They were transferred to another space and could no longer attack. However, Naruto's move this time allowed the Hayashi brothers to lock her position more accurately. They led the Demon Slayer Corps to the direction where Naruto was without hesitation. Mingnu also sensed the approach of danger. She waved the pipa in her hand continuously, trying to get rid of the enemy by changing the spatial layout. However, all this was in vain. In front of the white eyes of the Hayashi brothers, her actions were invisible. They broke down walls and crossed water, approaching Mingnu with great momentum. Seeing the enemy approaching, Mingnu was extremely anxious. She tried to contact Muzan for help, but found that there was no news from Muzan. When she waved the pipa to bring Muzan over, she did not get any response. She was horrified to find that the space there seemed to be isolated. However, Mingnu did not know that Muzan was also in trouble at the moment. Long before Kokushibo launched the attack, Minato and others had successfully launched a sneak attack. In order to prevent Muzan from escaping and to prevent any possible troublemakers, they cleverly used the four purple flame formation to tightly surround the area where Muzan was before the battle began. Because of this, Mingnu could not control the space covered by the barrier. When the purple barrier slowly rose, an ominous premonition surged in Muzan's heart. The cowardice in his character made him have the urge to escape at the first time. However, his retreat was quickly blocked. Several dark red fireballs flew quickly, pointing directly at his vitals. Muzan already knew the power of these fireballs through Kokushibo, so he did not dare to be careless. Although these fireballs blocked all his retreats, Muzan was not an ordinary human. He alienated his body and let the fireballs pass through his body. The high temperature of the burning shield made the place where he passed by carbonized instantly, but Muzan barely avoided this fatal attack. Then, he tried to escape the predicament by exploding his body. However, the moment his flesh and blood touched the barrier, it burned violently. This scene made the other flesh and blood of Muzan stagnate, and he never dared to touch the mysterious barrier easily again. Muzan's flesh and blood gradually recondensed and formed his figure again. He stared at the people in front of him with a gloomy face, and his tone revealed a cold chill. "You are not from the Demon Slayer Corps, why do you have to be my enemy?" However, it was Minato who suddenly threw a kunai in response to Muzan. Muzan quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed the kunai flying towards him, then raised his eyebrows and looked at Minato coldly. He was about to open his mouth to mock, but suddenly found that Minato disappeared out of thin air under his nose. Then, a strong sense of crisis came. Spiral Whirlwind Phantom Aurora Roar. Accompanied by a roar, a sunwheel sword wrapped in wind escape chakra instantly slashed across Muzan's neck. Then, in his astonished eyes, Minato quickly made up a blow. I saw a whirlwind-like ball quickly condensed in Minato's left hand. Raise Non. Chapter 284 Infinite Castle Decisive Battle, 2. With a low shout, the ball smashed into Muzan's body, knocking him heavily to the ground. Although Muzan had a strong recovery ability, he was obviously beaten to the point of being unable to move. Kushina! Minato shouted loudly. Kushina did not hesitate. She began to form a seal while Minato was fighting, and finally completed the sealing technique in her hand. 9 Palace Seal. This sealing technique from the hands of Xingliu showed amazing power at this moment. Countless chains appeared out of thin air in front of Kushina in an instant, as if they understood the master's intentions. They bypassed Minato and rushed straight towards Muzan. The moment the chains touched Muzan, his body lost the power to resist. He couldn't even use the means of self-detonation to escape. Not long after, these chains dragged Muzan into the void. Then, a scroll slowly took shape in the void, and the face of Muzan suddenly appeared in the middle of the scroll. Seeing everything settled, Noeki walked out from the side. He blinked and asked curiously, "Is it over?" Kushina took 2 breaths and rolled her eyes at him unhappily. "Do you think it's easy? If it weren't for Minato's unexpected flying thunder god and my sealing technique, how could it be so easy?" At this time, Yakang also came out, frowning and looking around sharply. An indescribable uneasiness lingered in her heart, and she always felt something was wrong. She turned to Fuqiu and Mi Qin, who were maintaining the 4 purple flame formation, and said in a serious tone, "Don't rush to lift the seal, I don't think things are that simple." Although Fuqiu and Mi Qin were continuing to consume chakra at this moment, they still nodded firmly, indicating that they agreed with Yakang's opinion. They knew that at this critical moment, any negligence could lead to irreversible consequences. Minato also came back to his senses, and he realized that the battle just now seemed too easy. And, most importantly, the 3 teachers of Xingliu had not appeared yet, which meant that the battle was not really over. Muzan might have a backup plan. Just when he figured this out, Kushina's face suddenly changed, and she shouted, "Be careful!" The next moment, countless meat whips emerged from the ground, like vicious snakes, swiftly swinging at everyone. Minato and Yakang reacted quickly and dodged this fatal attack in an instant. Although Kushina reacted a little slower, she barely avoided the whip of the meat whip. However, Noeki was not so lucky. He was hit hard by the meat whip and flew out, and his body drew a long arc in the air. The worst thing was that his body was flying straight towards the 4 purple flame formation. At this critical moment, a stream of gold dust suddenly emerged from the ground and caught Rope Tree steadily. Luo Sha walked out of the dark, he looked at Rope Tree, and said in a serious tone, "Be careful, this battle is not over yet." Rope Tree lowered his head in shame, he knew he had made a serious mistake. Then, he looked up at Muzan, who appeared again on the battlefield, and asked in confusion, how did he avoid the attack from Sister Kushina? Luo Sha said in a deep voice, "He may not have dodged it at all. What Kushina sealed just now was just an empty shell, and his body may have moved underground to escape while he was talking. It's just that he didn't expect that the 4 purple flame formation would even block the underground, so he had to come out to attack us." At the same time, Luo Sha was not idle. His chakra was surging, causing the ground of the battlefield to gradually change, and finally turned into the form of gold dust. In this way, he can no longer dodge by escaping underground. Luo Sha said lightly. Muzan also obviously noticed this change. He stared at Luo Sha fiercely. At this moment, he was forced into a desperate situation. Watching Kushina gasping for breath and starting to seal again, Muzan knew that once the girl's technique was completed, it would be his doom. So, at this critical moment, Muzan took out his trump card. With him as the center, powerful shock waves suddenly exploded in all directions. The gold dust on the ground was blown away by this force, and Minato, who was close at hand, shrank his pupils and quickly used wind escape to hedge, but was still blown away by the shock wave. Seeing that the shock wave was about to hit Kushina, rows of solid wood appeared out of thin air like guardian gods, protecting her tightly in an arched posture. When the shock wave collided with these woods, it only wiped off a thin layer of skin and failed to hurt Kushina at all. However, after this moment of peace, an unexpected situation occurred. Everyone present, including Minato, Yakang, Luoshat, and Kushina, who had just been protected by the wood, found that they could not move at all. Even Fugaku and Mikoto, who were maintaining the barrier in the distance, were affected by this unknown force. Fortunately, since they were far away from the center of the shock wave, the impact was not too great. But unfortunately, the clones they used to maintain the barrier could not withstand such an impact. After the shock wave, the clones disappeared instantly, and the originally solid barrier began to crumble, as if it could collapse at any time. This scene made Muzan, who was originally prepared to pursue the victory, overjoyed. He gave up attacking Kushina and others and turned to attack the barrier with all his strength. Muzan didn't care that the barrier would burn his flesh and blood at this moment. He waved his meat whip and smashed it again and again. Under his crazy attack, the four purple flame formation became looming, as if it could break at any time. However, at this critical moment, a giant dragon suddenly rose into the air from behind Muzan. Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique. With a low shout, the giant dragon formed by wood instantly wrapped around Muzan tightly. Rope Tree was standing not far away, with his hands clasped together and looking at Muzan with a serious face. As a descendant of the immortal body, with the help of Xingliu, he had the best physique and recovered first. Muzan was tightly bound by the wooden dragon, and he struggled desperately and roared continuously. The despair and anger of shattered hope intertwined in his heart, making his struggle more crazy. However, the power of wood release is so easy to break free. Although Muzan has no chakra for wood release to absorb, the firmness and tenacity of wood release still prevent him from breaking free. At this time, Kushina finally recovered from the impact of the shock wave. However, the sealing technique that just failed prevented her from performing it again in a short time. Minato and Yakang stayed by her side, protecting her, and did not rush forward to fight with Muzan. They knew that Kushina was the key to their victory. Rosa, okay, I'll take the damage myself, don't look for me. And Rosa was watching the battle vigilantly, ready to help at any time. In addition, the strange ability that Muzan had just displayed made everyone dare not take it lightly. So, a strange stalemate appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 285 Infinite City Decisive Battle, Part 3. On the other side, led by the Hyuga brothers, they kept moving towards Naruto. Naruto realized that she couldn't stop them directly, so she began to change her position cleverly. At the same time, because she lost contact with Muzan, she decided to act alone and mobilize the evil spirits in the Infinite City to try to stop Hyuga and others. However, how could these evil spirits, whose strength was only limited to the lower string, stop the fierce offensive of the strengthened Demon Slayer Corps? Of course, in order to prevent Naruto from distracting their strength, Hyuga and others were slowed down to a certain extent. Thus, in this intricate Infinite City, the two sides fell into a stalemate tug-of-war. However, although the Infinite City is nominally named Infinite, it is actually just a maze composed of many rooms. It is foreseeable that with the continuous destruction of the Demon Slayer Corps, Naruto will eventually find it difficult to escape the fate of failure. In this way, Naruto fled in front, and the Demon Slayer Corps chased her closely behind. Not long after, the Demon Slayer Corps came to a room full of lotus flowers. Unlike the enemies they encountered before, the one who appeared in front of them this time was the powerful upper rank 2, Doma. At this moment, Doma was holding a woman's thigh in his hand and eating it with relish. And in front of him, there was a trembling but still alive human woman. When he saw the Demon Slayer Corps appear, Doma was silent for a moment, then turned and ran. At the moment of running away, he did not forget to perform the Blood Demon Art Mist Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva, so that this Ice Bodhisattva would buy him time to escape. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were also stunned after seeing Doma, but Shinobu Koko quickly reacted. Shinobu Koko immediately recognized the murderer who killed her sister. With anger and grief intertwined, she took out a scroll from her arms without hesitation and threw it towards Doma. Although Doma didn't know what the scroll was, his intuition was warning him frantically. He didn't dare to be careless at all. He quickly controlled the ice bodhisattva to swing a hand knife to chop the scroll, and at the same time created several solid ice walls behind him as protection. However, even with these preparations, his inner uneasiness was still not alleviated at all. At this critical moment, the blood of Muzan flowing in his body seemed to be activated, allowing him to learn the earth drilling technique without a teacher. At the moment he drilled into the ground, the scroll slowly opened and released a powerful energy. The position where Doma was just now began to slowly break like a broken mirror. Whether it was the ice giant he controlled or the ice wall he carefully created, they all dissipated into nothingness as the space was broken. This scene shocked everyone. They stopped involuntarily and stared at what was happening in front of them in amazement. Everyone's eyes were all cast on Koko Shinobu, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Koko Shinobu's cheeks were slightly red, and she explained calmly, "This was given to me by Seiyu-kun. He said that if you encounter danger, you can open it and use it." The Hyuga brothers suddenly realized what they had heard. They knew that Seiyu's strength was unfathomable, so they were not surprised by the power displayed by this scroll. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were also used to it. After all, they had seen the tip of the iceberg of Seiyu's strength in previous training. At this moment, a crisp breaking sound rang out, breaking the tranquility of the air. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see that the sound pillar was stunned holding a broken sun-wheel sword and standing there. After a closer look, he found that he wanted to test whether the space in front of him was safe, so he put the sun blade in. However, what he didn't expect was that the blade broke instantly when he just put it in. The crisp sound just now was the sound of the sun blade breaking. So, how can we get through? This soul-searching question from the water column made everyone present fall into silence. Just as everyone was thinking hard, Hinata Hayashi opened his white eyes and looked forward. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and he said, "Maybe, we don't have to be so troublesome." Hearing this, everyone looked at him in confusion, expecting his explanation. The attack just now also affected the ghost that controls the Infinite City. Now she is lying not far away and can't move. After hearing this, Koko Shinobu first breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this situation was caused by her. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked hurriedly, "What about upper rank 2? Is he dead?" Hayashi nodded affirmatively and said, Although he escaped underground at the last moment, the power of this attack was too strong, and he has no trace left now." After hearing this, Shinobu Koko relaxed and murmured, "Is that so? That's great." In the alien space that no one had noticed, Xingliu was facing the death stare of Madara and Hashirama. Madara said with a hint of joking, "Who said that? We will not interfere in this assessment. If there is any problem, you can solve it yourself." Hashirama followed with a smile and said, "That's true, but we can't count as interfering, after all, we just gave a scroll." Xingliu didn't buy it, and directly sent the two from the alien space to the front of the Hyuga clan and the Demon Slayer Corps with a swift flying kick. The sudden appearance of Madara and Hashirama put everyone on alert instantly, but when they saw that it was them, they all showed surprised expressions. Seeing the obvious footprints behind them, they were even more confused. Madara and Hashirama were kicked unexpectedly and both fell to the ground. But under the gaze of everyone, they coughed lightly, stood up as if nothing had happened, and patted the dust off their bodies. Then, they walked silently behind everyone and stood still without saying a word. The Hyuga brothers knew their teacher's character very well, and they had guessed it in their hearts. But they were also smart not to point it out, but just kept it all in mind. Seeing this, the people of the Demon Slayer Corps also knew not to ask more questions. So, the scene fell into silence for a while. At this time, Hayashi said, "A large number of evil demons suddenly gathered around the demon that controlled the Infinite Castle, and the remaining upper strings also appeared there." Hayashi heard this and immediately opened his Byakugan to confirm. After confirming the situation, he looked around and said, "The 3 pillars who just lost contact are approaching us. I will go to meet them." Hayashi's figure quickly disappeared from the spot, and the people left behind remained highly vigilant. After a while, Hayashi returned here with the 3 pillars. As soon as they saw them, the people of the Demon Slayer Corps couldn't help but feel happy. For them, it was really great that their companions were fine. Chapter 286 Infinite City Decisive Battle, End. As the aftermath of the scroll gradually dissipated, everyone followed closely, following the guidance of the Hyuga brothers, and rushed to the location of Mingnu. Along the way, the miscellaneous demons who were summoned fell like straw under their knives. Mingnu struggled to stand up, but the devastating blow just now had shattered her body, and the continuous invasion of the aftermath made her recovery extremely difficult. Most of her body was shattered, with only one hand intact, weakly supporting her broken body. The powerful recovery ability of the demon clan seemed pale and powerless at this moment, and the terrifying blow slowed her recovery speed by dozens of times. The one eye under her bangs revealed deep fear, watching the people of the Demon Slayer Corps getting closer and closer, and the shadow of death loomed in her heart. She used her remaining hand to support her body with difficulty, dragging painfully on the ground, trying to escape from this terrible enemy. However, her efforts were in vain, and the broken body and pain made it impossible for her to escape. Kokushibo watched Mingnu's timid appearance coldly, and a sense of disdain surged in his heart. He strode forward, grabbed Mingnu, and threw her behind the crowd mercilessly as if he was throwing away a useless piece of waste. Although Mingnu had irreplaceable strategic value in Musen's heart, and even her status surpassed that of him, Kokushibo, at this moment, he could not suppress the murderous intent in his heart. However, he also knew that now was not the time to execute this coward. Just as Kokushibo's pride reached its peak, 2 crisp gunshots broke the silence of the air and interrupted his complacency. Due to the residual power of the scroll's attack, the obstacles in front of the Hyuga brothers have been cleared, and the guns in their hands have once again exerted their power. This sudden attack directly broke Kokushibo in 2, catching him off guard. What's worse is that the figures of Muchiro and Xingming suddenly appeared, and the 2 of them worked together to cut off Kokushibo's head at lightning speed. Kokushibo's head was flying in the air, and his eyes revealed endless frustration and anger. He felt as if he was being targeted. Every time a battle started, he was always the most unlucky one. He stared closely at the Hyuga brothers in the distance. With his pride and cultivation, he couldn't help cursing at this moment. Despicable. If you have the guts, fight me alone. However, Xingming and Muchiro, who were close to him, didn't care about his curses, and even had the urge to laugh in their hearts. They quickly took out the scroll from their arms and placed it on the remains of Kokushibo. Then, the scroll suddenly extended, tightly binding Kokushibo's body as if it had life. Kokushibo roared angrily, cursing, but it was all to no avail. The scroll slowly and firmly sealed him bit by bit until his figure completely disappeared. After completing all this, Xingming and Muchiro stood up and looked around sharply. On the battlefield, Han Tengu's clone was still making his last dying struggle, but his defeat was certain. No matter how the main body hid, it would be difficult to escape the fate of being completely destroyed. As for those small fish ghosts, there were only a few left, and they would soon disappear completely in this battle. Xingming and Muchiro exchanged a look, understood each other, and then threw themselves into the battle again. Their figures quickly shuttled across the battlefield, and every intersection of swords and shadows meant the end of an evil ghost. Not far away, Mingnu closed her eyes tightly and trembled. Whenever a ghost screamed before dying, her body would tremble involuntarily. Especially when she sensed that the breath of Kokushibo and Han Tengu had completely disappeared, her face turned as pale as paper. Finally, the sound of fighting completely disappeared. Mingnu opened her eyes with a miserable smile, and what came into her eyes was the cold and determined eyes of the Demon Slayer Corps. She knew that her doomsday had come. The last picture that flashed in Mingnu's mind was a tearful strong man chanting Amitabha. He held a huge meteor hammer in his hand and smashed it towards her with endless power and determination. With Mingnu's death, the infinite city she controlled began to inevitably collapse. At the same time, on another battlefield, the barrier that Fugaku and Mikoto tried their best to maintain finally could not continue to support due to the collapse of the infinite city. When Muzan saw this scene, he felt a little happy at first, but when he saw the infinite city also disintegrate, his face suddenly darkened. He knew clearly that the death of Naruto meant that he could no longer escape by self-destructing with the help of her power. This made him secretly curse Naruto as a waste in his heart and feel angry at her incompetence. However, what annoyed Muzan even more was that with the collapse of the barrier, he was finally able to reconnect with the ghosts in the outside world. However, when he tried to sense those ghosts, his face became even uglier. Because he found that there were only a few evil ghosts left in the infinite city, and those powerful upper-rank ghosts had now all perished without a single one left. Only some weak and small ghosts were left, wandering in panic in the ruined infinite city. Seeing Minato and others slowly recovering from the aftermath of the previous attack, Muzan felt a fear that he had not felt for hundreds of years. The red-haired warrior seemed to reappear in front of him. He asked himself angrily, what is life in his eyes? At this moment, Muzan could no longer remain calm. He released a powerful shock wave again, hitting the wooden dragon that rushed towards him hard. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Minato and others could not move, he turned and fled to the distance. However, this time everyone was prepared. Although they were still stiffened by Muzan's shock wave, they soon recovered. At the same time, the infinite city finally collapsed completely. Muzan also chose to self-destruct at this moment. His body exploded, and more than 1,000 pieces of flesh and blood flew in all directions. Just when Muzan was about to escape, Gold Dust Realm Law Gold Dust Funeral. A low shout sounded. Countless gold dust emerged from the ground, wrapping up all the scattered flesh and blood of Muzan. Then, these gold dusts gathered rapidly, trying to strangle Muzan who was flying away. Muzan also realized the coming of the crisis. At this critical moment, he quickly gathered his flesh and blood and gathered all his strength in one direction on a meat whip. The meat whip was like a ferocious python. The snake, under the control of Muzan, danced flexibly, hitting the gold dust that was wrapped around it at an astonishing speed. As the meat whip was swung, a strong airflow was formed, stirring up the surrounding air. Boom! Chapter 287 The End of Muzan. With a deafening roar, the fierce collision between the meat whip and the gold dust caused an earth-shaking explosion. Countless gold dust fragments flew around like golden meteors, and the brilliant light fell on the surrounding ground, reflecting a golden world. However, the shock wave of the explosion tore Muzan's flesh and blood again, making his figure more and more blurred. And this moment of delay also allowed Minato and others to regain their footing. They quickly adjusted their status and surrounded Muzan again. What made Muzan feel even more terrified was that the figure of the Demon Slayer Corps in the distance was approaching rapidly. The complete collapse of the Infinite City finally allowed them to lock on to Muzan's position. This unexpected discovery made them very excited, and they all quickened their pace to rush to support him. At this moment, Muzan was in a desperate situation. The continuous self-explosion in a short period of time and the consumption of the battle almost exhausted his strength. He could no longer escape as easily as before. The sickle of the god of death was already hanging high, ready to fall at any time. And at this critical moment, Yakang finally found an opportunity. A scorching fireball suddenly jumped out from the ground and hit Muzan with lightning speed. This sudden attack caught Muzan off guard. The blood and water in his body were quickly evaporated by the fireball, and even several hearts and brains in his body were fatally damaged. However, Muzan did not give up. He looked at the fireball that was chasing him like a maggot, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. With a sound like a rag torn, he resolutely abandoned the side of his body hit by the fireball. Without Muzan's support, half of his body was instantly ignited by the fireball and turned into a blazing flame. Although Muzan was able to escape the entanglement of the fireball for a short time, he was still trapped in the siege and in a precarious situation. What's worse is that the Demon Slayer Corps has already arrived at the battlefield. Muzan! The strongest Xingming roared, his voice echoing in the night sky, shocking people. He took a deep breath, tightly grasped the Nichiren sword in his hand, and slashed at Muzan, who had just escaped from the fireball with a thunderous force. At the same time, Hyaga's sniper also arrived as expected. His bullet penetrated the void and accurately hit Muzan's head, shattering it instantly. Facing a desperate situation, Muzan's strong desire to survive was like a blazing flame, making him still struggle tenaciously and refuse to give up. Since he couldn't explode into more than 1,000 pieces of flesh and blood to escape, he resolutely chose to explode into dozens of pieces, trying to find a glimmer of hope from the siege. However, this last struggle was doomed to be futile. Because there were too many people besieging him now, even with more than 1,000 pieces of flesh and blood, it would be difficult for him to escape. Moreover, at this moment, he only had dozens of pieces of flesh and blood floating in the void. As pieces of flesh and blood were annihilated, Muzan's power gradually dissipated. Finally, the remaining dozen pieces of flesh and blood reassembled into his body shape. But at this moment, he no longer had the majesty of the past, and was extremely miserable. He was originally the size of an adult, but now he was only the size of a 3- or 4-year-old child, weak and helpless. Muzan suddenly recalled a Yabayashiki who had died in his hands. At that time, the terminally ill Yabayashiki denied his ideals and told him firmly, "Human will is eternal, so even if the body perishes, as long as someone inherits his will, there will be a day to destroy Muzan." And at this moment, just as Yabayashiki said at that time, the Demon Slayer Corps, who inherited the will of countless people, has stood in front of him. Their eyes are firm and resolute, as if they have seen the dawn of victory. At this moment, Muzan's heart has to admit that human will is indeed eternal and cannot be destroyed. Muzan in front of him is already in a desperate situation, and the fate of defeat is like the claws of darkness, tightly strangling his throat. The hope of eternal life that he once held has turned into a bubble at this moment, replaced by bottomless despair and helplessness. However, at this critical moment, an idea surged in his heart. He secretly glanced at the rope tree in the crowd, and that glance was like lightning that broke through the dark night sky, pointing out the final direction for him. After a brief consideration, Muzan made a decision. He deliberately let himself be knocked out to get closer to the rope tree. He had only one goal, to pass on the power of the Demon King to this young man. He knew that his defeat was irreversible, but just as he had agreed with Yabayashiki's words, he was eager to find a successor at this moment, to continue his will. Muzan hopes to realize the eternity in his heart in this way, and use the hands of Rope Tree to destroy the Demon Slayer Corps who prevented his wish. As for why he chose Rope Tree, it was because his instinct as a demon told him that this young man, like Kushina, had amazing physical potential. However, Kushina's ability was too restrained for him, and he was not sure of success. Therefore, he chose Rope Tree as his last hope. This decision may be full of helplessness and struggle, but in Muzan's heart, it is his last step towards eternity. Rope Tree still stood in the crowd, young and immature, and he had not yet realized that Muzan's hawk-like sharp eyes had been locked on him. His face was filled with ease and innocence, as if the tense atmosphere around him had nothing to do with him. Just as Muzan knew that he was about to end his life, the people present gradually relaxed their vigilance. Especially children like Rope Tree who had just graduated from the ninja school, they thought victory was in sight. However, in this moment of relaxation, a glimmer of joy flashed in Muzan's eyes. His body drew a strange arc in the air, injected all his strength into a pool of blood, and then exploded again. But this time, his purpose was not to escape, but to cover the pool of malicious blood so that it could touch the Rope Tree and continue his curse. However, Muzan's plan did not succeed. A pair of eyes with 3 Megatama had already seen through his conspiracy. Fire style, great fire destruction. The Megatama in Fugaku's eyes rotated rapidly, locking onto the pool of blood that was about to be catastrophic. A huge fireball hit the pool of blood like a falling star, and started a fierce battle with it. The pool of blood contained Musen's last strength and will, and it stubbornly resisted the erosion of the fireball. However, Musen's will knew that this was just a dying struggle. Finally, in Musen's eyes full of reluctance and despair, the pool of blood was evaporated by the raging flames without a trace. And Musen, the evil ghost who once frightened countless people, finally came to his end. His body, which was formed by the scattered flesh and blood, had completely lost the breath of life. His ambition, his cruelty, and his fear all turned into nothingness at this moment. Chapter 288 The World After Musen's Disappearance. With the complete demise of Musen, the evil ghosts who had ravaged the world because of him also began to disintegrate. In countless dark corners, the evil ghosts wailed and turned into ashes, disappearing into the air. Only those ghosts who had long been out of Musen's control survived this catastrophe. In a room in Asakusa, Tamayo sat there quietly, holding the potion tightly in her hand, her fingers trembling constantly. Lines of tears slid down her beautiful face, dripping onto the ground, splashing small water droplets. Her face was full of shock and disbelief. Although she successfully broke free from Musen's shackles under the protection of Tsugakoku Yoriichi. But all along, there has always been a vague connection between her and Musen, that is the past and hatred that cannot be separated. However, at this moment, this connection was completely severed because of Musen's death. The enemy who made her miserable and hated her so much died quietly in a corner. The joy of revenge surged into her heart like a tide, drowning her in this strong emotion. But when the hatred was relieved, she couldn't help but recall what she had done. Those moments when she killed her husband and children with her own hands, and the subsequent crimes of self-destruction and harming innocent humans, made her feel deeply remorseful and regretful. She understood that she was also one of the unforgivable evil spirits. Thinking of this, she slowly stood up and looked at the bright sunshine outside the window. Tamayo whispered softly, as if she had made a solemn vow to herself, I, the concubine, should also atone for my sins. She stepped out resolutely and walked slowly to the door. At this moment, she had no worries, and only wanted to dissipate in the sun and atone for her past sins. However, just as she was about to step out of the door and blend into the bright sunshine, a figure suddenly rushed forward and hugged her legs tightly. It was Yoshiro, who lay on the ground, holding Tamayo's feet with all his strength, his voice choked. Master Tamayo, please don't leave me alone. I can't live without you. Tamayo stopped and looked down at the child who had been turned into a ghost by her. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, but she soon regained her firmness. She sighed softly, squatted down, and gently stroked Yoshiro's forehead. Yoshiro, let me go. I have no reason to live anymore. Her voice was gentle but firm. An irresistible force. Yoshiro shook his head frantically upon hearing this, tears pouring down like a rainstorm. No. No. Lord Tamayo, if you need a reason, just do it for me. Please, don't leave me. Every word he said was full of pleading, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from the bottom of his heart, making people feel extremely heartbroken. Tamayo looked down at Yoshiro, and his tearful face swayed in front of her. A complex emotion surged in her heart, like guilt, tenderness, and a little bit of relief. This child who was turned into a ghost by herself, is now really left alone. If she left him like this, then he would lose his only support and would probably follow her. After thinking this through, Tamayo smiled gently and then sighed. She reached out her hand, gently stroked Yoshiro's hair, and whispered, I promise you, Yoshiro. I won't leave you. Hearing this, Yoshiro's eyes flashed with a glimmer of surprise. He let go of his hand, raised his head with tears and snot, looked at Tamayo and said, Really? Master Tamayo, you really won't leave me? Tamayo smiled and nodded, her eyes full of warmth, Yes, Yoshiro. I will stay with you. In a ward at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Yubayashiki Yoi lay quietly on the bed. Suddenly, a warm current surged through his body, as if the whole person was gently wrapped in a hot spring, extremely comfortable. When this wonderful feeling gradually faded, he slowly opened his eyes, but was surprised to find that his originally blind eyes could catch the light again. He raised his hand in disbelief, gently touched the world in front of him, and then shouted excitedly, "Tianyan, Tianyan!" Outside the room, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded, and his wife Tianyan pushed the door open, her face full of concern. "What happened, husband?" Before she finished speaking, she noticed that her husband's eyes became clear and bright, and the scars on his face left by illness also faded a lot. She couldn't help but said with a choked voice, "Great, this must be the credit of Xingming and the others, they succeeded." Yabayashiki Yoya nodded with emotion, his face filled with a relieved smile. "Yes, our clan's mission has finally been completed." Tianyan gently lay beside Yoya, looked at his gradually recovering complexion affectionately, and said softly, "For me, as long as you can live healthy and happy, it's enough." After hearing this, a warm current surged in Yaya's heart. He gently kissed Tianyan's forehead and made a promise affectionately. "Don't worry, this time we will definitely be able to grow old together and spend the rest of our lives together." In the room not far from them, Nezuko's once empty eyes gradually regained their luster at this moment, and her consciousness gradually became clear. She gently turned her head and looked around curiously at the unfamiliar environment. Then her sight saw the figures of her brother Tanjiro and his companions waiting outside the door through the slightly open crack of the door. With expectation and concern on their faces, they quietly guarded her. Nezuko felt an inexplicable touch in her heart. She slowly stood up and pushed open the door. The sun poured in and shone on her body, but she did not feel the slightest discomfort. At this moment, the sun was also happy for her. Just then, Tanjiro noticed Nezuko's movements. He raised his head suddenly, and his eyes collided with Nezuko's. At that moment, he saw the long-lost light in his sister's eyes, and his heart was filled with indescribable excitement. However, before he could react, Nezuko had already rushed over and threw herself into his arms. "Brother!" she called out in a trembling voice, tears rolling in her eyes. Tanjiro hugged Nezuko tightly, as if he wanted to integrate her into his body. He felt his sister's body temperature and heartbeat, which was the warmth and peace he had long missed. "Great, you finally woke up and finally recognized me." His voice was trembling with excitement, and tears slid down his cheeks. At this moment, they hugged each other tightly and would never be separated again. Chapter 289 Aftermath. At the moment when Muzan finally fell, countless people felt relieved, and tears of joy intertwined. Those who had suffered deeply and those who fought for justice all found an outlet to vent at this moment. The 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps could not hide their excitement at this moment. They witnessed with their own eyes that this long-lasting battle finally came to an end. Mitsurai and Shinobu Koko, the 2 female pillars, couldn't help but hug each other tightly. Their laughter and tears intertwined into the most beautiful picture, which was a song of victory and a deep remembrance of the deceased. Xingming also put down the meteor hammer in his hand at this moment. He quietly watched Muzan's body gradually dissipate in the sunlight, and a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He whispered Umitba, as if he was praying for all the dead souls. But the next moment, his vitality began to rapidly fade. For this battle, he exhausted all his strength and even opened the stripes. Now, Muzan is dead, and his mission is finally completed. There is no fear of death on his face, only deep peace and satisfaction. He knows that he has done well enough and has not let anyone down. The other 8 pillars also noticed his abnormality. They gathered around him, their eyes full of respect and reluctance. Shia tried hard to say something, but he could only make a choking sound in his throat. The air seemed to solidify at this moment, and only the breeze blew gently, carrying a trace of sadness. Shia didn't say anything in the end, but just held Xingming's hand tightly, as if he could pass on his power to him. However, Xingming's vitality has been like the flowing river, and it can never be recovered. His eyes gradually lost focus, but the corners of his mouth still had that faint smile. The people of Minato also stared at the rock pillar, and their faces were equally complicated. Although they didn't spend much time together, the faith and selflessness shown by Xingming and others had deeply touched their hearts. Kushina's eyes were red, and she looked in the direction of Xingming, her heart full of sadness and respect. Then, she looked around anxiously, looking for the figure she was looking forward to in her heart. "Teacher Xingliu, where are you?" she shouted, with a hint of helplessness and expectation in her voice. "Can I not give you ninjutsu as my assessment reward? I just ask you to save them." Kushina's voice trembled, and her eyes were full of pleading and hope. When Yakang heard what Kushina said, he immediately echoed and said, "You don't have to give up mine, Teacher Xingliu, I beg you, please save them." Her eyes were also full of pleading and expectation. She knew that only Teacher Xingliu could save those lives that were about to die. Then, the members of the three teams seemed to have a telepathic connection and made the same request in unison. Hashirama and Madara looked at these young faces and felt a little relieved. They didn't want the ninjas they trained to be cold and ruthless fighting machines, and the performance of these young people in front of them undoubtedly proved their inner emotions and passion. Then two big slaps hit their foreheads. This sudden change stunned everyone. They turned their heads and saw Xingliu walking out of the alien space with an angry face. "Where are the pills I gave you to?" Xingliu's voice was full of dissatisfaction and blame. "Didn't I ask you to share them after the battle? You really just watched the show and forgot everything." Uchiha Madara wanted to get angry, but after hearing Xingliu's words, he immediately felt guilty. He subconsciously touched the pill in his arms, then his face changed and cold sweat broke out. He and Hashirama actually forgot about this matter. Compared to Madara's embarrassment, Hashirama was more direct. He scratched his head embarrassedly, then took out the pill from his arms, walked to Xingming, and fed the pill into his mouth. "I'm sorry, I forgot." Hashirama apologized sincerely. The magical effect of the pill appeared almost instantly, and Xingming's originally pale face gradually showed a healthy red. His breathing also tended to be stable, and under the nourishment of the pill, his vitality was flowing back little by little. At the moment when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Xingming's body suddenly trembled slightly. Then his eyes slowly opened, revealing some confusion and doubt. He looked around and asked in a slightly weak voice, "Am I still alive?" "Of course you are alive." Xingliu walked up and patted his shoulder with a firm tone. "You are a pillar, how can you fall so easily?" Xingming heard this, a relieved smile appeared on his face, he looked at Xingliu, and his gratitude was overflowing. "Master Xingliu, thank you for saving me." "Brother Xingming, it's great that you are okay." Coco Ren and others also gathered around, their faces filled with indescribable joy. Although they have long been accustomed to fighting and sacrificing, the life and death of their companions still touch their heartstrings. At this moment, seeing Xingming safe and sound, the big stone in their hearts finally fell. Kushina also wanted to hug Xingliu with a smile on her face to express her gratitude and joy in her heart. However, Xingliu cleverly avoided her hug. Kushina didn't care, still smiling brightly, "Thanks to Teacher Xingliu. Teacher Xingliu is really the best." Xingliu rolled his eyes helplessly, but he was full of emotion in his heart. He finally understood the feelings of those stars who were pursued by fanatical fans. At the same time, Madara and Hashirama also distributed the pills given by Xingliu to the other pillars who opened the mark. They explained the effects of the pills in detail, which moved everyone. When they learned that this pill could greatly enhance vitality and offset the side effects of opening the mark, they looked at Xingliu with gratitude. Especially Koko Shinobu, the emotions in her eyes were like silk threads, almost impossible to conceal. Mitsurai's heart was also in turmoil. For various reasons, she had been unable to make a decision before. But at this moment, her heart finally firmly fell on Xingliu's side. Unfortunately, she was still a little slow today. Because at this time, Koko Shinobu had already jumped into Xingliu's arms. She didn't look up, but just rubbed Xingliu's chin with her head with a flushed face. With Xingliu's help, she not only successfully avenged her sister, but also ensured that her companions in the Demon Slayer Corps would not die young because of the opening of the stripes. These favors moved her beyond words. She didn't know what she could give Xingliu in return. After all, no matter in which aspect, she felt that she could not be compared with Xingliu at this moment, let alone give him substantial help. After thinking about it, it seemed that the only treasure she could offer was herself. Chapter 290 Resurrection of Koko Kani. Xingliu looked down at the shy and lovely Koko Shinobu in his arms, and a tenderness surged in his heart. He couldn't help but gently kiss her on the forehead. This action made Koko Shinobu's cheeks turn red in an instant. She lowered her head, too shy to look at other people's expressions. Then, Xingliu turned to look at Minato and the others, and said with a smile, "You performed very well this time, and you have passed the test." When Minato and the others heard the news, they cheered and jumped for joy. "Thank you, Hokage." Their faces were filled with joy and pride. Xingliu laughed and pointed at himself, "Are you still calling me Hokage?" Minato, Kushina, and Yakang were stunned at first, and then they suddenly realized it. They smiled at each other and shouted in unison, "Thank you, Teacher Xingliu." Xingliu nodded with satisfaction, "Go pack your luggage, and say goodbye if you should. We will stay here for 2 or 3 days at most and then leave." After saying this, he gently put his arm around Shinobu Koko's shoulders, and the two disappeared instantly. When Mitsurai saw this scene, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. She raised her head and wanted to say something, but it was too late. This made her freeze in place, her heart full of helplessness and regret. On the other side, Xingliu teleported Koko to a picturesque place. The gorgeous flowers appeared before their eyes, and the colorful flowers bloomed and exuded a charming fragrance. Countless butterflies danced among the flowers, as if they were holding a grand dance of nature. However, in this beautiful scene, Koko only had eyes for the figure in the flowers. Her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and a feeling that was both familiar and strange came to her heart. "Sister!" she called out tentatively, with a tremor in her voice. The figure seemed to hear Koko's call and turned around slowly. As she moved, the sun fell on her body, covering her with a layer of golden light. Koko finally saw the face of this person clearly. It was her sister who she thought about day and night, Koko Kani. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes and slid silently down her cheeks. She couldn't help but take a step forward, but suddenly stopped, as if she was afraid that everything in front of her was just a dream, and it would be broken with a slight touch. Connie Cow looked at Shinobu Cow, her eyes were also full of tears. She opened her arms and said to Shinobu Cow with a smile, "Shinobu, you are here." Shinobu Cow could no longer control her emotions, she ran over and hugged Connie Cow tightly, "Sister, I miss you so much." In the flowers, the two sisters hugged each other tightly, tears intertwined. The surrounding butterflies were also infected by this affectionate atmosphere, flying around them one after another, as if adding a touch of warmth and romance to this moment of reunion. After a long while, Shinobu Cow slowly raised her head and looked at her sister's familiar and gentle face, her heart full of emotion. She couldn't help but say, "Sister, I have been missing you." Connie Cow gently stroked Shinobu Cow's hair and said with a smile, "Me too, Shinobu. You don't know, although you have left the world, Booty have actually been protecting you. Now that I see you have grown so well, I am really proud of you." When Shinobu Koko heard her sister's words, a warm current surged in her heart. She knew that her sister had been silently paying attention to her and supporting her. This made her feel extremely happy and at ease. Just then, Xingliu walked over slowly, breaking the tranquility of the air. His eyes fell on the warm scene of the reunion of the two sisters, and a warm current surged in his heart, feeling extremely relieved. The butterfly sisters noticed Xingliu's arrival and turned their eyes to him. Shinobu Koko wanted to introduce Xingliu, whom she had admired for a long time, to her sister, but she found a teasing smile on Connie's face. Shinobu Koko's heart moved, and she immediately realized that her sister had already known about the relationship between her and Xingliu. She was slightly stunned, and then she thought of what her sister had just said. Although she had left this world, her soul had always been protecting her. Therefore, it was natural for her to know these things. However, Koko Shinobu's face still turned red involuntarily. As an adult woman, she had already developed feelings for Xingliu. In some of the things that everyone loved to do before, she even called Xingliu's name in passion. But now, her sister told her that she had been watching her all the time. Doesn't that mean that those embarrassing scenes were also seen by her sister? This idea made Koko Shinobu feel embarrassed and shy. She didn't dare to look up at Xingliu's eyes, so she could only lower her eyes and stand there silently, with a seductive blush on her face. Connie noticed her sister's shyness. She smiled gently, and then said to Xingliu helplessly, "I'll entrust my sister to you. Please take good care of her." Xingliu smiled and nodded, looking at Connie firmly. "Don't worry, I will protect her with my life and won't let her get hurt." Hearing this, Koko Shinobu no longer cared about being shy. She raised her head and said hurriedly, "What are you talking about? For such matters, of course we have to ask the parties concerned for their opinions." Although she said so, the blush on her face and the shy expression had betrayed her. Connie looked at her sister with a heart full of pampering. She smiled and said, "Then you don't want to?" Koko Shinobu stammered and replied, "Then, of course. I am willing." At the end of her words, her voice was barely audible, but the blush on her face became more intense. Connie touched Koko Shinobu's head lovingly, and then gently pushed her into Xingliu's arms. She looked at Xingliu and said seriously, "I will leave it to you in the future, I hope you won't let me down." Xingliu hugged Koko Shinobu tightly and said softly, "Don't worry, she will be fine if she follows me." Connie didn't say anything else, just nodded slightly, then turned back to the flowers and quietly became a daze. At this moment, Koko Shinobu was so excited that she couldn't express her inner feelings in words. She snuggled tightly in Xingliu's arms, feeling his warm and solid embrace. At this moment, all the happiness and satisfaction were concentrated in her heart. Xingliu naturally sensed Koko Shinobu's emotions. He looked at her deeply, and then his mind moved, and the surrounding scene changed again. Koko Shinobu. Chapter 291 The End of Demon Slayer. Sensing the changes in the surrounding scene, Koko Shinobu shyly closed her eyes, as if silently looking forward to the next moment. Although she was ready, when it really came to this moment, she inevitably felt a little shy and nervous. Xingliu looked at the girl in front of him, and a gentle smile flashed in his eyes. He gently reached out his hand and embraced Koko Shinobu in his arms, giving her the warmest comfort and support. Feeling Xingliu's actions, Koko Shinobu's body stiffened slightly, but soon relaxed, allowing herself to immerse herself in this warm embrace. Her heartbeat gradually accelerated, and her breathing became rapid, as if all her senses were overwhelmed by the happiness of this moment. Just then, a breeze blew, blowing the flowers and leaves beside the two of them. Xingliu hugged Koko Shinobu tightly, lowered his head, and kissed her lips deeply. Koko Shinobu felt Xingliu's passion and affection, and her body trembled involuntarily. At this moment, she felt as if she had merged into Xingliu's body, merged with him, and enjoyed this wonderful love together. Afterwards, Koko Shinobu took Xingliu through the valley and came to her residence by the stream. In order to thank him for his deep affection, she carefully prepared a sumptuous meal. Xingliu won while enjoying the delicious food. He also admired the beautiful scenery of the gurgling stream. With the beautiful singing voice of Shinobu Koko, the feast came to an end. Afterwards, Shinobu Koko gently nestled in Xingliu's arms and whispered, "Master Xingliu, you are really an irresistible existence." Xingliu was slightly stunned when he heard this, and he was a little confused about what she meant. The scene just now was still vivid in his mind. He could deeply feel Shinobu Koko's shyness and enthusiasm. How could she suddenly say such a thing? He looked at Shinobu Koko in his arms, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Shinobu Koko looked at him in confusion and couldn't help but burst out laughing, explaining. I've seen it for a long time. Not only does Mitsurai have a crush on you, but even my sister Connie seems to have a special affection for you. She paused slightly and continued. Tell me, are you a sinful man? How come you can attract people's hearts wherever you go? Hearing this, Zinglio raised his eyebrows and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then I can't help it. I'm too charming. I can't let others not like me, right? Although he said so, his tone was full of pride. This made Butterfly couldn't help but pinch his waist gently. Unexpectedly, this action awakened the sleeping dragon, and this discovery made Butterfly couldn't help but exclaim. Time flies, and happy moments always pass in a hurry. At this moment, Zinglio and others are about to bid farewell to the Demon Slayer world and embark on the journey back home. Behind him, the members of the three teams lined up neatly, and Mitsurai and the Butterfly sisters also stood close together. It is worth mentioning that on a deep night, Mitsurai, under the clever guidance of Butterfly Shinobu, finally spent an important moment for a woman with Zinglio. At that moment, she completed the transformation of her life and strengthened her determination to follow Zinglio to leave the Demon Slayer world. On the other side, Yaya, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, looked at them with complicated eyes. He barely raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, but his voice trembled a little. After this separation, perhaps we will never have the chance to meet again. Since the three of you have decided to leave with Lord Zinglio, you must cherish your future life. Hearing these words, the three girls' eyes were moist and tears rolled in their eyes. In their hearts, Yaya has always taken care of them like a kind father, giving them endless love and support. So at this moment of separation, their hearts are full of reluctance and gratitude. Although they had made their choice, they still felt an indescribable sadness when it was time to say goodbye. At this moment, Zinglio came forward, looked at Yaya deeply, and then turned to the three girls and said, Don't be sad. Although parting is sad, it is also the beginning of a new life. His voice was full of firmness and warmth, as if it could dispel all the sadness and uneasiness. The three girls listened to his words, and the sadness in their hearts was gradually replaced by a kind of expectation and hope. Yaya also saw this scene. He sighed deeply, then smiled and said to Zinglio, Master Zinglio, they are handed over to you. I believe you will take good care of them. Zinglio nodded and said seriously, I will. They are not only my partners, but also my family. I will protect them with my life. Hearing this, Yaya showed a relieved smile on his face. He knew that it was the right choice to hand over the three girls to Zinglio. With a flash of light, Zinglio, the three women, and the people who chose to leave the Demon Slayer world slowly disappeared from the spot. They embarked on a new journey with the blessings and expectations of the Demon Slayer Corps. And Yaya and others stood there silently watching the direction they disappeared, without saying a word for a long time. They knew that separation was inevitable, but they also believed that there would be better encounters waiting for them in the future. After Zinglio led everyone back to the Naruto world smoothly, he announced the order to disband without hesitation. He knew that during this period, every child had made great efforts and experienced countless challenges and hardships. Therefore, giving them a week's vacation to give them the opportunity to relax and adjust their state is the most appropriate choice. Zinglio firmly believes that the combination of work and rest is the kingly way to improve strength. Excessive training and pressure will only make children physically and mentally exhausted, and will affect their growth and progress. Therefore, this vacation is not only a reward for their hard work, but also to make them better in future training. Of course, Zinglio's move is definitely not for laziness. In response to this, the sudden death version of Izuna, who learned about this from Madara, just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Then he responded. Zinglio took the three girls back to his warm home, and then released the girls in the other space. When the girls saw the new faces, they immediately understood that their master had added a new partner. However, they already knew about Xingliu's style, so they just rolled their eyes helplessly and went about their business. The Butterfly Sisters and Mitsurai were new here, and seeing the reactions of the girls, they couldn't help but feel a little at a loss, mistakenly thinking that they were rejected. Fortunately, Tsunade, as the eldest of the girls, noticed their uneasiness in time and took the initiative to communicate with them. Tsunade explained to them in a gentle and firm tone that the girls' reactions were not out of malice, but a kind of helplessness and habit towards Xingliu. After listening to Tsunade's explanation, the Butterfly Sisters and Mitsurai finally put down their worries and smiled gratefully. They understood that they had become a member of this big family, and in the future they would work with other girls to support Xingliu and create beautiful memories together. Chapter 292 The End of the World? After returning to the Naruto world, Xingliu resumed his leisurely life of fishing. The system distributed all the rewards at the moment when Muzan fell. But since then, the system seems to have entered a silent sage mode. Except for the idle function, all other functions are temporarily invalid and entered a cooling period. In this context, Xingliu skillfully began to fish. On the morning of the second day after returning, he picked up the fishing rod and enjoyed the fun of fishing. However, to his surprise, on the third day of his leisurely life, Kwanna suddenly appeared in front of him. "What did you say?" "The Maitreya priestess of the land of demons wants to see me." Xingliu held the big fish he had just caught and looked at Kwanne in astonishment, as if he had heard something incredible. "She also claimed that the world is about to perish." Kwanne nodded expressionlessly and replied, "Indeed, that's what she said." Xingliu couldn't help but say angrily, "Why do you believe everything she said? You have to ask me to deal with such a small matter." However, Kwanne just smiled faintly, then turned sideways, revealing a little loli behind him. She had white hair, closed her eyes, and held her hands nervously together, as if waiting for some important moment. Xingliu's curiosity was instantly ignited, and he turned his eyes to the little girl called Maitreya Priestess, wanting to find out. The field suddenly fell into silence, which made Maitreya aware of it. She slowly opened her lake-like eyes, but was suddenly startled by Xingliu who came up to her. Moroku subconsciously took a step back, a trace of panic flashed across her face. Then she realized her loss of composure, quickly straightened her robes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her inner tension. Then, she respectfully saluted Xingliu, and said with a trembling voice, "Sorry. I'm a witch from the land of demons, named Moroku. I'm here to bother you this time because I predicted that this world is about to face the end of the world. Because Konoha is now the most powerful country in the world, I came here to seek your help." Xingliu looked at the little loli in front of him who was trying to pretend to be calm, and couldn't help but laugh softly. Her cute appearance made him want to tease her, so he deliberately put on a curious look and asked, "Since you have predicted that the world will be destroyed, doesn't that mean that everything is doomed and cannot be changed? Then what are you trying to do?" When Moroku heard this question, his little head was a little confused for a while. Although she was still young, it didn't mean that she didn't know how to think. She felt that seeing Liu's words seemed to imply that she should give up her efforts and wait for fate to come. So, she puffed up her cheeks and retorted dissatisfiedly, "Humph! Even if the future is already determined, I will try to change it. What if I succeed?" Seeing Liu heard this answer and immediately looked at her with admiration. He put away his thoughts of teasing her, looked at her seriously and said, "Although you are young, you have unexpected strength and courage." As he said, he reached out and gently touched her hair. This sudden gentle move stunned Moroku, and her little face turned red in an instant. Although she said "I won't forgive you easily," her body rubbed seeing Liu's big hand honestly, showing a kitten-like attachment. Seeing Liu noticed this scene and couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, he put away his smile and asked seriously, "What is the specific scenario you predicted? Can you tell me?" Hearing Seeing Liu's question, the fear in Maitreya's eyes reappeared. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and then said slowly, I foresaw countless black giants as tall as mountains. They sprayed red energy balls, dyeing the earth blood red. There are also all kinds of hideous monsters wreaking havoc on the world, and the ninjas fell one after another in the fight. Xingliu touched his chin and fell into deep thought. He continued to ask, so, among the ninjas you foresaw, am I one? Moroka frowned slightly, as if trying to recall. However, in the end, she shook her head gently and said, I can't remember, but I probably didn't see it. Because if you appear in such a scene as a Hokage, I will definitely be impressed. Xingliu nodded slightly, expressing his understanding of her answer. But in fact, he already had his own judgment in his heart. As a person who has closed the timeline, he doesn't believe that Moroka can see his future. At this moment, Xingliu has remembered who Moroka is. She is the mother of Shinmiko in the movie Naruto's death. According to the original work, her prediction is still somewhat credible. However, Xingliu is still curious about one thing: how does Moroka prove that the future she sees is real? So, he asked this question without hesitation. Moroka was obviously a little entangled after hearing this question. She was silent for a while before answering shyly. Actually, I have evidence. Not long ago, the ghosts that had been sealed for generations in the ghost country suddenly disappeared, leaving only a dark space crack. And since then, I have seen that terrible future. Xingliu was immediately interested when he heard this. He threw the fishing rod in his hand to Izuna next to him, and then picked up Moroku in the latter's helpless eyes. Just as he was about to teleport to the land of demons, he suddenly slapped his forehead, turned around and said to Izuna, Tell Tsunade and the others that I'm going out to play for a while and will be back in a while. After that, he disappeared without waiting for Izuna's response. Izuna was left sighing helplessly. Then he subconsciously looked down at the fishing rod in his hand and muttered to himself. Just once, just once. I haven't rested for a long time, just one day. But there are still many things to deal with. If I don't deal with them today, I won't have time to rest for the next week. So he could only suppress his curiosity and impulse and continue to stick to his post. However, at this moment, a big fish suddenly jumped out of the water, as if provoking. After it drew a beautiful arc in the air, it fell back into the lake lightly. Finally, the big fish floated to the surface of the water unsatisfied and spit bubbles at Izuna. Seeing this arrogant big fish, Izuna's eyelids jumped, and the veins on her forehead also bulged. Fire style, great fire destruction. Today's Konoha is as peaceful as ever. Chapter 293 The World of Death. Xingliu took Moroka to the land of demons in an instant, and Moroka was shocked to find that he was easily picked up like a kitten. Her feet kicked helplessly in the air, and an inexplicable panic surged in her heart. Let me go, you rude guy. Moroka struggled, stretching his hands forward desperately, trying to hit Xingliu. However, her arms were too short, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not reach Xingliu's face. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed. And Xingliu looked at her innocently, and didn't seem to realize that there was anything wrong with his behavior. Looking at his expression as if nothing had happened, Moroka was so angry that his teeth itched. However, after playing around, Xingliu put Moroka down. After Moroka stood firm, he immediately straightened his robes and glared at Xingliu to show his dissatisfaction. But then she seemed to remember something important, and her expression became serious. Master Xingliu, we are now in the land of ghosts. That dark space crack is in the sealed place not far away. Moroka said, pointing to an ancient shrine not far ahead. Xingliu nodded to show his understanding. He looked around and found that the atmosphere here was indeed a bit weird. The air here was filled with an atmosphere that did not belong to this world, which made people shudder. Let's go, take me to see that space crack. Xingliu said, and took the lead in walking towards the shrine. Moroka followed closely, and the two soon arrived at the entrance of the shrine. It was quiet here, without a single figure. But the air here was an indescribable sense of oppression in the air. Seeing Lu frowned. He could feel a strong sealing force here. He glanced at Maitreya and found that her little face was also full of solemnity. "It's here," Maitreya said, pointing to a huge stone tablet in the center of the shrine. The stone tablet was engraved with ancient runes and flickered with a faint light. And behind the stone tablet, a dark space crack was slowly creeping, as if it would swallow everything at any time. And at this moment, the system issued a long-lost prompt. When a space crack is detected, the host can make the following choices. 1. Close the space crack, no reward. 2. Occupy the world of the crack, the specific reward depends on the result. Seeing Liu's eyes lit up. Doesn't this obviously tell him that there is a new world behind this crack? However, judging from Maitreya's prophecy, this world seems to hide a certain danger. Seeing Liu thought for a while, and his body suddenly blurred for a moment. A figure exactly like him appeared out of thin air. After the two looked at each other, the clone jumped into the crack without hesitation. After a strange change of light and shadow, the clone successfully arrived at the new world. He was surprised to find that this space channel was surprisingly stable and allowed people to pass through directly. But it was quite reasonable to think about it. If it was unstable, the creatures in the opposite world would not be able to invade the Naruto world, and Morocco would not be able to predict such a future. The clone looked around and saw a barren ground like a white desert and dead trees made of quartz everywhere. And the crescent moon was hanging in the sky not far away, as if you could touch it with your hand. The clone stared at the moon and his eyes condensed. He realized that this was not an illusion or hallucination. The moon was indeed very close to him, hanging thousands of meters in the sky. The structure of this world is completely different from the Naruto world, full of unknowns and mysteries. At this moment, a leopard-like monster suddenly appeared in front of the clone. Its face was hideous, its cruel expression was revealed, its claws swung violently, and its eyes flashed with bloodthirsty murderous light, as if it had foreseen the tragic scene of Xingliu's clone being torn to pieces. However, when its claws touched the clone, time seemed to freeze. The monster was stunned and raised its claws to check in disbelief. The expected bloody scene did not appear, and what was even more shocking was that its sharp claws disappeared without a trace, without any signs. It was not until then that the wound at the break began to ooze blood, dripping onto the white sand, which was particularly dazzling. This sudden change made the monster's pupils shrink suddenly, and it finally realized that it had provoked an existence that it should not have provoked. The instinct for survival drove it to turn around and flee, but the next moment, it was horrified to find that its body was completely out of control. At the same time, Xingliu's clone looked at the monster in front of him thoughtfully. When his eyes fell on the empty hole on the monster's shoulder, an inexplicable enlightenment suddenly surged in his heart. "Is this the world of the god of death?" he muttered to himself, with a bit of doubt and uncertainty in his tone. However, as this thought surged, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. If this is really the world of the god of death, then the black monster as tall as a mountain in Morocco's prophecy is undoubtedly Killian. And the exit of this space crack is in Hueco Mundo, so it is very likely that Aizen's Zanpakuto, Kagami Suijutsu, is what caused the ninjas to kill each other. At this moment, a faint message suddenly came into his mind. This message did not have any malice, as if it was a gentle breeze that gently brushed his heart. The clone was slightly stunned, then relaxed his vigilance and let the information flow in his mind. After a few seconds, he nodded slowly, with a look of understanding on his face. It turned out that the one who just sent him the information was the creator of this world, the Spirit King. The moment the Spirit King discovered him as an intruder, he did not show any hostility or malice. On the contrary, it conveyed an important message to the Xingliu clone in a peaceful and friendly way. If Xingliu is willing, the Spirit King can give this world directly to him. But there is a condition, that is, he must maintain the stability of this world and cannot let this world collapse due to too many casualties. This condition made the clone slightly raise his eyebrows. After taking a deep look at the monster in front of him, he disappeared instantly and returned to the Xingliu body in the Naruto world with this important information. As he left, the leopard-like hollow also disappeared quietly into the air like smoke blown away by the wind. In the Naruto world, Xingliu was busy comforting the little lowly Miroka beside him. He had been because bored with waiting, he couldn't help but tease her again, holding candy and waving it in front of her. However, he accidentally went too far and made Maitreya cry. Chapter 294 Arrival at the World of Death. The cry made Xingliu at a loss for a moment. He had never encountered such a scene in his life. The more he tried to coax her, the more Maitreya's tears burst out like a broken dam. Seeing Maitreya's tears pouring down like a waterfall, Xingliu was sweating profusely, and didn't know how to comfort her in panic. However, at this critical moment, the news brought back by the clone was like a magic needle that stabilized his chaotic thoughts in an instant. He immediately stopped his clumsy coaxing and stood there quietly. Maitreya also keenly noticed the changes in Xingliu. She was like a smart little animal, and she stopped crying in an instant, but her eyes were still full of tears, and she looked at Xingliu pitifully. Obviously, her crying just now was not entirely real, and there was also some coquettishness and pitiful elements in it. However, she was very sensible in her heart and knew when to restrain herself. When Xingliu encountered serious matters, Maitreya would always become particularly well-behaved and sensible. This time was no exception. After noticing the changes in Xingliu, she immediately adjusted her state. After receiving the information from the clone, Xingliu also noticed Maitreya's changes. He couldn't help but flick her forehead gently, and said with a slightly doting tone, "You have learned this set at such a young age, what will happen in the future?" Maitreya groaned, covered his forehead, and made a face at Xingliu. Her face regained its former agility and liveliness, as if the crying just now was just a short episode. In fact, Maitreya's crying had no direct relationship with Xingliu. The scene of the destruction described in the prophecy gave this young child an unbearable pressure, and her heart was filled with fear and anxiety about the future. Therefore, when Xingliu tried to amuse her, she finally couldn't suppress her inner sadness and burst into tears. This was both an emotional catharsis and a release of her inner pressure. And now, Xingliu's performance clearly showed that he knew something about the crack. So, Miroka plucked up the courage and asked directly, "Hokage-sama, have you learned about the situation behind this crack?" There was a tremor in her voice, but her eyes were firm and full of expectation. Xingliu nodded slightly, confirming Miroka's guess. Seeing Xingliu's affirmative answer, Miroka burst into tears of joy, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Xingliu looked at her excited look, couldn't help but rubbed her hair hard, and said with a slightly reproachful tone, "You have to have some faith in me. You can't see me in the prophecy, not because I failed. It's because your ability is not enough to see my future. Do you understand what I said?" After hearing Xingliu's words, Maitreya widened his eyes in surprise and couldn't believe his ears. Then, even greater joy surged into her heart like a tide, making her almost unable to breathe. Xingliu's words undoubtedly gave her a shocking revelation: the crisis of world destruction is not as good as Xingliu himself in terms of status. This means that Xingliu alone has the ability to solve this so-called crisis. This cognition is like a reassurance pill, which instantly calmed her heart. Xingliu originally planned to explore the world of death alone, but leaving Maitreya alone in this place did make him a little worried. So, he looked at Maitreya and said with a smile, "I'm going to take a look over there. Do you want to go with me?" Maitreya pointed at himself in surprise and said in a trembling voice, "Really? Can I really go with you?" Xingliu smiled and nodded, giving her a positive answer, "Of course, if you want." As soon as he finished speaking, Maitreya jumped up happily, as excited as a child who got candy. She immediately ran to Xingliu's side and grabbed his hand tightly, fearing that he would suddenly change his mind. "Then when do we set off?" Maitreya asked impatiently. Xingliu looked at her expectant eyes and couldn't help laughing in his heart. "Now." As soon as the voice fell, he took her into the space crack in front of him without waiting for Maitreya to react. Maitreya closed his eyes nervously and felt the surrounding space twisted and changed. Soon, Xingliu's voice sounded in his ears, "Okay, you can open your eyes." Moroku slowly opened his eyes, but found that there was sand all around, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She had expected to see a strange scenery, but she didn't expect it to be so desolate. However, Xingliu didn't seem to care about it. He was more concerned about the current situation of the world of death. He quickly expanded his perception, and his powerful strength allowed him to instantly perceive the situation of the entire Hueco Mundo. When he sensed the 10 espadas in the Hueco Yoyo Palace, he immediately understood that this was the period when Aizen was active. However, this charismatic villain was not in Hueco Mundo at the moment, which surprised him a little. Xingliu withdrew his perception and turned his eyes to Moroku, who was a little disappointed beside him. He smiled gently and comforted, "Don't be discouraged, this is just the beginning. Next, I will take you to see some scenes that will really open your eyes." After that, he waved his hand gently, and a blue portal appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them. Let's go somewhere else," Xingliu invited gently. Moroku had now gotten rid of the pressure of the prophecy and regained the vitality that a child should have. She nodded enthusiastically and agreed, trotting into the portal. Xingliu followed closely with a smile. At the other end of the portal, it was a different scene. Many death gods were gathered together, staring at this sudden mysterious portal with solemn faces. They didn't understand whether this was another trick of Aizen or some other unknown force at work. Ichimaru Jin still maintained his signature fake smile, but his eyes inadvertently glanced at Matsumoto Rangiku beside him. He turned to Aizen, with a bit of teasing in his tone, "Oh, Captain Aizen, this seems to be different from our previous plan." Aizen was not moved at all, and the smile on his face was still peaceful and deep. He responded lightly, "It's okay, Jin. My plan is about to begin." As soon as these words came out, the stronger Shinigami in the field changed color. Yoryuki shouted even more anxiously, "Leave them." Although everyone was full of reluctance, they quickly responded to Yoryuki's order and evacuated the area around Aizen and the other two. At this moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky above their heads, and countless Killian swarmed out of it. Then, 3 pale golden lights descended from the sky, covering Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and another companion. Under the guidance of this mysterious light, the 3 slowly rose to the sky. Before Ichimaru Jin took off, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He turned his head to Matsumoto Rangiku, who was not far away, and said softly, "I'm really sorry, Rangiku." Seeing this, some Shinigami wanted to step forward to stop them, but they were stopped by Captain Yamamoto. Chapter 295, The Intruding Star Stream. That is the anti-membrane, a special ability used by the Hollow to help its companions return to the Hueco Mundo. Captain Yamamoto explained, revealing a bit of helplessness in his voice. Once enveloped by that light, the inside and outside will be completely isolated, becoming 2 completely different worlds. Kashiwamura was covered in blood, his eyes fixed on his friend Tissen. "Tissen, have you forgotten?" His voice trembled, full of pain and disappointment. "Have you forgotten why you became a god of death? Have you forgotten your deceased friend and the justice you uphold in your heart?" Tissen slowly turned around, facing Kashiwamura's questioning. His face did not fluctuate at all. "Didn't I say it, Kashiwamura?" His voice was flat and indifferent. "What is presented to me is just a bloody road. What I am walking on is the road of justice." After hearing this, Captain Kashiwamura's eyes flashed with a trace of complex emotions. "Tissen." He sighed, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a helpless sigh. At this time, Yukitake Jushiro stood up, staring at Aizen. His tone revealed deep doubt. "I really didn't expect that you would join forces with the Hollow. What is your purpose?" Aizen smiled slightly, his eyes revealed a calmness beyond ordinary people, "To seek higher." Hearing this, Yukitake couldn't help but sigh. "Have you fallen too, Aizen?" His voice was full of regret and disappointment. However, Aizen just smiled lightly. That's too hypocritical, Yucatake. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. From the beginning, no one can stand in the sky. You can't, I can't, and even God can't. At this point, he took off his glasses, raised his hand to lift his bangs, revealing the ambitious eyes that had been concealed. But this unbearable vacancy of the throne of heaven is about to end. From now on, I will stand in the sky. Everyone was shocked by Aizen's bold words, and they all looked up at the proud figure standing in the sky. No one noticed the portal that quietly appeared next to them. Master Xingliu, look! Moroku suddenly grabbed the corner of Xingliu's clothes excitedly, his face full of surprise. What that person said is exactly the same as what you said before. As soon as she stepped out of the portal, she happened to hear Aizen's shocking words. These words sounded very familiar to her, as if they were called up from the depths of her memory. Wake up! It wasn't until Xingliu also emerged from the portal that she suddenly realized, weren't these words the bold words that Xingliu had said when he faced the ninja coalition alone? That period of history was recorded in a book by some people. After seeing it, Moroku felt that the second-year soul in it resonated with his own heart, so he kept it in mind. However, Xingliu was so embarrassed at this time that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He did say those words before, but that was when he was young and full of energy and his second-year syndrome broke out. Looking back now, it's really funny. Their appearance broke the silence at the scene. Everyone's eyes were all cast on the sudden visitors. Captain Yamamoto's hand unconsciously clenched his crutches, and he felt an unprecedented threat from Xingliu. The power was so strong that he couldn't help but be frightened. Kashiwamura also felt something was wrong. He opened his eyes wide and asked sternly, "Who are you?" He said as he gripped his Zanpakuto tightly, ready to take action against Xingliu and Moroku at any time. Due to Aizen's betrayal and the appearance of Ichigo Kurosaki and others, the Soul Society was in a state of panic. During this sensitive period, any unfamiliar face would arouse high alert. However, just as Kashiwamura was about to take action, he was shocked to find that his Zanpakuto seemed to resist the battle. This made him dumbfounded and at a loss. "Oh? Interesting." Xingliu chuckled when he saw this. Did the monk find me? Or did the Soul King still have feelings for some people and notify them privately? When Xingliu mentioned the monk, the pupils of several senior Shinigami suddenly contracted. Obviously, this title touched a nerve of theirs. Captain Yamamoto also took a deep breath. He knew that his feeling just now was not an illusion. The man in front of him possessed an immeasurable terrifying power. Aizen naturally noticed this scene. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and he was obviously brewing a new plan. But just as he was about to make a move, Xingliu suddenly stretched out his hand slowly in his direction. Seeing Xingliu's actions, several vice-captains who had just heard Captain Yamamoto's explanation showed a mocking smile on their faces. They thought that Xingliu was overestimating his own abilities. After all, this kind of power that even the captain was helpless against, how could he easily break it? However, what happened the next moment shocked them speechlessly. As Xingliu's fingers gently waved, cracks appeared on the extremely solid anti-membrane. These cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. In a flash, the originally unbreakable anti-membrane collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. How? How is this possible? A vice-captain exclaimed in shock, his face full of disbelief. Captain Yamamoto also widened his eyes. He knew the power of the anti-membrane, so he understood how shocking the scene was. The iron rule that the anti-membrane could not be broken was easily broken at this moment, which made him unable to control his inner surprise. Ichimaru-jin narrowed his eyes slightly, and the usual fake smile on his face was also a little stiff. He stared at the star stream intently, as if he wanted to pry deeper secrets from this mysterious person. However, everyone quickly recovered from the shock. The anti-membrane had been broken, which meant that Aizen was exposed to their attack range again. Kashiwamura's reaction was particularly quick. Although his Zanpakuto showed a strange feeling of unwillingness to attack the star stream, this feeling disappeared when facing Aizen. Bankai Black Rope Heavenly Punishment Mayu! Kashiwamura shouted and summoned a huge black armored warrior. Although the giant's armor was tattered and one of its arms was even broken, Kashiwamura still controlled it and rushed towards Aizen with his Zanpakuto. "Captain Kashiwamura, you are really persistent," Aizen said softly. He did not dodge, but calmly performed his own technique, Heido number 90, Black Coffin. The attacks of the two hit both of them, but the result was unexpected. The Aizen that Captain Kashiwamura's giant chopped was just an illusion in his eyes, while the real Aizen stood there unscathed. On the contrary, Kashiwamura himself was hit hard by Aizen's Heido. He was already seriously injured and could no longer support himself, and fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 296 Only those who dare to die can kill people. Although Kashiwamura's attack failed to cause substantial damage to Aizen, it successfully delayed his time. Because the anti-membrane had just been destroyed, Aizen could not escape in a short time. However, such a price was also heavy. Captain Kashiwamura. Shooting Range Tetsuzumon, as the vice-captain of the 7th Division, saw the captain's life or death was uncertain, so he immediately rushed over. He was relieved when he realized that his captain was still alive. At the same time, Aizen did not take this little character seriously, and his attention was completely focused on the captain's present. However, at this moment, a frivolous voice broke the tranquility of the air. "Ah, Captain Aizen, I'm subdued again. I saw that Ichimaru-jin was put on the neck by Matsumoto Rangiku with a knife, and his face was still wearing that signature fake smile. The other people present witnessed Ichimaru-jin's clumsy performance, and their mouths twitched involuntarily, obviously feeling a little amused and crying about this drama. Even a scheming person like Aizen couldn't help but feel a little speechless at this moment. He chose to turn a deaf ear to Ichimaru-jin's words, and instead turned his gaze to Captain Yamamoto, saying lightly, "You have been keeping your troops inactive because you have some concerns. Compared to me, the new person over there seems to be more dangerous. After all, he destroyed the anti-membrane that no one could destroy with one move. This ability, even you, must be difficult to do." Captain Yamamoto did not refute Aizen's words, because he did have such concerns in his heart. In his opinion, although the ability of Kagami Water Moon is extremely tricky, the destructive power displayed by Star Stream is more alarming. For a moment, the atmosphere on the field became subtle. Aizen and his group, who were originally traitors to the Soul Society, were not immediately besieged at this moment. Instead, there was a subtle trend of cooperation between the two sides, and they tacitly pointed their spearheads at Star Stream. As a high school student, Ichigo Kurosaki could not understand the twists and turns in the field at all. He only knew that Aizen could be attacked at this time. However, due to continuous fighting, his body was exhausted and unable to move. Even if he relied on his strong will to stay awake, he could no longer participate in the battle. Therefore, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was unable to move and could not understand the situation on the field, was the first to shout, "Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Isn't Aizen there? Why?" Before he finished speaking, Yoriyuki had already flashed to his side and knocked him unconscious with a punch. Then, she smiled at the people in the field and said, "Haha, this silly boy is too seriously injured. I will take him to heal first." As she said, she lifted Ichigo Kurosaki and put him on her shoulders, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Ichigo Kurosaki's companions also seemed to have received some kind of signal, and followed him and left the scene. Obviously, Yoriyuki had conveyed some information to them before leaving. At this moment, Zinglio looked at the people who gradually surrounded him and Moroka with a playful smile. He opened his lips slightly and said sarcastically, "It seems that the Godi I-13 is not a good organization. But it is true that the so-called 5 great nobles are just a group of clowns who grew up by absorbing the blood of the Soul King." At this point, his eyes suddenly caught the figure of Shiba Kyukaku. After a slight pause, he added, "Oh, it seems that I was not strict enough before. The Shiba family is quite qualified as a noble." Although Xingliu's words were understated, Captain Yamamoto's face changed instantly. As the deepest secret of Soul Society, what Xingliu said must not be made public. He glanced at several people with doubts on their faces, and knew in his heart that Xingliu must not be allowed to continue. Everything will return to ashes. Flowing blade like fire. Captain Yamamoto chanted in a low voice, and the cane in his hand instantly turned into a blazing blade under the urging of the liberation words. At the same time, his shirt also turned to ashes in the flames, revealing his muscular upper body. As Captain Yamamoto performed his shikai, the temperature around him instantly rose, and everyone felt like they were thrown into a hot furnace. The strong heat wave rolled and suffocated people. And the huge spiritual pressure released from his body was like a heavy hammer, oppressing everyone's heart fiercely. Under the impact of this spiritual pressure, those with weaker strength crawled on the ground powerlessly, and even moving became extremely difficult. However, what made Captain Yamamoto's heart sink was that in the face of such a strong spiritual pressure, Xingliu seemed to be unaffected and still stood like a pine tree. There was no discomfort or fear on his face, but a faint smile, as if mocking this contest of power. And the little girl next to Xingliu also behaved very calmly. She looked around curiously, her clear eyes flashing with curiosity and exploration, without showing any fear at all because of Captain Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. Yamamoto Shijikuni has a high confidence in his spiritual pressure. He knows very well, in the entire Soul Society, there are only a handful of people who can ignore his spiritual pressure. However, the two people in front of him made him feel unprecedented frustration. Not only were they not intimidated by his spiritual pressure, but they faced him with an attitude that was almost contemptuous. Who are these two people? Captain Yamamoto couldn't help but have such doubts in his heart. However, as the leader of the Soul Society, he would never back down because of a little doubt. He tightly grasped the Zanpakuto in his hand and swung it towards Xingliu. In an instant, the blazing flames broke through the air, like an angry fire dragon, baring its fangs and claws and rushing towards Xingliu and the other person, wanting to devour them in an endless sea of fire. However, just when the flames were about to touch Xingliu and the other person, an incredible scene happened. Those originally blazing flames suddenly solidified in the air, as if they were imprisoned by an invisible force and could not move forward at all. At this moment, the smile on Xingliu's face had disappeared without a trace. He stared at Captain Yamamoto with a cold gaze and said softly, "Only those who are prepared to be killed are qualified to kill. Since you have already made a move, I think you should have made up your mind, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Captain Yamamoto felt a huge sense of crisis in his heart. Thousands of years of fighting intuition were now frantically reminding him, run away. Trusting his intuition, Yamamoto fled the spot in an instant, but one of his arms was still broken and left there. Chapter 297 The Truth of the Spirit King. At that moment, an invisible space attack came instantly, and one of Captain Yamamoto's arms was bitten off without any warning. His body was trembling slightly, and it was obvious that he had suffered a great shock. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner shock. He understood that at that moment, he was only one step away from death. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have become a lifeless body at this moment. "Old man!" Kiraku Shunsui exclaimed, his eyes full of worry. "Captain!" The other captains also exclaimed. They obviously didn't expect that Captain Yamamoto would suffer such a heavy blow in the first round. Aizen's eyes flickered slightly at this moment. Although he disdained the Godai 13, he always maintained due respect for Captain Yamamoto's strength. However, the man in front of him actually made Captain Yamamoto suffer a great loss in a short moment, which undoubtedly raised his evaluation of Xingliu by a few points. Captain Yamamoto took a deep breath, endured the pain and stopped several captains who wanted to help. "Don't come over. Kiraku, take them away from here, and let me handle this." Although his voice was a little trembling, it was full of firmness and determination. He knew that this battle was no longer something they could intervene in, and he had to face this powerful enemy alone. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation, but when he saw Captain Yamamoto's resolute eyes, he instantly understood the serious situation at the moment. They must obey the captain's order and evacuate this dangerous battlefield immediately. This is not only for their own safety, but also to avoid any unnecessary interference to the next battle of Captain Yamamoto. However, just as they were about to evacuate, a scornful laugh suddenly sounded, as if a cold wind swept through everyone's heart. Xingliu stood there and said word by word, "Do you think I don't exist? If you want to fight, you can fight, if you want to leave, you can leave." His tone was flat and indifferent, as if he was a god who controlled all life and death. Then, an unprecedented strong spiritual pressure came instantly. This spiritual pressure was so strong that everyone present felt suffocated. Whether it was Aizen's side or the Godi I-13, everyone seemed to be pressed by an invisible mountain on their chests, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's eyes flashed with shock and disbelief. He always thought that his spiritual pressure was the most powerful existence in the Soul Society. However, at this moment, he found that he seemed so small and powerless in front of this spiritual pressure. This was an experience he had never had before, and a result he had never thought of. Aizen was far more shocked than Yamamoto. As a scholar who has studied spiritual pressure and spirit particles in depth, he has a more thorough understanding of this invisible force. At this moment, he clearly sensed that the spiritual pressure that suppressed everyone did not come from the star stream itself, but from the power of the Soul Society itself. The Soul Society, which was completely constructed by spirit particles, seemed to have become a puppet of the star stream, obeying its will. This was a situation that Aizen had never imagined. This power made him think of the Soul King who created the three realms. For a moment, Aizen's eyes looking at the star stream became extremely hot, as if he was looking at he had reached some unprecedented possibility. At the same time, Yamamoto also put aside all his concerns and used his Bankai, Zankatachi. As he released his Zanpakuto, the flames around him disappeared strangely. Instead, the temperature around him rose sharply, and the air around Yamamoto became distorted. After his Bankai, Yamamoto's spiritual pressure was greatly improved. However, he was suppressed by the even greater spiritual pressure again after just one step. Even a strong captain like Yamamoto could not resist the will that seemed to come from the whole world. Being able to move a little under such suppression was enough for him to be proud of. Xingliu slowly walked towards Yamamoto, who was suppressed by the huge spiritual pressure and could not move, with a faint smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and gently touched the Zanpakuto in Yamamoto's hand. Because of Yamamoto's Bankai, the sword absorbed all the heat. Ordinary people would die even if they just approached. However, in Xingliu's hands, this sword, which is known as the strongest in Soul Society, seems so fragile. Xingliu just exerted a little force, and the tip of the rising sun blade broke easily. The crisp sound of breaking echoed in the air, as if it was a ruthless mockery of Yamamoto. Yamamoto's eyes were full of astonishment and disbelief. At this moment, he deeply realized that the gap in strength between him and Xingliu was like a chasm, leaving him no chance to resist. Xingliu touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Don't look at me like that, your Soul King has already sold you to me." His words were calm and indifferent, but they exploded like a thunder in the hearts of everyone present. Yamamoto couldn't believe his ears. He was sold? How could he know nothing about this? Moreover, hasn't the Soul King lost consciousness? After all, his body had long been divided into countless parts. How could such a being make a decision? Therefore, even though life and death were in Xingliu's hands, Yamamoto still couldn't believe what the other party said. He stared at Xingliu closely, trying to find a flaw in his eyes. Xingliu looked at Yamamoto's suspicious expression, smiled sarcastically, and continued, "What you did, others may not know, but you Yamamoto can't be unclear, right? The Spirit King who created the three realms was cruelly divided by your so-called nobles, and has been reincarnated between life and death. If he wanted to destroy the world directly, I would think it was natural. Now, he is just tired of it all and wants to die, and then he left the mess to me." Xingliu's words were full of disdain and ridicule for the nobles. His eyes were deep and indifferent, as if he was looking at a group of ridiculous clowns. Yamamoto was shocked by his words and speechless, and his heart was shaken. According to Xingliu, the Spirit King is indeed capable and qualified to do so. The other captains were dumbfounded. Didn't the Godai 13 always take protecting the Soul King as their duty? Now someone told him that the Soul King was neither alive nor dead, and his body was cut into countless pieces. So what were they protecting? Especially Jason Kaname, who was already dissatisfied with the Soul Society nobles because of his friends, and now he couldn't bear to hear the truth. "Kashimura, is this your justice?" Chapter 298 Worker Plan. A complicated look appeared on Kashimura's face amid Tassen's questioning. He never thought that several nobles in Soul Society would do such a heretical thing, dismembering the Soul King. The mission of the Godai 13 was to protect the Soul King and maintain peace and order in the three realms. However, now that the Soul King has ended up in such a miserable end, their protection has become meaningless and even a joke. With a heavy heart, Kashimura couldn't help but look at Captain Yamamoto. He hoped to see a hint of denial in the captain's eyes, a hint of ignorance of the matter. However, Captain Yamamoto's face was as calm and deep as the water of the abyss. He closed his lips tightly and did not say a word. This was undoubtedly a tacit agreement with Xingliu's statement. This fact made Kashimura feel unbearable. He could not accept that the idol he admired in the past knew about this matter from the beginning. His heart was full of struggle and pain, and he felt ashamed to face the teammates who had fought side by side with him. At this moment, his beliefs were completely overturned, and his heart was filled with endless confusion and loss. Xingliu glanced at Kashimura's painful expression and the angry eyes of the people around him, and couldn't help but jokingly said, no way, you guys are broken now. Then if I tell you again that the so-called Spirit King Palace is actually a prison, and Aizen is the one who really sees through everything, how do you feel?" Captain Yamamoto took a deep breath, his voice was steady and powerful. "Enough. We are not as skilled as you, so we have nothing to say. You can kill or chop us up, whatever you want." He didn't dare to let Xingliu continue, otherwise even if they escaped this time, the Godai 13 would be disbanded on the spot. Xingliu chuckled, stroking his chin and fell into a brief contemplation. Moroku held the corner of his clothes tightly, stood behind him, and looked at the crowd around him curiously. "Well, I thought about it," Xingliu said slowly. "Since your Spirit King has handed you over to me, if I kill you now, wouldn't it be destroying my own place? That would be too much of a loss." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately felt the suffocating spiritual pressure disappear instantly. They all breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being suppressed and unable to move just now was really unbearable. Captain Sanban also silently released his Bankai state. He knew that he had no chance of winning in front of Xingliu. Since the opponent had withdrawn his spiritual pressure, it would be meaningless for him to maintain his Bankai. After all, he was not as pretentious as Aizen. For a while, the atmosphere on the field fell into a heavy silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xingliu, and his every word and action could affect their tense nerves. After all, this existence could take their lives at any time, so they couldn't help but pay attention. However, Xingliu was deeply entangled at this moment. Although the Soul King had handed over this world to him, people's thoughts were free after all. It was not an easy thing to make these people obey their orders. Unless he chooses to kill people and return the world to chaos, and then restore order. But this approach is too troublesome and violates his principles. Xingliu admits that he is not a good person, but he is definitely not a devil. He can't imagine that he really destroys all the lives in a world. Even if he just imagines it, he feels unbearable. What's more, he promised the Soul King that there will not be too many casualties. Besides, whether it is the Shinigami or Aizen, they all have talents and strengths that cannot be underestimated. If they can be brought under their command and used for their own purposes, it will undoubtedly be a good thing. Izuna has been complaining about the heavy workload. If these people can be sent to assist him, he will no longer have any complaints. After careful consideration, Xingliu suddenly had an idea and thought of a wonderful way. The world of the Shinigami will eventually merge with the world of Naruto, and the Shinigami are essentially just spirits. At that time, he can let these Shinigami help him manage the underworld, so that the impact on the two worlds can be minimized. However, there is another key problem to be solved in this plan, that is, who should be selected to take on the management position. Xingliu actually prefers to choose Aizen. Although this person is ambitious, his ability is undoubtedly outstanding and cannot be ignored. However, Aizen's subordinates are rotten fish and shrimp. Letting them participate in the battle may be barely coping, but if they are asked to be responsible for management work, I am afraid that they will soon give up. And if the Shinigami are asked to work for Aizen, it is also likely to be an embarrassing situation of obeying orders but not announcements. After all, in the eyes of the Shinigami, Aizen is a traitor. Even if they know the truth now, it is not easy to change their ideas. At that time, if Aizen finds it troublesome, he may eliminate them all in anger. As time passed, the atmosphere on the field became more and more depressing. Even a person like Aizen couldn't help but frown, not understanding what Xingliu was thinking. Fortunately, at this moment, Xingliu's eyes lit up, clapped his hands, and said excitedly, "I thought of it." Then, he turned to Aizen and Yamamoto and began to elaborate on his plan. However, as Xingliu spoke, Yamamoto and Aizen's faces gradually became strange. Xingliu's words seemed to reshape their worldview, making them feel unbelievable. What? This world will merge with other worlds after a while? Yamamoto asked with wide eyes in disbelief. Can the world still merge? This is simply a fantasy in their eyes. That's right, and in order to decide who will work for me, we will both hold a competition. Xingliu smiled and said, "The prize is the opportunity to work for me." Hearing this, Aizen and Yamamoto couldn't help but frown. They felt that Xingliu was insulting them. Even if Xingliu is powerful, he can't look down on them like this, right? However, when Xingliu said, "The salary is to get the power of the Soul King," their eyes suddenly lit up. This condition was undoubtedly very tempting, and they could not refuse it. That's fine. Aizen took the lead and expressed his willingness to accept Xingliu's proposal. Although Yamamoto was a little hesitant, considering that he could get the power of the Soul King, he finally nodded and agreed. Xingliu looked at Aizen with some doubts. The words "this guy just agreed" made him grin. He even felt that he was being sarcastic, but looking at Aizen with a gratuitous look, Xingliu felt that he might have made a mistake. Chapter 299 Fun People. After confirming that Aizen did not say anything sarcastic, Xingliu continued to say calmly, "Since we have reached a consensus, let's proceed according to the plan originally formulated by Aizen." He paused and emphasized, "However, I must remind you too that no matter what the result of the game is, you are absolutely not allowed to kill people at will during the process. You know, you may become colleagues and work for me together in the future." Upon hearing this, Aizen glanced at Yamamoto with contempt, secretly mocking this stubborn old antique in his heart, thinking that he was not qualified to be compared with himself. Yamamoto glared at Aizen angrily, and he felt disgusted and disdainful of this betrayer. The two disliked each other, and after each snorted coldly, they fell into silence. Seeing this tense scene, Xingliu couldn't help but smile lightly, but didn't say anything more. He knew very well that the contradiction and fight between the two people could not be easily resolved with just one or two words. The fundamental disagreement between them lies in their different beliefs. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni knew the situation of the Soul King from the beginning. His idea of justice was to maintain stability. Therefore, the Godi I-13 he founded was, in a sense, just a group of executioners who carried out orders. Aizen was deeply dissatisfied with the five nobles as the ruling class of Soul Society. He believed that they not only betrayed the Soul King, but also turned him into a symbolic existence. What he longed for was to overthrow the ruling system of Soul Society, reveal the truth about the Soul King, make himself the new Soul King, and lead the world to a new future. However, Xingliu seemed unusually calm and unconcerned about all these disputes and contradictions. Because he knew that he had the ability to satisfy what Aizen and Yamamoto were pursuing. Aizen longed to surpass the god of death and become the supreme being. But this was not easy. He had to win the next game, otherwise he would face Captain Yamamoto who had the power of the Soul King, and his goal would become out of reach. If Yamamoto could continue to be in the leadership, he would have the opportunity to put forward his opinions to the Star Stream and fight for a glimmer of hope for the Soul Society. But if he loses in the game, Aizen will inevitably carry out a thorough reform of the existing Soul Society. By then, the stability that Yamamoto cherishes will be gone. Therefore, both of them have irreconcilable beliefs and reasons to win. After taking a deep look at the Star Stream, Aizen prepared to leave with Ichimaru Jin and Tison. However, at this moment, Ichimaru Jin suddenly opened his eyes and said calmly, "Captain Aizen, I may not be able to go with you." He glanced at Rangiku and continued, "After all, there are people I cherish here." Faced with Ichimaru Jin's betrayal, Aizen did not show the slightest surprise or anger, but smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, Jin. I have always known your purpose, and I know that sooner or later there will be such a day." After that, he no longer paid attention to Ichimaru Jin, but fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head, swept his eyes across the crowd, and slowly said, "So, who else is willing to follow me? After knowing the truth about the Soul King, can you still accept such a soul society?" After Aizen's words fell, the scene fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, weighing the pros and cons in their hearts. They knew that what Aizen said was true. The truth about the Soul King was like a heavy bomb, which set off a storm in their hearts and caused an irreparable crack in their faith in the Soul Society. However, to follow Aizen and betray their former beliefs and companions, such a decision was like a double-edged sword, deeply hurting their hearts. Everyone fell into silence, their hearts full of struggles and contradictions. Their eyes were blurred, as if they were looking for some guidance, some power that could make them make up their minds. At this moment, a firm and loud voice broke the silence of the air, "I am willing to follow Master Aizen." Everyone turned their heads and saw Captain Kashiwamura of the 7th Division standing up without fear. Although he was seriously injured and his steps were staggering, he still walked towards Aizen firmly. Captain Yamamoto looked at Kashiwamura's back and his heart was filled with an inexplicable sadness. He had personally trained Kashiwamura and regarded him as his favorite student. However, now they have come to this point and parted ways. Thinking of his past deception, Captain Yamamoto sighed softly and closed his eyes. When Kashiwamura walked to Tison, Tison didn't say much, but just patted his shoulder gently, as if to give him support and encouragement. And Aizen quietly waited for the choices of others, but no one was willing to join his camp. After all, the ties of the people present were deeply rooted in the land of Soul Society. Even if they knew the truth about the Soul King, they could not give up everything for their beliefs. Aizen smiled softly, and he was not surprised by this result. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, a crisp voice came from a distance, "Captain Aizen, please don't leave me." Everyone looked over and saw Hinamori Momo trotting all the way, her face full of determination and persistence. A trace of astonishment rarely flashed across Aizen's consistent face, and even a little confusion appeared in his eyes. Why did Hinamori Momo want to go with him after he spoke from the bottom of his heart? And shouldn't she be seriously injured and unconscious now? Why did she suddenly appear here? Xingliu stood aside, enjoying the scene with a mentality of watching a good show. He knew very well about the appearance of Hinamori Momo, and it was his secret actions that enabled her to stand up at this moment. Today, Xingliu has evolved from a simple fish-slacking monster to a fun person. He just wanted to see Aizen's headache. What's wrong with him? Now there are so many people on the field, Aizen can't refuse Hinamori Momo's surrender. After all, he said it himself, if he refused, wouldn't it be a slap in his face? And his smart head turned and he knew that Hinamori Momo's sudden appearance was caused by Xingliu. After understanding this, he knew that he had no way out. Now there is only one choice before him, that is to accept Momo Hinamori's joining. Aizen took a deep breath, forced down the fluctuations in his heart, turned his eyes to Momo Hinamori, and tried to make his voice sound calm. Hinamori, are you sure you want to come with me? Momo Hinamori nodded without hesitation, and then looked at Aizen expectantly. Chapter 300 Shiba Kyokaku. Aizen looked at Momo Hinamori with a headache, gnashing his teeth secretly, but still maintained a calm attitude on the surface. He said briefly, in that case, then follow me. As soon as the words fell, he no longer gave Momo Hinamori a chance to speak, and quickly contacted the hollow to open the anti-membrane, and took her away from everyone. Xingliu nodded with satisfaction, feeling a little happy about Aizen's embarrassed appearance at the moment. He then ignored the complicated expressions of the Shinigami, turned around and walked towards Shiba Konghe, and said softly, I just came here and haven't found a place to stay. How about it, do you welcome me to stay with you for a few days? Shiba Konghe stared at Xingliu vigilantly, and was highly alert to this existence whose strength far exceeded hers and whose good and evil were unclear. However, Xingliu didn't seem to care about her vigilance, just smiled slightly and patted her shoulder gently. Konghe subconsciously took a few steps back, and just wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a strange feeling coming from the broken part of her right arm. She looked down and was shocked to find that the broken arm was recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, her lost arm grew back completely and recovered as before. Konghe raised her right hand in disbelief, and gently touched the new arm with the other hand until she felt a clear touch, and then a look of joy appeared on her face. The recovery of this arm is of great significance to her. In her early years, she was attacked by a hollow, which damaged her spirit. The incompleteness of her soul made it impossible for her to completely repair her arm even with the most advanced skills. Moreover, because of this, she couldn't even release her Zanpakuto. However, now, all these troubles disappeared with a light tap from Xingliu. She was extremely shocked and grateful, and her attitude towards Xingliu also changed subtly. Xingliu looked at the surprised expression on Shiba Konghe's face and said with a smile, this is just a little gift I prepared for you. I hope you will like it. After feeling Xingliu's kindness, Konghe restored her former generosity. She generously put her arm around Xingliu's shoulders and said enthusiastically, haha, it's a small matter. You can stay as long as you want. This is your home. Then, a sly flash in her eyes, and she continued. By the way, you just came here and haven't seen my fireworks show yet? I'll arrange one for you tonight to open your eyes. Although he knew that Konghe was generous and casual, her behavior at this moment still surprised him. Feeling Konghe's enthusiasm and tenderness, he couldn't help but look down. However, what he saw was a piece of Snow White that made his heart beat faster. As Konghe moved, her already exposed clothes became more shaky, as if they could fall off at any time. As an experienced time traveler, Xingliu swore that he didn't expect things to develop to this point at first. He helped Konghe recover his arm, which was just a small effort, just as an advance payment of rent. However, he never expected that he could meet such a generous person in this world. Since Konghe was so generous, Xingliu was no longer polite. He took advantage of the situation to hug Konghe's waist, and then waved to Moroku, who was full of contempt, ready to take them away together. Moroku trotted to Xingliu's side, secretly glanced at Konghe's hot body, and couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. However, she tried her best to hide her emotions on the surface, and still maintained her contempt for Xingliu. Xingliu didn't care about it, after all, he always took revenge on the spot. He pretended to casually reach out and rubbed Miroku's hair until her hair was messy, and then stopped with satisfaction. Although Miroku was angry, he could do nothing about it. She snorted coldly, raised her foot and kicked Xingliu lightly, which was a small revenge. And Xingliu just smiled slightly and didn't care too much about her. In the eyes of everyone, Xingliu took Konghe and Miroku away from the scene. After his demonstrative display of force, no one dared to stop him. After they left, the people left looked at each other, and the atmosphere was once very solemn. Kurako Shunsui walked to the side of Captain Yamamoto with complicated eyes, and said in his usual frivolous tone, "Oh, old man, what should we do now?" Captain Yamamoto fell into deep thought after hearing this. Of course he understood what Kurako Shunsui was referring to. Although he couldn't believe what Xingliu said about the Soul King, he had to face the truth. He knew very well that with Xingliu's strength, there was no need to lie to them. There was no need to deceive them at all when they could destroy their existence with just a wave of their hands. Thinking of this, Captain Yamamoto said in a deep voice, "I will personally go to the Zero Squad to confirm the situation of the Soul King. You will be responsible for handling the aftermath of this travel disaster and the Aizen incident." As he said this, the Ryujin Jaka in his hand turned back into the form of a cane, but it was much shorter than before. He turned around and prepared to leave, and his steps seemed a little staggering. After walking 2 steps, he stopped and said slowly, "All information about Mr. Xingliu is classified as top secret. Let everyone present strictly abide by the confidentiality regulations. Shunsui, I'll trouble you this time." After saying this, Captain Yamamoto left the scene without looking back. Kurako Shunsui was left watching his gradually receding back and couldn't help but sigh. He knew that this incident was undoubtedly a huge change for the Soul Society. And all they could do was try their best to cope with the challenges brought by this change. Soon after Xingliu left with Kyukaku and Miroku, they arrived at the mansion of the Shiba family. Although the Shiba family was once one of the 5 nobles in the Soul Society, they were ostracized and isolated because they were determined not to go along with the other 4 nobles. As time passed, the glory of the Shiba family has gradually dimmed. Now, as the new generation of the head of the family, Shiba Kyukaku can only protect the mansion on Rukanga. Their status is even lower than those of the lower nobles, at least they can still have a place in the jingling court. At this moment, Xingliu and Miroku stood in front of the mansion, looking at the scene in front of them, and couldn't help feeling speechless. 2 huge arms stood tall, as if showing them the loneliness and indomitable spirit of the Shiba family. Between the arms, a banner with the 4 characters Shiba Kyukaku was held up, announcing the existence of this new generation of the head of the family to the world. Shiba Kyukaku took out her iconic pipe, performed a small broken way technique, and then burst into a hearty laugh. "Haha, how about it? My aesthetic taste is not bad." Chapter 301 Strange Aesthetics. Xingliu and Miroku met eyes, and both caught a smile from each other's eyes. They were sure that Shiba Kyukaku's confidence was not bluffing, and she really believed in her aesthetic taste. However, facing the unique decoration style in front of him, Xinglu could only say in his heart, "This aesthetic cannot be said to be absent, but it can only be said that it is not a normal person." Despite this, Xinglu is not the kind of person who speaks out. As for the benefits given by Shiba Kyukaku before, he decided to be more tactful and not to directly undermine her confidence. So, he praised against his will, "Well, it's really good, your aesthetics are indeed unique." Seeing this, Miroku had to agree with him, although she didn't completely agree with Xingliu's statement in her heart. Shiba Kyukaku heard the praise from Xingliu and Miroku and raised her eyebrows proudly, as if her aesthetics had finally been recognized. She took the 2 of them to visit the mansion with great interest. Every time she came to a special place, she would introduce it endlessly, and even show off her design with some pride. Xingliu and Morocco looked at each other in silence and could only agree with a wry smile. Just as Shiba Kyokaka was talking more and more excited, a knock on the door broke the tranquility of the air. Kyokaka walked over and opened the door impatiently, only to see a black cat scurry in. "Hey, Kong-hee, I'm here to visit again." As soon as Yoryuki finished speaking, she rushed to Xingliu's side and prepared to jump onto his shoulder. However, her action was accurately intercepted by Xingliu in midair. Xingliu gently pinched her neck and lifted her in front of him, looking at her well-behaved appearance with a smile. As the head of the Shifunji Yuan family and a close friend of Urahara Kisuke, Yoryuki is naturally a very smart person. Her sudden visit to the Shiba residence this time was obviously not to visit. Xingliu knew clearly in his heart that Yoryuki's real purpose of this trip must be to test his strength and details. Although Kong-hee looked hot-tempered, she was actually very delicate in her heart. She also saw through Yoryuki's intentions at the first time and understood that this uninvited guest was not just a visitor. When she saw that Xingliu grabbed Yoryuki without any hesitation, Kong-hee immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. "I'm so sorry, I was so busy introducing the two guests that I forgot to entertain you." She smiled and suggested, "Since you two are in Seoul society for the first time, why don't I let Kong-hee show my hospitality and take you to taste the local specialties?" As she said that, she tried to take the black cat Yoryuki from Xingliu to create an opportunity for the next conversation. However, Xingliu easily avoided her hand and threw the black cat behind him. Yoryuki only felt a force coming, and she uncontrollably changed back to human form. Morocco was shocked when he saw this. She thought Xingliu was just treating an innocent cat roughly, but she didn't expect that this black cat was actually a changeable character. What made her even more embarrassed was that Yoryuki was not wearing clothes in cat form, and this change made the atmosphere in the whole room instantly become awkward. "Ah!" Morocco screamed, and quickly jumped up to cover Xingliu's eyes. "You are not allowed to look. How can someone go out without clothes?" Her cheeks were slightly red, and she was obviously a little at a loss for what to do with this sudden change. Xingliu was stunned by Morocco's sudden action, and then reacted, feeling a little amused. He had actually noticed Yoryuki's true identity a long time ago, and had expected that she might change her form, so he didn't really go to see it. But Morocco's reaction made him feel a little funny, and at the same time, he felt a little warm. Yoryuki quickly stood firm, and an embarrassed look flashed across her face. Although she often teased others in the form of a black cat, and then turned back to human form when she was caught off guard, enjoying the effect of surprise. But this time the situation was completely different. Not only was she easily seen through, but she was also beaten back to human form without any defense, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Kong-hee looked at his friend's embarrassment, sighed, and reluctantly pulled her away from the scene. Not long after, Yoryuki came out wearing Kong-hee's clothes. The clothes seemed a little tight on her. She twisted her body uncomfortably, pulled the straps on her shoulders, and complained. "Your clothes are too small. It's really uncomfortable to wear." Kong-hee heard the blue veins on her forehead jump, and she gritted her teeth and said, "If you complain again, I will really treat you as a firework." Yoryuki was frightened by Kong-hee's threat, and quickly took a step back, using laughter to cover up her embarrassment. Then, she walked straight to Xingliu, hugged his arm intimately, and whispered in his ear as if teasing. "Brother, you are really amazing. You can see through my true identity at a glance." Xingliu turned his head slightly, facing Yoryuki's face close at hand. He could clearly feel the heat of her breath, and his heart was moved. He raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Miss Yi, your transformation skills are indeed exquisite, but if you want to hide it from me, I'm afraid you will have to practice for a few hundred years." Yi laughed softly when she heard this. She let go of Xingliu's hand, took a step back, and looked at him with seductive eyes. "Brother, you are really good at joking. After a few hundred years, won't I really become an old cat?" She paused and added, "However, my interest in you is growing stronger and stronger. There are indeed not many people who can see through my transformation technique." Kang He, who was standing by, watched the interaction between the two, and a ripple appeared in his heart. Although she knew that Yoryuki might have another purpose for coming this time, when she saw the intimate behavior between Xingliu and Yoryuki, she still felt a little inexplicable jealousy in her heart. She coughed lightly and interrupted the conversation between the two. Okay, you two stop flirting here. It's getting late now, why don't I take you to Rukanga to taste the food?" Yoryuki looked at Kang He with some surprise, as if thinking about her proposal. She let go of Xingliu, walked up to Kang He and looked at him carefully, then said in amazement, "Oh, you are not really tempted, are you?" Kang He blushed upon hearing this, and then punched Yoryuki on the head in anger. However, as a master with the title of Shunshin, how could Yoryuki be hit easily? She dodged Kang He's attack lightly, and then began to tease with words. For a while, the two of them fell into a playful fight, with laughter and coquettish voices coming one after another, adding a different color to this quiet night. And at this moment, another knock on the door sounded. Unlike just now, the knock on the door came with endless murderous intent. Chapter 302, Anohana Yachiryu. This murderous aura surged like a sea of blood, which made people tremble with fear. Except for Xingliu, everyone felt an invisible oppression, as if they were tightly pressed by the scythe of the god of death. Maitreya was the youngest and had little experience. Facing this sudden terrifying aura, she was instantly frightened and stunned, tears rolling down like beads from a broken string. She felt as if she was trapped in endless darkness, and fear and helplessness made it almost impossible for her to breathe. Just when she thought she was about to collapse, a warm big hand gently touched her head. The familiar touch brought her back to her senses instantly. She looked up and saw Xingliu's calm eyes. Seeing Xingliu, Maitreya seemed to have found a life-saving straw. She could no longer hold back the fear and grievance in her heart and burst into tears. Xingliu did not speak, but just stroked her hair quietly, letting her tears wet her palms. In fact, Xingliu could completely block these murderous auras for Maitreya, but he did not do so. Since Maitreya knew that the crisis of world destruction was resolved, she seemed to have become a little too self-indulgent, even a little suicidal. Xingliu knew that he could not always protect her, and she needed to learn to face the cruelty of this world by herself. Although the world seems peaceful, it is actually full of hidden dangers. Xingliu is powerful, but he is not a babysitter, and he cannot protect Maitreya all the time. Therefore, he hopes to make Maitreya keep a sense of awe for the world in this way. Of course, Xingliu will never admit that he did this for another reason, which is to retaliate against Maitreya for always exposing his shortcomings. Yoryuki and Kang He stood by the door, staring at the door with solemn expressions. The strong murderous aura made them feel palpitations and doubts and worries intertwined in their hearts. Who on earth is this person who came here with such a strong murderous aura? Just as the two were immersed in their own thoughts, a gentle and graceful voice suddenly sounded at the door, breaking the heavy silence. "Excuse me, is Lord Xingliu here?" The owner of the voice introduced himself. "I am the captain of the 4th team, Anohana. I came here this time because I want to ask Lord Xingliu for an important matter. Please come out and see him." Hearing this familiar voice, Kang He breathed a sigh of relief. In her impression, Anohana has always been the captain of the 4th division who is known for his gentleness and always gives people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Therefore, she thought that nothing big should happen this time. However, as the head of Shifunjiyuan, Yoryuki knows much more about Anohana than Shiba Kang He, a down-and-out noble. She knew clearly that Anohana original name was Anohana Yachiryu, and he was once a killer who claimed to have mastered all the sword arts of the Soul Society. Although she joined the Godei 13 and changed her appearance after being defeated by Captain-in-Chief Yamamoto, she became the captain of the 4th division, which mainly focuses on treatment. But her nature deep in her heart is still the unprecedented villain. The strong murderous aura just now was definitely not an illusion. Anohanaretsu is now on the verge of losing control. This made Yoriyuki feel a little tricky and didn't know what to do. But then she felt that she might have thought too much. After all, although Anohanaretsu's strength is strong, it is still within her understanding. However, Xingliu is a completely bottomless abyss. Unpredictable. At this time, Xingliu had already walked forward and opened the door. This caught her off guard, but then she felt that she was worrying for nothing. After all, with Xingliu's strength, he should be able to easily deal with Anohanaretsu, right? Then she couldn't help but sweat for Anohanaretsu. Today's situation looks quite tricky. If things go wrong, the Godi I-13 will lose another captain. The door slowly opened, and Xingliu's figure appeared at the door, his eyes calmly falling on Anohanaretsu. Although the captain of the 4th Division is known for her gentleness, the murderous aura on her body at this moment is as surging as the tide, which is chilling. However, facing such Anohanaretsu, Xingliu did not show any panic or nervousness. He still maintained that calmness and composure, as if everything was under his control. Captain Anohana, Xingliu nodded slightly, as a greeting. I wonder if you came to see me today for something. Anohanaretsu stared at Xingliu deeply. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the surging emotions in her heart. Unfortunately, her efforts failed to curb the surging emotions, but made them surge more strongly. Her head was lowered, and her long hair covered her face, making it impossible to see her true emotions. The strong murderous aura emanating from her body made people feel like they were falling into an ice cellar, feeling an unprecedented oppression and fear. Yoriyuki and Konghe stood aside. They could clearly feel the power of the murderous aura. They even seemed to have smelled the blood in the air. However, surprisingly, Moroku, who had just cried out of fear, had no reaction at this moment. This was undoubtedly because Xingliu protected her. His purpose was just to teach Moroku a lesson to prevent her from being too naughty and causing trouble. This is a different time, and now this strong murderous aura is enough to leave a deep shadow in Moroku's heart, and may even affect her life. Xingliu is not a cold-blooded person, and he does not want to see such a result. He just wants Moroku to understand that this world is not as beautiful and simple as she imagined. Realizing that Anohanaretsu's emotions are a little out of control, Xingliu can't help but frown slightly. He took a step forward and gently held Anohanaretsu's slender wrist, trying to calm her emotions. Captain Anohanaretsu, please calm down. Xingliu's voice was gentle, as if it could dispel the haze in the soul. He stared into her eyes and continued, if you indulge yourself, your efforts for thousands of years will be in vain. Anohanaretsu felt the warmth and strength from Xingliu's palm, and the emotions in her heart instantly surged out like a flood. She raised her head gently, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a terrifying red light, but the corners of her mouth were raised with a flower-like smile. Please call me Anohana Yachiru, Master Xingliu. She said softly, as if this name could bring her closer to Xingliu. However, Xingliu sensed something unusual in this smile. He was startled, and instantly realized that his actions just now did not really appease Anohana Yachiru's emotions, but might have aroused some of her emotions. So, he waved his hand decisively, and the figures of Yoriyuki, Kyukaku, and Moroku disappeared instantly, and he safely sent them to a safe area a few kilometers away. At the moment he finished all this, Anohana Yachiru slowly untied the braid on her chest, and her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She said calmly, Bankai, all gone. Chapter 303 Where is my home? My home is gone? As Anohana Yachiru's voice fell, a powerful and terrifying force burst out from her body, surging out like a violent torrent, as if to devour everything around. The surrounding space also began to distort and change, and a murderous aura spread. Countless blood suddenly emerged from all directions, quickly converging into a vast sea of blood, tightly surrounding Anohana Yachiru and Starflow. The sea of blood was surging, exuding a strong stench and the breath of death, which made people feel suffocated. At the same time, the Zanpakuto on Anohana Yachiru's waist also underwent earth-shaking changes. The blade instantly turned into a blood blade that could extend and bend, flashing a strange light, as if longing for blood and killing. She showed a broken and twisted smile on her face, and her voice revealed endless madness and murderous intent. "Come on! Let's fight to our heart's content in this sea of blood." After saying that, she suddenly disappeared from the spot, and her figure instantly disappeared in the sea of blood. When she appeared again, she was already standing in front of Xingliu with a blood blade raised, the blade pointed directly at his throat, and a fierce murderous aura rushed towards him. Facing the fierce attack of Anohana Yachiru, Xingliu did not show the slightest panic. He gently turned sideways and cleverly avoided the blood blade of Anohana Yachiru. "Captain Anohana, you have been controlled by your emotions. If you continue like this, you will only go to destruction." Xingliu dodged Yachiryu's attack while trying to awaken her reason with words. However, at this moment, Anohana Yachiryu was completely immersed in the crazy desire for killing. Any external advice was like the wind passing by her ears, and failed to shake her at all. Her attack became more and more fierce, and the blood blade drew shocking blood marks in the void. At this moment, even the space between heaven and earth was torn apart by it, revealing endless murderous intent. Xingliu knew that if he wanted to wake up Anohana Yachiryu from this killing carnival, simply avoiding it was useless. He had to take more active actions to pull her back from the edge of losing control. However, he also knew that if he won by crushing with absolute power, the risk of losing control again after Yachiryu regained her reason was extremely high. As for the reason for Yachiryu's sudden outburst, Xingliu guessed that perhaps it was because the desire to fight that had been suppressed for a long time in her heart finally found an outlet because of the appearance of Xingliu. Because Xingliu was too strong, so strong that she could not see the bottom. So in the eyes of Yachiryu, Xingliu was an opponent who could let her release her desire to fight. As for trivial matters such as life and death, she had already put them aside. Knowing this, Xingliu no longer chose to dodge. He faced the fierce attack of Anohana Yachiryu and rushed forward resolutely. And in his hand, a short knife created by yin-yang escape appeared instantly. The two knives collided fiercely in the air, making a deafening sound of metal and iron. The figures of Xingliu and Anohana Yachiryu flashed and moved quickly in the sea of blood. Every time they fought, they set off a surging wave of blood, as if to swallow up this space. As time went on, Xingliu gradually immersed himself in this battle. He unconsciously increased his strength, wanting to end the battle as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to launch a fatal attack, Anohana Yachiryu suddenly woke up. She felt the fatal threat and used the instant step to escape from the spot for the first time. Boom! After a loud bang, the sea of blood was split by the star stream, revealing a huge crack. Endless blood gushed out from the crack, as if to dye the whole world red. The power of this knife was far more than that. Anohana Yachiryu's Zanpakuto was also shattered under this knife, and the Bankai was also released. And Yachiryu who dodged was also blown away by the aftermath, and flew backwards in the air with blood spitting out of his mouth. Her figure drew a sad and beautiful arc in the sea of blood, and finally fell heavily to the ground. As Anohana Yachiryu fell to the ground, the blood sea around her that was originally formed by her Bankai also dissipated like foam, without a trace. Xingliu looked at Anohana Retsu who was unconscious on the ground and couldn't help but feel a headache. He pressed his temples to try to relieve the sudden distress. Xingliu felt a little tricky about how to deal with this unconscious woman. Killing her didn't seem to be good for him. But leaving it alone was not a wise move. Otherwise, this woman would come to fight him every now and then, who could stand it? Of course, if it was another kind of fight, Xingliu could still consider it. Just as he was lost in thought, a shrill scream broke the silent air. "Where is my home? Where is my big home?" The voice was full of astonishment and despair. Xingliu looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Konghe, Yoryuki, and Moroku hurried back. The scream just now came from Konghe's mouth. She stood there for a moment, then ran to Xingliu with tears in her eyes and cried, "Master Xingliu, my house is gone." Xingliu couldn't help but smile awkwardly when he heard this. He knew very well that Kong He's house was not destroyed by Anohana Yachiryu. Because as early as the beginning of the battle, Yachiryu used Bankai to drag them into the bloody duel. Therefore, the culprit that turned Kong He's house into ruins was actually his last sword that broke the Bankai. Looking at Kong He, who was acting more than being sad, Xingliu sighed helplessly. Then, he snapped his fingers gently. As the crisp snap of fingers fell, a miracle slowly unfolded in front of Yoryuki, Kong He, and Moroku. The house that had become a ruin was recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, the familiar house appeared in front of them intact. Even the two huge arms and the banners at the door were restored to their original state intact. Kong He stared back and forth between Xingliu and the house in amazement, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock of the change in front of him. Then, she subconsciously walked to the house. At the door of the room, she gently opened the door. As soon as she walked in, she found that everything was placed in its original position in an orderly manner, and even her unique artworks were standing quietly in their original places. And Yi was shocked. She was well informed and immediately realized the source of this power. This is not just a simple restoration, but a reversal of time. Xingliu actually made the time of the room flow back in that moment just now. This kind of power is really shocking. Chapter 304 Cheng Ji is optimistic about you. Yi thought she knew something about Xingliu's power, but now she realized that she had only touched the tip of his iceberg. His ability to control time made her have to compare him with the Spirit King, and this cognition caused a huge wave in her heart. Xingliu's powerful strength undoubtedly confirmed that what he said before was true. Thinking of being betrayed by the Soul King whom she protected in ignorance, Yoryuki felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. The faith and loyalty she once firmly believed in seemed so fragile and vulnerable at this moment. However, if Xingliu knew her thoughts, he would probably laugh until tears came out. Because in his perspective, those who claim to be guardians are the real betrayers. They cruelly dismembered the Soul King, used his body as the cornerstone to stabilize the three realms, imprisoned him in the cold and lonely Soul King Palace, and even selected talented death gods to supervise him as ruthless jailers. This behavior is undoubtedly an endless blasphemy against the Soul King. However, the Soul King voluntarily endured this great suffering for the stability of the three realms. It would be difficult for anyone to endure such treatment. In the original narrative, the Soul King led his own demise step by step. In the end, Wiwak ended his life, and then he was made into a new wedge by Kurosaki Ichigo and others. And now, the Soul King only glimpsed another possibility, Xingliu. His strength is unfathomable, strong enough to support the stability of the entire world of the God of Death. Even if the Soul King chooses to end his life at this moment and cause turmoil in the world, Xingliu will definitely protect him. Because this world has been given to Xingliu by the Soul King. As the new ruler, Xingliu will naturally not sit idly by and watch his territory fall into despair. For the Soul King, both choices mean the end. But if Xingliu is not chosen, then once Xingliu has evil thoughts in his heart, no one will be able to stop him. Therefore, the Soul King chose the safest path, giving the world to Xingliu. Suddenly, a faint groan broke the silence and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Anohana Yachiro was struggling to stand up from the ground with difficulty. She was breathing rapidly and looked very painful. Her body was covered with scars, her clothes were tattered, and blood-stained, like a broken doll that had suffered endless destruction, which was heartbreaking. However, unlike her who was full of murderous intent just now. At this moment, her eyes revealed a gentle and warm light, like the calm after the storm. Xingliu felt relieved when he saw her eyes return to calm. After confirming that she had regained her sanity, Xingliu extended a helping hand without hesitation and gently brushed Yachiryu's body with his power. As Xingliu's power gently penetrated into Yachiryu's body, the scars on her body healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally painful and twisted expression gradually eased, and her breathing became much more stable. With the help of Xingliu, Yachiru was pulled back from the brink of death. Although her injuries had healed, Anohanaretsu's body still looked exhausted. She trembled slightly, as if she might lose her balance at any time. Yoryuki shook her head gently, putting aside all distracting thoughts. Now was not the time to dwell on the past. Although she knew the murderous impulse hidden in Anohanaretsu's heart, Yoryuki still maintained a delicate friendly relationship with her. After all, they had both served as captains in the Godi 13, and the years of fighting together had forged an indescribable bond between them. Yoryuki walked briskly to Anohana Yachiru and asked with concern, "Are you okay? How do you feel?" Her voice was soft and warm, revealing deep concern. Anohana Yachiru gently raised her head, a smile bloomed on her lips, but her face was flushed with an unnatural blush. "I'm fine, never better than now." There was an inexplicable sense of danger in her tone, which made Yoryuki alert. Seeing her like this, Yoryuki shuddered involuntarily. She subconsciously took a few steps back, as if she wanted to escape from this sudden strange atmosphere. Seeing Lu also noticed this scene, and he raised his eyebrows helplessly. Head. He felt that this woman seemed to be entangled with him, and with Yachiru's complex personality, this might turn into a dangerous obsession. To put it simply, Yachiru might become a yandere. At this moment, Xingliu seemed to see Chang Ji smiling at him at the other end of the boat. Kang He and Moroku stared at Yachiru, with a bit of prudence and vigilance in their eyes. Although Yachiru had restrained the chilling murderous intent at this moment, they vaguely felt that a more secretive and dangerous aura was quietly lingering around her. Yachiru seemed to have noticed the strange looks of the crowd, but she just smiled indifferently and didn't say much. Her eyes slowly turned to the direction of Xingliu, and subconsciously stroked her chest. However, at this moment, her movements suddenly froze. A look of confusion and astonishment quietly appeared on her face. She looked down in a daze, only to find that the scar on her chest, which was once deep and hideous, had disappeared without a trace. Apparently, when Xingliu healed her injuries, he also erased the old scar. This sudden change made Baiqian feel an inexplicable throbbing. She raised her head and looked at Xingliu deeply, with a complex and inexplicable light flashing in her eyes. Then, Baiqian took a slightly difficult step and slowly walked towards Xingliu. However, just as she was about to walk in front of Xingliu, something unexpected happened. Her feet suddenly slipped, and the whole person lost balance and fell forward. As a being with a high level of cultivation, Xingliu naturally had a keen insight. He clearly saw that Baiqian weakness and loss of composure at the moment were not real. In fact, after the previous rest and recovery, her body was no longer in trouble, and it was impossible for her to have difficulty walking and slipping. Therefore, Xingliu realized that this was just a deliberate act by Baiqian. Faced with this situation, Xingliu could not help but sigh helplessly. He reached out his hand and steadily supported Baiqian who was about to fall. Although he knew that this was her trick, Xingliu did not expose it, but just looked at her with a speechless look. Seeing him like this, Baiqian didn't care at all. Instead, he hugged Xingliu's arm and whispered in his ear, "Master Xingliu, as long as you agree to one condition of mine, I can give you everything I have." Chapter 305 Black-Bellied. Hearing Baiqian words, Xingliu couldn't help but feel a headache. He had long expected that this woman would probably pester him, and now she really came. Seeing his headache, Yaqian said softly, "As long as Master Xingliu is willing to spar with me every day, I will try my best to satisfy you no matter what you want." Her tone was full of expectation and determination, as if she was fully prepared. However, Xingliu secretly rolled his eyes. He knew that the sparring in Yaqian mouth was not an ordinary battle, but a kind of forgetful and all-out fight. Although his strength was far above Yaqian, such a battle would undoubtedly bring him a lot of trouble. If he made a slight mistake in the battle and seriously injured Yaqian, he would have to spend energy to heal her. For Xingliu, this was indeed a loss-making thing. He was not the kind of person who was easily deceived by beauty, so there was no need to put himself in trouble for a woman. So, he was ready to refuse Yaqian Liu's request. However, just when he was about to refuse, Yaqian Liu suddenly raised his hand to block his mouth. She said eagerly, "No, not every day, just once a week." Her tone was full of pleading and expectation, as if this was her last bottom line. Xingliu lowered his head and looked at the anxious woman in front of him, feeling a little weird in his heart. He really couldn't understand why Yachiru was so persistent in sparring with him. Moreover, the once a week she said sounded quite strange to him, and even a little bit fanciful. Moroku listened to their conversation with excitement with a red face, especially when he heard Yachiru say that sentence. He couldn't help laughing softly. Her laughter was like a switch, instantly detonating the atmosphere around. Yoryuki and Konghe couldn't help laughing too. They had obviously been eavesdropping for a long time and were enjoying this rare gossip moment. Yachiru's lewd words made them listen with relish, and this farce brought them endless fun. Xingliu shook his head helplessly, and finally rejected Anohana Yachiru's request. Although Yachiru was disappointed, she soon regained her composure. She rewound her long hair, this time, but she didn't cover the scar on her chest. After all, the once deep scar had disappeared without a trace and no longer needed to be covered. She turned to the three people who were still snickering with a smile on her face and whispered, "Oh, I seem to hear someone talking about me behind my back, who could it be?" Although she was smiling, an indescribable dark aura quietly spread. Moroku and Yoryuki's faces suddenly changed when they heard the words. They pointed at Konghe without hesitation and said in unison, "It's her." This sudden identification caught Konghe off guard. She froze in place and was speechless for a while. However, Yachiru approached Konghe quickly like a ghost. She looked up and down at Kyukaku, with a playful smile on her lips. "Oh? Miss Kyukaku seems to be feeling a little unwell." "That's right, I'm a doctor, let me treat you." After that, she didn't wait for Kyukaku to react, and the Zanpakuto in her hand had already turned into a flying fish-like creature, swallowing Kyukaku in one gulp. All this happened so fast that it was jaw-dropping. Then, Yachiru turned to Yoryuki and Moroku, revealing a hint of teasing in her eyes. "It seems that the physical condition of these two is not optimistic. Maybe someday, you will need my treatment." Her voice was soft and strange, making Yoryuki and Moroku shudder, snuggling together, secretly praying in their hearts not to become the next patient. Xingliu looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh at Yachiru's dark personality. He knew that after rejecting Yachiru this time, she might not give up easily. Yoryuki and Moroku were trembling with fear at Yachiru's words. They knew Yachiru's strength and methods, and they were afraid that they would be the next to be treated. After being swallowed by the flying fish creature transformed by Zanpakuto, Konghe experienced a period of fear and anxiety. However, not long after, the flying fish vomited her out completely. She was covered with mucus all over her body, and felt nauseous, but she could do nothing about it. At this time, Yachiru appeared in front of her again, smiling and said, "I want to relax in Rukonga recently. I wonder if Miss Konghe is willing to let me stay here for a while." Her tone seemed polite, but the Zanpakuto in her hand revealed a hint of chillness. Konghe wanted to refuse, but when she saw that the Zanpakuto in Yachiru's hand showed signs of Shikai again, she couldn't help but shudder. In desperation, she had to bite the bullet and said, "Of course, it's my honor that the captain of the 4th Division can visit my humble home. You can stay as long as you want." Yachiru nodded with satisfaction, feeling proud in his heart. Although Xingliu did not agree to her request, as long as she could live here, she would have the opportunity to slowly change his mind. Xingliu did not care about this. He knew Yachiru's plan very well, but it was simply a pipe dream to change his decision so easily. However, he did not say much. After all, what others wanted to do was her own. As long as they did not come to provoke him. So, in this atmosphere of each having their own thoughts, they began to live together. Kong He, who originally planned to treat everyone to dinner, lost interest because of the previous farce. Fortunately, Yachirya took the initiative to take on the task of cooking and made a sumptuous dinner. When Xingliu saw the table of delicious dishes, he could not help but show a surprised look. He didn't expect that Yachirya was not only powerful, but also had such superb cooking skills. This made Xingliu have a better impression of this woman. Several days have passed since Aizen's betrayal and Xingliu's unexpected appearance. Although the captain of the 4th Division was unexpectedly absent, fortunately, Inu Orium, a member of the traveling disasters, showed excellent healing ability. Under her careful care, many wounded gradually recovered and regained their health. Even the stubborn Captain General Yamamoto, after careful consideration, finally agreed to let Inu Orium treat his arm cut off by Xingliu. In the past few days, he secretly contacted the 0 Division and learned several shocking news from it. First of all, the Soul King Palace was actually isolated by a mysterious force. This force was so strong that the members of the 0 Division could not step out of the palace. Fortunately, the transmission of information was not completely blocked, and they were still able to communicate with the outside world. Secondly, what shocked Captain Yamamoto was that what Xingliu said was actually true. Chapter 306 How to Defeat Aizen with These Insects? This news was revealed by the Soul King himself to Hayashibu Ichibei, which Yamamoto still remembers vividly. Because when the monk mentioned this, his face was very ugly. Because in Hayashibu Ichibei's heart, the Soul King was just an empty title, a wedge to maintain the balance of the 3 realms. However, it was this Spirit King, who had long lost his awe and meaning in his mind, who suddenly spoke and revealed this shocking secret to him. What shocked him even more was that after conveying this important information, the Spirit King actually chose to commit suicide. At that moment, Hayashibu Ichibei's heart almost stopped beating, and he was frightened to death by this sudden change. Fortunately, in the end, this world did not go to destruction, but as the Spirit King told him, it had been stabilized by the star flow. This made Hayashibu Ichibei feel relieved and fell into a long silence. In the end, he chose to play badly. Facing this powerful existence that they had never even seen, they felt helpless. After all, the current 0 Division could not even step out of the palace, which was undoubtedly a great mockery of their strength. In other words, they have been kicked out at present. After learning the frustrating news, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. He felt as if he had fallen into a dark abyss and could not find any way out. He could only decide to act according to Xingliu's advice, even though it made him feel unwilling and helpless. Just then, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, and then his vice-captain, Kojiro Tsukibu, rushed in anxiously. Kojiro's face was covered with sweat, his breathing was rapid, and he looked hurried. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni frowned slightly, stared at Kojiro unhappily and said, "Kojiro, you have been following me for so many years, why are you still so panicked? As a vice-captain, you should learn to stay calm and steady in any situation." Hearing this, Kojiro Tsukibu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Captain, I'm causing you trouble. But I really have an urgent message to tell you." Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni saw this, and his dissatisfaction was slightly relieved. He picked up the water cup on the table, took a sip of tea, and then asked calmly, "Tell me, what happened?" Kojiro swallowed his saliva and said quickly, "Just now, a god of death reported that when they were patrolling Rukanga, they found that Master Xingliu was stopped by a group of nobles' private soldiers." "Captain, what should we do now?" Upon hearing this news, the tea that Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni had just drunk in his mouth instantly sprayed out, splashing on the table to form a water stain. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni stood up suddenly, with an unbelievable expression on his face. He asked sternly, "What did you say? Who was surrounded?" 10,000 thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, like a running horse. He was originally thinking hard about how to win the duel with Aizen, so that he could persuade Xingliu to continue to maintain the existing system of soul society after taking the leadership. This move is undoubtedly to protect the interests of the nobles. However, now such news came, making him feel like falling into an ice cellar. Even Yamamoto had to sigh in his heart, how could he beat Aizen with these insects? Seeing this, Kojiro had to bite the bullet and answer again, "It's Lord Xingliu, he is surrounded by the noble's private soldiers." His voice was trembling, and he was obviously shocked by the situation. "They have already started, and the situation is very critical now," Kojiro continued, revealing deep concern in his words. However, when he said this, he suddenly hesitated. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni saw this and shouted angrily, "What is there to hesitate about? Say it quickly." His voice was like thunder, which made Kojiro shudder involuntarily. Kojiro took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and then continued, "The patrolling death god told me that Lord Xingliu seemed to intend to make things worse." His voice became lower and lower, and he obviously realized the seriousness of the matter. After listening to Kojiro's report, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni frowned and fell into deep thought. He knew from Xingliu's disdainful tone towards the nobles that Xingliu had a strong aversion to the nobles of Soul Society. And with Xingliu's unparalleled strength, he is fully capable of completely crushing those nobles and making their power completely collapse. What worries Yamamoto even more is that Xingliu seems to be interested in making a big deal out of this matter. His attitude made Yamamoto start to wonder if Xingliu wanted to take this opportunity to thoroughly cleanse the nobles of Soul Society. Such thoughts made Yamamoto feel a little uneasy, because once things get out of control, it is likely to cause a storm that cannot be cleaned up. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni could no longer sit still. He picked up the captain's uniform beside him and quickly put it on, and then ordered Kojiro to lead the way. The two of them used instant steps and turned into two gusts of wind, rushing to the scene. In the fifth block of Rukonga outside the Siritii, it was now a bloody battlefield. Human body fragments were lying on the ground, and blood dyed the street red. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which was disgusting. Not far from these corpses, a noble in gorgeous clothes was sitting on the ground, trembling all over, with fear written all over his face. He stared at the woman in front of him with wide eyes, Anohana Yachiru. Anohana Yachiru glanced at the noble with boredom, and then shook the zanpakuto tightly in his hand. The blade instantly made a crisp buzzing sound, shaking away all the blood stains. She put away the knife, turned back to Xingliu, and reported respectfully, "Master Xingliu, except for this noble, everyone else has been killed according to your order." Xingliu raised an eyebrow slightly and said lightly, "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't say anything." At this point, he paused for a moment, turned his eyes to Anohana Yachiru, and continued with some seriousness. "As the captain of the 4th Division, you have heavy responsibilities. Is it really appropriate for you to follow me every day like this?" Anohana Yachiru heard this, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She replied softly, "As long as the master thinks it is appropriate, it is the best arrangement." Then, she changed the subject and asked with some curiosity, "But, there is one thing I don't understand. Why did Master Xingliu keep the life of this noble? For us, dealing with him is just a piece of cake." Chapter 307 Decisive Yamamoto. Seeing Lu raised his lips slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, "I have something I want to do, but I don't want to do it myself, so I can only find someone to do it for me." There was a hint of mystery and calculation in his words. When Baekun heard this, he was stunned. A trace of confusion flashed across her clear eyes, and she obviously didn't immediately understand the meaning of seeing Liu's words. However, this confusion was fleeting, and she quickly threw this question out of the window. For her, these trivial matters are not important. All she thinks about now is how to make Seeing Lu change his mind and agree to her request. So, she smiled, as bright and moving as a flower blooming in spring, "If you don't mind, you might as well let me handle this matter." As she said this, she gently raised her hand, and her slender fingers lightly touched her red lips, adding a bit of charm. She continued, "As long as the adults can agree to my conditions, everything can be discussed." Seeing Lu looked at her like this and rolled his eyes helplessly. He really couldn't understand why Yaqian Lu was so obsessed with this matter. However, after spending a few days together, he had gradually gotten used to her personality and style of doing things. Therefore, he just pulled the corners of his mouth, showing a perfunctory smile, and ignored her. He knew that no matter how he persuaded or explained, Yaqian Lu would not easily give up his ideas and requests. In this case, it would be better to just keep silent and let time change everything. At this moment, the noble finally came back to his senses from the shock. Perhaps it was because the embarrassment just now deeply hurt his self-esteem, or perhaps it was because the smooth sailing along the way made him develop an arrogant character. At this moment, he completely ignored the strong man in front of him who could easily take his life, and began to howl miserably. "You lowly people!" His voice was sharp and harsh, full of anger and arrogance. "Do you know who I am? How dare you be so rude?" His face was distorted, as if he had been greatly insulted. "How dare you offend me? I will let the 46th chamber execute you!" He roared, as if he had seen the tragic end of Xingliu and Yaqian Liu in the future. Thinking of this, his face actually showed excitement and relief. The fat and big-eared noble paused, his eyes emitting greedy green light, staring at Yaqian Liu. "But, this woman, I want to taste it first." However, before he finished speaking, he felt a sudden heart-wrenching pain in his limbs. The next moment, he fell to the ground as if he had been hit hard. And his limbs had been neatly cut off. Not far away, Yaqian Liu shook the knife in his hand expressionlessly, as if he felt that the knife was not worth it. There was a chill in her eyes, and she was obviously extremely displeased with the noble's foul language. "Shut up, I'll kill you if you keep arguing." Yachiru's voice was cold and calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. The noble's howling stopped abruptly, and only the sound of blood spurting from his broken limbs was particularly harsh. His face turned pale as paper in an instant, and his eyes were filled with unspeakable horror. He tried to struggle, but the excruciating pain almost suffocated him. Every breath became extremely difficult, and every inhalation would inhale more pain into his lungs. Seeing Lu watched all this coldly, without any pity or fluctuation on his face. His eyes were deep and indifferent, as if he was watching a play that had nothing to do with him. In fact, if Yaqian Liu hadn't done it just now, Seeing Lu was ready to do it himself. All he needed was a fuse, a tool. This noble was just a pawn in his plan, not an indispensable existence. The wounds on the noble's broken limbs were still bleeding, and his life was slipping away bit by bit. His eyes were full of fear and regret, as if he wanted to go back in time and return to the moment when he hadn't made a mistake yet. He finally recognized the woman in front of him, Anohanaretsu, the captain of the 4th Division of the Godii 13. However, she was completely different today. Her long hair made her look even more cold and majestic, which made him fail to recognize her at first. As a low-ranking noble, his status and position could not be compared with the captain of the Godii 13. What's more, Anohanaretsu had been the captain for thousands of years. He knew that he was wrong first, and even if he was killed, he deserved it. Thinking of this, the fear and regret in the eyes of the noble surged like a tide. He never expected that he was just going to Rukonga for fun as usual, but accidentally angered the captain of the 4th Division. Moreover, this was a conflict that could have been avoided, and perhaps a sincere apology could have resolved the crisis at that time. However, his desire clouded his mind, and he foolishly chose to provoke and summon his companions, which eventually caused the situation to deteriorate sharply until it could not be resolved. Just as he was dying, 2 figures appeared in the distance, giving him a spark of hope. "Captain, help!" Before he finished speaking, he stopped abruptly with a dull sound, like the sound of a watermelon being smashed by a heavy blow echoing in the air. Captain Yamamoto wiped the blood off his feet expressionlessly, then squeezed out a stiff smile, walked to Xingliu and said respectfully, "Master Xingliu, the culprit has been brought to justice. Look, is there anything else I can do for you?" Xingliu looked at Yamamoto deeply, with a somewhat unfathomable tone. The captain's method is indeed decisive, but not thorough enough. Captain Yamamoto heard this, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. However, he soon made up his mind and said through gritted teeth, "I understand what you mean. When I return, I will immediately start to clean up the noble class. I will send all these scums to Hueco Mundo and let them fend for themselves." Xingliu picked up the chopsticks beside him and tasted the dishes on the table as if no one was around. However, a trace of regret appeared on his face. Speaking of which, it was originally Yachiru who brought him here with great enthusiasm today, claiming that the food in this restaurant was definitely not to be missed. Unfortunately, just when the dishes were served, the appearance of the noble destroyed the originally beautiful atmosphere. Xingliu sighed slightly and put down his chopsticks. Although the dishes tasted really good, he was no longer in the mood to taste them at this moment. Chapter 308 My world does not need privileged people. He turned to look at Yachiru with a hint of apology in his eyes. "Sorry, Yachiru, it seems that I can't enjoy the food of this restaurant today." Yachiru heard this and shook his head gently, with a faint smile on his face. "It's okay, Xingliu. Anyway, we still have a chance, it's not too late to taste it next time." Her eyes inadvertently swept across the corpse of the noble, and a deep disgust flashed in her eyes, as if she was looking at a disgusting piece of garbage. Captain Yamamoto saw that Xingliu did not respond to him, and his heart sank. He instantly understood that Xingliu thought that his previous answer did not really solve the problem. He closed his eyes, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He knew that he had to make greater sacrifices and decisions to calm this storm. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, with a firm and fierce light flashing in his eyes. Many people have forgotten that he was once a more vicious killer than Anohana Yachiru. His Bankai can even forcibly transform the souls that died under his sword into his own power. However, in order to realize his inner ideals, he restrained his edge and turned into a kind and amiable old man. Now, for the future of the Siritii, the aristocracy must also make certain sacrifices. He deeply taking a breath, he was about to express his determination to Xingliu firmly. However, at this critical moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from a distance, breaking the surrounding tranquility. Captain Yamamoto's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. He stared at the direction where the sound came from, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. He knew very well that he must not give Xingliu an excuse to continue to attack at this moment. Otherwise, before the decisive battle with Aizen started, they might collapse due to internal strife. At this time, several people in black suddenly appeared in front of them. These people had cold eyes, fierce faces, and shallow swords on their waists. "You dare to hurt the son of Master Honda, don't you want to live?" One of them shouted coldly, his tone full of threats. Captain Yamamoto frowned. He didn't expect these nobles to be so arrogant and domineering. In his memory, the Honda family has always been the best among the upper nobles, with an excellent reputation. However, now, they are actually carrying the exclusive weapon of the Spiritual Arts Academy, the Asado. What is going on? When did these nobles gain such power? Why did they become so unscrupulous? This series of questions flashed through Captain Yamamoto's mind quickly, but he knew that this was not the time to delve into these issues. Everything will return to ashes, and the blade will be like fire. Captain Yamamoto shouted coldly, and his figure was instantly surrounded by blazing flames. This strong man who speaks more than words, after realizing that the situation cannot be solved at a slight cost, did not hesitate to show his powerful strength. The blazing flames were like a fierce torrent, instantly engulfing those arrogant black-clothed men. Their bodies quickly turned into ashes in the flames, and dissipated into the air along with the previous broken limbs and arms. After a while, the area was restored to tidiness, as if nothing had happened. Except for those who were engulfed by the flames, everything else was intact. This is enough to show the superb control of Captain Yamamoto's Zanpakuto power in the state of Shikai. His flames are both fierce and accurate, targeting only the enemy without hurting innocent people. After dealing with all this, Captain Yamamoto turned to Xingliu and said, "These nobles are really evil. Not only did they hide the Asada, they also dared to attack you, Lord Xingliu. In my opinion, we really need to conduct a thorough investigation of these nobles." Hearing Xingliu's affirmative response, the big stone hanging in Captain Yamamoto's heart finally fell. He thought that the turmoil caused by the nobles had finally been calmed down. However, Xingliu's next words made his mood fall to the bottom again. "Captain Yamamoto," Xingliu stood up. "There is one thing I hope you can understand. No matter what the outcome of the fight between you and Aizen, privilege is not allowed in my world. Do you understand?" His words revealed unquestionable firmness and majesty. After saying that, he turned around and slowly left with Yachiryu, leaving Captain General Yamamoto alone to face the sudden silence and pressure. Captain General Yamamoto's complexion was mixed with light and dark, and it was difficult to tell. Hueco Mundo was still desolate and lonely. In addition to the endless sand, there was only a crescent moon hanging high in the sky, casting a faint silver glow. In this solemn and mysterious environment, the Hueco Mundo Palace was particularly abrupt. It was like a lonely fortress standing in the depths of Hueco Mundo. At this moment, inside the Hueco Mundo Palace, Aizen was looking at the object in his hand, and his face was full of excitement. This was a multifaceted sphere made of transparent glass. A faint azure light flashed in the center of the sphere, containing endless mysteries and power. "Spirasi, is this the complete Hojiaku?" Aizen whispered to himself, playing with the object he had always longed for, and his excitement was hard to suppress. Since leaving Soul Society a few days ago, he has been concentrating on studying Hojiaku. Today, he finally combined the Hogyaku in his hand with Urahara's Hogyaku and successfully created his ideal Hogyaku. He could feel the powerful energy contained in this object. At this moment, he seemed to hold the key to his destiny. However, after a brief excitement, Aizen gradually regained his composure. He knew that he still had a longer way to go and a bigger goal to pursue. Not to mention the long term, he must seize the power of the Soul King mentioned by Xingliu. But at this moment, a knock on the door broke the tranquility of the Kyonyaku. "Lord Aizen, are you in there? Please don't ignore me. No matter what happens, you can leave it to me." Hinamori Momo's voice sounded outside the door, full of humility and pleading. Hearing the familiar and headache-inducing voice, Aizen couldn't help but frown. He gently rubbed his temples, his heart filled with full of helplessness and sighs. At that time, in order to maintain his face and future plans, he brought Hinamori Momo back to the Palace of the Night. However, he never expected that this woman would be as tightly entangled as a dogskin plaster and unable to get rid of it. For a man like Aizen, women will only affect his pursuit of a higher realm. Therefore, after returning to the Palace of the Night, he did not hesitate to use the power of his Zanpakuto, the Mirror Flower and Water Moon, to hypnotize Hinamori Momo and make her fall into an illusory world. He made Hinamori Momo mistakenly believe that she was somewhere else, or mistaken others for Aizen himself. Chapter 309 I don't give it, you can't take it. However, something incredible happened. Not long after, Hinamori Momo actually began to gradually realize that something was wrong. She seemed to be able to sense the real existence of Aizen, no matter how he hid it. Even though Aizen used the Mirror Flower and Water Moon to prevent her from seeing herself, Hinamori Momo firmly believed that Aizen was nearby. Her intuition and persistence gave Aizen a headache and also brought him some trouble. Aizen knew that this situation could not continue. He could not let Momo Hinamori continue to interfere with his plan, he had more important things to do. So he decided to use some abilities again to make Momo Hinamori completely forget about him. Only in this way could he ensure that his plan would not be disturbed in any way. However, just when he made up his mind, the door was suddenly pushed open and Momo Hinamori walked in. "Lord Aizen, I know you are here, please don't hide from me anymore." Momo Hinamori's voice was full of pleading and helplessness. Looking at Momo Hinamori in front of him, Aizen's heart was filled with complex emotions. He knew that he had no feelings for this woman, but he had to admit that Momo Hinamori's persistence made him feel a little shaken. However, he quickly regained his composure. He knew that he could not change his plan because of a momentary shake. He must go on firmly, no matter what the cost. But at this moment, Momo Hinamori suddenly threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. "Lord Aizen, please don't do this to me. I know you are a gentle and kind person. You won't be so cruel to me, right?" Momo Hinamori's voice trembled, and tears slid down her cheeks like beads that had broken off the string. Aizen was caught off guard, and his body stiffened instantly. He had never expected Momo Hinamori to do such a thing. At this moment, what surged in his heart was not sympathy or pity, but shock and confusion. Momo Hinamori could actually break the hypnosis of Kagami Water Moon, which was beyond his imagination. Kagami Water Moon, that was the power he relied on most. Even a strong man like Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni was not immune. However, the vice-captain level woman in front of him seemed to have resistance to it. A flash of inspiration flashed in Aizen's mind, and the face of Xingliu with a playful smile appeared in his mind. Could it be that the adult did something behind the scenes? He speculated in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his clothes seemed to be a little strange. Aizen came back to his senses, but saw that Hinamori Momo had already started to undress in a disheveled state. This scene shocked his heart, and even a person like him could not help but feel a little flustered. Aizen's face changed drastically in an instant. He pushed Hinamori Momo away violently, and then quickly stepped back and distanced himself from her. Hinamori Momo stood there, seemingly still immersed in the emotions just now. Her clothes were messy, and her tear-stained cheeks revealed a trace of embarrassment and fragility. Aizen's heart was in a mess, and various complex emotions intertwined, making his face look extremely ugly. After a moment, a strong murderous intent surged into his heart. He even wanted to get rid of Hinamori Momo at all costs, even if he would be punished by Xingliu afterwards. However, just as he was about to take action, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded near them. "Tisk tisk, Aizen, you are really cruel." Xingliu appeared in front of them with a playful smile on his face. His appearance made the originally tense atmosphere even more weird and depressing. Aizen's face changed slightly, but soon returned to calm. He gently tidied up his somewhat messy clothes, and then smiled and said to Xingliu, "I wonder if Master Xingliu's sudden visit is for any special task for me to complete." Xingliu looked at Aizen with admiration. Even after witnessing such a scene, he was still able to maintain such a calm attitude. This is indeed worthy of being the most scheming person among the death gods. However, Xingliu's heart surged with an urge to challenge Aizen's limits. He really wanted to see if Aizen can remain calm after hearing what he said next. "So," Xingliu said with a playful smile, "Oh, you misunderstood. I don't actually have anything for you to do." He paused and continued, "I just felt that there was fun to be found here, so I came here to take a look." Hearing this, Aizen knew that all this was secretly facilitated by Xingliu. Even with his deepness and scheming, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. However, just as the anger was about to burst out, Aizen suddenly remembered Xingliu's unfathomable strength and what he promised to give him. Aizen took a deep breath and suppressed his anger in his heart with difficulty. He stared at Xingliu, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness, but his voice remained calm and restrained. "Master Xingliu, I don't know what your real intention is." He paused, his tone more determined, "but I hope you can understand that even I don't want something like this to happen again." Xingliu couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He walked slowly to Aizen, patted Aizen's shoulder gently, then put away his smile and said in a flat voice. Very good, you really didn't let me down. I always believe that you can win the next duel with Yamamoto, don't let me lose confidence in you. Xingliu stopped and his tone suddenly became cold, but you must remember that you can only take what I give you. You can't take what I don't give you. He paused, and his voice revealed a chill. What happened in Rukonga today, I don't want to see it again. Do you understand? As soon as the voice fell, Xingliu disappeared instantly. At the same time, Hinamori Momo also disappeared. Aizen stood there alone, his clothes soaked with sweat. After a long while, Chisun came over and prepared to report the situation to him. However, the Aizen in front of him terrified him. Aizen was covered in blood, as if he had become a bloody man. The bright red blood slowly dripped down his body and gathered into puddles of dazzling blood on the ground. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes were closed, and he had lost consciousness. Chisun looked at Aizen in shock. He had never seen Aizen like this. In his impression, Aizen had always been that calm, steady, and invincible existence. But now, he fell in a pool of blood, almost lifeless. Lord Aizen. Chapter 310 The severely injured Aizen. Chisun exclaimed, rushed to Aizen's side quickly, and nervously checked his condition. He found that Aizen's breathing was extremely weak, his heartbeat was almost unnoticeable, and there was no intact skin on his body. Blood kept oozing out of the wound, staining his clothes red. Chisun Kaname was in a panic. He had never seen Aizen suffer such a serious injury, and he could not imagine that someone in this world could hurt Aizen to such an extent. He wanted to do something for Aizen, but he had no idea where to start. He could only watch his life slip away bit by bit. At this moment, Aizen's eyes slightly opened, and fatigue and pain were intertwined in his eyes. He forced a bitter smile and looked at Chisun Kaname and said, Chisun. I'm fine. His voice was weak and hoarse, as if he was suffering great pain every time he said a word, just a little tired. After saying this, Aizen's eyes slowly closed again and fell into a coma. Chisun Kaname was anxious when he saw this. Although he was not good at replying, he still tried his best to stop the bleeding for Aizen. However, his reply could not stop Aizen's injury from getting worse, and he could only watch his life slip away. Just when Chisun was getting anxious, a miracle happened. Aizen's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, his injuries recovered as before, as if he had never been injured. If it weren't for the bloodstains on his body and on the ground, no one would have known that he had suffered such a severe injury before. Chisun stared at Aizen in amazement, his heart full of shock and confusion. Lord Aizen, you... Chisun swallowed his saliva and wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Aizen slowly opened his eyes and smiled at Chisun. I'm sorry for making you worry, Chisun. I'm fine now. As he said that, he stood up and gently patted the dust and blood on his body. His movements were light and calm, as if all the pain and fatigue before had disappeared. Chisun looked at Aizen with admiration and awe in his heart. He knew that the reason why Aizen was able to recover from his serious injuries was not only because of his strong strength and deep spiritual power, but also because of his firm will and unyielding spirit. Such Aizen made him more convinced that his choice was correct. Lord Aizen, you are so amazing. Chisun couldn't help but sigh. I thought I would die. Aizen took over the conversation and smiled faintly. Don't worry, Chisun. I haven't completed my plan yet. How could I die here? However, although his words revealed firmness and confidence, a trace of haze flashed in his eyes that was difficult to conceal. When Xingliu first appeared, his disdain and contempt for the nobles in his words made Aizen keenly capture the opportunity. He took advantage of this and carefully planned a conspiracy against the 13th Guard. He knew that as long as Xingliu's disgust for the nobles was ignited, it would inevitably lead to a bloody storm. Even if Xingliu did not take action personally, Yamamoto would never sit idly by, and by then, the Soul Society would surely fall into chaos. However, man proposes, God disposes. Aizen thought his plan was perfect, but Xingliu saw through it easily with his all-seeing attitude. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of frustration and deeply realized the horror of Xingliu. Fortunately, Xingliu did not kill him, but only gave him a small warning. But Aizen knew that this was his last chance. Next time, he might not be able to escape Xingliu's punishment. Aizen took a deep breath and dispelled the haze and distracting thoughts in his heart one by one. He turned to look at Tisan Kaname, who was still worried, and decided to change the topic to ease the tense atmosphere. Kaname, what we have always dreamed of is finally completed. Aizen walked to the front of the Haoyu, gently picked it up, and then handed it to Tisan Kaname. Tisan Kaname took the Haoyu, his hands trembling slightly, and he carefully stroked this mysterious and powerful item, as if he could feel the endless power contained in it. He whispered, "Although I can't see its true appearance, I can feel that this thing can help me realize my wish." Upon hearing this, Aizen's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. His research on the Hogyaku in the past few days has given him a deeper understanding of this item. Originally, he thought that the Hogyaku was just a tool that allowed the Shinigami and the Hollows to break their respective limits, but now he found that the power of the Hogyaku far exceeded his imagination. The energy inside the Hogyaku is advanced and mysterious, and it can almost be said to be omnipotent. Aizen even suspected that Urahara Kisuk also realized the essence of its power in the process of making the Hogyaku. However, since the complete Hogyaku requires the soul of the Shinigami as a sacrifice, Urahara Kisuk finally chose to give up. Thinking of this, Aizen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "Urahara Kisuk, you are such a coward. You have such amazing talent, but you lack the determination and courage to match it. Sure enough, you are not qualified to have the power of the Hogyaku." Xingliu returned to the Soul Society through teleportation. As soon as he appeared, he felt a soft and warm feeling tightly against his arm. He turned his head and saw that it was Anohana Yachiru as he expected. Looking at the helpless expression on Xingliu's face, Yachiru asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Xingliu pouted and didn't answer. He was used to this situation and didn't feel at a disadvantage. Since Yachiru wanted to hug, let her hug enough. Seeing that Xingliu didn't object, Yachiru's smile became brighter and brighter. She hugged Xingliu's arm more tightly, as if to keep this warmth forever. At this time, her eyes noticed Hinamori Momo floating in the air, and asked curiously, "This girl, if I remember correctly, left with Aizen that day, right?" Xingliu nodded, confirming her guess. Yaqian Liu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Why did the adult bring her back? Xingliu explained, "If I don't bring her back, Aizen will probably kill her." He paused and continued, "At least she has been a tool for me for a while, so I will save her life." Although Xingliu hit Aizen through this incident, making him dare not plan against Xingliu for a long time. But Aizen will never be soft-hearted for the unstable factor of Hinamori Momo. And with Aizen's means, Hinamori Momo, this fool, will probably blame himself for not doing it well after death. Chapter 311 If you can't convince me, then sleep with me. Looking at Xingliu's honest face, Yaqian Liu quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. She had secretly wondered if Xingliu had brought her back because he liked Hinamori Momo. However, at this moment, she realized that her worries were completely unnecessary. If it weren't for Xingliu's explanation, she might have begun to doubt her feminine charm. These days, she tried her best to get close to Xingliu, but now she only succeeded in making Xingliu no longer care about her as much as he did at the beginning. And Hinamori Momo, the girl who can be seen at a glance to be in love with Aizen. If it is really easy to take away Xingliu's heart, then Yachiru will undoubtedly feel eclipsed and frustrated. But at this moment, all these complicated thoughts were temporarily thrown behind her. She smiled and asked Xingliu, "Where are we going now?" Xingliu replied, "Go to the 10th division and hand this girl over to Tao Shiro. What happens to her after that has nothing to do with me." Yachiru smiled even more when he heard this, and she said enthusiastically, "Then let me, the host, lead the way for you." As she said this, she did not allow Xingliu to refuse, and she pulled him forward. The two walked side by side on the broad road of Seoul society, and the surrounding Shinigami were all busy and hurried. However, despite being in this hustle and bustle, Xingliu and Yachiru seemed to have entered a quiet space isolated from the world. In their eyes, there was only each other, as if the whole world had stopped. As Yachiru walked lightly, he secretly looked at Xingliu with his peripheral vision. Her thoughts were like flying snowflakes, messy and beautiful. However, just as she was immersed in these complicated thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly broke the silence around her. "What on earth is going on?" Taoshiro's voice was filled with anxiety and confusion. "Why is Dizzy here?" Hearing the voice, Xingliu and Anohana Yachiru turned their heads together. Taoshiro was standing not far away, with a solemn expression and deep concern and worry in his eyes. Xingliu stopped and waved his arm gently, and Hinamori Tao flew slowly towards Taoshiro as if lifted by the breeze. Taoshiro saw this, his face changed slightly, and he hurried forward to catch her. Although his movements were a little flustered, they also revealed his deep cherishment. He hugged Hinamori Momo tightly, then looked up at Xingliu, with a tone of vigilance and doubt. "Master Xingliu, what is going on? How could Dizzy?" Xingliu smiled slightly and interrupted Dong Shilang, "Why do you care so much? I just want to ask you, are you happy that Hinamori Momo is back?" Dong Shilang was speechless for a moment, and the joy in his heart surged like a tide, but was blocked by Xingliu's words. He looked at Hinamori Momo, who was safe and sound in his arms, and his worries were finally put down by half. These days, he has been worried about her safety all the time, and now, she is finally back. He tried to calm his excitement and whispered, "Thank you." Although these two words are simple, they contain all his gratitude and respect at the moment. Xingliu waved his hand nonchalantly, "Don't be so polite, you will all be my employees in the future anyway. Only when you are in a good mood can you create more value." The smile on Dong Shiro's face froze instantly, and he looked at Xingliu helplessly. But Xingliu turned around and prepared to leave as if he didn't notice his reaction. Seeing this, Yachiru immediately stepped forward and hugged his arm, as if he was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. The two walked side by side, ready to leave together. Dong Shiro looked at Yachiru's back and suddenly felt familiar. He thought about it carefully, and then he suddenly realized, isn't this the captain of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu? This discovery surprised him. Anohanaretsu has a very high prestige and status in the Godi I-13, and her beauty is also very famous. Many people have had a good impression of her, but in the end they failed to get her favor for various reasons. However, at this moment, Anohana Yachiru was like a gentle little woman, snuggling closely beside Xingliu. Dong Shiro looked at the scene in front of him, and his admiration arose spontaneously. He even envied Xingliu a little, envious of him for being able to win the heart of such a powerful and beautiful woman. This envy was not out of jealousy of Xingliu, but recognition of his charm and ability. At the same time, Dong Shiro couldn't help but reflect on himself. He thought of his relationship with Hinamori Momo, who had always treated him as a younger brother. This made him feel a little frustrated, and made him more eager to learn Xingliu's skills in picking up girls. So, an idea flashed through Dong Shiro's mind, since Xingliu is so good at this, why doesn't he ask Xingliu directly? This idea made his eyes light up, and he decided to find an opportunity to ask Xingliu for advice to see if he could learn some useful experience from it. After making up his mind, Dong Shiro took a deep breath and stepped forward with courage. He stood in front of Xingliu and Anohana Yachiru, with a sincere smile on his face. "Master Xingliu, please stay." Dong Shilang's voice was trembling, and it was obvious that he was very nervous. Xingliu turned his head and looked at Dong Shilang in front of him, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is there something?" "Yes, Master Xingliu." Dong Shilang swallowed his saliva and tried to calm himself down. "I want to ask you some questions, about how to get along with women." When he said this, Dong Shilang felt his cheeks getting hot. He has always been a straightforward person and rarely asks others such questions. But today, for Hinamori Momo, he is willing to put down his face. Xingliu was stunned when he heard this, and then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Oh? You want to learn this? Yes, Master Xingliu. Dong Shilang nodded and looked at Xingliu with a firm look. I hope to learn your skills so that the relationship between Momo and I can be closer. Xingliu looked at Tao Shiro's serious face, and a smile rose in his heart. He reached out and gently patted Tao Shiro's shoulder, and said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, you should know that Hinamori Momo's situation is a little special, right? Dong Shilang heard this, and his thoughts were instantly pulled back to reality. Of course he knew that Hinamori Momo's situation was special. Her persistence and trust in Aizen did not change even when Aizen tried to kill her. As for him, her childhood sweetheart who had been silently guarding her side, she seemed to have never really looked at him. Thinking of this, a bitterness surged in Tao Shiro's heart. He nodded silently and admitted what Xingliu said. Seeing this, Xingliu gently hugged Tao Shiro's shoulders and whispered, I don't think you can convince Hinamori Momo, why not try another way, you can sleep with her. Chapter 312 Almost Raped. Hearing what Xingliu said, Dong Shiro suddenly raised his head and looked at him in shock. Even Yachiru, who was eavesdropping on the side, widened his eyes and looked incredulous. Master Xingliu, are you kidding? Dong Shiro's voice was trembling. Xingliu just laughed and said with a relaxed look, you should know in your heart whether I am joking or not. He paused and continued, Hinamori Momo's current situation is not something you can convince with words. Her obsession with Aizen has penetrated into her bones. Unless Aizen disappears from this world now, she will never give up on him. Xingliu's words made Tao Shiro feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. However, just when he felt desperate, Xingliu pulled up Yachiru beside him and turned around to leave. However, before leaving, Xingliu looked back at Tao Shiro and said lightly, don't blame me for not reminding you, Hinamori Momo almost forced herself on Aizen today. This sentence made Dong Shilang stunned for a moment, and his mind was in chaos. He stood there, as if he was frozen by Xingliu's words, and the shock in his heart surged like waves. Hinamori Momo, the woman he had always been silently paying attention to and caring deeply about, almost forced herself on Aizen? How is this possible? He knew that Hinamori Momo had deep feelings for Aizen, but he never thought that she would be so crazy. Dong Shilang's heart was full of pain and helplessness. He felt as if he was thrown into a cold abyss, surrounded by darkness and despair. The figures of Xingliu and Yachiru had disappeared from sight, but Dong Shilang still stood there, motionless. Xingliu's words kept echoing in his mind, and each sentence was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart deeply. He knew that he couldn't go on like this. He couldn't watch Hinamori Momo go to destruction, and he couldn't let the love in his heart be buried like this. For some reason, he remembered what Xingliu had just said, and subconsciously looked at Hinamori Momo in his arms. His face was uncertain. After handing over the affairs of Hinamori Momo to Dong Shiro, Xingliu and Yachiru strolled in the deep corridor of Jingling Ting. The night was like water, and the breeze blew, bringing up the corners of their clothes. Anohana Yachiru looked up, looking at Xingliu's calm face, thinking of his shocking words just now, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. She hesitated for a moment, and finally asked softly, Master Xingliu, what you said to Dong Shiro before, was it from the heart? Xingliu heard the words, slightly turned his head, looked at the woman next to him who looked like Yamato Natsuhiko, and said lightly, every word I said is true. The matter of Hinamori Momo is beyond solution, only this method may have a glimmer of hope. Yachiru nodded silently, knowing that what Xingliu said was true. Hinamori Momo's obsession with Aizen is indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Perhaps only as Xingliu said can she break free from this endless obsession. However, this incident also made Yachiru have a deeper understanding of Xingliu. She once thought that she was enough knowing this man, but now it seems that he seems to have more unknown sides. However, this newly sprouted desire to explore was quickly suppressed by her. Because she knew that her feelings for Xingliu had long surpassed simple liking or appreciation, it was a kind of almost crazy possessiveness. She wanted this man to belong to her completely, both physically and mentally. As the night deepened, the lights of Jingling Court swayed in the breeze, as if sighing for this complex emotional entanglement. Xingliu and Baiqianliu walked side by side, and the footsteps of the two echoed in the empty corridor, with a bit of loneliness and desolation. Baiqianliu followed Xingliu silently, her heart full of struggle and contradiction. She knew that her feelings for Xingliu had exceeded the normal scope and became a twisted possessiveness. Baiqianliu, do you know? Xingliu suddenly spoke, breaking the silence between the two. Emotions are something that cannot be forced. It is like a surging torrent, and we cannot control its direction and strength. We can only let it go and let it lead us to the unknown shore. Baiqianliu's heart throbbed when he heard this. The struggles in her heart instantly dissipated. She was not the kind of woman who looked back and forth. Since she had already decided to choose the person in front of her, it was too late to think about other things. At this moment, an unprecedented desire for possession surged into Baiqianliu's heart. She unconsciously approached Xingliu. Xingliu keenly noticed Baiqianliu's movement. He turned his head to look at her, but was surprised to find that she was looking at him with a broken smile, and the desire in her eyes was revealed without concealment. At the moment when Xingliu was stunned, Baiqianliu suddenly raised his hand and wanted to grab him. However, at this moment, an excited voice suddenly came, breaking the tense and delicate atmosphere. Ha ha ha, Ichigo! Don't even think about running away, come and have a good fight with me. The unrestrained laughter, accompanied by the words of fighting spirit, echoed in the Jingling Court. Before the voice fell, another young voice with a bit of helplessness and panic sounded, "Hey, why did you choose me?" The voice came from far away, and a young man with yellow hair rushed towards the direction of Xingliu and Yachiru after climbing over a wall in a panic. "Xiaoi, don't run! Come and have a good fight with Aegean." Kusaka Yachiru sat on Kenpeika's broad shoulders and shouted with a smile on his face. Her eyes flashed with excitement, as if she was full of expectations for this sudden battle. "That's right! That's right! Come and fight me until the end of your life!" Kenpeiki also waved the sword in his hand and echoed heroically. He exuded a strong fighting spirit and spiritual pressure, as if to ignite the quiet night. In a flash, a sword energy mixed with majestic spiritual pressure whistled out from Kenpeika's hand and headed straight for Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just climbed over the wall. The sharpness of the sword energy seemed to tear the entire night sky apart. Kurosaki Ichigo was frightened and dodged the fatal blow in a panic. He roared with anger on his face, "Who wants to fight you to death? I'm not here to fight you." But what responded to him was an even more fierce sword energy. This sword energy drew a long trajectory in the night sky, narrowly passing by Kurosaki Ichigo, causing a strong airflow fluctuation. Chapter 313 Recovering Strength. Kurosaki Ichigo barely stood firm, staring at the opponent in front of him, his heart full of helplessness and vigilance. Kenpeika's desire to fight seemed to never be satisfied, which gave him a headache. "Kenpeika, can you not be so impulsive?" Kurosaki Ichigo persuaded with a wry smile, "I'm really not in the mood to fight with you now." However, Kenpeika seemed to turn a deaf ear to him. He swung the giant sword in his hand again and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo with a thunderous force. In his eyes, there were only battles and opponents, and everything else seemed to become insignificant. "Xiaoi, don't run away!" Kusaka Yachiru jumped lightly from Kenpeika's broad shoulders, put his hands on his hips, and said with a mischievous smile on his face, "Aegean is looking forward to competing with you." Kurosaki Ichigo sighed helplessly when he saw this. He knew that he might not be able to avoid this battle today. However, he did not want to get entangled with Kenpeika, a fighting maniac. So, he turned around and ran without hesitation, and the speed was so fast that several people present were stunned. Although Ichigo Kurosaki and Kenpeki have only known each other for a short time, he has already experienced Kenpeki's madness in the last battle. Once the battle begins, Kenpeki will never give up unless one of them falls. No fate, no therefore, he didn't want to be seriously injured again. Therefore, running away became his wisest choice at this moment. Kenpeki looked at Ichigo Kurosaki's fleeing back, a flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by a stronger fighting spirit. He shouted and chased after him with his jagged Zanpakuto. "Xiaoi, don't run!" Seeing this, Kusaka Yachiru also hurriedly followed, shouting while running, "Aegean, wait for me!" Zinglio looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh and cry. He knew Kenpeki's character. Once he started fighting, he would forget everything, but he didn't expect Ichigo Kurosaki to choose to run away. Kenpeki laughed wildly, like a wild beast, rushing in the direction of Ichigo Kurosaki's escape without hesitation. But at the moment when he passed by Zinglio and Anohana Yachiru, his steps paused involuntarily. Especially when he saw the intimate gesture between the two, he seemed to have an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. However, this inexplicable emotion was soon forcibly dispelled by him, and he immersed himself in the desire to fight again. Anohana Yachiru stared at Kenpeki's back as he walked away, with a hint of regret in his eyes. For this opponent who had fought fiercely with her 1,000 years ago, her memory was deeply impressed. The scar under her collarbone was the mark left by Kenpeki back then. In that battle, Kenpeki deliberately weakened himself to a level of strength similar to hers in order to pursue the fun of fighting. But now, Kenpeki seems to never be able to regain his former peak strength. All these changes made Yachiru feel an indescribable emotion in his heart. She knew that she now had a reason not to die, and this also meant that Kenpeki might never be able to recover to his former strength. At this moment, Zinglio seemed to have seen through her inner thoughts. He whispered, "Wait a minute, Kenpeki Zaraki." Although his voice was not loud, every word seemed to carry an indescribable majesty and power. Kenpeki Zaraki's pursuit of Ichigo Kurosaki came to an abrupt halt. He turned around abruptly, his eyes flashing with excitement and vigilance, staring closely at Zinglio. He could feel the oppression emanating from this seemingly calm man, which was stronger than he had ever encountered. Standing next to Kenpeki, Yachiru Kusaka seemed a little restrained. She subconsciously hid behind Kenpeki, completely losing her previous lively and lovely appearance. As Kenpeki's Zanpakuto sword spirit, she could keenly sense the unique aura of Zinglio. It was an existence that was superior to everyone she had ever seen before, and she couldn't help but feel awe. Therefore, Yachiru Kusaka, who always liked to give people nicknames, remained silent at this moment. She didn't dare to act rashly, for fear that her actions would annoy this unfathomable man. Kenpeki tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, his fighting spirit burning like a raging fire. He could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from Zinglio, which made him extremely excited. At this moment, he knew that he was facing an unprecedented strong enemy, a strong man who was enough for him to abandon all his worries and go all out. So, Kenpeki showed a ferocious smile on his face, and the scar seemed to become more eye-catching at this moment. However, just when everyone thought that Kenpeki was about to launch a fierce attack on Zinglio, he unexpectedly stopped moving. His eyes were empty and blank, as if his soul had been taken away, which was chilling. Witnessing Kenpeki's sudden change, Anohana Yachiru's curiosity was instantly ignited. She turned her head and stared at Zinglio, her tone full of doubt. "What is going on?" Zinglio smiled and explained, "This is the power of illusion. Kenpeki at this moment should be immersed in the illusion I woven for him. Fight with you to your heart's content." Anohana Yachiru heard this and felt inexplicably moved. She understood that Zinglio was severing the causal bond between her and Kenpeki. After all, it was because of the battle with her that Kenpeki suppressed his own strength, so that he now completely forgot the unparalleled power he once possessed. She deeply felt that her efforts over the past few days were not in vain. The appearance of Zinglio not only gave her hope, but also rekindled the flames of her fighting fanatic heart. At this moment, Xingliu's figure has been deeply imprinted in her heart and has become an indispensable existence in her life. At this moment, a spiritual pressure that penetrated the heavens and the earth suddenly erupted from Kenpeika's body. This spiritual pressure was so strong that it was no less powerful than that of Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shiji Kuni. Feeling this spiritual pressure, Seiryu knew that Kenpeika had successfully awakened his former power, so he immediately revoked the illusion. However, Kenpeika seemed to be still immersed in the fight of illusion and had not fully awakened. He laughed wildly and raised his Zanpakuto with both hands, ready to slash in the direction of Xingliu. At this critical moment, a finger suddenly touched his forehead, and a violent shock wave was formed instantly, knocking Kenpeika back to the sky. The power of this shock wave shocked everyone present. Kenpeika's body drew a long arc in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 314 Crazy Fight. Kenpeika fell heavily to the ground, and the dust flew, but he stood up again at an incredible speed, and his momentum was still as strong as a rainbow. Unlike the previous crazy state, his eyes were shining with a clear light at this moment. He stared at Xingliu standing in his original position, and his eyes revealed complex emotions. Obviously, Kenpeika has broken free from the shackles of illusion and found his true self again. After a short silence, he slowly spoke, his voice low and powerful, "Thank you." After saying that, he turned around and greeted Kusaka Yachiru, who was standing beside him. Kusaka Yachiru bowed respectfully to Xingliu, and then lightly jumped onto Kenpeika's shoulder, like a light falling leaf. "Ajian, have you finally remembered my name?" Kusaka Yachiru's voice revealed a hint of expectation. Kenpeika's footsteps paused slightly, and then a disdainful snort came, "I can't remember that kind of thing at all." Despite this, there seemed to be a hint of imperceptible tenderness hidden in his voice. Kusaka Yachiru was not frustrated by this sentence, but laughed. She knew that Kenpeika's character was like this. He said he didn't care, but in his heart he cared more than anyone else. The figures of the two gradually walked away under the night, and finally disappeared in the endless darkness, and their traces could no longer be seen. However, at this quiet moment, a swift figure suddenly stuck close to Xingliu. Xingliu showed no signs of panic or resistance in this sudden contact, as if he had expected all this. He gently and naturally hugged the man tightly in his arms. Then, their figures slowly disappeared in the darkness, as if they were swallowed by the night. And in a mysterious space, the figures of Xingliu and Yachiru suddenly appeared. Yachiru stared at Xingliu, with a fanatical flame burning in her eyes, and her chest rose and fell with her rapid breathing. She gently took off her coat, revealing a tight combat uniform, which she had specially prepared in order to be able to spar with Xingliu at any time. She drew out the Zanpakuto at her waist, and the blade flashed with cold light. Her soft hair danced lightly in the windless air, and her eyes gradually turned red. She pointed her sword at Xingliu, her voice full of challenge and respect, "Master Xingliu, please teach me." Before she finished speaking, her figure disappeared like a ghost, and turned into a blade of light to slash at Xingliu. Xingliu faced this thunderous blow, but seemed calm. He smiled slightly, raised his hand, and a black short sword condensed, accurately blocking Yachiru's attack. The two launched a fierce battle in the different space, and the sword light was entangled like a dragon and snake. The Zanpakuto in Yachiru's hand seemed to be integrated with her. She flexibly used various styles of swordsmanship and attacked like a tide. However, no matter how fierce her attacks were, they were resolved by Xingliu one by one. Although her attacks were repeatedly frustrated, Yachiru did not show any discouragement. Instead, every time she blocked an attack, a satisfied smile would bloom on her face. She seemed to have found the long-lost fun in this battle, and the Zanpakuto in her hand became more and more fierce. The combat suit tightly wrapped her exquisite body, and as she moved and jumped in the space, she showed amazing flexibility and strength. However, as time went on, her movements gradually became slower, and her legs unconsciously clamped together. Finally, after a long and fierce battle, Yakian Liu exhausted the last bit of strength. She stood unsteadily and panted, and crystal sweat slid down her delicate collarbone, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. Yakian Liu looked at Xingliu obsessively, put down the Zanpakuto in his hand and flew towards him. So, the second round began. Time passed like a white horse, and it was gone in a flash. Ever since Xingliu taught Yakian Liu how to play games, she has deeply fallen in love with this feeling full of challenges and fun. Every day, she would take out precious time to fight side by side with Xingliu and immerse herself in the world of games. However, these days, the attacks on Xingliu by the nobles have been escalating. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni, as the leader of the Godei 13, finally understood Seiryu's attitude. Seiryu can accept the existence of the Godei 13, he respects this. However, what he could not accept was that the 13th Squadron was guarding those corrupt nobles. If the 13th Squadron could not make changes and still adhered to outdated ideas and old rules, then even if Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni could defeat Aizen, the future of the 13th Squadron was doomed to disappear. Deeply aware of the severity of the current situation, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni knew that he had to take decisive action. He knew that this would mean challenging the existing rules and might even cause unrest, but he did not hesitate. Because only through thorough reform and innovation can the future survival of the 13th Squadron be ensured. So he issued an ultimatum to the nobles: those who committed heinous crimes must be handed over, and all noble privileges must be abolished, leaving only their historical glory. This decision shocked the entire noble class, who scoffed at it and thought it was simply a fantasy. However, to everyone's surprise, except for the Tsunoya Shiro family, the other four nobles actually agreed. This result shocked the nobles who originally looked down on Yamamoto's decision, and also made them feel deeply uneasy. They began to realize that the world was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Just as the nobles were panicking and discussing countermeasures, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni did not give them any breathing space. On the third day after issuing the ultimatum, he personally led the 13 court guards to launch a vigorous clearing operation. This operation swept the entire aristocratic class like a storm, making people realize the essence of the 13 court guards again: they are not the guardians of peace, but cold-blooded killing machines. And Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni himself also showed his iron-blooded and ruthless side in this operation. People began to recall the history of 1,000 years ago, the terrifying existence that almost exterminated the Quincy clan. Now, he once again stood on the stage of history, rewriting the fate of the world with his iron-fisted means. After that clearing operation, the entire aristocratic class was completely subverted. Those nobles who were once so arrogant have now become prisoners, waiting for the trial of the 13 court guard squadrons. And those people who were once oppressed by the nobles have flocked to the streets, cheering and celebrating the arrival of this new era. But these excitements obviously have nothing to do with Ichigo Kurosaki and others. After their companions have rested, they are finally going back to the real world. Thinking back to everything he experienced during this holiday, Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't help but feel deeply moved. From the dying struggle of being seriously injured by Byakuya, to almost losing himself and becoming a hollow during the training in Urazono, to the shocking act of causing chaos in the Soul Society, all of this seems to be vivid in his mind. Although the process was full of hardships and dangers, he always walked on firmly. Now, his goal has finally been achieved. Rukia Kukaki, his best friend and comrade in arms, was successfully rescued from the execution platform. At this moment, Ichigo Kurosaki's heart was full of relief and joy. Chapter 315: The Real World. Ichigo Kurosaki stood in front of the gate leading to the real world, looked around, and found that there were very few people coming to see him off. He couldn't help but say with some disappointment, "Hey, I have helped Soul Society a lot, why are you the only one seeing us off?" Rukia heard this, smiled bitterly and shook her head, but didn't know how to respond. Indeed, although Aizen was not completely subdued, the actions of Ichigo Kurosaki and others undoubtedly disrupted his plan, which was undoubtedly a great favor to Soul Society. Now, they are about to leave this place full of memories and battles, but only Rukia is seeing them off alone. This scene is indeed a bit desolate. At this moment, Inu Orium came forward and whispered to Rukia. Okay, Ichigo, don't make things difficult for Rukia. Soul Society has experienced too much turmoil these days, and many people have been injured, so it's normal that no one comes to see us off. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed over. Yoriyuki walked up to Kurosaki Ichigo and rubbed his hair, then said in his helpless eyes. Inu is right, you little brat just don't know how to be considerate of others. Kurosaki Ichigo gently tidied up the hair that was messed up by Yoriyuki, then restrained his smile and asked seriously, aren't you going to go back with us? Upon hearing this, Yoriyuki sighed softly and replied. No, I'm needed here. As the former head of Shifunjiyuan, I can't watch Shifunjiyuan disappear in the long river of history. She paused, as if thinking about how to say the next words. Then, she continued, however, there is something I need to trouble you with. Kurosaki Ichigo patted his chest without hesitation and assured, no problem, leave it to me. Yayi nodded, took out a letter from his arms, handed it to Kurosaki Ichigo, and said, please give it to me after you return to the real world. This letter is for Urahara Kisuke. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the envelope handed over from Yoriyuki's arms, and his mouth twitched slightly. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether he should take the letter. Fortunately, at this time, Inu came forward with a red face and took the envelope for him. Yoriyuki looked at the two people's slightly shy appearance, and couldn't help laughing out loud. The laughter echoed in the empty space, with a bit of free and unrestrained. The laughter gradually subsided. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath, stared at Yoriyuki, and said in a deep voice, we are leaving, you have to take care of yourself. Yoichi nodded gently, with a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She wanted to go back to the real world with them and enjoy the freedom and prosperity there. Life in the real world over the years has made her feel free. In contrast, the Soul Society is rigid everywhere. However, the sudden appearance of Xingliu caused turmoil in the Soul Society, and the suppression of the nobles by Mr. Yamamoto forced her to choose to stay. This is her responsibility and her mission. She has been protected and favored by her family since she was a child. Now that her family is in trouble, how can she stay out of it? Thinking of this, Yoriyuki sighed lightly, turning the helplessness and heaviness in her heart into a sigh. She restrained her emotions, her expression became solemn, and she warned. You should also be careful. Aizen may have set his eyes on you. Even in the real world, you can't relax at all. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Ichigo Kurosaki's expression froze, and he nodded solemnly. He knew Aizen's cunning and strength, so he naturally didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, Rukia came over and threw something to Ichigo Kurosaki. He caught it in a hurry, and when he looked closely, it turned out to be a proxy Shinigami combat license. Rukia explained, this is what Captain Yukitake asked me to give you. With this, your soul can leave your body and move freely. From now on, the safety of Karakura town will be handed over to you, and you will be responsible for handling all the hollows there. Kurosaki Ichigo put away his proxy certificate, and a sense of mission surged in his heart. He looked at the proxy Shinigami combat license in his hand, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. This certificate is not only an honor, but also a heavy responsibility. He imagined the challenges and difficulties he might face in the future, and he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. However, when he looked up and saw the firm and trusting eyes of Rukia and Yoriyuki, he knew he couldn't back down. He took a deep breath, straightened his spine, and said in a firm voice, I understand, I will definitely protect Karakura town and not let any hollow hurt the people there. Rukia and Yoriyuki smiled with relief when they heard this. They knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was a trustworthy person, and he would do his best to complete his mission. Then we will wait for your good news in the present world. Yoriyuki smiled and said, if you need any help, please contact us at any time. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, his heart full of gratitude. He knew that he was not fighting alone, he had many reliable partners and friends. Although they were in different worlds, their hearts were always closely connected. "Goodbye, Yoriyuki, Rukia," Kurosaki Ichigo said, turning and walking towards the gate. Inu Orium and other companions stood there quietly, waiting for his return. They stepped into the gate together, and were instantly wrapped in dazzling light, and their figures gradually appeared at the other end. When they stood firm again and placed themselves on the land of the real world, a strange voice sounded unexpectedly. "Is this the real world?" Anohana Yachiru's voice revealed curiosity and excitement. "It seems to be more prosperous than the last time I visited." Kyukaka widened his eyes and looked around. "This place feels more advanced than the Soul Society. Isn't it said that humans in the real world have always lived in hardship?" Hearing this, Zingliu rolled his eyes and said calmly, "If Soul Society could be considered a paradise for humans after death 1,000 years ago, now it can only be considered hell." At this point, he gently pulled Kanghe, who wanted to explore around, and said helplessly, "Didn't you keep saying you wanted to find Ishine Shiba? Why are you ready to run around as soon as you get here?" Kanghe suddenly remembered his original intention when Zingliu pulled him, and smiled awkwardly. "Ah, yes, I'm here to find Ishine Shiba. I was so excited that I almost forgot about the business." Kurosaki Ichigo also came back to his senses at this time, looking at Anohana Yachiru, Kanghe, and Zingliu in front of him, and almost popped his eyes out. "When did you follow me here? Why didn't I notice anything?" Chapter 316 Kurosaki Ishine? Shiba Ishine. We. Anohana Yachiru smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a smile. "We followed you, of course. However, it seems that your perception ability needs to be improved, Ichigo." Kanghe laughed and patted Kurosaki Ichigo on the shoulder. "Don't be so surprised, Ichigo." Zingliu glanced at him lightly, and after a little thought, he said, "Let's go to your house. We have something to find Kurosaki Ishine." Kurosaki Ichigo nodded almost subconsciously when he heard it, but then he suddenly came back to his senses, with a puzzled expression on his face, and asked in confusion, "Wait, why are you suddenly looking for my dad? He is just an ordinary person." Zingliu looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a slight smile when he heard it, and was not surprised by his reaction. Then he said calmly, "Ichigo, some things are not as simple as they seem. Your father is not simple." Kurosaki Ichigo was even more confused. "He is just an ordinary clinic doctor. What can make you so serious?" Kanghe patted his shoulder carelessly, and then said impatiently, "Hey, Ichigo, don't ask so many questions. When you see your father, everything will be clear." At the same time, Moroka's attention was attracted by the amusement park in the distance. She looked at Zingliu, then walked to him silently, looking at him with expectant eyes. Zingliu touched her head helplessly. "Okay, after helping Kanghe find Ishine, we will take you to the amusement park." Moroka smiled and nodded repeatedly. As for Ichigo, after a moment of silence, he finally agreed to take them to find his father. Then he said goodbye to Uryu, Chadu and Inu Orium, and took Zingliu and others on the journey home. Soon, they arrived at the door of the Kurosaki family. This is a two-story house. Although it is not luxurious, it exudes a warm atmosphere. Kurosaki Ichigo pushed the door open and walked in. "Dad! I'm back!" Kurosaki Ichigo shouted loudly. However, there was no response from the house. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned slightly, a little strange. He knew that his father Kurosaki Ishine would usually wait for him to come back at home. "Is Mr. Ishine not at home?" Anohana Yachiru asked softly, with a little doubt in his tone. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded slightly and responded, "Maybe he went out. Let's wait for him in the living room for a while." They walked into the living room and sat on the sofa. Kanghe looked around curiously, full of interest in this strange world. At this moment, two cute little girls ran out of the room. When they saw the strangers in the living room, they immediately hid in the corner and secretly poked their heads out to observe. Ichigo Kurosaki noticed them and smiled warmly, "Don't be afraid, these people are my friends." Hearing his words, Kurosaki Natsurai showed a puzzled expression. After carefully looking at them, she couldn't help but say, "Brother, are you crazy? There is only one man and one woman around you." Ichigo Kurosaki was stunned by this, and then laughed. He patted his head and said helplessly, "Look at my memory, you can't see them." Hearing this, Kurosaki Yuko seemed to understand something. She nodded suddenly, "Oh, I understand. Has my brother been found by the spirit again? My brother is really too hard." She looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with sympathy. Ichigo Kurosaki was feeling relieved and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Natsurai's words, "It's because my brother is so easy to talk to, so those spirits will pester him all day long." Although there was a little teasing in her words, she also revealed her concern for her brother. Ichigo Kurosaki smiled helplessly. He knew that although Xiali was harsh in her words, she actually cared about him in her heart. He reached out and gently rubbed Xiali's hair, and said gently, "Don't worry, brother will take care of it. You don't have to worry." Xiali was stunned by his action, and then her face flushed slightly. She muttered, "Who is worried about you? Don't be self-indulgent." After that, she turned and ran back to the room. Yuza looked at Xiali's back, smiled secretly, and then turned to Ichigo Kurosaki and said, "Brother, you have to be careful. Although we can't see those spirits, we know that brother has been protecting us." Ichigo Kurosaki felt warm in his heart. He looked at Yuza gratefully and nodded. "Thank you for your understanding and support. I will be careful and will not let you get hurt." At this moment, there was a slight noise at the door. Kurosaki Asahine pushed the door open and walked in. His eyes swept around the living room and finally fell on Kurosaki Ichigo, Anohana Yachiru, and others, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Noticing his father's reaction, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help it anymore. He had always thought that his father was an ordinary clinic doctor. He has no spiritual pressure and cannot see or sense the existence of spirits. However, everything today proved that things were far from as simple as he imagined. His father obviously hid many secrets that he didn't know. "Hey, stinky dad, how many things are you hiding from me?" Kurosaki Ichigo's voice revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and doubt. Kurosaki Asahine was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed, "Stinky boy, it seems that you have been fooled by me." He pointed to the empty corner and continued, "I actually just heard the conversation between you and Yuza, and then I guessed that the spirits might be in that position. In fact, I can't see them at all, ha ha ha." Listening to Kurosaki Asahine's lies full of loopholes, everyone present was speechless. Kong He couldn't hold back any longer, and stepped forward, kicking him lightly, and said unhappily, "Stop pretending, we've seen through your tricks a long time ago." A trace of embarrassment flashed across the face of Kurosaki Asahine, who was exposed. He raised his hand and touched his nose, sighing helplessly. "Alas, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Tell me, what do you want from me? Can't you let me live a normal life quietly?" Kong He was furious when he heard this, and raised his hand to slap Kurosaki Asahine. Kurosaki Asahine instinctively wanted to dodge, but in the end he still caught the slap. "Do you know how worried and upset I was when I learned that you were missing in the real world?" Kong He's voice was trembling, and it was obvious that he was very emotional. "Shiba Asahine, how could you be so selfish and leave us alone to live a carefree life here?" Chapter 317 The Truth of That Year. Kurosaki Asahine silently lowered his head and fell into silence. The pain and helplessness in his heart seemed to be infinitely magnified at this moment, making him speechless. Oh, he also has something to hide." A familiar voice suddenly sounded, breaking the tranquility of the air. Kong He was furious when he heard this, and said sternly, "Have something to hide? Who doesn't have something to hide?" Brother Hyun left, and Shiba Asahine also left, leaving me alone with Ganju. Doesn't he know that our Shiba clan has been hunted down? However, as soon as she finished speaking, she was suddenly stunned. Because she found that the sound did not come from inside the house, but from the door. She turned her head in confusion and looked at the door. I saw Urahara Kisuke wearing his iconic hat, standing there quietly, with an unfathomable smile on his face. Don't bother, Kong-hee. Urahara Kisuke smiled and greeted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was responded by a big foot flying quickly. The next moment, Urahara Kisuke made a gorgeous 720-degree spin in the air, and then fell heavily. Kong-hee retracted his feet hanging in the air and said disdainfully, "You are the one who talks too much, I just complained a few words, why do you have to be so talkative?" Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurosaki Ishine witnessed this scene and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They secretly sweated for Urahara Kisuke in their hearts. Kurosaki Ishine secretly felt fortunate that Kong-hee still remembered the family affection and did not do anything cruel to him. However, before he could completely relax, he suddenly felt a strong force attacking his butt. Unprepared, he lost his balance in an instant, flew out in a mess, and fell heavily to the ground. This scene stunned everyone present, and the air was filled with awkwardness and tension. Seeing this, Ichigo Kurosaki felt his scalp tingling. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of his father and Kisuke Urahara and become the next target of Kyokaku. So, he quickly pulled Yuko, who was watching the show, over and said with a dry laugh, "Ahaha, I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished tutoring Yuko's homework, so I won't accompany you." "Excuse me." After saying that, he quickly pulled Yuko away from the scene, fearing that he would be affected by Kyokaku's anger. Everyone looked at their fleeing backs and was speechless for a while. Kyokaku was actually just venting. Now that the anger has dissipated, she has regained her composure. She turned her head and looked at Kurosaki Ishine and Urahara Kisuke who were still lying on the ground, and her face suddenly darkened again. These two guys, one is her uncle, and the other is her former friend, but they both chose to conceal and escape, leaving her alone with too much pressure and pain. "You two, get up!" Kong-hee shouted sternly, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in his tone. Kurosaki Ishine and Urahara Kisuke smiled bitterly at each other, knowing that they had really angered Kong-hee this time. They struggled to stand up, patted the dust off their bodies, then walked in front of Kong-hee and lowered their heads. "Kong-hee, we know I was wrong, and I won't hide it from you anymore." Kurosaki apologized sincerely. Urahara Kisuke also nodded, agreeing. "Yes, Kyokaku, we did do something wrong. If there is anything in the future, we will definitely tell you as soon as possible." Kyokaku looked at their sincere apologies, and the anger in her heart gradually subsided. She knew that although these two guys were sometimes unreliable, they still cared about her in essence. However, she hoped that they could be more honest with each other and not hide anything anymore. "Well, since you have all admitted your mistakes, I will forgive you for the time being," Kyokaku said, "but remember, you must tell me if there is anything in the future, otherwise." She paused, then suddenly raised her foot and stomped hard on the ground. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the ground, scaring Kurosaki Ishine and Urahara Kisuke to nod their heads repeatedly, saying that they would never dare to do it again. After the farce, Ishine began to feel sorry for his house, and explained to Kyokaku why he didn't return to Soul Society. When Kyokaku learned that Ishine had been plotted against by Aizen and almost lost his life, she felt a little guilty about her impulsive behavior. However, at this moment, Ichigo, who had just slipped away under the pretext of tutoring homework, suddenly rushed out and punched Ishine in the face. "Since you have the power of the god of death, why didn't you save your mother at that time?" Ichigo asked angrily. Ishine stood up from the ground in a mess, and did not blame Ichigo for his unreasonable behavior. He just sighed quietly, as if he had endless pain and helplessness in his heart. At this time, Xingliu spoke, because he had lost the power of the god of death at that time, going there would only mean his death. Hearing this, Ichigo and Kyukaku looked at Xingliu in disbelief, waiting for his next explanation. Xingliu did not keep the secret. He saw that Ishine did not want to mention the matter about Kurosaki Masaki, so he took the initiative to explain. At the beginning, he could not use his Bankai because of Aizen's conspiracy, and it was Kurosaki Masaki who saved him. But in that battle, Kurosaki Masaki was bitten by the White Hollow and showed symptoms of hollowing. In order to save her, Kurosaki Ishine used his power of the God of Death to suppress her hollowing. Xingliu said slowly. So, Kurosaki Ishine had already lost the power of the God of Death at that time. Urahara Kisuke looked at Xingliu deeply, but did not make any comments. He just pressed down the brim of his hat habitually, hiding his expression in the shadows. And Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Xingliu's explanation with red eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and asked with a hint of disbelief. Then the hollow in my body, isn't it just my illusion? Kurosaki Ishine nodded affirmatively and said in a deep voice. Yes, it is because the hollow in your body began to gradually awaken that my power as a god of death has returned. All of this is real, Ichigo. Ichigo was silent for a moment, trying to digest this shocking news. He had always thought that the hollow in his body was just an illusion when he was afraid, but now, he understood that the power that had been lurking deep in his body was real and dangerous. He raised his head and looked at his father, Kurosaki Ishine, with confusion and uneasiness in his eyes. Seeing this, Ishine reached out and gently placed his hand on Ichigo's shoulder. Don't worry, Ichigo. Ishine's voice was gentle and firm. Although the power of the hollow is very strong, you are my son, I believe in you. Chapter 318 Urahara Kisuke's Guess. Ichigo felt a sense of peace in his father's warm palm, and the chaos in his heart gradually subsided. However, when they were immersed in this deep family affection, Xingliu coldly broke the warm atmosphere. He said lightly, "Okay, we didn't ask you to come here to see you show your fatherly love." Xingliu's words made the air freeze instantly. But he continued without any concern. He may just want to find an outlet to vent his emotions, but I am different. I have important things to discuss with you. As he spoke, Xingliu's sharp eyes were fixed on Kurosaki Ishine, which brought him heavy pressure. Although Kurosaki Ishine did not know Xingliu's identity, he, who was once the captain of the 10th Division, felt a sense of urgency as if he was being targeted by a top predator. The last crescent moon sky strike, I hope you can teach this move to Ichigo. Hearing Xingliu's request, Kurosaki Ishine's pupils shrank suddenly, and he almost subconsciously wanted to refuse. Because he knew the price of the last crescent moon sky strike, once used, the user will lose the power of the god of death. And now, Aizen has obviously set his sights on their family. If Ichigo loses his power after using this move, they will not be able to protect themselves. This is undoubtedly the worst result. However, Kurosaki Ishine thought again that if Ichigo really encountered an unbeatable enemy, then it might be good to have such a trump card. This made him fall into deep hesitation, and the inner struggle made him unable to make a decision immediately. Seeing Kurosaki Ishine's hesitation, Xingliu smiled lightly and said, I want to remind you that now Aizen has obtained the complete Hogyaku, and I also forbid the Zero Squad to enter. Coupled with the current chaotic situation in Soul Society, it can be said that it is easy for Aizen to defeat you. Urahara Kisuke and Kurosaki Ishine, you don't want to see Aizen's plan succeed in the future, right? Xingliu's words made Urahara Kisuke and Kurosaki Ishine's face twitch. But they naturally understood that what Xingliu said was not groundless, but a possible future. And when they heard Xingliu mention that he could influence the Zero Squad, their expressions instantly became serious. As former captains of Soul Society, they have a deep understanding of the strength and status of the Zero Squad. That was a team composed of elites among elites, and every member was extremely powerful. However, such a powerful team could be affected by Xingliu. This made Urahara Kisuke and Kurosaki Ishine have a new understanding of Xingliu's strength. They realized that Xingliu's strength had reached an unimaginable level, and might even exceed their imagination. Urahara Kisuke was shocked. Although he had learned some basic information about Xingliu from Yoryuki, he knew nothing about the Zero Squad. This was no wonder, after all, as an insider, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni would definitely handle the news carefully to avoid undermining his own morale. Therefore, apart from Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni, only Xingliu, the person involved, knew the inside story. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo stood aside, watching the conversation between several people with a confused look on his face. He didn't understand what they were saying at all, as if he was in a mystery. However, he suddenly remembered the task that Yoryuki had given him, to bring a letter to Urahara Kisuke. So, Ichigo Kurosaki interrupted the conversation of several people and handed the letter to Urahara Kisuke. He didn't know the content of the letter, but his intuition told him that it might be related to the current situation. Urahara Kisuke took the letter, opened the envelope, and quickly scanned the contents of the letter. As he read deeper, his face gradually became solemn and his brows were locked together. He raised his head, first looked at Xingliu, and then turned to Anohana Yachiru who was standing next to Xingliu. His eyes wandered back and forth between the two, as if thinking about something. After a moment, he gently pressed the brim of his hat, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh my, this is really a big deal." In the letter, Yoryuki described in detail a series of changes that had taken place in Seoul society after Xingliu appeared. She revealed these shocking situations to Urahara Kisuke in cautious terms. At the same time, Yoryuki also warned Urahara Kisuke in the letter that it would be best not to test Xingliu and the people around him. She said in a serious tone that no one knew what the consequences would be if she did so. Finally, Yoryuki also mentioned the recent chaos. She firmly believed that Aizen must have participated and promoted this, although there is no conclusive evidence to support her intuition. But she issued this warning to Urahara Kisuke with years of experience and keen insight. As a smart person, Urahara Kisuke's insight is far better than Yoryuki. After learning that Xingliu rescued Hinamori Momo in the Noble incident, he saw through the whole situation. Aizen attempted to use Xingliu's existence to disrupt the Seoul society in order to disperse the opponent's forces in the decisive battle and create more favorable conditions for himself to win. What's more clever is that even if Xingliu sees through this plan, he may go with the flow. Because this chaos is exactly what Xingliu wants to see, he has always been dismissive of the nobles in the Seoul society. Thinking of this, Urahara Kisuke couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and admired Aizen's cunning and foresight. However, he was not discouraged by this. On the contrary, a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't know what Aizen experienced on the day when Xingliu brought back Hinamori Momo, he was sure that that day was definitely not easy for Aizen. Because Xingliu was definitely not a person who would not react after being manipulated by others. As for the purpose of Xingliu's trip, Urahara Kisuke had already guessed it. Since the Seoul society lost part of its strength because of Xingliu, Xingliu's move was undoubtedly to make up for this shortcoming. He planned to let Kurosaki Ichigo master the last Getsuga Tensho to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Seoul society. Urahara Kisuke had full confidence in his guess. However, it was precisely this confidence made him more deeply aware of the terrifying nature of Xingliu. This man not only possessed the wisdom to see through everything and could easily see through other people's schemes, he also possessed unparalleled power, which could make the other party pay a painful price after seeing through the scheme. Just as Urahara Kisuke was lost in thought, he suddenly realized that Xingliu's half-smiley eyes were falling on him. At that moment, his heartstrings instantly tightened, and an inexplicable pressure surged into his heart. Chapter 319 Not Good, It's a Yandere. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify, and the confrontation between Xingliu and Urahara Kisuke made the surrounding atmosphere tense. Although there were other people around them, at this moment, everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused on these two people. Urahara Kisuke took a deep breath and tried to calm the turmoil in his heart. He knew clearly that at this time, any trace of hostility could lead to unpredictable consequences. So, he slowly raised his head and met Xingliu's deep gaze. "Oh my, this must be the Lord Xingliu mentioned in your Yuki's letter." Urahara Kisuk's tone revealed a perfect amount of respect and enthusiasm. He smiled and invited Xingliu, "Thank you for your careful care of your Yuki these days. How about I do my best to be a good host and take you around the world?" Hearing Urahara Kisuk's words, Xingliu's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an unfathomable smile. He looked at Urahara Kisuk deeply, and then said slowly, "Urahara Kisuk, you are indeed a smart man. To some extent, you are even more suitable for the task than Aizen and Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni." There was a hint of admiration in his words, but then he changed the subject. "However, unfortunately, your power is too weak. Compared with those two, you can't stand at a higher level and become the one who controls the chess game." However, Urahara Kisuk did not get angry after hearing this, but responded with a playful smile, "Oh, it turns out that I am so outstanding in the eyes of adults, I am really flattered." There was a hint of ridicule in his tone, as if trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Xingliu just smiled slightly and said nothing more. He stood up and walked to the door with Moroku and Yachiru. Just before he was about to step out of the door, he suddenly turned around and said, "I came here today just to tell you one thing, you can't defeat Aizen. The only person who can defeat him is Ichigo Kurosaki." After Xingliu's words fell, his figure instantly disappeared at the door, leaving only a silent space and shocked people. His voice was still echoing in the air, but the man was gone. After a moment of hesitation, Kang He suddenly threw a heavy punch at Ishine Kurosaki, who was lost in thought, and then followed Xingliu's footsteps and left. Ishine rubbed his injured belly, and the pain made him frown. He looked at his son, and a trace of complex emotions flashed in his eyes. At this time, Urahara Kisuk said in a deep voice, "Ishine, no matter how much you want to protect Ichigo and prevent him from stepping into danger, it's too late now." His voice was firm and powerful, as if he wanted to penetrate Ishine's hesitation and worry. "Let Ichigo come with me," he continued, "at least I will help him control the hollow in his body first." Kurosaki Ishine nodded upon hearing this, and he trusted Urahara Kisuk's words deeply. After all, the victims of Aizen's hollow experiment were saved by Urahara Kisuk. He knew very well that among the people he knew, only Urahara Kisuk had the ability to help Ichigo. However, Ichigo's face showed a bitter expression. He had just returned from the battle in Soul Society and had not yet rested properly. Was he going to fight again in a new battle? But he also understood that this was his inescapable fate. On the other side, Anohana Yachiru gently hugged CEO's hand, and the touch was as warm as jade, as if it could soothe all the troubles. She asked softly, "Master CEO, you seem to be very optimistic about Kurosaki Ichigo." Hearing this, CEO smiled and nodded, frankly admitting Yachiru's guess. Compared with the protagonists in other anime, Ichigo Kurosaki is unique in that his actions are always so direct and decisive. While other protagonists are still trying to persuade the boss with words, Ichigo Kurosaki has already completed his bankai and rushed forward with a sharp blade. This straightforward style of action is exactly what Xingliu appreciates. Ichigo Kurosaki's goal is always the same, to protect his companions. This simple and firm belief makes Xingliu see unlimited possibilities in him. Although Ichigo Kurosaki may not be comparable to Aizen and Kisuk Urahara in terms of wisdom, his pure fighting spirit is let him have an incomparable advantage in strength. Xingliu knew that if you treat a person like Kurosaki Ichigo sincerely, he will definitely thank you with a more generous reward. His sincerity and purity made Xingliu see a warrior who is worthy of trust and expectation. Anohana Yachiru noticed Xingliu's undisguised admiration for Kurosaki Ichigo, and her curiosity was also aroused. Holding the Zanpakuto in hand, she said eagerly, "I wonder if Kurosaki Ichigo is worth a try." Xingliu heard this and waved his hand and said, "It's not the time yet, don't destroy him. Kurosaki Ichigo is like a sword that has not been unsheathed. How can the edge be revealed if the scabbard is not removed? Hearing Xingliu's description, Yachiru took a deep breath and gradually suppressed the fighting spirit in her heart. She understood that there was a deep meaning in the words of Master Xingliu. Now, Ichigo Kurosaki is like an uncut jade. It takes time and experience to polish it before it can truly shine. I understand, Master Xingliu. Yachiru responded softly, with a hint of obedience in her voice, but her mouth was slightly pursed, and it was obvious that she was not completely satisfied with such an answer. Xingliu noticed her subtle expression change, and a smile welled up in his heart. He felt that perhaps it was because of his appearance that this woman, who was originally like a flower in the mountains, began to show more human emotions and fireworks. He stretched out his arm and pulled Yachiru to his side. In her surprised cry, he pressed against her forcefully, expressing his pampering and comfort to her with his actions. Moroka witnessed this scene and immediately blushed with shame. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands, as if this could cover up the heart-pounding scene in front of her. However, the light leaking from her fingers and the blush on her cheeks silently revealed her inner thoughts. After a long time, the affectionate exchange between Xingliu and Yachiru came to an end. Looking at her slightly swollen lips, Xingliu felt tenderness in his heart. He gently flicked Yachiru's forehead and said with a bit of joking, "Kurosaki Ichigo is an upright man. Are you jealous of him?" Yachiru panted slightly and responded coquettishly, "I can't help it, Master Xingliu. When I think that he can get more attention from you, I have an urge to kill him." Chapter 320 Good Ship? Impossible. Xingliu's eyebrows jumped involuntarily when he heard this. He didn't want to wake up one day and see Yachiru standing at the head of his bed holding a knife, saying to him affectionately, "In this way, we can stay together forever." Such a scene, just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. So, he quickly pulled Yachiru up, and the two of them disappeared in a flash, leaving only the air slightly vibrating. Moroka witnessed all this. She blinked a little blankly, as if she had not recovered from the scene just now. She spread her hands and shouted loudly in the direction where the two disappeared, "Hey, wait for me! I'm still here, I haven't got on the car yet." However, her shouting echoed in the air for a long time, but she never received any response. This made Moroka feel a little frustrated. She sat on the ground, muttering, "Alas, Xingliu is such a big liar. He clearly said he would take me to the amusement park, but now he left me here alone." At this moment, Kang He also hurried to the scene. Seeing Moroku sitting on the ground, looking dejected, she asked, "Moroku, where is Master Xingliu? Isn't he with you?" Moroku puffed up his lips and replied unhappily, "He and Yachiru went to do what adults should do." "Humph, leaving me here alone is really too much." When Kang He heard this, a blush suddenly appeared on her face. During the time that Xingliu stayed in Seoul society, he had been living in Kang He's house. The sound insulation effect of Kang He's residence was really not satisfactory. Therefore, for some in-depth exchanges between Xingliu and Yachiru, she always inevitably became a passive listener. When Moroka mentioned what adults should do indignantly, Kang He felt embarrassed. She naturally understood the meaning of that sentence. After all, she had heard those passionate and fighting sounds with her own ears. For a while, the atmosphere between the two became a little subtle and awkward. The air seemed to freeze, making it difficult to breathe. However, at this awkward moment, a small star stream suddenly squeezed out from the gap in space. He looked only about 10 years old, and looked extremely cute, as if he was a fairy child walking out of a scroll. As soon as Moroku and Kang He saw him, they were immediately attracted by his cute appearance. They all came up to him, wanting to take a closer look at the little guy who suddenly appeared. Xiao Xingliu, however, looked bitter and resentful, complaining, "The clone really has no human rights. Not only did he ask me to do this and that, but he also changed my age. Isn't my life lingering enough?" His words revealed a hint of helplessness and dissatisfaction, but it was also particularly interesting because of his childish voice and cute appearance. Moroku and Kong He laughed heartily at Xiao Xingliu's childish words, and the awkward atmosphere just now disappeared in the laughter. Both of them focused their eyes on this petite and cute figure, and the tenderness in their hearts was deeply touched by this little guy, as if even the air around them was filled with warmth and warmth. Kong He smiled and stretched out his slender fingers, gently pinching Xiao Xingliu's rosy cheeks, his voice full of pampering. "Little guy, don't complain. Look at you, you are so cute, we can't wait to love you." Moroku was also eager to try, she came over excitedly, her eyes flashing with anticipation. "Yes, yes, you look younger than me, come and call me sister." However, Xiao Xingliu rolled his eyes helplessly, raised his little hand and gently slapped Kong He's hand away. He sighed and said in a tone of "Why don't you understand me, hey, it seems that you really didn't listen to what I said just now." He paused, raised his chin slightly, and his expression revealed a maturity and confidence that was inconsistent with his age. "Although I look like a child now, don't forget that I am still Xingliu." Having said that, he turned his head to look at Maitreya, with a gleam of determination in his eyes. Let's go to the amusement park. I will never break my promise to you. So, don't talk nonsense in the future." Maitreya couldn't help but blush when he heard what Xiao Xingliu said. She lowered her eyelids and responded softly and obediently, "Well, I know." Seeing this, Kong He gently pulled Moroku's hand and said with a smile, Okay, don't worry about these details, let's go to the amusement park together and have a good time. Today, let's put all our troubles behind us and enjoy this happy time to the fullest." Moroku nodded, and the blush on his face gradually faded, replaced by a bright smile. She raised her head and looked at Kong He and Xiao Xingliu with anticipation and excitement in her eyes. "Well, let's set off now and have enough fun in the amusement park." So, the three of them embarked on a journey to the amusement park together. In the laughter and playfulness, they enjoyed this rare relaxation and pleasure to the fullest. Whether it was the exciting roller coaster or the dreamy carousel, they left their happy figures. And at this moment, in the distant and boundless universe, Yaqian Liu looked down at the huge planet under his feet in surprise, and said in disbelief, "This is the moon." Her voice was full of shock and curiosity. Xingliu stood beside her, smiled and nodded, yes, this is indeed the moon." His voice was gentle and firm, as if guiding Yaqian Liu. He turned his head and looked at Yaqian Liu's amazed expression, and a warm current surged in his heart. He asked softly, "How does it feel?" Yaqian Liu slowly raised his head, and the deep and vast starry sky came into view, as if there were endless mysteries flowing in it. In her eyes, the light of the stars flickered, revealing an infinite desire and exploration of the unknown world. She tried to take in the vast starry sky, and the excitement in her heart slowly subsided. At this time, Xingliu's voice slowly sounded, breaking the silence around, "Yaqian Liu, I am a selfish person." Anohana heard this, the corners of her lips slightly raised, revealing an interesting smile, quietly waiting for his next words. Xingliu took a deep breath and continued, "You should have noticed it too? My world is not just about you." Hearing this, Yaqian Liu's smile gradually converged. She was silent for a moment, then nodded gently, as if telling herself to accept this reality. Xingliu saw this, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He clasped his hands tightly and looked at Yaqian Liu affectionately, "My selfishness is that once you enter my world, I can never let go. I don't want to lose you, nor do I want to lose others." He paused, with a hint of firmness and persistence in his voice, "So do you understand? I won't give up any of the rest. And you are equally important." Yaqian Liu listened quietly, but his heart was stirred. She looked up at the starry sky, as if looking for an answer. Then, she suddenly jumped back and moved away from the star stream. "Bankai all gone!" With a cry, countless blood surged out from the surroundings, forming a turbulent sea of blood in an instant. "If you beat me, I will do whatever you say." Chapter 321 Fight. "Cool. Okay, then I will do as you wish." Xing took a deep breath, shouted, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, turning into a dazzling stream of light, rushing towards the sea of blood with the force of thunder. Seeing this, Ba Qianliu's eyes flashed with a trace of satisfaction. She snorted lightly, and her figure also disappeared from the spot, blending into the sea of blood like a fish returning to the sea. This sea of blood seemed to be her domain, her world, which contained endless power. The next moment, the sea of blood was surging with huge waves, and a huge blood-colored sword light suddenly slashed out from it, rushing straight to Xing with the power of destroying the world. This knife seemed to split the entire starry sky in two. Xing was not afraid of this extremely sharp knife. He created a black knife and swung it at lightning speed. The two powerful forces collided fiercely in the air, making a deafening roar, as if to shatter the entire starry sky. Swish! The sharp sound of breaking wind sounded again, and Ba Qianliu rushed out of the sea of blood in an instant, his figure floating like a ghost. The long knife in her hand carried a sharper blade light, and slashed at Xing at lightning speed. Her attack was as fierce as a storm, and each knife contained terrifying power, as if to completely devour Xing. However, Xing was not an ordinary person. He dodged flexibly and avoided Ba Qianliu's attack every time. At the same time, the knife in his hand danced like a spirit snake, constantly launching counterattacks. Every collision made them feel the powerful force of the other party, as if to tear them apart. As the battle continued, the blood in the sea of blood became more and more dense, as if it was going to dye the entire starry sky red. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and every confrontation was full of danger and uncertainty. Their figures flashed and intertwined quickly in the sea of blood, and every collision burst into dazzling light. The specifications of this battle far exceeded the first confrontation between Ba Qianliu and Xing. It was Xing who caused this situation. He was never stingy with his woman. Although Ba Qianliu had only been with him for a short time, the resources and care he gave were no less than those of others. In addition to Ba Qianliu's accumulation and cultivation for thousands of years, she had already surpassed the limit of the god of death at this moment. The two were fighting fiercely, and every collision between them seemed to make the moon tremble and the starry sky sway. And the originally silent moon could not withstand the terrifying energy fluctuations generated by the duel between the two at this moment. As the sound of collision became more and more violent, dense cracks began to appear on the surface of the moon. These cracks spread rapidly like spider webs, shrouding the entire moon in a solemn atmosphere. Finally, after a deafening collision, the moon could no longer withstand this force. It made a loud noise, as if it was the most tragic elegy between heaven and earth, and then began a huge change. The originally flat surface of the moon began to collapse and crack violently, and countless huge stones and dust were thrown into the air like fireworks. The entire moon seemed to be completely torn apart by this terrifying force. This scene in the starry sky was heart-pounding, as if it foreshadowed the coming of the end of the world. Xing knew that this battle had reached its limit. If it continued, the moon might no longer exist. Therefore, when facing the rushing Qianliu again, he made an unexpected decision. He loosened his grip on the knife and let it draw a cold light in the air. Then, in Qianliu's surprised eyes, he stretched out his arms and hugged her tightly. At first, Qianliu struggled to escape from this sudden embrace. However, as she felt the warmth from Xingliu's chest, her struggle became weaker and weaker. After a while, Qianliu stopped struggling, and she quietly nestled in Xingliu's arms, feeling the warmth of this man. A trace of complex emotions flashed in her eyes, with doubts and relief intertwined, as if she was experiencing an inner struggle and transformation. Qianliu's thoughts drifted far away, back to the moment when she first met Xingliu. At that time, she found him because of Xingliu's unparalleled strength and handsome appearance. And Xingliu was very cold to her at first, and even reluctant to pay attention. However, he finally softened his heart and let her stay by his side. Thinking of these past events, Qianliu's heart was filled with thousands of emotions. Her feelings for Xingliu were always mixed with a strong possessiveness, and she longed to take him completely for herself. However, now that she has made her decision, she will never allow herself to regret it. After all, indecision and capriciousness have never been her character. As her thoughts surged, Yaqian Liu suddenly opened her bright red lips, and her body leaned forward slightly, close to Xingliu's ear. As she gently exhaled a warm breath, Xingliu's ears seemed to be gently brushed by a breeze, bringing her unique faint fragrance. This sudden intimate move made Xingliu feel a sudden throbbing. His body stiffened slightly at that moment, and his heartbeat accelerated instantly, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. However, this is not over yet. At the moment when Xingliu's heartbeat accelerated, he felt a soft and powerful force surrounding him. Those were Yaqian Liu's two slender and beautiful legs. They wrapped around his waist like a spirit snake, tightly binding him in his arms. Yachiya said softly with a sly smile, "Master Xingliu, please teach me." So, a battle involving the cycle of life and death started again. In the Hueco Mundo above the blue planet, Aizen stood alone at the top of the sky. His eyes were fiery and focused, staring at the direction of the moon above. The fluctuations of the battle there, even at a long distance, could make him feel an unprecedented shock. Is this the power that surpasses the god of death and the hollow? He murmured to himself, revealing an unconcealable excitement and curiosity in his voice. "Spara see, it's really intoxicating." As he said, he subconsciously rubbed the blue glowing collapsing jade in his hand. The light rose and fell with his movements, as if resonating with his heartbeat. There was a deep light in his eyes, which was a desire for power and an exploration of the unknown. Under the attraction of this power, his heart seemed to be quietly changing. Gods from another world? Interesting. Chapter 322 Hollowing. Aizen could capture the battles in the distance across the sky, and Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni, who was deep in soul society, had the same perception. He undoubtedly sensed the turmoil. However, in sharp contrast to Aizen's fanatical excitement, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni's heart was filled with mixed emotions. This was the first time he had truly experienced the horror and vastness of the power of the star stream, which far exceeded his previous cognition and imagination. He looked up at the moon in the night sky that was on the verge of collapse under the impact of the endless star stream, with deep worries and thoughts in his eyes. And the cane in his hand was unconsciously held tighter and tighter by him, as if silently reflecting the ups and downs in his heart. "Kojiro," he asked in a deep voice, "are those nobles still unwilling to accept the terms I proposed?" Quibu Kojiro showed a helpless smile. "It is indeed a difficult task to get those nobles to give up their existing privileges." "Captain General," he replied, "except for Shifunjiyuan, Shiba, Kokiki and the nobles who depend on them, the rest of the nobles refuse to accept our terms." At this point, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Should we wait until after the decisive battle with the traitor Aizen to deal with these people?" Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni snorted coldly and said firmly, "If it really comes to that time, it will be too late. That lord longs to see a soul society without privileges, so we should fulfill his wish." After saying that, he grabbed the captain's cloak beside him, put it on himself, and walked out with a firm step. "Let's go, Kojiro. Let me personally deal with these remnants of the old times and bring real changes to the soul society." That night, countless flames burned the evil accumulated in the soul society for thousands of years. There were many more dead souls in Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni's sword. The moon was severely damaged and on the verge of breaking, so Xingliu naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. After all, this disaster was caused by him. Fortunately, for him, repairing the moon was just a piece of cake and easy. However, in order to save trouble, he did not use his time ability. Therefore, although the moon was repaired, there were subtle differences from its original appearance. This subtle change did not escape the eyes of some keen observers. Urahara Kisuk was one of them. Just yesterday, he finally persuaded Kurosaki Asahine with great effort to let his son Kurosaki Ichigo follow him to learn and master the power of holoization. However, the next day, Urahara Kisuke noticed something unusual on the moon. This abnormality made him feel a little uneasy, and also aroused his curiosity. He knew that there was no one else who could cause such damage to the planet except Xingliu. But the question also came with it, who was the person who was fighting with Xingliu? Are there other cross-border people? More important, the question is, if there is a force that can rival the star stream, can he guide it to counterbalance the star stream? Just as Urahara Kisuke was caught up in these complicated thoughts, a dark red beam of light suddenly rushed towards him. Faced with this sudden attack, he did not panic, but said in a relaxed and playful tone, you are so naughty. While speaking, he quickly summoned his Zanpakuto. Cry, Benihime! With Urahara Kisuke's order, Benihime instantly turned into a dazzling red light and greeted the dark red beam of light. The two forces clashed fiercely in the air, bursting out with dazzling light, which was dazzling. At the moment of collision, thick smoke billowed up and filled the entire battlefield. When the smoke gradually dissipated, Urahara Kisuke was still standing there intact, with a faint smile on his face. At this time, Hiri stood aside, glanced at Hirako Mako with a mocking look on his face, and said sarcastically, "Baldy, are you capable of doing this?" Hearing this, Hirako Mako's face suddenly darkened, and his veins bulged, obviously he was angry. He glared at Hiri and responded unhappily, "How about you do it?" Hiri heard Hirako Mako's response, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up in disdain. But just as she was about to take a step, a dazzling virtual flash suddenly cut through the air and attacked her at an astonishing speed. "Baldy, did you do this on purpose?" she exclaimed, and at the same time her body was forced to retreat. Boom! The virtual flash exploded violently beside her, and the powerful shock wave made her lose her balance. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and her figure looked a little embarrassed in the chaos. At the same time, Hirako Mako was doing her best to parry the fierce attack of the virtualization Ichigo. He smiled smugly to himself, as if he felt that he had taken control of the situation. However, his smile soon froze on his face. Because the virtualized Ichigo suddenly fired a virtual flash at close range, which blew him away fiercely. Unfortunately, his flight trajectory was just in the direction of Hiri. Seeing Hirako Mako flying over, Hiri's eyes flashed with excitement. She kicked her right leg without hesitation and threw the slipper on her right foot into the air. Then, she quickly reached out and grabbed the slipper in the air. After a pause, she used all her strength to smash the slipper into Hirako Mako's face. Pa! The sound of the slipper hitting was crisp and loud, and a clear shoe mark was immediately left on Hirako Mako's face. This blow not only made him grimace in pain, but also made his image even more embarrassed. Hey, what are you doing? I'm fighting. Mako Hirako complained to Hiri with a headache. He really couldn't understand why Hiri was causing trouble for him at this time. However, Hiri didn't care. She snorted coldly and mocked, "Baldy!" At this moment, Kensei Rokuguruma quickly stepped forward and steadily blocked the pursuit of Ichigo Kyakushin. He turned around and looked at Mako Hirako and Hiri, who were arguing, laughing, and said, "You two have a good relationship." However, this unexpected teasing made Mako Hirako and Hiri stunned at the same time. They almost retorted in unison, "Who has a good relationship with him, her?" This unanimous response echoed in the air, making the originally tense atmosphere instantly awkward. After being stunned, the two came back to their senses at the same time and said in unison again, "Why are you imitating me?" Seeing their consistent reactions, Rokuguruma Kensei couldn't help but laugh even more happily. The others couldn't help but laugh together. For a while, the field was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 323 How can you defeat me by relying on reason? But unlike the cheerful atmosphere outside, in Ichigo's spiritual space, he was being beaten by Kyobaku. In this deep and dark spiritual space, the breath of battle permeated every corner. Ichigo and Kyobaku, two completely different beings, were holding their own Zanpakuto and fighting fiercely in this endless darkness. The Zanpakuto in Kyobaku's hand flashed with a cold light, like a silver poisonous snake wandering in the darkness. Every time he swung the sword, it was with the force of thunder, as if to tear the space apart. Wherever the blade passed, the air seemed to be split in two, leaving a long crack. Ichigo held his Zanpakuto tightly, trying his best to fight against Kyobaku. His swordsmanship was not very good, but every time he swung it, he was determined. However, Kyobaku's power was too strong, and every time the blades intersected, Ichigo felt numb in his arm. In this battle, Zanpakuto, the sound of the swords colliding continued to sound, like a fierce symphony. Every collision sparked a brilliant spark, making the dark space instantly bright as day. Although he was at a disadvantage, Yuhu did not give up. He gritted his teeth, constantly adjusted his breathing and rhythm, trying to find Subai's flaws. He knew that only by persisting could he have the hope of defeating Subai. And Subai did not seem to be in a hurry to end this battle. Every time he repelled Yuhu, he would deliberately slow down the rhythm of the attack, as if he was appreciating Yuhu's struggle and pain. After a fierce confrontation, Subai's blade once again left a deep blood mark on Yuhu's arm. He stepped back a few steps, and a contemptuous and cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Yuhu," Subai said slowly, with a hint of teasing in his tone, "do you know what the difference is between a king and a mount?" He tightly grasped the chain of the Skylock moon blade and spun it in the air with a whistling wind. Yuhu was slightly startled, frowning at Subai in confusion, waiting for his next words. Subai sneered and shook his head, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not playing any word games with you." He suddenly stopped the spinning Zanpakuto, and his eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. When two beings have the same posture, ability, and power, why can one of them become the king and dominate the battlefield, while the other can only be a vassal and add a little combat power? Do you understand the difference, Yuhu? Listening to Subai's aggressive questioning, Yuhu was silent. He really couldn't find the answer. This profound question was beyond his understanding. Looking at Yuhu speechless, Subai's smile became even stronger. "Let me tell you, there is only one answer, that is instinct." His voice was low and powerful, and every word was shaking this spiritual space. Among those beings with the same power, the one who can stand out and become the king must have the most primitive and most explicit desire for battle. They pursue power at all costs and destroy the enemy without mercy. This absolute passion and persistence in fighting is their instinct that distinguishes them from others. Subai pressed forward step by step, and every word he said was like a heavy hammer hitting Yuhu's heart. "And you, Yuhu? You fight with reason, and think about how to defeat the enemy with reason. You want to use the sword but it is still in the scabbard. Who can you cut?" At this point, Subai tightly grasped the Tenshuo Zhanyu and smiled contemptuously, "So, you are weaker than me, Yuhu." Hearing Subai's contemptuous words, Yuhu's heart was deeply touched. He understood that every word Subai said was true. He had indeed been using reason to restrain his fighting instinct, with too many concerns and hesitation. However, this does not mean that he will give up. On the contrary, Kyobaku's words were like a warning bell, awakening the long-dormant fighting desire in his heart. A ray of determination flashed in his eyes, and he tightly grasped the Zanpakuto in his hand, feeling the cold and powerful force. At this moment, Kyobaku appeared in front of Ichido like a ghost, and stabbed him fiercely in the abdomen. "Ichido, you are just a mount now." Kyobaku's cold voice sounded in Ichido's ears. Ichido staggered back, looked down at his bloody abdomen, his pupils shrank suddenly, and an incredible shock surged in his heart. Due to the interference of the star stream, Ichigo Kurosaki immediately devoted himself to the training of the hollow after returning to the real world, which left him no time to sort out his chaotic heart, and he was not mentally prepared to deal with such a heavy blow. Therefore, at this moment, Ichido, while suffering from serious injuries, also lost his past courage to move forward. His mind was blank, as if he was trapped in endless darkness. A flash of disappointment flashed in Kyobaku's eyes. He smacked his lips and looked at the Ichigo who he had once placed high hopes on. He thought he could see Ichigo's growth and transformation in this battle. However, the reality was too cruel to accept. Ichigo, whom he regarded as a potential stock, was so vulnerable. You know, he, Kyobaku, is Ichigo Kurosaka's Zanpakuto. He is the one who always expects Ichigo to become stronger. But now, facing this reality, he can only feel deeply disappointed. And at the moment when Ichigo temporarily lost consciousness, his body also underwent earth-shaking changes. The white object tightly wrapped his upper body like a cocoon, and the hollow mask on his face was slowly forming, and a hole that only hollows have gradually appeared on his chest. Hey, this is not good. Rokuguru Makensei struggled to repel the hollow Ichigo, panting. Compared to the easy response at the beginning, Ichigo is now getting closer to the state of a hollow, and his spiritual pressure is becoming stronger and stronger. So it is under normal circumstances he could no longer handle it as easily as before. Urahara Kisuke also put away his usual smile and stared at the hollowed Ichigo with a heavy face. He knew very well that he could no longer hold back at this time. Go all out and interrupt his hollowing. He ordered loudly. Hearing this order, everyone in the masked army nodded without hesitation. They all went through this stage and knew that Ichigo could not continue like this. Otherwise, he would be completely swallowed by the hollow and could never be saved. However, just as they were about to take action, a strong spiritual pressure suddenly burst out. The surrounding space seemed to tremble with this spiritual pressure, and countless black lines trembled and twisted in the space. Hiri's pupils shrank, and she asked in shock, "What's going on?" As soon as she finished speaking, a howl that was not like a human voice suddenly resounded through the sky. Chapter 324 Naruto Yuhu. As the sound disappeared, the field suddenly fell into a dead silence. There was a strange and uneasy atmosphere in the air, as if something incredible was about to happen. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. On Yuhu's face, the mask that was slowly forming was suddenly completed. The mask was hideous, with sharp teeth exposed, and two huge horns formed a very threatening image. At this moment, Yuhu was like a ferocious beast that broke free from its restraints, exuding a terrifying pressure all over his body. On his face, the hideous mask seemed to give him endless power, making people dare not look directly at him. The people on the field were stunned by this scene. They had never seen such a terrifying and shocking scene. For a moment, the field was silent, as if even breathing became cautious, for fear of breaking this strange silence. There was a solemn atmosphere in the air, as if time had stopped at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the hideous mask, which seemed to sway in front of everyone, emitting a heart-pounding chill. Then, Giotto Ichido slowly raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, as if he was assessing its weight, and gently swung it down. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came, and the violent wind pressure swept across the entire venue like a storm. The wind pressure was like an invisible wall, sweeping across the entire venue, instantly rolling up the surrounding dust and gravel, forming a blurred scene. Everyone's clothes were rustling in the strong wind, as if they would be torn apart at any time. In this powerful airflow, Giotto Ichido's figure became blurred and huge, like a god of war descending. Giotto Ichido seemed to be quite satisfied with the power of this Zanpakuto, and he waved it casually a few times again. Each swing was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if announcing his invincibility. This strong sense of oppression made Hiri take a step back subconsciously. However, she stepped on a stone with this step, making a slight sound. This slight sound echoed in the silent venue, as if it was magnified countless times, instantly attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, Giotto Ichido seemed to have noticed this sudden change. He slowly turned his head, and his sharp eyes penetrated the dust like a sword, shooting straight at Hiri. The coldness and murderous intent revealed in his eyes made Hiri feel like falling into an ice cellar, and a piercing chill rose from the soles of his feet. Be careful! Hirako Mako exclaimed, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he stared at Shiito Ichido, who suddenly appeared in front of Hiri like a ghost. He understood that this powerful enemy had locked on Hiri as the next target of attack. At this critical moment, cry, Benihime! Urahara Kisuke's voice suddenly sounded. He quickly released his Zanpakuto, and a red blade light instantly bloomed, blocking Jiato Ichigo's fatal blow. Then, he pulled Hiri tightly, used instant step to quickly retreat, and left the danger zone. Let's go together and knock off the mask on Ichigo's face! Urahara Kisuke shouted loudly. Fall down, Naifu! Cut him off, kill the snake! Defeat him, Iron Dragonfly! Destroy him, Broken Wind! As his shouts fell, Hirako Mako, Hiri, Yodomaru Lisa, Rokuguru Makensei and others also released their Zanpakuto without hesitation. They quickly surrounded Jiato Ichigo, ready to launch a righteous siege. However, Jiato Ichigo's strength was far beyond their imagination. With just a simple slash, he knocked all four people away. The weaker Hiri and Yodomaru Lisa were even severely injured by this attack, and blood splattered in the air. The scene was horrible. Seeing that Jiato Ichido was so ferocious, Hirako Mako took a deep breath and raised his hand to pull down his mask. He raised his Zanpakuto, and the power of his whole body surged, and he performed a powerful void flash. After a short period of accumulation, the dark red void flash flew towards Jiato Ichido as fast as a flash of lightning. However, facing Hirako Mako's extremely swift void flash attack, Jiato Ichido showed amazing calmness and composure. He lowered his head, as if accumulating endless power in silence, waiting for the perfect time to counterattack. Just when the dark red void flash was about to touch his body, the hideous horns on his mask suddenly flashed a deep and ominous blood-red light. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the pair of horns full of mysterious power. Then, in the astonished eyes of the crowd, Naruto Ichigo's virtual flash suddenly formed at the critical moment, and the blood-red light completely swallowed up Pingza Mako's virtual flash in an instant. Then, Naruto Ichigo's virtual flash did not weaken in the slightest due to the swallowing, it still carried the power of destroying the world, and roared towards Pingza Mako with an unstoppable momentum. Just like an irresistible eraser, Naruto Ichigo's virtual flash wiped out all objects that dared to block it on the way forward, leaving no trace. Facing Naruto Ichigo's unstoppable terrorist offensive, Pingza Mako felt an unprecedented sense of oppression in his heart, which almost suffocated him. He knew that he had no choice but to retreat, and running away would only make him more passive. At this critical moment, when the blood-colored virtual flash was about to hit Hirako Mako, suddenly three bright virtual flashes came from behind Hirako Mako. They passed by Hirako Mako with an extremely precise trajectory and accurately hit the virtual flash emitted by Naruto Ichigo. This time, under the intersection of three forces, the virtual flash that was originally unshakable was finally detonated, turning into an earth-shaking explosion. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose up and rushed into the sky. The entire venue seemed to tremble under this huge impact, and smoke and debris flew everywhere, forming a chaotic and blurred scene. Not far away, the figures of Hirako Mako and others appeared in a rather embarrassed manner. One of his arms hung weakly beside him, and the bright red blood slowly flowed down his arm. There was no expression on Mako Hirako's face. He said to Kisuke Urahara coldly, "Kisuke Urahara, you didn't tell us before that this kid would be so powerful after becoming a hollow." Kisuke Urahara lowered his hat brim slightly to hide the expression on his face. He sighed deeply and said in a low voice, "Oh, this is really beyond my expectations. I didn't expect that Ichigo would have such amazing power after becoming a hollow." Chapter 325 A New Orium. Mako Hirako stared at Kisuke Urahara, his eyes seemed to be burning with flames. He keenly noticed that the other party was not completely honest. However, thinking of Kisuke Urahara's life-saving grace, he chose to remain silent, but the waves in his heart were surging like a storm. At this moment, Ichigo Ushio suddenly burst out with amazing power like a mad beast. The moment he squatted down, the whole space seemed to be distorted by his momentum, and an invisible storm raged around him. Boom! With a deafening roar, the sonic boom cloud exploded where he was standing, and the sky-high air waves swept around. And the figure of Giotto Ichido had disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Urahara Kisuke. He stretched out a huge arm, with the power of destroying the world, and went straight to Urahara Kisuke's head. At that moment, the air seemed to be torn apart by his fist, forming a terrible vacuum zone. Urahara Kisuke's face changed drastically, and he felt an unprecedented crisis. He tried his best to perform instant step, trying to escape this fatal blow. However, Giotto Ichido was faster, and his figure followed closely behind Urahara Kisuke like a shadow. Bang! A muffled sound came, and Urahara Kisuke was pressed to the ground by Giotto Ichido. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to have fallen into a stagnant silence. Mako Hirako opened his eyes wide, staring ahead in shock, as if he had witnessed an incredible scene. "Oh my, I was almost beaten to death." A frivolous and playful voice broke the silence, attracting everyone's attention. Following the voice, I saw Urahara Kisuke standing there intact, but his coat disappeared. "Is it Urahara Kisuke, the third of the four Maple? You are really strong, Urahara Kisuke." Mako Hirako gave a positive answer in the form of a question, and his tone revealed his recognition and approval of Urahara Kisuke's strength. Admiration. Urahara Kisuke took out a fan from somewhere, fanned it gently, and said with a smile, "No, no, I almost died." His tone was relaxed and playful, as if the life and death moment he just experienced was just a game. Hirako Mako snorted coldly when he heard this, and said nothing more. He knew that Urahara Kisuke's strength was far more than what he saw on the surface. This man who always smiled was unfathomable. At this time, the rest of the masked army also joined the battlefield. They cooperated tacitly, and their tactics were flexible and changeable, and soon they put Giotto Ichido into a bitter battle. For a time, the battlefield was full of swords and shadows, energy was surging, and various skills and tactics emerged in an endless stream, dazzling people. Outside Urahara Kisuke's basement, in front of the seemingly ordinary shop, a girl's figure wandered alone. She had a soft brown-yellow long hair, and her slightly curly hair glowed with a warm luster in the sun. Her brown eyes were full of hesitation and anxiety, and her white fingers were unconsciously entangled, revealing her inner confusion. Ever since she returned to the world with Ichigo Kurosaki yesterday, Orium Inu has been shrouded in an indelible haze. She keenly felt that an ominous breath was quietly approaching, as if some disaster was about to befall. This premonition made her unable to sleep or eat, so at the moment of dawn, she couldn't wait to embark on a journey to find Ichigo Kurosaki. However, when Orium Inu rushed to Ichigo's house panting, she unexpectedly learned that he had gone to Urahara Kisuke for special training. This news was like a heavy stone pressing on her heart, and her inner uneasiness was instantly magnified several times. She turned around and left without hesitation, and hurried to Urahara Kisuke's location. However, when she arrived at her destination, the scene in front of her made her stop in astonishment. A layer of brilliant golden barrier enveloped the shop, like an indestructible barrier. Orium Inu tried to cross the barrier, but no matter how she tried, she could not break the seemingly weak golden light. She wandered anxiously outside the barrier, her heart full of helplessness and worry. Her eyes looked at the golden barrier from time to time, as if she was expecting a miracle to happen. However, time passed slowly in this long wait, and she was still blocked outside the barrier. Orium Inu felt more and more depressed, and she knew that she could not just let it go. She looked around anxiously, trying to find a way to break through the golden barrier. Her eyes scanned the surroundings again and again, but she never found any clues. At this moment, her sight was firmly attracted by a figure not far away. The man was walking leisurely, holding some ingredients in his hand, and looked like he had just returned from the market. A surge of hope suddenly surged in Inu Orium's heart, and she hurriedly took a step and ran over. When she saw the man's face clearly, she couldn't help but show a hint of joy on her face. "Mr. Wooling, you are finally back," Inu Orium said breathlessly. Wooling to say wore his iconic suspenders and looked calm and composed. He stopped when he heard Inu Orium's call, turned around and looked at her calmly. "Oh, it turns out to be Miss Inu." Wooling to say smiled slightly and said, "I wonder if you have anything to ask me." Inu Orium walked towards Wooling to say eagerly, and her eyes revealed a hint of anxiety and expectation. "Mr. Wooling, I need your help. There is a layer of golden barrier here, and I can't enter. Ichigo-kun is inside, and I am worried about his safety." Wooling to say heard the words, raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes inadvertently swept across the golden barrier in front of him. A strange light flashed in his deep eyes, but it was gone in a flash. He did not answer Inu Orium's words immediately, but was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. This short silence made Inu Orium feel an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. She twisted her hands tightly together and stared at Wooling to say's face, afraid to miss any expression on his face. Finally, Wooling to say slowly spoke, "Miss Inu, don't worry. Ichigo is a friend of mine and Urahara. I will naturally keep his safety in mind. This barrier was set up by Urahara to protect Ichigo's special training. Without his permission, I can't enter. But I can assure you that Ichigo is safe inside." Hearing this, Inu Orium felt a little relieved. She knew that Wooling to say was a trustworthy person. Since he said so, Ichigo should really be safe. However, the uneasiness in her heart did not completely dissipate. She still wanted to confirm Ichigo's situation in person. Wooling to say seemed to see Inu Orium's hesitation and worry. He smiled gently and said, "If you are really worried, I can help you contact Urahara and ask him to tell you about Ichigo's situation." Inu Orium nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Wooling." Chapter 326 Awakening. Wooling to say gently put down the shopping bag in his hand and carefully unsealed the barrier. However, at the moment the seal was unsealed, a surging spiritual pressure rushed out from the crack of the barrier like a wild horse. Several captain-level spiritual pressures intertwined and entangled, like a violent storm, approaching Wooling to say and Inu Orium. Faced with this sudden impact, even Wooling to say, the former great ghost Taoist priest, could not help but change his face slightly, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, but he still tried to maintain his calmness and majesty. However, for Inu Orium, who only had the spiritual pressure level of a training officer, the impact of this spiritual pressure was as irresistible as a landslide. She lost her balance in an instant under this strong pressure, her knees softened, and she knelt on the ground. Inu Orium's eyes were filled with disbelief and deep powerlessness. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, as if that small piece of cloth could give her insignificant support in this raging spiritual pressure storm. Her heart beat wildly like a frightened beast, and every strong beat seemed to be a cruel reminder to her that the crisis in front of her was far beyond her scope of response. At this moment of fear and helplessness, her inner uneasiness surged like a tide, stronger than any time before. The figure of Kurosaki Ichigo flashed in her mind, the figure who always stood in front of her and protected her from the wind and rain. Ichigo classmate. Inu Orium's voice was trembling and weak, but she knew that at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo needed her. She might not be able to share the heavy pressure for him, but she could send him a little warmth and encouragement in her own way. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, she was willing to face it side by side with him. Inu Orium's mind was filled with the familiar figure, and an inexplicable force surged from the bottom of her heart, allowing her to stand up with difficulty despite the suffocating spiritual pressure. "I must get there," she murmured to herself, with a determined light in her eyes. Although the road ahead was difficult, she knew she had to move forward and must go to his side. Wooling to say witnessed Inu Orium's struggle and determination, and a deep respect surged in his heart. He saw the tenacity and strength contained in the girl's thin body, which was a kind of persistence and courage that could not be described in words. Inu Orium gritted her teeth, resisted the pressure that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and moved forward step by step with difficulty. Although her steps were heavy, they were extremely firm, and there was no sign of retreat. She knew in her heart that only in this way could she get close to the person she cared deeply about. Her breathing was rapid, and sweat soaked her clothes like rain, but she didn't care. Her eyes were always firmly staring ahead, and that strong belief and persistence was like a beacon, guiding her to constantly surpass her limits. After a long and arduous journey, Inu Orium finally arrived in the basement. At this moment, the hollowed-out Ichigo was in a fierce battle with the masked army. Although the absolute strength of Gyato Ichigo was superior to any of them, the tacit cooperation of the masked army successfully eliminated the gap in strength. However, as the battle continued, Gyato Ichigo's instincts became more and more violent, making it increasingly difficult for the masked army to suppress him. Hirako Mako glanced at Urahara Kisuke, who was watching quietly on the side, and said with a sullen face, "If you don't take action, we can't guarantee the safety of this kid." Urahara Kisuke did not respond immediately after hearing this, but slightly side-glanced at Inu Orium, who had just appeared. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he had anticipated the situation in front of him. At the same time, Orium Inu finally saw the figure in her mind. However, unlike before, Ichigo is now close to the edge of hollowing. The cold spiritual pressure emanating from him and the hideous mask made it almost impossible for Orium Inu to recognize his appearance. Despite this, Orium Inu could still feel his inner struggle and call. She understood that this person who she cared deeply about was on the edge of darkness and light and urgently needed her support and encouragement. Orium Inu took a deep breath and tried to calm her excitement and worries. She clenched her hands tightly and prayed silently, hoping that her strength could be passed on to Ichigo, so that he could find himself again and overcome the darkness in his heart. At this moment, the battle between the masked army and Ichigo Gyato entered a white-hot stage. The hollowed Ichigo seemed to be completely controlled by instinct. His attacks became more and more fierce, causing the masked army to fall into a bitter battle. Seeing this, Hirako Mako couldn't help but urge again, "Urahara Kisuke, what are you waiting for? Take action." However, Urahara Kisuke remained calm. He glanced at the anxious Hirako Mako and said lightly, "Don't worry, I have a plan." As he said that, his eyes turned to Inu Orium again. At this moment, Gyato Ichigo suddenly let out a deafening roar. He was like a beast out of control, launching a more fierce attack on the masked army. "Ichigo classmate!" Seeing this, Inu Orium burst into tears and shouted his name loudly. As Inu Orium's shout fell, Gyato Ichigo's attack stopped abruptly. His body trembled slightly, as if he was trying to suppress the rage and struggle in his heart. In Ichigo's spiritual world, Kyobaku said with interest, "Oh, compared to instinct, the belief in protecting the beloved is stronger." However, as soon as Kyobaku finished speaking, Ichigo suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the Tenshuo Zanjutsu in Kyobaku's hand. His movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. "Come on, let's start the second round of the contest." Ichigo lowered his head, but his eyes were extremely firm, as if burning with a blazing fighting spirit. Seeing this, Kyobaku raised a wild and uninhibited smile at the corner of his mouth, and he laughed wildly, as if he was full of expectations for the upcoming fierce battle. "Sparacy! It's so exciting! Then let's fight to our heart's content." However, Ichigo did not immediately respond to Kyobaku's provocation. He took a deep breath, and then slowly said, "Volley, someone is waiting for me outside. So, I want to end this battle as soon as possible." After hearing this, the excitement in Kyobaku's eyes became even greater. He was about to say something, but suddenly his pupils shrank, because he saw Ichigo had raised his Zanjutsu high in his hand and slashed at him with lightning speed. Because Ichigo was holding his Zanpakuto tightly, he couldn't break free for a while. "Getsuga Tensho!" Chapter 327. The author finally remembered the protagonist. As Ichigo shouted, a huge crescent-shaped energy wave instantly burst out from the blade, rushing towards Subai with the power of destroying the world. Subai's face changed drastically at this moment. He knew that he could no longer avoid this fatal attack. The whole spiritual world seemed to solidify at this moment, only the crescent-shaped energy wave was constantly expanding and spreading. Subai was firmly locked by this powerful force and could not move at all. Boom! After a loud noise, Subai's figure slowly dissipated. Ichigo, you win this time. As he said that, Subai laughed loudly. I'll give you the position of king for now. Ichigo snorted coldly, don't talk like you gave it to me, I did it myself. Subai just smiled meaningfully and then slowly disappeared. The body of Ichigo in the outside world also changed with it. The mask on his face slowly fell to the ground with a subtle sound, and the hole in his chest also shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the dark spiritual pressure surrounding him also receded like a tide. The once surging and daunting power now became gentle and peaceful, as if it had reached a harmonious resonance with Ichigo's heart. Inu Orium witnessed all these changes, and she burst into laughter in an instant. Her joy was beyond words. She took a step without hesitation and ran towards Ichigo, her heart full of concern and longing for him. Ichigo Kurosaki's eyes slowly opened again, and he saw the familiar and reassuring figure of Orium Inu. She was running towards him without hesitation, as if she wanted to melt all her worries and uneasiness in this moment of tight embrace. This scene made Ichigo Kurosaki feel an indescribable warmth in his heart, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly, revealing a deep smile. That smile, like the rising sun, was warm and bright, full of deep gratitude and love for Orium Inu. He stretched out his strong arms and hugged Orium Inu tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to integrate her into his body and never separate again. Orium Inu's cheeks were slightly red, and shyness and happiness were intertwined in her heart, so she did not break free from this loving embrace. However, after a while, she noticed the teasing and smiling eyes of the people around her, and couldn't help but gently push Ichigo Kurosaki away. To her surprise, this push actually made Kurosaki Ichigo stagger and almost fall to the ground. It turned out that although Kurosaki Ichigo looked fine at the moment, he was actually exhausted. His body had just experienced a fierce battle with the masked army, and it was close to his hollow state almost exhausted his strength. Ichigo-san, are you okay? Inu Orium's voice was full of concern and anxiety. She stared at Kurosaki Ichigo closely, fearing that he would be hurt. Kurosaki Ichigo tried to stabilize his body and shook his head gently, indicating that he was fine. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his body. Then he turned to look at Inu Orium. I'm fine, Orium. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice was full of tenderness and comfort. He smiled and said to Inu Orium, I'm just a little tired. Don't worry, I will recover soon. Inu Orium opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something, but looking at Kurosaki Ichigo's firm and stubborn eyes, she finally swallowed her words back. At this moment, a crisp applause sounded, breaking the silence around. Zinglio showed appreciation and slowly walked out of a blue portal. His eyes fell on Kurosaki Ichigo, with a bit of appreciation and expectation. Not bad, it turns out that he is the person I like. However, his next words surprised everyone present. However, this level is not enough. If you don't realize the power inside your body, you are just a bigger ant. Urahara Kisuk walked over with a fan and a smile. He shook his head gently and said to Zinglio. Oh, Master Zinglio, you are a bit harsh. After all, it's only been a day, and Ichigo Kurosaki still has a lot of room for growth. I believe that in the near future, he will become even stronger. Zinglio smiled, and when he was about to say something, Hiri's irritable voice suddenly came. Who are you, bald guy, and what nonsense are you talking about? Zinglio raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the words, and at this time a cold voice sounded before him. You dare to insult the person I like, this can't just be let go. Anohana Hakakuri walked out of the darkness slowly, her eyes coldly locked on Hiri, and the strong spiritual pressure emanating from her body made the air around her seem to solidify. This spiritual pressure was so strong that its mere existence made Hiri feel an irresistible sense of oppression, and her body began to gradually dissipate under the influence of this power. This is because her soul could not withstand this powerful spiritual pressure and began the process of self-destruction. Hiri opened her mouth painfully, trying to say something to save the situation, but she found that she could not even make a sound. Seeing this, Hirako Mako's face changed drastically. Although he was often bullied and insulted by Hiri on weekdays, the relationship between the two was actually very deep. Seeing Hiri suffering at this time, he subconsciously wanted to draw his Zanpakuto to fight Anohana Yachiryu. However, when he saw that the person who attacked was Anohana Yachiryu, he immediately gave up this impulsive idea. He anxiously turned in circles, wondering at a loss how to save Hiri. At this time, Zingliu spoke, "Forget it, Yachiryu, there is no need for you to bother with a child." He glanced at Hiri's gradually dissipating body and continued, "Besides, she has already received the punishment she deserves, there is no need to continue." Anohana Yachiryu heard this, and his cold eyes stayed on Hiri for a moment, and then slowly withdrew. The spiritual pressure on her body also gradually converged, and the suffocating sense of oppression dissipated. Hiri's body finally stopped dissipating, and she slumped on the ground weakly, gasping for breath. Her eyes were full of fear and disbelief, and she was obviously shocked by Anohana Yachiryu's strength. Seeing this, Hirako Mako breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to Hiri, helped her up, and comforted her softly, "It's okay, Hiri, you are safe." There was a bit of blame in his eyes, and he was obviously dissatisfied with Hiri's previous words and deeds. Zingliu turned his head and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and Inu Orium. There was an inexplicable light in his eyes, and then he said, "You two, follow me." Chapter 328 Conversation with Ichigo. After that, he turned and walked towards the azure portal, and his figure gradually disappeared in the portal. Kurosaki Ichigo and Inu Orium looked at each other, then followed Zingliu and walked into the portal. A slight dizziness came over them, and when they regained their footing, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar space. However, to everyone's surprise, Anohana Yachiryu did not enter the portal with them. She stood quietly in place, watching the figures of the three people gradually go away until they completely disappear in the portal. Then, she slowly turned around, a meaningful smile appeared on her face, and her eyes fell on Hiri. "Long time no see, little Hiri." She greeted him softly, but her tone revealed an indescribable chill. Hiri also recognized the senior who had just attacked her. She was shocked and responded with a stiff face. "Hello, long time no see, Senior Yachiryu." Anohana Yachiryu's smile became deeper and deeper. She slowly walked towards Hiri. Every step closer made Hiri feel her heartbeat quicken and her breathing become rapid. "How have you been recently, little Hiri?" Yachiryu asked softly, but the sense of oppression revealed in her words made Hiri feel suffocated. "Not bad, not bad." Hiri stammered in response, cold sweat dripping down her forehead. She tried to stay calm and not let herself reveal too many flaws. However, Yachiryu did not seem to want to let her go. She said with a smile, "Since you are so kind, why don't you let me practice the basic skills of the god of death, Kendo, with you?" Hearing this, Hiri's heart sank, and she looked at Hirako Mako and others with a pleading look, hoping that they could help her. However, they seemed to avoid her gaze intentionally, turned their heads away, and pretended not to see her distress signal. This made Hiri feel extremely desperate, and her tears were about to cry. Unfortunately, her miserable appearance did not move Yachiryu at all. The latter still pulled her away with a smile, as if they were going to a cruel special training. At this moment, Hirako Mako said lightly, "The sun is so big today." His tone was relaxed, as if he had not noticed what had just happened. The rest of the masked army also echoed, "Yes, yes." At the same time, Xingliu, Kurosaki Ichigo, and Inu Orium were in a fierce argument. With a smile on his face, Xingliu said calmly, "Since you have such strong doubts about Aizen and think he is not a good person, are you willing to supervise him in person?" Upon hearing this, Ichigo Kurosaki frowned and fell into deep thought. Xingliu had just revealed to him the great secret of the fusion of the worlds and the upcoming competition between the Godi I-13 and Aizen. Because of his past experience, Ichigo Kurosaki has a deep hostility towards Aizen and does not want to see him lead the Soul Society in the future. However, Xingliu is full of confidence in Aizen's victory, and this firm attitude makes Ichigo Kurosaki feel unacceptable. Now, facing the suggestion made by Xingliu, he hesitated. Supervising Aizen means that he will have the opportunity to face this enemy directly, and may even have the opportunity to stop his ambitions. However, this also means that he must let go of the hatred of the past and look at Aizen with a calmer and more objective attitude. Orium Inu watched Ichigo Kurosaki fall into deep thought, and she knew what he was struggling with. She gently pulled Ichigo Kurosaki's sleeve and said softly, "Ichigo, this is an important decision. No matter what choice you make, I will support you." Ichigo Kurosaki raised his head and met the determined eyes of Orium Inu, and a warm current instantly rippled in his heart. Her support and trust made him feel unprecedented power. He took a deep breath and turned to Xingliu resolutely, with a firm light in his eyes, "Yes, I am willing to take the responsibility of supervising Aizen." Xingliu nodded slightly, with a satisfied smile on his face. However, his next sentence made the atmosphere suddenly tense. "While I give you this right, there is also a condition." Ichigo Kurosaki raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing some doubts in his eyes. "That is, you must have the power to defeat Aizen, otherwise you can't convince the others." At this point, Xingliu paused. "After all, you are just a high school student. Compared with those people who are thousands of years old, you have no advantage except for your extraordinary potential." Chapter 329 The reason for helping Urahara Kisuke and others. Compared with everyone else, Xingliu values the huge potential of Ichigo Kurosaki as the protagonist of the plot. However, if the potential cannot be transformed into strength, it is useless. Although Ichigo Kurosaki is young, he knows this very well. Therefore, after hearing the conditions proposed by Xingliu, he agreed without hesitation. Then, Xingliu returned to the place where they were before with Ichigo Kurosaki and Orium Inu. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Hijuri flying in the sky, as free as the wind. Urahara Kisuke and others stood aside, looking up at the sky, as if they turned a blind eye to this scene. Seeing this, Xingliu couldn't help but laugh. He walked forward and gently pulled Yachiru, interrupting her movements. After Hiri drew a beautiful arc in the air, she finally fell to the ground in a mess, with dust flying everywhere. The dust slowly settled, and Hiri struggled to stand up from the ground. At this moment, she had completely lost her previous arrogance. She pursed her lips tightly, said nothing, just lowered her head, and hurriedly ran to the back of Hirako Mako to seek shelter, as if she wanted to hide herself in that solid back. Hirako Mako saw this scene, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Although she didn't laugh out loud, her eyes revealed a bit of joy. There was always a taste of happy enemies between him and Hiri. Now seeing Hiri's frustrated look, his heart was still a little excited. When Hiri saw him like this, she couldn't help but kick his calf gently from behind him. But she still didn't dare to speak, for fear of attracting the attention of Anohana Yachiru again and becoming a flying man again. Everyone present couldn't help laughing and smiling when they saw this. At this time, Xingliu turned to Urahara Kisuke, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "You may not have much time left. Because of me, Aizen accelerated his plan. So, you must be prepared." Then he pointed to Kurosaki Ichigo. "He is the key to defeating Aizen. If Ichigo cannot find his true power in a short time, he can only learn the last crescent moon." Upon hearing this, Urahara Kisuke looked at Xingliu deeply, full of doubts. He couldn't help but ask, although it's a bit presumptuous to say this, I still want to know why Master Xingliu is helping us so much. For Xingliu, since he gave the Godi I-13 and Aizen the opportunity to compete, he should not favor either side. Because if he really decided the result according to his own preferences, there would be no need for the two sides to compete. After all, Xingliu has absolute power, whichever side he stands on will win. Xingliu smiled meaningfully. Of course someone doesn't like my arrangement and wants to find another way. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuk finally nodded in sudden enlightenment. Judging from Aizen's decision to rebel against Soul Society and replace the Soul King, he is indeed not a character willing to be inferior to others. So it is reasonable for him to make various moves to test Xingliu. And Aizen is a smart man. He has always been testing Xingliu's bottom line, but he has not really crossed the line. Therefore, Xingliu did not directly judge him out at this moment, but this does not mean that he will turn a blind eye. Now Xingliu's various hints to their side are actually reducing the possibility of Aizen's victory. This is Xingliu's punishment for Aizen's temptation. As for the fact that Aizen lost the competition because of Xingliu's hints in the end, it can only be said that Aizen is just like that. Because this is the result caused by Aizen himself. If he cannot bear the backlash, it is Aizen's own problem, and it has nothing to do with Xingliu. Chapter 330, If you are not good at it, practice more. After answering Urahara Kisuk's confusion, Xingliu and Yachiru quietly left the place. As for how he competed with Aizen, that was no longer something Xingliu needed to worry about. Their victory or defeat was just a touch of embellishment in life for Xingliu. As long as no one exceeded the rules, he would not interfere. Xingliu sensed the location of Moroku and Shiba Kyukaku. So, he led Yachiru and walked leisurely along the perceived trajectory. With the help of Xingliu, Yachiru reshaped his body with his soul body. Now in the world, the two of them can be seen by everyone like ordinary people. Yachiru is straightforward by nature and never sticks to the opinions of others. Therefore, she snuggled up to Xingliu all the way, as if to announce to the world her deep affection for Xingliu. Such an intimate act made some onlookers jealous. After all, everyone longs for such a gentle and lovely partner. Some people even stared at Xingliu and Yaqian so intently that they bumped into the electric pole, causing laughter around them. But if they knew that Yaqian was actually a cold-blooded killer, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. After politely rejecting some people who asked for a photo, Xingliu and Yaqian finally found Moroku and Shiba Konghe, who were fighting fiercely in the game hall. The two were concentrating on playing the King of Fighters, and their faces were a little distorted due to tension. Moroku said with a mocking face, "Give up, Konghe, you can't beat me." However, Konghe seemed to have not heard his words at all, and still desperately operated the game controller. But unfortunately, if you are not as good as others, you are not as good as others. Whether in the past or now, rookies can only improve their level through continuous practice. In short, practice more if you are not good. As the sound of K.O. came from the game speakers, a trace of anger and unwillingness appeared on Konghe's face. Moroku did not notice the change in Konghe's mood. She still smugly mocked, "Just because you want to beat me at this level. Practice for another 100 years. Her words were full of confidence and provocation. After she finished speaking, she paused deliberately and added, "How about this, I will only use 2 fingers to operate the next time, so that you will lose with a clear conscience." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Konghe's face was instantly filled with anger, and veins popped up on her forehead, as if she wanted to release all the humiliation and anger. Moroku finally realized that the atmosphere was wrong. She turned around slowly, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by an inexplicable tension. She caught a glimpse of Konghe's angry eyes, and the chill in her eyes seemed to swallow her whole. At this moment, Moroku felt an inexplicable fear in her heart, and she realized that her previous words might have been a bit too much. She secretly complained in her heart, blaming herself for getting carried away and angering Konghe, who was known for his hot temper. However, To Moroka's surprise, Kang He did not have an attack on the spot after taking a few deep breaths. This surprised Xingliu, who was watching the show on the side, as he thought that Kang He would show her hot temper without hesitation. However, Xingliu soon understood Kang He's intention. He saw that Kang He took out a hammerhead from somewhere and put it aside. Then, she said to Moroka with a fake smile, "Come, let me see how you win the game with 2 fingers." Faced with such a threat, how could the little lowly Moroka remain calm? A flash of fear flashed across her eyes, but she didn't dare to refuse Kang He's request. So, she had to agree to the condition of another round with tears in her voice. And this time, because of Kang He's obvious threat and Moroka's inner fear, the result of the game was self-evident. Moroka lost to Kang He narrowly. After losing the game, the little lowly Moroka's face was flushed, and tears flashed in her eyes. It was obvious that she was hit hard by Kang He's threat and failure. And Kang He was in the posture of a winner. She pinched her waist and laughed. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of Xingliu from the corner of her eye. He was looking at this place with a smile. This made Kang He's heart skip a beat. She quickly put away her smile, walked to Moroka's side, and comforted him softly, "Okay, don't cry. I'll take you to eat delicious food, how about it?" Her voice was gentle and sincere, as if she really wanted to make up for her previous mistakes. Upon hearing this, Moroka looked at Kang He with some suspicion, not understanding why she suddenly changed her attitude. However, when she followed Kang He's gaze and saw Xingliu not far away, she suddenly realized. Her eyes lit up, as if she had seen a savior. Under Kang He's gaze, she trotted all the way to Xingliu's side. And the next moment, Moroka's tears fell. "Brother Xingliu, she bullied me." Xingliu shuddered upon hearing this. Moroka's clip sound was disgusting, and he couldn't help it. Then he didn't blame Kang He directly, but knocked on Moroka's head first. In her puzzled eyes, Xingliu said calmly, "Who told you to kill yourself and provoke others?" Chapter 331, Arankar. Moroka pouted angrily, and his beautiful face was full of dissatisfaction. She complained, "Alas, Brother Xingliu is really annoying, and he doesn't know how to be gentle at all." Hearing her words, Xingliu couldn't help but roll his eyes, showing a bit of helplessness. He raised his hand and ruffled Moroka's smooth hair mischievously. Looking at her resentful and somewhat cute expression, he felt a sense of pride after teasing. Moroka was even more annoyed by his sudden action. She glared at Xingliu coquettishly, her cheeks slightly red, but she couldn't hide the smile at the corners of her lips. Obviously, she didn't dislike this intimate joke. And Kang He on the side secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a gentle voice sounded behind her leisurely. "Kang He, since you like playing games so much, why don't you let me play with you?" Anohana said with a smile, her eyes flashing with interest. However, when Kang He heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was obvious that she was not as relaxed as she seemed about Anohana's proposal. Kang He's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she slowly turned around and faced Anohana's gentle but unfathomable smile. Anohana's proposal seemed simple, but Kang He knew that this proposal was not a simple game. It was a real fight. "Well, Anohana-senpai, I appreciate your kindness." Kang He smiled awkwardly and tried to decline, "But I'm just playing around, it's no big deal." Anohana shook her head gently, still smiling, "Kang He, you're too polite. I know your strength, and your game skills are not just playing around. That's simple. Come on, let's play it together, maybe it will be an interesting experience." Kang He felt that he was in a dilemma at the moment, and his heart was full of uneasiness. Ever since she knew the true face of Anohana, she has been deliberately keeping a certain distance from this senior, for fear that she would accidentally offend her and end up in a tragic end. And in this tense and awkward atmosphere, suddenly, a strange wave emerged without any warning. This sudden change immediately alerted Xingliu and others, and they turned to the source of the wave almost at the same time. The strange wave became stronger and stronger, as if an invisible force was distorting the space. The next moment, a vortex similar to a black hole appeared out of thin air, deep and mysterious, swallowing all the light around it. Then, two figures walked out of the black hole. However, they were not ordinary humans, but monsters exuding a terrifying aura. One of the monsters had four strangely shaped protrusions on his head, and his cheeks were covered with symmetrical red stripes. His eyes flashed with fierce light, as if he was a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell. The monster took a deep breath, then showed a hideous face, and said viciously, "This place is really disgusting, why don't you let me purify it?" His voice was as harsh as sandpaper friction, which made people shudder. However, another monster Ulquiera raised his hand to stop him. Under the face that was almost the same as that of a human, there was an unfathomable power hidden. He said calmly, "Don't act rashly, Lord Eisen has ordered that there is a person in the world that we can't afford to offend." Although his voice was flat, it revealed an unquestionable meaning. Chapter 332 Are you in the rebellious period? Hearing Ulquiera's words, Yami showed a twisted and hideous smile, which made his already poor appearance look even more horrifying at this moment. His wide mouth suddenly opened, as if to swallow everything around. "Hehe, I will pay attention to the strength, don't worry, I won't do too much," Yami said with a chuckle, totally ignoring the cruelty and coldness revealed in his words. Before Ulquiera could respond, Yami had already started his action. He opened his mouth wide and sucked hard. Suddenly, all the humans within a kilometer range felt an extremely powerful suction force, as if to pull their souls out of their bodies. This force made them unable to resist, and they fell to the ground and fell into a deep coma. Ulquiera knew Yami's character and knew that it would be difficult to stop him once he started. However, he also saw that Yami was indeed controlling his range and did not cause too much damage. So, Ulquiera did not stop Yami again, but stood aside and observed silently. Yami became more proud when he saw that Ulquiera did not stop him. The arc of his mouth corners became more obvious, as if he was enjoying the pleasure of this rampage. The next moment, he increased his suction, wanting to devour the souls of all the humans around him. However, at this moment, a powerful energy suddenly fell from the sky and hit Yami like thunder. The 63th Breaking Path Thunder Roar Cannon. As this energy fell, Yami's suction was immediately broken. He looked up in astonishment, only to see a huge beam of energy in the sky shooting towards him. In the face of this powerful force, he had to temporarily abandon his plan and focus on dealing with this sudden attack. Yami's eyes widened, looking at the thunder roar cannon roaring down like a giant dragon, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. However, he was not unprepared. At this critical moment, Yami quickly mobilized the power in his body to prepare for this thunderous blow. A stream of black air surged from his body, as if it was the power of the devil surging from the abyss of hell. This was his own spiritual pressure. Roar! Yami let out a thunderous roar, clenched his fist and punched forward. A powerful energy wave gushed out from his hand, facing the thunder roar cannon. The two forces collided violently in the air, making a deafening sound. The surrounding air seemed to be twisted by this force, forming a series of terrifying air vortexes. Ulquiera stood not far away, observing the battle calmly. He knew that Yami was powerful, but he didn't expect that he could actually resist the thunder roar cannon of the 63rd level of the Broken Way with a hollow bullet. However, he also knew that this battle was far from over. Although the thunder roar cannon was powerful, Yami was not so easy to defeat. Sure enough, after a brief stalemate, Yami suddenly roared, and the spiritual pressure on his body became more turbulent. His hands turned into phantoms, and countless hollow bullets flew out of his hands. Then, the power of the hollow bullets and the thunder roar cannon collided violently in the air, and a thunderous roar broke out. The shock wave generated by the explosion swept around, as if it was going to involve the whole world. However, just as this force was about to wreak havoc, something unexpected happened. I saw that the explosions that were about to wreak havoc suddenly froze in mid-air, as if time had stopped at this moment. Then, these explosions seemed to be swallowed by some mysterious power, and disappeared without a trace in a short moment. This scene shocked Yami and Ulquiorra. Their eyes were fixed on the empty sky, and an inexplicable chill surged in their hearts. Ulquiorra's reaction was particularly strong. His face changed suddenly, as if he had thought of something extremely terrible. He quickly raised his hand and waved it downwards. A portal leading to Hueco Mundo opened instantly, flashing a dark light. Ulquiorra turned around and wanted to flee the scene, but things did not develop as he expected. An invisible force seemed to restrain his movements, preventing him from entering the portal smoothly. He struggled and tried to get rid of the restraint, but the force seemed to be closely connected to him and could not be freed. "So, why don't you listen to what Aizen says?" Zingliu walked out slowly from the side. "Is it because of the rebellious period?" Chapter 333, Yami's Return. Hearing that voice, even Ulquiorra, who was indifferent to emotions, couldn't help but sweat. He immediately recalled the special warning given by Lord Aizen when they stepped into the real world. Although Aizen concealed it well on the surface at that time, Ulquiorra still caught the complex emotions from his face. It was the first time he saw Aizen showing such rich emotions. Aizen's face was intertwined with yearning, enthusiasm, and imperceptible fear, and these emotions intertwined into a complex picture on his face. "If you encounter an existence that is completely impossible to resist in this world," Aizen's voice was low and serious, "then the only thing you can do is pray. Pray to that supreme existence to give you a glimmer of hope." That voice seemed to still echo in Ulquiorra's ears, and every word was deeply imprinted in his heart. At this moment, facing the slowly approaching star stream, Ulquiorra deeply understood the profound meaning of Lord Aizen's words. His heart was shrouded in indescribable fear. The star stream in front of him was clearly visible, but all his perceptions told him that there was no one there. This strange feeling made Ulquiorra tremble involuntarily. He knew that he was facing an existence that was completely incomprehensible and incompetent. At this moment, he had no choice but to pray. However, everyone's reaction to incomprehensible fear was different. Some people fell into despair, while others chose to resist, even at the cost of self-destruction. As the representative of anger among the 10 Espadas, Yami used his actions to interpret this choice. "Get angry, angry beast!" As the roar fell, Yami's body suddenly changed and became extremely huge. The original human appearance disappeared, replaced by a huge monster with 12 legs, and every step made the ground tremble and shatter. This inhuman monster finally revealed its true face, but Zingliu seemed to ignore it and continued to move forward slowly. His eyes were all focused on Ulquiorra, and Yami was completely ignored. After returning to the blade, Yami's anger made him more powerful. At this moment, Yami, who was completely ignored, was extremely angry. The muscles on his face twisted together, and he roared ferociously. "How dare you, ignore me! Ah!" With this earth-shaking roar, Yami's anger erupted like a volcanic eruption. He roared, and his huge body rushed towards Zingliu like a mountain. His 12 feet left deep grooves on the ground, as if he was going to tear the whole earth apart. "I want you to know the price of ignoring me." Yami's roar was deafening, but facing his charge, Zingliu just raised his hand lightly. At this moment, Ulquiorra suddenly felt a strong chill. He subconsciously looked up and saw that a sword flashing with cold light had appeared in Zingliu's hand. The sword seemed to contain endless star power. With just a slight wave, a dazzling sword light cut through the sky and went straight to Yami. Facing this sudden sword, Yami had no time to react. He only felt an irresistible force instantly penetrated his body, and then he lost consciousness. When Ulquiorra opened his eyes again, he saw the huge body of Yami falling to the ground. And the unfathomable star flow was still standing there, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 334 Changes in the plot. Cold sweat slowly slid down Ulquiorra's back like a trickle, and his pupils kept shrinking and expanding like a frightened deer. An indescribable tense atmosphere filled the air, making everything around him seem to be still. At this time, Starflow walked in front of Ulquiorra with a steady step, his eyes were like torches, and he seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He spoke lightly, and his voice revealed an unquestionable majesty. "Tell me, what is the purpose of Aizen sending you two to the world?" Ulquiorra took a deep breath and tried to calm his panic. He understood that facing a strong man like Starflow, any lies and cover ups would be futile. So, he chose to confess everything. "Lord Aizen ordered us to come to the world to completely eliminate Ichigo Kurosaki." Hearing this answer, Xingliu's eyebrows slightly raised, and an interested expression appeared on his face. He realized that this was a deviation from the plot in the original work. In the original work, although Aizen had some plans for Ichigo Kurosaki, he never thought of killing him. But now, the situation has changed. Xingliu had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he had already seen through the cause of the matter. This was the butterfly effect he caused. His excessive attention to Ichigo Kurosaki made Aizen, a thoughtful and wise man, alert to the unusual atmosphere. In order to eliminate this potential unstable factor, Aizen decided to take more decisive measures. He wanted to completely wipe out Ichigo Kurosaki. Thinking of this, Xingliu couldn't help but feel ripples in his heart. At this moment, Yachiru also walked over lightly. She glanced at Ulquiorra standing next to Seiryu lightly. Her indifferent eyes seemed to contain unfathomable power, which made the Great Hollow feel a chill on his back. "Master Seiryu," Yachiru's voice was as pleasant as a spring, but with a hint of unquestionable firmness. "Aizen has repeatedly trampled on the rules you set, so why not let me take action and put an end to him completely?" At this point, a sharp light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Now I am fully confident." Under the careful nurturing of Seiryu, Yachiru's strength has made a qualitative leap. Now she has surpassed the limit of the God of Death and entered a new realm. In the world of the God of Death, the essence of battle is the contest of spiritual pressure. At this moment, Yachiru's spiritual pressure is stronger than that of Aizen, and the gap between the two is as obvious as a chasm. Even in the face of Aizen's strange and unpredictable ability of mirror flowers and water moons, she was already confident and full of confidence. However, Xingliu smiled lightly, shook his head, and declined her proposal. Seeing this, Yachiru did not feel any dissatisfaction or loss, but just smiled indifferently and accepted Xingliu's decision. For her, Xingliu's words were indisputable will. Just as the two were talking, a roar suddenly came from a distance, breaking the tranquility of the air. Xingliu frowned slightly, and his perception quickly swept around, and then his eyes fell on Ulquiorra in a strange way. "You actually let 210 espadas be sacrificed, Aizen, your methods are getting more and more cruel," Xingliu said coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Unfortunately, you still underestimated others." Ulquiorra did not fully understand Xingliu's words at first, but soon, he suddenly realized, and his face instantly became ugly. He finally understood Aizen's plan, and also understood why he and Yami appeared near Star Stream as soon as they entered the living world. It turned out that all this was carefully planned by Aizen. Aizen had long expected that Yami would not obey his orders and act low-key. Therefore, he deliberately arranged the location where Ulquiorra and Yami entered the living world near Star Stream. In this way, Yami would definitely anger Star Stream, thus triggering a conflict. And the result of this conflict, whether Yami was eliminated by Star Stream or Star Stream was restrained by Yami, would be beneficial to Aizen. After deep thought, Ulquiorra felt a chill at Aizen's ruthlessness. He had been unwavering in his faith and loyalty to Aizen, but at this moment, he began to question whether it was really worth it. His heart was full of confusion and bewilderment, as if he had lost the direction to move forward. Starstream noticed Ulquiorra's inner hesitation, and he glanced at Ulquiorra with a little pity. However, he soon realized that he might have judged Aizen too subjectively. Although Aizen has a charismatic personality and is extremely intelligent people, these characteristics are indeed very suitable for managing the underworld after the fusion of the world. However, judging from Aizen's ambition and character, he is not a trustworthy leader. Aizen is ambitious and will do anything to achieve his goals. This kind of character is likely to cause him to lose control after he gains power. Thinking of this, Xingliu also fell into deep thought. At the same time, on another battlefield, Aizen was staring at Ichigo Kurosaki below with ragged clothes and an ugly face. He never thought that Ichigo Kurosaki could burst out with such amazing power. Just now, he pierced Ichigo Kurosaki's heart with a sneak attack, and watched him fall down in disbelief. Aizen thought everything was settled. However, to his surprise, Ichigo Kurosaki, who should have died, suddenly ran away, and a bull head mask instantly formed on his head. Immediately afterwards, a virtual flash close to the face caught Aizen off guard and slightly injured. At this moment, Aizen finally realized that he might have underestimated this young man. He also understood why Xingliu had strange expectations for Ichigo. Because the power and potential shown by Kurosaki Ichigo were indeed enough. It also forced him to re-evaluate the direction and outcome of this battle. Chapter 335 The Battle between Aizen and Ichigo. When Aizen was thinking deeply, his face suddenly changed. The spiritual pressure of Ichigo Jiato that he sensed disappeared in an instant, and then reappeared in an instant. For him, who has reached the limit of the god of death, there is only one explanation for such a phenomenon: Ichigo Kurosaki's spiritual pressure has surpassed the limit of the god of death. Although the manifestation of this spiritual pressure is not stable, sometimes there is no spiritual pressure, but there is no doubt that it represents another level of power, a power that Aizen has never touched before. At the same time, Ichigo Jiato seemed to instinctively realize that the threat of the enemy in front of him, Aizen, was weakening. He tilted his head slightly, revealing a confused expression. However, this did not make him hesitate at all. Almost in an instant, his figure flashed in front of Aizen. He tightly grasped the Tensoku Zanjutsu in his hand, the sword body shone with a sharp light, and swung it down suddenly. This sword seemed to gather all his strength. Wherever the sword passed, the air seemed to be split in two, forming a sharp sword energy. Aizen stared at the rapidly falling sword, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. He almost subconsciously urged his spiritual pressure and displayed a powerful defensive skill. The 81st Binding Path, Broken Sky. Aizen shouted in a low voice, and an invisible air wall suddenly condensed in the air. However, this binding path that once allowed Aizen to block the full-strength ghost path of the great ghost Taoist seemed so fragile at this moment. As the sword of the Jiato Ichigo fell, the broken sky shattered after a short moment. Fortunately, Aizen reacted quickly and took advantage of this moment to escape. At this moment, Aizen's face was no longer calm, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. He looked deeply at Jiato Ichigo, and found that his wild eyes were also locked on him. Aizen's heart moved slightly, and he slowly raised his hand holding his Zanpakuto, and chanted softly, "Break, Kagami Water Moon." As this whisper fell, a strange and profound power filled the air. In the void, it seemed that countless mirrors were quietly shattering, making a subtle and crisp sound. Kagami Water Moon, as the initial release form of Aizen's Zanpakuto, its ability complete hypnosis has always been his trusted killer. As long as someone witnesses the moment when Kagami Water Moon is released, from then on, their hearts will be captured by this invisible power, and every time Kagami Water Moon is released again, they will fall into an inextricable hypnosis. Therefore, when he saw Jiato Ichigo fall into hypnosis so easily, Aizen couldn't help but feel a little relieved in his heart. However, in this brief moment of relaxation, Jiato Ichigo's void flash had already condensed into shape in an instant, carrying destructive power, and swiftly bombarded Aizen's position. Aizen's pupils suddenly contracted, and he felt the terrifying power contained in the void flash, which seemed to be able to tear the space and turn everything into nothingness. Fortunately, he kept a careful eye this time and used the instant step to dodge at the critical moment. After the scorching void flash brushed past him, it flew straight into the distance. After a brief silence, a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, reflecting the broken sky. At this moment, he finally felt stunned. Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to be a special existence to restrain him. He actually determined his location just by relying on the divine feeling. That's right, Aizen has already seen that the current Gyato Ichigo relies entirely on instinct to fight. Chapter 336 Aizen, this is a path I never imagined. After recognizing this cruel reality, Aizen did not hesitate to seize the gap between Gyato Ichigo's attack and summoned the anti-membrane to escape the scene. However, when the light of the anti-membrane fell on his position, Aizen's face did not show any joy. This eradication plan against Kurosaki Ichigo ended in failure, which was both good news and bad news for Aizen. The good news was that he finally understood why Zinglio valued Kurosaki Ichigo so much. The bad news was that he could no longer eliminate this growing threat. At the same time, driven by instinct, Gyato Ichigo knew nothing about the anti-membrane, and he still attacked Aizen frantically. He swung his sword at Aizen, but was firmly blocked by the space barrier formed by the anti-membrane. Aizen narrowed his eyes and stared at Gyato Ichigo, who was roaring angrily in front of him, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Just as the anti-membrane was about to pull him back to Hueco Mundo, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from the anti-membrane. Unbelievably, under the fierce attack of Gyato Ichigo, the anti-membrane that could originally isolate all space actually cracked. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Aizen was successfully pulled back to Hueco Mundo by the anti-membrane. When the passage of Hueco Mundo slowly closed behind him, he couldn't help but look back deeply in the direction of Kurosaki Ichigo, with indescribable complex emotions flashing in his eyes. In the deep darkness of Hueco Mundo, Aizen stood quietly, his heart reverberating with the shock and enlightenment he had just experienced. A fanatical smile appeared on his face, and he whispered in admiration, "Spirasi, this is really a fascinating power." He took a deep breath and continued to immerse himself in his thoughts. This is a path I never dared to imagine. Kurosaki Ichigo was able to break through the limit of the God of Death without relying on the power of the collapsing jade. This power, this potential, is simply wonderful. As he said, he took out the collapsing jade containing infinite mysteries from his arms and held it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. However, although the Hogyaka possessed incredible power, it could not answer his inner doubts. Do I really have to rely on you to surpass the limits of the God of Death? He asked himself softly, but the answer to this question was probably only Aizen himself. In the silent Hueco Mundo, Aizen fell into deep thought. He knew that his pursuit and understanding of power would undergo profound changes because of this confrontation with Ichigo Kurosaki. In the real world, as Aizen's figure gradually disappeared in the passage of Hueco Mundo, Gyato Ichigo, who had lost his target, fell into a deeper state of frenzy. He blindly waved the Tensei Zanjutsu in his hand, as if he wanted to kill everything around him. However, at this critical moment, Orium Inu's concerned and anxious voice sounded, "Ichigo-san." This call was like a morning bell and evening drum, instantly penetrating the violent fog of the Gyato Hollow. The Gyato Hollow mask on Ichigo Kurosaki's face instantly shattered under this call, and fragments flew everywhere. Then, his body seemed to lose all support and fell forward powerlessly. Seeing this, Inu Orium immediately rushed forward and carefully supported him. She gently laid Kurosaki Ichigo flat on the ground and began to heal his wounds with the power of rejection. The air around was filled with a faint smell of blood, but Inu Orium's healing power was like a clear stream, slowly flowing into Kurosaki Ichigo's body and soothing his pain. As time passed, Kurosaki Ichigo's breathing gradually became stable. He closed his eyes tightly, as if he was recovering his strength in his sleep. Inu Orium stayed by his side, always paying attention to his condition. With a light hum, Kurosaki Ichigo finally woke up. Chapter 337 Ambiguous Atmosphere. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just woken up, still had some confusion in his pupils. However, when he recalled the scene before he lost consciousness, his face turned pale in an instant. Aizen's smiling face seemed to still be in front of him, watching him fall down indifferently. He tried to struggle to get up, but his limbs seemed to be bound by invisible shackles, so heavy that he couldn't move. At this moment, a new Orium appeared in time like warm sunshine, and she carefully helped him up. "Ichigo-san, you finally woke up." Inu Orium's voice was a little trembling, her eyes were slightly red, but she forced a relieved smile. Seeing Inu Orium standing safely in front of him, the big stone in Kurosaki Ichigo's heart finally fell, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, when his eyes turned to the city that was destroyed into ruins in the distance, his face suddenly became solemn. Although his memory became fragmented in the unconscious state of the Giotto, those blurred fragments still pierced his heart like a sharp blade. The ruins were the devastating destruction caused by the uncontrolled release of the hollow flash in his hollow state. He knew clearly that the culprit of this disaster was Aizen, who had attacked him and turned him into a killing machine. However, whenever he recalled those innocent lives that were wiped out by his flash, his heart would be tightly surrounded by indescribable grief and depression. The deep sense of guilt, like a huge rock, weighed heavily on his chest, almost suffocating Ichigo Kurosaki. Orium Inu sensitively captured the subtle changes in Ichigo Kurosaki's emotions. She gently held his hand, trying to bring him a little comfort with her warmth. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at Orium Inu in astonishment, and instinctively wanted to pull his hand back. However, Orium Inu held his hand tightly and did not let him escape. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head shyly, but she never let go of his hand. At this moment, Orium Inu's shyness and tenderness made Ichigo Kurosaki temporarily forget the guilt and pain in his heart. "Oh my, it seems that our little Orium has finally come to her senses." Just as the atmosphere between the two people gradually became ambiguous, a teasing voice suddenly broke the tranquility. Urahara Kisuke, wearing his iconic hat and with his usual teasing smile on his face, appeared behind them without any warning. Kurosaki Ichigo was pulled out of the warm atmosphere with Inu Orium by this sudden interruption. He glanced at Inu Orium a little unnaturally, and then turned to look at Urahara Kisuke. In order to ease the sudden embarrassment, Kurosaki Ichigo tried to change the subject. He asked, "Mr. Urahara, why are you here?" Urahara Kisuke smiled when he heard this, but did not directly answer his question. He walked slowly to the two people, his eyes swept deeply over the ruins, and the smile on his face also subsided a little. "If you are worried about hurting innocent people, Ichigo, then you can rest assured." Urahara Kisuke's voice was low and powerful, as if it carried a convincing magic. "I have transferred the people there in advance, and they are all safe now." At this point, Urahara Kisuke deliberately paused, and then continued to lower his voice and said, "What's more, there is someone in the world who will never let this happen again." Chapter 338 Conversation with Urahara. Just as Urahara Kisuke's words fell, a voice suddenly echoed in their ears. "It's really rare that Manager Urahara still remembers me. But then again, being remembered by you doesn't seem to be something to be thankful for." With these understated words, Zingliu carried Anohana, Kyukaku, and Moroku, crossed the space gate, and instantly arrived at Urahara Kisuke's location. As for Ulquiorra, Zingliu chose to let him return to Hueco Mundo alone. After all, Ur is completely different from Yami. He neither showed hostility nor did he do anything that crossed the line. Zingliu is not a cold-blooded person, he will not easily take someone's life. As for Ur's future destination, whether he will continue to serve under Aizen or return to the confused and helpless state of the past, it doesn't matter to Zingliu. At this time, Urahara Kisuke gently pressed the hat on his head, and then started his unique performance. He said in a slightly exaggerated tone, "Oh, isn't this the Honorable Zingliu? What a rare guest!" Then, he looked around in a pretentious manner, and then his eyes fell on Kurosaki Ichigo, as if he suddenly understood something, and continued. "Ah, I understand. You must be here to find Kurosaki Ichigo. In this case, I won't disturb your conversation." After that, he was ready to turn around and leave without waiting for Zingliu to respond, as if all this was within his expectations. However, Zingliu was not as eager to talk to Kurosaki Ichigo as Urahara Kisuke expected. He smiled faintly and reached out to gently stop Urahara, who was about to leave. "Manager Urahara, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Xingliu's voice was calm and gentle. "I came here not only to see Kurosaki Ichigo. In fact, I also have something to talk to you about." Urahara Kisuke heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He turned around and faced Xingliu again, and his expression became serious. "Oh? I wonder what Master Xingliu wants to talk to me about?" he asked, revealing a bit of curiosity in his tone. Xingliu did not beat around the bush, but directly stated his purpose. "I thought about it carefully, and I think that letting Aizen manage the Soul Society after the fusion of the worlds may meet my expectations in the short term, but in the long run, it is not a wise choice." He paused and continued. "Aizen's ambition and self-esteem are too strong. He is definitely not the kind of person who can be content with the status quo. Such a person may bring temporary prosperity, but it is difficult to maintain long-term stability." Urahara keelly listening to what Xingliu said, Ji couldn't help but nodded slightly to show his agreement. As someone who had been pitted by Aizen, he naturally knew Aizen's character very well, and he also knew that he was not a good person. Seeing this, Xingliu smiled and continued, "However, letting Captain Yamamoto continue to lead the Soul Society is also not what I expect. He is too old, his thinking has gradually become rigid, and it is difficult for him to adapt to the upcoming changes. The stability he pursues may be understandable in the past world, but in the upcoming world fusion, he is destined to be eliminated." Hearing this, Urahara Kisuke's mouth corners slightly raised. Although he did not make a clear statement, his expression has already shown his agreement with Xingliu's point of view. As a wise man who successfully developed half of the Hogyaku, Urahara Kisuke himself has extraordinary creativity and foresight. He is never satisfied with the status quo, and he also has deep doubts about the existing order of the Soul Society. If it weren't for the kindness and reason deep in his heart that always restrained him, Urahara Kisuke's potential and threat would probably far exceed Aizen. Chapter 339 Aizen's Decision. But now the situation has changed. Because of the arrival of Seiryu, Soul Society has undergone tremendous changes whether it wants it or not. In this situation, Urahara Kisuke feels that the stagnant Gon 13 squadron has become more energetic. Seiryu's speech is undoubtedly telling Urahara Kisuke that he is not satisfied with Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni and Aizen. So, what does Master Seiryu want? Although he has thousands of thoughts in his mind, Urahara Kisuke still has that smiling expression, making it impossible to tell what he is thinking. Xingliu smiled slightly. "I want you, Urahara." As soon as these words came out, Urahara Kisuke's smiling face froze slightly, and then he laughed. "Master Xingliu is really a joke. I am just a convenience store owner, and I don't have the ability to lead the future Soul Society." Although Xingliu's words were very misleading, as a smart man, Urahara Kisuke naturally would not think that Xingliu wanted his body. But he really didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. Seeing him like this, Xingliu smiled and then said lightly, "You are in this world, you have been involved in it. You can't escape, the times will make you move forward, Urahara." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Only Urahara Kisuke was left standing there thoughtfully. After returning to his own space, Xingliu looked at the direction of the void and murmured, "As expected of Aizen, this decision is really impressive. This performance is almost coming to an end." Anohana Yachiru heard this and walked to Xingliu's side. "So, have you thought about how to introduce me to those people after this?" Xingliu looked at her expressionlessly. But the cold sweat on his head still exposed his uneasy heart. Seeing him like this, Anohana laughed out loud. Then she took Xingliu's hand and came to the practice place in a flash. Looking at Xingliu's tired expression, Anohana tore off the clothes outside her body, revealing a dress of the same style as Mai Shiranui. The only difference from Mai Shiranui's fiery red clothes is that her clothes are black and white. The very close-fitting top shows her figure to the fullest. The two slender long legs are definitely at the level of playing years. That thing that would make Rukia Kukaki hurt herself at the sight of it was exuding the charm of a woman. As Anohana slowly pulled out the zanpakuto from her waist, the dizzy thing also disturbed Xingliu's heart. Then she smiled brightly and said, "Since Xingliu-kun hasn't thought about it, let's forget those troubles in the battle." Xingliu smiled distressedly, but looking at her clothes, he still fought with her. As Xingliu said, Aizen is a memorable villain. Although he failed in the end, he reached the extreme in all aspects, otherwise Xingliu would not appreciate him so much. After Aizen failed to eliminate Kurosaki Ichigo yesterday and was beaten badly, he did not get angry, but quickly revised his plan. Originally, he wanted to wait until he thoroughly studied the Hogyaku before starting the decisive battle. But after seeing the potential of Kurosaki Ichigo yesterday, Aizen realized that time was not on his side at all. So, after returning to Hueco Mundo, Aizen hastily healed his wounds and began to prepare for the decisive battle. So on the second day, to the astonishment of Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni, the great hollows of Hueco Mundo rushed into Soul Society. Chapter 340 The Confident Captain General. In the Zaraki district of Rukonga in Soul Society, although the past days were full of the breath of killing and death, ordinary souls, as long as the soul acts cautiously, it can still find a glimmer of hope in this chaotic place. However, the scene today is completely different, as if the entire block has been pulled into an endless hell. Looking up, a deep and dark hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the Zaraki district, like the mouth of a giant beast that devours everything. Countless hollows rushed out of this hole frantically, scrambling to escape from the dark cage and rushing to Rukonga like a flood. Due to the large number of them, many hollows lost their balance in the crowd and were even squeezed to death on the edge of the hole. Their deaths were miserable and unbearable to watch. Such scenes can be seen everywhere in the various blocks of Rukonga in Soul Society. Every place is filled with the breath of death, and every place has become a paradise for hollows to wreak havoc. The quiet blocks in the past have now become a purgatory on earth, making people despair. In this endless darkness, the residents of Rukonga were terrified. They ran around, trying to find a glimmer of life. However, the hollows were like hungry beasts, hunting them wantonly. The wailing and screaming in the streets echoed on the empty streets. In the solemn Siraidii, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni was standing high in the sky, with anger burning in his eyes. His figure was tall and majestic, like an unshakable mountain, exuding a powerful momentum. Kojiro. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire Siraidii. Let all the Shinigami of the Godii 13 go out and do their best to expel the hollows that have invaded Soul Society. Upon hearing this, Kojiro immediately bowed his head and responded, turned around and left to convey Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni's order. With the issuance of Yamamoto's order, the powerful organization of the Godii 13 also began to operate at high speed. After Kurako Shunsui and Yukitake Jushiro arranged the personnel, they quickly came to the front of Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni. Kurako Shunsui lowered the brim of his hat, and his usually playful face looked unusually serious at this moment. "Old man, the invasion of the hollows may be just a prelude. Aizen's goal is definitely not just those trick. He has other plans, and we must prepare in advance." Yukitake Jushiro coughed lightly, and then said, "Yes, Aizen's target may be you. After all, the test subjects of Master Xingliu are only you and Aizen." He paused for a moment and continued, "So, should we let the other captains gather here to protect you together?" Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni sighed slightly and shook his head and said, "Compared to my personal safety, protecting the future of Soul Society is more meaningful. You don't have to worry too much, I know my limits." A trace of confidence flashed in his eyes, and he continued, "Besides, are you underestimating me too much? I, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni, am the captain of the Godii 13. How could I be easily hurt by a guy like Aizen?" Kurako Shunsui and Yukitake Jushiro looked at each other, and both saw worry in each other's eyes, but they also understood Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's character and knew that they couldn't persuade him. "And you, leave too. Since Aizen wants the king, let him come." Chapter 341 Rebellion. Upon hearing this, Kiraku Shunsui and Yukitake Jushiro showed worry on their faces. However, knowing their teacher's character well, they hesitated for a moment and turned away. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni seems to be a kind and amiable old man, but his essence is stubborn and conceited. Once such a person makes a decision, even those close to him will find it difficult to change his mind. After most of the Shinigami left to support, the Seireitei seemed a little quiet at this moment. Yukitake Jushiro strolled on the quiet street, frowning and saying, "Shunsui, are you really confident that the old man will face it alone?" Kiraku Shunsui stopped, and after a moment of silence, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and whispered, You are always too worried." His voice was calm and gentle, as if it carried a reassuring power. Aizen is a guy who always does things carefully and never takes risks easily. He will think carefully about every step he takes and make sure that there is no risk before he takes action. Kiraku Shunsui paused for a moment and continued. In fact, he was doomed to fail from the very beginning. Perhaps he himself realized this, so he seemed so anxious. However, you didn't realize this. Hearing what Kiraku Shunsui said, Yukitake Jushiro showed a look of astonishment on his face. All along, everyone has clearly seen that Xingliu's admiration for Aizen is overflowing with words. But now, Shunsui suddenly made such a completely different evaluation from the past, which made Yukitake Jushiro suddenly fall into confusion and didn't know how to respond. Looking at his friend's puzzled face, Kiraku Shunsui did not explain any more, but stretched his waist and said in a relaxed tone. "Anyway, this will all be over soon, why don't you come with me for a drink?" After saying that, he turned and walked forward, leaving Yukitake Jushiro standing alone, thinking about the deep meaning of those words just now. However, just as Kiraku Shunsui said, Aizen, who is extremely intelligent, naturally knows that although his talent makes the star stream favor him, he will also lose at the beginning because of his ambition. Therefore, how can Aizen be willing? He is not a person who follows the rules. Since the star stream does not allow it, he will use his own way. In everyone's imagination, Aizen's strategy at this moment is to lure the tiger away from the mountain and create a scene where Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni is alone. But in fact, he did not come to the Soul Society at all. Aizen's goal was not to get the recognition of the star stream from the beginning. After seeing the wider sky, how could Aizen, who is full of ambition in his heart, just want to get so little? From the beginning, the attitude of Xingliu, which was like a gift, made Aizen very unhappy. Just like the 5 nobles of Soul Society betrayed the Soul King, for Aizen, Xingliu was also a betrayer. At this moment, Aizen sat in the deserted Kyonyaku Palace, with a faint smile on his face, as if everything in the world was under his control. The halogen, emitting azure light, was like a mysterious gem, floating quietly in front of him. The inside of the halogen was constantly shrinking, like a greedy glutton enjoying its food. Sigh, let me see the true power of this outsider. Chapter 342 Respective Reactions. In the detailed description of the original work, the halogen, this mysterious existence, is actually a subtle extension of the power of the Soul King, like a broken wishing machine, although its power seems insignificant in the heavens and the worlds. However, in the world of death, the power level of the Hogyaku is so high that it is enough to rank first. At this moment, Aizen is committed to creating a power that can subvert the order of the world of death by relying on the strange nature and powerful function of the Hogyaku. The reason why the Quincy was destroyed under the iron fist of Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni is that the hollows they destroyed cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. This behavior has led to the imbalance of the 3 realms and will eventually sink the world into the darkness of hell. Now, Aizen cleverly uses the power of the Hogyaku to start recovering the spirit particles of those dead souls. In a short period of time, the loss of a large number of spirit particles has inevitably led the world to the brink of destruction. What's more serious is that the Hogyaku gradually loses its stability in the process of frantically devouring spirit particles. Its original form of a strange wishing machine has now quietly transformed into a bomb with huge potential power, which may explode at any time, bringing unpredictable catastrophes to the whole world. This drastic change immediately alerted Xingliu, who was spending his leisurely days. Noticing his abnormality, Anohana stopped and looked at him in confusion. "Xingliu-kun, has something happened?" she asked softly. Xingliu smiled slightly, walked over and gently held her hand, looked at her gradually red cheeks, and said easily, "Ah, don't worry, it's just that someone wants to overturn this table." Anohana was comforted by Xingliu's understated words, and the tension in her heart gradually dissipated like clouds blown away by the wind. She knew very well that the overturning the table in Xingliu's mouth was no child's play, and behind it was a conspiracy that could shake the whole world. However, looking at Xingliu's calm appearance, her worries gradually subsided. The two smiled at each other, as if all the difficulties became insignificant at this moment. They continued their date and enjoyed the rare quiet time. At the same time, in the depths of Seoul society, an atmosphere of uneasiness was quietly spreading. Especially Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni, the respected captain of the Godi I-13, the uneasiness in his heart surged like a tide. He was well aware of the threat of Aizen, and he had already made preparations to completely eliminate this potential enemy. He asked the others to leave so that he could use his Bankai without scruples at the critical moment. Bankai, that is his most powerful move, powerful enough to turn the entire Seoul society into a scorched earth. However, he also knew the losses caused by such power. But in his opinion, as long as Aizen could be eliminated, all this would be worth it. However, Aizen never showed up, as if he was secretly planning a huge conspiracy, which made Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni feel an indescribable uneasiness. He frowned, his heart was full of doubts and worries, and he didn't know what would happen next. At this moment, his two disciples who had just left hurried over with the captain of the 12th Division, Mayuri Kuratsuke. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni's face suddenly became gloomy, and he scolded in a low voice. "Nonsense! Didn't I order you to leave here?" His tone was full of dissatisfaction and worry. After all, he had already made preparations. Once Aizen appeared, he would immediately use his Bankai to turn everything around him into ashes. Aizen's ability of Mirror Flower and Water Moon is indeed tricky, which can cover people's five senses and make people elusive. But Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni came up with a decisive solution. Since the five senses are covered, let everything around be destroyed. In this way, Aizen naturally cannot escape his punishment. However, the sudden appearance of these three people may disrupt his plan, making him tied up and unable to act according to the original plan. "Old man, something terrible has happened." Chapter 343 Crisis Resolved? Kurako Shunsui's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. He could no longer maintain the calm smile he had in the past. Instead, he was filled with anxiety and tension. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni's heart suddenly sank, and an ominous premonition spread quietly like a shadow in the darkness. He knew very well that Kurako Shunsui's expression was not groundless, and there must be some development that exceeded everyone's expectations. Sure enough, Kuratsuke Mayuri's next words exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder. "Captain General, the situation is urgent. The balance of the three realms is being destroyed, and our world is facing the crisis of overthrow." Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni heard this, his eyes suddenly widened, and his face became even uglier. He never expected that the situation would be so serious. Once the balance of the three realms is completely broken, the whole world will be completely swallowed up by hell. Even with his strength, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni could survive in hell, but at that point, everything would lose its meaning. The whole world would fall into endless darkness and chaos, and all lives would be destroyed. As the captain of the Godi I-13, he could not sit idly by. He had always ignored the noble's tyranny, not for the stability of the three realms. But now, someone wanted to overturn the table, which made him unacceptable. But as a leader, Yamamoto knew that no matter how angry he was at this moment, it would not help, so he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that as the captain of the Godai 13, he must remain calm at this time and lead everyone to face this crisis together. Tell me in detail, what is going on? Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni asked in a deep voice, his brows knitted, his eyes revealing deep worry. Kuratsuka nodded and began to explain in detail. According to the precise monitoring of our 12th Division, in the Great Hollow Forest of Hueco Mundo, a mysterious and invisible force is frantically absorbing the spirits of the dead hollows and the gods of death. This force is not only powerful, but also extremely unstable. It may erupt at any time. Once it gets out of control, it will cause unimaginable disasters. Hearing this, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's heart skipped a beat, and a figure immediately appeared in his mind. Aizen. The veins on his hand holding the cane bulged, and his voice was full of anger and frustration. Aizen. This name seemed like a heavy stone, pressing on his heart, making him feel extremely heavy. He originally sent everyone away just to make a conclusion with Aizen, but he didn't expect that Aizen had no intention of confronting him head-on from the beginning. Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni felt that he was being fooled, and this humiliation and anger made him unbearable. He was the captain of the Godai 13, but he was played around by a traitor. This was simply the biggest insult to him. Moreover, the comparison with Aizen made Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni feel stupid. Aizen was secretly planning everything, but he knew nothing about it until this moment. This huge gap and contrast made it difficult for him to accept, and it also made him more determined to completely eliminate Aizen. He knew that his performance had been seen by Xingliu without thinking. Under this obvious contrast, even if he could win this battle in the end, Xingliu might not choose to stand on his side. However, at this moment, Kuratsuka Mayuri suddenly looked at the tablet in his hand with a strange expression. The energy reaction that was originally displayed was increasing rapidly, but it suddenly disappeared without a trace. He frowned and muttered to himself, how could such a huge amount of energy suddenly disappear? Did Master Xingliu take action? As soon as Kuratsuka Mayuri finished speaking, the people who were feeling helpless immediately turned their heads and focused their eyes on him. What did you just say? They asked in unison, their faces full of confusion and puzzlement. Kuratsuka Mayuri looked at the captains in front of him who were powerful but lacked scientific knowledge. Although he felt a little helpless, he still spoke in a good voice in the face of Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's burning spiritual pressure. He explained angrily. The force that has been destroying the balance of the three realms has suddenly disappeared just now. Moreover, since it has only caused damage in a short period of time, the three realms have the ability to adjust and restore their balance. Seeing that the three people were still puzzled, Kuratsuka Mayuri sighed secretly and further explained, in short, the crisis we are facing has been resolved. Is there a possibility that your detection method can no longer detect the extent of this force, so he suddenly disappeared? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side, and questioned Kuratsuka Mayuri's professionalism as soon as he opened his mouth. Hearing this, Kuratsuka Mayuri was furious. You can say that he is weak in strength, but you can't say that he is not good at scientific research. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Even Urahara Kisuke can't question me like this. As he said, he turned around to see who was barking here. But he didn't expect that the person he mentioned was Urahara Kisuke. At this moment, he changed his usual decadent dress and stood there in a formal suit with a serious expression. You underestimate Aizen too much. That man is not a man who would make such a low-level mistake. Chapter 344 Young Man, No Martial Ethics. The moment he saw Urahara Kisuke, Kuratsuka Mayuri seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious force, and his anger was instantly calmed at that moment. Although he expressed his dissatisfaction with Urahara in words, deep in his heart, he was deeply afraid of Urahara's wisdom and outstanding scientific research ability. In front of others, if someone dared to challenge the field he was most proud of, it would undoubtedly ignite his inner anger. However, when facing Urahara, he found that he could not even think of a rebuttal. He knew that even if he was unwilling in his heart, Urahara's talent and insights far surpassed himself. At the same time, Kurako Shunsui's sad look was significantly relieved after seeing Urahara Kisuke. He could not contain his joy and called out softly, "Hey, Urahara, you're here. Since you're here, you must have a clear plan on how to deal with Aizen." Yukitake Jushiro and Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni nodded at the same time when they heard this. After all, they had known Urahara Kisuke's abilities and wisdom for a long time. However, what they did not expect was that Urahara Kisuke shook his head gently at this moment and said frankly, "No, I have no way." As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, and the expectations and confidence on everyone's faces also dissipated a little. Urahara Kisuke frowned and sighed softly. "I had expected that Aizen would not be an opponent who would easily compromise, but I did not expect him to be so crazy and completely fall into the devil's way. I am afraid that there are no rules and bottom lines in his eyes now, only the desire for power and the conquest of the world." Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni held the cane formed by the flowing blade Jaka and stomped the ground impatiently. "What's the point of saying so much? Since Aizen is hiding in Hueco Mundo and can't come out, let's make Hueco Mundo disappear. Instead of watching the world being destroyed by his ambition, let me do it myself." After saying that, he moved his body, like a ray of fire rising into the sky, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, the others wanted to dissuade him, but looking at Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni's resolute back, they finally sighed and said nothing more. Yukitake Jushiro coughed lightly, breaking the silence, and turned to Urahara Kisuke and said, "The old man has left, so you can talk now." Urahara Kisuke's originally serious face suddenly relaxed, revealing a mischievous smile. He took out a green hat from his arms, adjusted it gently, and then put it on his head. "Ah, it took a lot of effort to deceive the Captain General," he teased, and at the same time turned to Kuratsuka Mayuri, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "My junior, you didn't see through my acting skills? This really disappoints me." Hearing this, Kuratsuka Mayuri's face flushed instantly, and a surge of hot blood rushed to his head. He shouted angrily, "You guy! How dare you tease me?" As he shouted angrily, a strong spiritual pressure began to emanate from Kuratsuka Mayuri's body, and a terrifying force was gathering. Bankai, Golden Hijisha Jizo. The next moment, a monster with a huge golden baby's head, huge grey eyeballs, and a steel hollow circle on its head similar to an angel's halo appeared in the same place. Chapter 345 Captain's Gathering. When Kuratsuka Mayuri suddenly erupted in a wave of rage, Urahara Kisuke still maintained his calm and composed. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a cynical smile, as if he was laughing at the storm around him. He gently stretched out a hand and gracefully held down the hat that was about to be blown away by the wind. "Oh, my original intention is not to look down on you." His voice is calm and full of teasing, as if he is caressing an agitated beast. However, in the eyes of Kuratsuka Mayuri, Urahara Kisuke's appearance is undoubtedly the biggest provocation to him. He has already gone all out and released the powerful power of Bankai, but Urahara Kisuke seems to have no intention of showing even the most basic shikai, which is undoubtedly an extreme contempt for him. The anger is burning in Kuratsuka Mayuri's heart, like a volcano about to erupt, and it cannot be contained. His face is distorted by anger, and his eyes are flashing with angry fire. "Tear him apart for me! Hikari Jizo!" he roared, his voice filled with endless fury and murderous intent. However, at this critical moment, a figure wrapped in lightning suddenly rushed from a distance, like lightning breaking through the night sky, extremely fast. Kuratsuka Mayuri stood on the Hikari Jizo, and before he could react, he was kicked away by this sudden unknown object. He rolled in the air, his eyes full of astonishment and confusion. "So, you asked me to gather the other captains, but you are here with the vice-captains and joking. Yoriyuki's figure appeared in the lightning. She stared at Urahara Kisuk with a bad face, and unconsciously moved her wrist, as if she was beating someone up. Seeing this, Urahara Kisuk showed an awkward smile on his face, and a trace of cold sweat unconsciously appeared on his forehead. He quickly explained, "Ahaha, no, how could I be that kind of person? It's just a joke to adjust the atmosphere." Yoriyuki glared at him and said nothing more. At this time, a smaller figure followed. "Master Yoriyuki, have you encountered an enemy?" Sua Feng's petite body is now wearing clothes that tightly wrap around her body curves, as if they were tailor-made and fit perfectly. Every line is clearly outlined, exuding a unique charm. Yoriyuki heard Sua Feng's voice, restrained her previous unfriendly expression, and gently rubbed Sua Feng's hair. Her fingers shuttled through Sua Feng's hair until her originally neat hair was tangled. Sua Feng did not resist, she stood there quietly, allowing Yoriyuki to fiddle with her hair. Her face was not only not dissatisfied, but also had a suspicious blush, as if under Yoriyuki's touch, an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Hey, we are still here." Kurako Shunsui interrupted the strange atmosphere between the two people, and the others nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with this statement. Upon hearing this, Yoriyuki's face straightened, and he coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment, then turned to Urahara Kisuk and said seriously, "Kisuk, can you tell me the purpose of your doing this now?" As soon as she finished speaking, the voice of Kokaki Byakuya came from not far away. "You are right. Now the Shinigami of the Godi I-13 are fighting bloody battles on Rukonga, and we captains are doing nothing here. It is really inappropriate. If you don't have a good reason, Urahara Kisuk, even if you have done a favor to your sister, I will think that you have betrayed the Soul Society." Kokaki Byakuya and the other captains stood in front of Urahara Kisuk. Not long ago, they were going to take their vice-captains to support the Shinigami in Rukonga. But Yoriyuki claimed that something that would determine the future of Soul Society was about to happen, and asked them to gather here. Although when they asked Yoriyuki what this thing was, she couldn't answer. But regarding the authenticity of this matter, Yoriyuki was willing to use the name Shifunji Yuan to guarantee it. So they followed here. However, now facing Urahara Kisuk, their doubts resurfaced. They wanted to know what this so-called thing that determines the future of Soul Society was, and why Urahara Kisuk summoned them here. All these mysteries require Urahara Kisuk to give a clear answer. Chapter 346. What, the protagonist finally showed up? Urahara Kisuk seemed not to have heard Byakuya's words, and still looked cynical, with a smile on his face that made people want to go up and punch him. Such an attitude made Byakuya, who strictly abides by the rules, frown, and he was quite dissatisfied with the casualness and recklessness of his colleague. Obviously, the compatibility between the two of them was really bad. However, at this moment, a rapid beep-beep alarm sounded suddenly from inside Urahara Kisuk's clothes, and this sudden sound made his face instantly become solemn. He quickly took out a delicate small instrument from his arms and began to fiddle with it attentively. The other captains saw that he looked like he didn't take them seriously at all, and their anger began to rise. They were about to question him, but Urahara Kisuk suddenly he restrained his smiling face and became serious and solemn. He raised his head, looked at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "There is no time to explain. Now there is only one way to ensure that the balance of the three realms is not broken. If you believe me, then abolish the Captain General Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni and let me be the new Captain General." Hearing this, the eyes of several captains instantly widened like copper bells, looking at Urahara Kisuk in disbelief, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Hey, you have to be sensible when joking, Kisuk." As Yoriyuki said this, she stepped forward to pull away the man who was about to anger everyone. However, when she approached and found that Urahara Kisuk was not joking, she also fell silent. Ha ha ha. Saying that, are you ready to fight me to the death? Kenpei Kazaraki was the first to come to his senses. He raised the jagged Zanpakuto and pointed it at Urahara Kisuke like a golden beast. His spiritual pressure erupted like a volcano. For Kenpei Kazaraki, it didn't matter who became the captain general, but if he wanted to be the captain general, he had to be stronger than him. The next moment, he laughed grimly and rushed towards Urahara Kisuke like a gust of wind. The other captains watched coldly, or rather, they also wanted to see if Urahara Kisuke, who said such a thing, was qualified. Even Yoriyuki hesitated for a moment and stopped where he was. Urahara Kisuke seemed to have anticipated this situation. He said calmly and softly, "Bankai. The technique of calling people. Master Zinglio, I agree." Originally, when the captains heard Urahara Kisuke shout Bankai, they thought he would draw his sword to fight Kenpei Kazaraki. Unexpectedly, things took a surprising turn. However, their faces changed afterwards, because Urahara Kisuke called the name of that master. Pa Zinglio appeared through the space channel in a bad mood and slapped Urahara Kisuke on the back of his head. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you change the name of your Bankai like this, aren't you afraid that Benihime won't release your Zanpakuto in the future?" Urahara Kisuke touched the place where he was hit and said with a smile, "How could that be? Benihime is not so stingy. As long as Master Zinglio is not angry." Zinglio sighed, and then waved his hand to restore Kenpei Kazaraki, who was forbidden to move by the space, to normal. Kenpei Kazaraki looked at Zinglio with a gloomy face, and the handle of his Zanpakuto squeaked when he squeezed it. But in the end, he just sighed slightly and gave up the idea of fighting. After all, he couldn't think of any way to defeat a person who made you lose all resistance as soon as he appeared. Zinglio didn't care about his reaction, but just looked at Urahara Kisuke quietly. He looked at him until he was sweating profusely, then nodded and said, "In this case, then you have won this postgraduate entrance examination." Chapter 347 Reason. Urahara Kisuke heard what Liuxing said, and just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but he saw Zinglio looking at him with a smile, and that smile was like a cold snake, crawling around in his heart. At this moment, he had a very bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment, Zinglio said lightly, "Although you guessed my thoughts, you know that I just need a good and obedient tool to win the test. But you have to solve the troubles you caused yourself." Urahara Kisuke's face trembled, and then he said in disbelief, "Mosaic, is it Mr. Yamamoto?" Zinglio laughed and said, "Talking to smart people is simple, you guessed it right." After getting his affirmative answer, Urahara Kisuke didn't even think about it, and he was ready to turn in his flash and run away. But since Zinglio said this first, he had already predicted his prediction. So, in the route where Urahara Kisuke escaped, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni stood there with a flushed face, like an insurmountable mountain. And the moment he saw him, Yamamoto's majestic spiritual pressure, standing at the top of the god of death, had already pressed on him. Urahara Kisuke smiled bitterly and insisted on standing, showing a smile that was uglier than crying, and said, "Old man, I didn't lie." Yamamoto's forehead veins popped up when he heard it, and he didn't say anything else, just raised the Ryujin Jaka that had turned back into a crutch. The next moment, there was a scream that made people feel creepy. On the other side, Zinglio looked at the puzzled captains around him with a smile on his face. "Haven't you figured it out yet? It seems that your long life has made you lose your judgment on some things. Whether it's Aizen or your soul society, it doesn't matter to me who wins. But it's like when someone cheats in an exam, and the other person doesn't think about telling the teacher, but thinks about being the messenger of justice. Don't you think you're too arrogant?" Seeing all the captains woke up from the rumors. The cheater was Aizen, and the other arrogant person was Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni. What they did drew the teacher's attention to Urahara Kisuke. As a result, Urahara Kisuke suddenly became a good student in the eyes of the teacher. This chessboard-like struggle came to an end after 2 chess pieces were eliminated. Urahara Kisuke successfully stole the chicken. But he was too smart, which made Xingliu unhappy, so he simply set a trap for him at the end. Although Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni was eliminated the moment Xingliu appeared, the new captain must be Yura Harakisuke. But it is normal for the former leader to test the strength of the current leader. Xingliu was right, they were too arrogant. The war in their eyes may be just a farce in Xingliu's eyes. They had long forgotten that the nature of this struggle had completely changed from the beginning. Ah, yes, Aizen knew how to win from the beginning. It's a pity that his pride and ambition prevented him from choosing that path. So, be grateful to him. If not, you would have lost this test. After saying this, Xingliu disappeared without caring about the expressions of the people present. After all, someone was already looking forward to him, wasn't he? Chapter 348 Aizen's Mistake. Xingliu. Sir, you are here as expected. Aizen smiled and looked at Xingliu, who suddenly arrived, with a leisurely tone. Although your behavior seems bad, you are still a soft-hearted person at heart. Whether it is your disgust for the nobles in Soul Society or your choice to stop me now, these actions have exposed your true face. At this point, a sarcastic smile appeared on Aizen's face, and then he continued. Even for someone like you, it is inevitable to fall into this vortex of justice and morality. It's really hilarious. However, Xingliu didn't care about this. He responded calmly, Aizen, you think you see through everything, this is your greatest arrogance. The reason I do these things is because I want to, and as long as I want, I will do it. You have mistaken the cause and effect, Aizen. As soon as these words came out, the sarcastic smile on Aizen's face solidified instantly, and his eyes revealed a complex emotion. He did misunderstand Xingliu's motives. Xingliu is not a person bound by rules. His actions come from his inner intuition and preferences. Because he was unhappy about something, he took direct action. He forcefully demanded to change the noble system of Soul Society, not out of a sense of justice, but because he could not tolerate this situation in his heart. He came to stop Aizen, not because Aizen's behavior threatened others, but because he could not tolerate Aizen's arrogance and ambition. Xingliu ignored all rules and acted only according to his own will. Such a person is completely different from the person who got caught in the game of justice in Aizen's mouth. His actions came from his heart, not from the influence of the outside world. Aizen gradually realized this, and his face gradually became gloomy. Even if he didn't want to admit it in his heart, Aizen now understood that Xingliu and he were actually the same kind of people. Therefore, he also knew that when things developed to this point, Xingliu would not leave him any room for maneuver. He, ha 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 ha. Aizen suddenly laughed out loud, revealing a bit of madness in his laughter. At the same time, the whole world began to shake violently, as if foreshadowing the impending disaster. A powerful energy swept across the world from Hueco Mundo like a tidal wave. Whether in Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, or the real world, all people felt this unprecedented strong uneasiness. It seemed as if the entire universe was trembling, foreshadowing that the world would soon be destroyed. Panic began to spread, and some people could not even bear this fear, collapsed to the ground, and cried loudly. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in the shadow of doomsday. However, at this critical moment, something even more incredible happened. A huge projection suddenly appeared in the sky everywhere, as if it broke the boundaries of time and space, attracting people's attention there. People only need to look up to see the picture in the projection. That was the scene of the confrontation between Xingliu and Aizen. Xingliu smiled, as if greeting the whole world, "Hello everyone, my name is Xingliu. I opened this projection for only one purpose, that is, to announce that I will take over this world in the future. As for the shock and uneasiness you just felt, they came from the hands of Mr. Aizen beside me." Xingliu pointed at Aizen and continued. He wanted to force me to retreat by destroying the world, but it was obvious that even though he had overestimated me, he still underestimated my strength. As he said this, Xing Lu lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the abnormal phenomena that had just occurred in various parts of the world disappeared without a trace, as if they were smoothed out by a mysterious force. If it weren't for the huge projection still stretching across the sky, people would probably think that everything they had just experienced was just a nightmare. Chapter 349 World Fusion. At this moment, both tangible objects and intangible lives, under seeing Liu's unparalleled will, began to trace back the trajectory of time. All the consequences caused by the chaos just now were wiped out without a trace at this moment, as if nothing had happened, leaving only the fear and shock in people's hearts. Those lives that disappeared due to the turmoil, those buildings that collapsed due to the vibration, are now restored as before, as if it was just a fleeting dream, leaving only the remaining fragments of memory in people's minds. People stared at the projection that appeared in the sky in a daze, with only the word miracle echoing in their hearts. Aizen was also swept into the torrent of time travel. However, facing the powerful Xingliu, Aizen did not show the despair and helplessness of ordinary people. Instead, he stared at Xingliu with a more ardent gaze, which was like a raging fire, as if to devour Xingliu. Xingliu also focused his eyes on Aizen at this moment, and the teasing and playfulness in his eyes were gone. "I'm sorry, I had high expectations of you, Aizen." Xingliu's voice was low and majestic. "I thought that as a wise man, you would stop at the edge of danger, but you chose to step into the abyss. Since you have chosen to be my enemy, then you must be ready to face all the consequences." Aizen heard this and sneered, "As I said, no one can stand on the clouds forever. One day, someone will pull you down from the altar. Then why can't that person be me?" Xingliu raised his eyebrows slightly, and then said no more. The rules of the world unfolded like a scroll at this moment, and Aizen's figure was instantly frozen. Then, in the shocked eyes of countless creatures, Aizen's body began to gradually dissipate, and finally turned into a wisp of light smoke and disappeared into the air. The strong man who had tried to shake the world came to an end easily in the hands of Xingliu. This scene made people all over the world feel as unreal as a dream. However, what shocked them even more was that those who had intersected with Aizen found that the fragments of Aizen in their memories began to blur gradually, and finally disappeared without a trace as if erased by an eraser. At this moment, no matter what kind of emotions people had towards Xingliu, they dared not express them easily. Because Xingliu had proved his strength and determination with his actions. The assessment has ended, and the world of Naruto and the world of death are about to usher in the moment of merging. In this way, Seeing Lu warned all those who had bad intentions, "Before making trouble, think clearly whether you are ready to disappear from the world's memory." After completing all this, Seeing Lu did not rush to turn off the projection. He slowly put his hands together, as if praying. When people were still wondering about his next move, a huge planet suddenly appeared in the sky. It streaked through the sky like a meteor, and attacked them at an alarming speed. This sudden scene terrified everyone. They tried to scream and try to escape, but their bodies seemed to be bound by invisible forces, and they could only watch the planet getting closer and closer. However, just when they thought the end of the world was approaching, the planet penetrated their bodies like a phantom. At the moment when the planet passed by, people seemed to be in a brand new universe, surrounded by bright stars and the Milky Way, which was breathtakingly beautiful. The rules of the world are here for everyone to watch, and those who have stepped into the level of the six paths are all stunned. But all this only lasted for a few minutes, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. Chapter 350, Another Wave. Hyashubu Ichibe, this ancient creature born millions of years ago, has gone through a long time. He has seen everything in the world, whether it is the magnificent mountains and rivers or the vast stars, but everything that has happened recently has opened his eyes. First, the incredible self-destruction of the Soul King shocked the Soul King Palace. Then, the members of their Zero Squad were also bound by mysterious forces and were placed under house arrest in the Soul King Palace, isolated from the outside world. However, since they rarely leave this place on weekdays, this kind of restraint does not have much impact on them. But today, something even more shocking happened to him. The projection of the star stream is facing the creatures of the world. It will naturally appear in the palace of the Spirit King. The power like a miracle also made the monk instantly understand the root cause of the changes in the palace of the Spirit King. What is even more amazing is that Xing Lu actually allowed the world to merge directly with the world. And in this fusion process, the basic rules of the world were actually displayed in front of him without reservation. Those few minutes seemed to open a door to a higher realm for him, allowing him to gain huge benefits. You know, for an existence like him, the improvement of strength is no longer something that can be achieved by simple cultivation. However, Xing Liu's small move made him gain such a huge benefit. So, even if he had a lot of thoughts in his mind before, now they are all extinguished. However, what made Bingzubu Bingwei feel most at ease was Xing Liu's actions. He knew very well that Xing Liu's various actions had shown that he did not have much malice. This peace of mind made his mind more peaceful, and the previous uneasiness and worries also dissipated a lot. Just as he was immersed in this calmness and understanding, a cough woke him up from his trance. He came back to his senses and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a man with a crew cut and a straw in his mouth, asking him with a casual expression, "So, how should we deal with this person who claims to take over our world?" As soon as Kairanji Ten's hero finished speaking, on the other side, Shutara Senjimera said without hesitation, "In any case, the death of the Soul King has a great connection with this person. There is no doubt that he is the evil party." Hearing what she said, Kairanji Ten's hero rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you go and fight him and see if you are stronger than that blue, what is it?" As soon as these words came out, the rest of the Zero Squad members who had just come to the monk were silent. The strength shown by Xingliu was too exaggerated, and none of them wanted to face this person. After all, no one wants their existence to be erased and forgotten by everyone. Such power is a bit too strong and terrifying. The big monk sighed and said to the silent crowd. Before the Soul King collapsed, he also left a message to hand over the world to this person, so everyone, be prepared to welcome the new king. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the projection of the star stream in the sky, and said no more. The same was true for the others. And in the world of the god of death, scenes like this are everywhere. And the final result of the discussion is, like the Zero Squad, tacitly agreeing with the declaration of the star stream to seize the world. On the other side, the star stream was about to leave the Hueco Mundo after merging the world. But suddenly something caught his attention. He exclaimed softly, with an interested expression on his face. "After seeing my power, there are still people who dare to come out and make trouble. In this regard, I would like to call you the strongest." Chapter 351 Surrender or Death. After saying this, Xingliu disappeared in an instant like a flash of lightning, leaving no trace. When he reappeared, he was already in the solemn atmosphere of Soul Society. At this moment, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni looked grim. Beside him were the captains of the 13th Division. They stood shoulder to shoulder, neatly behind Yamamoto, and confronted the group of people opposite in a tense confrontation. Although Urahara Kisuk had been officially appointed as the new captain by Xingliu, his prestige and strength were obviously not comparable to Yamamoto in such a tense situation. What's more, the power confronting them was far more difficult than Urahara Kisuk could handle. Therefore, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni had to step forward again and become the pillar of everyone. "Sussy ignores, Captain Yamamoto." Waiwaka's voice was low and mocking. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Oh, I said something wrong, now I should call you the former captain. Ha, it's really sad, Yamamoto." He continued to mock. "You just handed over the kingdom you have protected for thousands of years to an unknown outsider. It seems that you are really going backwards as you live." Facing Waiwaka's ridicule, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni did not respond, but just slightly widened his eyes, as if he noticed something. Then, his expression seemed to relax, and his eyes shifted to the top of Waiwaka's head. Waiwaka noticed Yamamoto's strange behavior, and his eyes instantly became alert. He quickly raised his head and saw a figure hanging high in the air, like a leisurely bystander. That was Xingliu, who was sitting in the air, crossing his legs, watching the small plot below with interest. He noticed Waiwaka's gaze. He waved his hand nonchalantly, and said with a smile on his face, "You continue, don't worry about me." His appearance made the atmosphere at the scene become subtle instantly, but Xingliu seemed to be unconcerned and just continued his leisurely observation. Waiwak narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni opposite him, only to see that the other party tilted his head slightly and showed an expression of "Please go ahead." This move caught Waiwak off guard, and his original arrogance also subsided a little. Although he had previously ridiculed Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni, when facing Xingliu, he could not help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. Recalling the miracles that Xingliu had shown before, Waiwak knew that although he was confident, he was never conceited. He was sure to defeat Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni, but in front of Xingliu, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Therefore, at this moment, Waiwak stood there, hesitating, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his heart. At the same time, Xingliu sat in the air, his eyes swept down, and noticed Yoryuki waving at him. He weighed the weight of playing games with the girl and watching the show in his heart, and finally chose the former decisively. Since he had made a decision, Xingliu no longer hesitated. He stood up, stretched, yawned, and instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Then, he flashed and disappeared abruptly in front of everyone. When he appeared again, Xingliu was already standing next to Waiwak, smiling and putting his hand on the shoulder of the man who claimed to be omniscient and omnipotent. Waiwaka's face changed drastically, and his body stiffened instantly. He didn't expect Xingliu to appear next to him so suddenly. But Xingliu didn't care at all, still smiling, and slowly said, "I still have things to do, so, surrender or die. The choice is yours." Chapter 352 The Destruction of Yhwach. Since the moment Xingliu first appeared in the sky, Yhwach's heartstrings have been tense to the extreme, and his vigilance has risen to an unprecedented height. However, even this self-proclaimed omniscient existence could not see how Xingliu came to him quietly at this moment. He stared at Xingliu's calm face, his eyes intertwined with shock and confusion, and the cold sweat quietly soaked behind his back silently told the surging waves in his heart. Although the idea of surrender flashed through his mind, the deep-rooted dignity and pride were like shackles, tightly binding him, making it difficult for him to say the two words "surrender." And the people of the Stern Cross Knights behind him saw that their boss did not dare to move, so naturally they did not say a word. Some of them lowered their heads and fiddled with their fingers, some looked up at the sky, some lowered their heads and kept silent, some looked around, some looked nervous, some had no expression, and so on. In this quiet and tense confrontation, the air seemed to freeze, and every second was carrying a heavy weight. However, as time slowly passed, Xingliu's face gradually showed impatience. He looked at the man in front of him, and then he couldn't help but think of Aizen. It must be said that although Aizen did not choose to surrender, his methods and ambitions still left a deep impression on Xingliu. Coincidentally, Yhwach is obviously also an ambitious person. Even if he can force him to surrender to himself now, maybe one day he will say, "A real man lives in the world, how can he be depressed and live under others for a long time?" Although Xingliu has enough confidence and strength to let him add, "This heaven wants to destroy me, it is not the sin of war." But the chaos caused is enough to give him a headache. Thinking of this, Xingliu's eyes finally changed. In an instant, the atmosphere on the field became solemn, like a volcano about to erupt, suppressing suffocating power. Yhwach suddenly woke up from his brief absence. When he saw the meaningful smile on Xingliu's lips, an ominous premonition came to his mind, and a piercing chill surged in his heart. He realized that perhaps it was his hesitation that made him miss the last chance of survival. "Xiao Ha," Xingliu's voice was gentle but with unquestionable power. He patted Yhwach's shoulder gently and continued, "For the sake of my future peace, I'm afraid I can only make you suffer." As soon as the voice fell, Yuhabaka's pupils shrank suddenly. He understood everything, but he was powerless to save the situation. I saw that his body began to have fine cracks, and it gradually disintegrated like a broken mirror, and finally turned into nothingness, leaving only an unwilling glare, fixed on Xingliu's calm face. This scene horrified the members of the Stern Cross Knights. They were like frightened sheep, silent as a cicada, not even daring to breathe. Fear and awe intertwined in their hearts, making them dare not move at all. Xinglu slowly turned around, his eyes swept over this group of former enemies, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He spoke softly, and his voice was soft but clearly heard by everyone. So, now, who wants to avenge your old king? As soon as these words came out, the people of the Stern Cross Knights shook their heads in unison, and then they half knelt on the ground, expressing their loyalty in the most pious manner. From now on, our king is only Lord Xingliu. Chapter 353 Shai Yi. Upon hearing this, Xinglu raised a faint smile on his lips, then ignored the hustle and bustle around him and walked straight towards the Death God camp. The members of the Stern Cross Knights saw this, and they couldn't help but feel a little anxious and helpless. However, the light of reason finally penetrated the panic, and they realized that if Xinglu really wanted to eliminate them, they would no longer exist with the disappearance of Yuhabak. Xingliu's indifference at this moment was actually a silent declaration. He had no interest in these vain thrones. This realization made their expressions extremely complicated, with both relief and unwillingness, interweaving into an indescribable picture. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Death God camp was equally subtle. Everyone's eyes converged on one point, where Yi stood tall, like a beautiful landscape, quietly waiting for Xingliu's arrival. There was a glimmer of anticipation and excitement in her eyes, and that light seemed to have traveled through the long years, shining only for this moment of reunion. This scene made the people on the Death God side feel complicated and unpredictable. They were curious and expectant about the return of Xingliu, but also worried and uneasy about the changes in the future situation. Among all these complicated emotions, Urahara Kisuk's mood was particularly complicated. As a close friend who had known and accompanied Yoryuaki for hundreds of years, Urahara had an indescribable deep affection for Yoryuaki in his heart. However, this emotion has never been able to cross the boundaries of friendship due to his hesitation and indecision. The relationship between the two seemed to be frozen by time and remained at the position of friends. Whenever he thought of this, Urahara couldn't help but feel a faint bitterness and regret in his heart. In contrast, Xingliu was more decisive and direct in dealing with emotional issues. Although he hated the old and corrupt systems of Soul Society, it is undeniable that this ancient system helped him this time. The women in Soul Society were not surprised by the fact that he had more than one lover. They thought that Xingliu was just supposed to be like this. Especially Yoryuaki, a straightforward and informal woman, was extremely tolerant of Xingliu's behavior. At this moment, when Xingliu walked towards her, Yoryuaki's eyes flashed with an unprecedented light, and she ran forward almost without hesitation. Seeing this, Xingliu naturally opened his arms and prepared to welcome this long-lost hug. However, at the moment when the two were about to hug, Yoryuaki suddenly stopped, raised her hand and gently patted Xingliu's chest, and said with a hint of blame and coquettish tone, "You left without saying goodbye, leaving me here alone, and you went to enjoy your world with Captain Anohana. It's too much." Although there were complaints in her words, she was more of a deep longing and reluctance for Xingliu. Xingliu heard this, with a playful smile on his lips, gently held Yi's hand that was patting his chest and trying to hide his shyness, and slowly pulled it to his chest. The distance between the two of them was instantly shortened, and the air was filled with a subtle tension and sweetness. "So, what are you going to do?" Xingliu's voice was low and magnetic, as if it could penetrate Yi's heart and hit the depths of her soul. This sentence was both a question and an invitation. He looked forward to Yi's answer, and even more so to the further development of the relationship between the two. Then, Xingliu suddenly exerted force and hugged Yi tightly in his arms. The solid chest and warm embrace made Yi lose all resistance in an instant. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Are you jealous?" This sentence was like a spring breeze blowing across the lake, stirring up layers of ripples, and instantly dyeing Yi's cheeks red. Yi was a little at a loss for what to do with this sudden intimate move. She tried to push Xingliu away, but the force seemed so insignificant. She had to pretend to be calm and said loudly, "What can I do? You are Xingliu, the god of another world." Although there was a bit of ridicule and helplessness in her words, her twinkling eyes betrayed her true feelings in her heart. She was indeed jealous, jealous that Captain Anohana could spend time with Xingliu, and even more jealous that she could not always be with Xingliu. Chapter 354 Then I leave? Yi's words echoed in the air, with a hint of self-mockery and helplessness, but more of a deep emotional dependence on Xingliu. Hearing this, Xingliu's eyes flashed with a smile, which was a cherishment of Yi's true feelings, and also a feeling of gratitude for having such feelings. He gently let go of Yi, but his hands were still gently on her shoulders. The two kept a subtle distance, and their eyes exchanged feelings that only each other could understand. "Yi, you are wrong." Xingliu's voice was gentle and seriously. "I am not a god, I am just an ordinary traveler, a friend who longs to fight and spend time with you, or more." Upon hearing this, Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and then were replaced by deep emotion. She had never thought that she had such an important position in Xingliu's heart. She looked up at Xingliu, and her bright eyes flashed with unprecedented light, as if at this moment, she saw the infinite possibilities of the future between the two. "Xingliu." Yi's voice trembled slightly. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to start. In the end, she just leaned gently on Xingliu's shoulder, feeling the long-lost peace of mind and warmth. Seeing this, the surrounding death gods consciously slowed down their pace and left a space for the lovers. They knew that this moment was of great significance to Xingliu and Yi, and it was an important milestone in their emotional journey. Xingliu also felt the understanding and respect from the people around him. He gently hugged Yi, his heart full of gratitude and happiness. He knew that the road ahead was still long, full of unknowns and challenges, but as long as Yi was by his side, he was fearless. "Yi, let's go on together." Xingliu whispered in Yi's ear, "Whether it is rainy or sunny ahead, I am willing to spend it with you hand in hand." Yi heard this, and a warm current surged in her heart. She hugged Xingliu tightly back, as if to treasure this warmth forever. "Okay, let's go together." However, just when this warm and romantic atmosphere reached its peak, a slightly resentful voice suddenly broke the silence. "Then I'll go." Anohana felt that she should not be here now, but should be under the car. Xingliu and Yi's bodies stiffened instantly, and they turned their heads at the same time, only to see Anohana standing not far away. Her figure seemed to be gently wrapped in the shadows around her. Xingliu was about to explain, but then he thought about the character of Anohana, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. He acted quickly, and with the two girls exclaiming, he hugged them at the same time, forming a warm picture of three people. "No, you came at the right time," Xingliu said with a smile, his tone full of pride and satisfaction. "Wouldn't it be better for the three of us to go on together?" After Xingliu's words fell, the air seemed to solidify for a moment, and then slowly flowed with a subtle change. Anohana's originally resentful eyes gradually softened, and the corners of her mouth also rose slightly, revealing a sense of relief and comfort. She sighed softly, as if she was reconciling with a corner of her heart. After all, she knew from the beginning that Xingliu was a person who was not loyal. Now, she just welcomed the expected scene before she was ready, which caused some discomfort. Chapter 355, There is no point in talking more, broken bones are the best lessons. So, this is why you keep adding new members to our lives. Tsunade looked solemn, her eyes sharp as a blade, looking up and down at Xingliu, as if she was accurately calculating where to give him a profound but not fatal lesson. The other women also had complicated expressions, unable to hide the waves in their hearts. They had long been aware of the unruly nature of Xingliu, but they had never expected that this unruly would be so rampant, making people laugh and cry. They secretly calculated in their hearts that if this trend continued, the precious time of enjoying Xingliu alone for one day a week in the past would probably shrink rapidly to a short gathering that was hard to find every month. This sudden sharing reality made everyone feel an inexplicable sourness and helplessness. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about, Tsuna? Didn't you choose this path yourself? Besides, now is not the time to talk about this. Xingliu has done another amazing thing. Senjo Hashirama laughed and interrupted the serious atmosphere at the scene. As he spoke, he walked towards Xingliu, his eyes full of relief and pride. He gently patted the other's shoulder and his tone turned solemn. Let's stop chatting. What matters now is how to deal with the Soul Society. The ninja world has only been pacified for a short time. Although it seems that everything is fine due to Xingliu and our strength, it is still a little unstable. Now there is suddenly another world's population competing for resources with the people in the ninja world. I'm afraid that someone will have bad intentions. Xingliu heard this and raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He whispered to comfort, the first generation is overthinking. The integration of the world is not just about population migration. Various resources in the world of death will also be integrated into the ninja world. This change is the evolution of the laws of heaven and earth. After the integration, it will not only bring about changes in population, but also the deep integration and complementarity of resources in the two worlds. The energy of the two worlds will blend with each other, which will give birth to more abundant resources in a wider world. Instead of reducing resources, they will become more abundant. Upon hearing this, Hashirama Senja finally felt relieved and secretly rejoiced. He knew very well that the ninja world had just emerged from a long war, and the fragile peace needed to be cherished, and any disturbance could lead to new turmoil. At this time, Uchiha Madara snorted and said, Hashi, you think too much. Don't forget, you are no longer the Hokage. Instead of thinking about this time, you might as well think about how to beat me in the next dance contest, ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara couldn't help laughing as he spoke. He thought that Uchiha Madara had fought with Senjo Hashirama for a lifetime, but he always lost. He didn't win in terms of strength or the position of Hokage, but he didn't expect to find a project that he always won. Uchiha Madara's happiness value was rising every day, and the smile on his mouth never stopped. The Uchiha clan was so scared that they thought their ancestor had hysteria. If they were not afraid of being beaten, they would have taken Uchiha Madara to see a doctor. When Senjo Hashirama heard what his good friend said, his face was embarrassed. He now really felt how Uchiha Madara felt when he faced him. But he didn't lose the battle, and Senjo Hashirama said with a stiff neck, what nonsense, I was just in a bad state that day, so you won by luck, come on, let's compete again. He took Uchiha Madara's hand and walked out. Uchiha Madara looked at Senjo Hashirama with disdain, but his body was very honest and walked out with Hashirama. This scene made everyone stop what they were doing and start watching the show. Sure enough, in the next moment, a shadow suddenly enveloped Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. They froze for a moment, and cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. La! Dai, where are you going? Uzumaki Mito's hair fluttered, and black air came out of his body, like a demon descending to the world. The murderous aura exuded by the whole person seemed to affect the weather, and the sun hid at this moment. Even Uchiha Madara and Senjo Hashirama, who had experienced countless battles, swallowed their saliva unconsciously at this moment. I. Senjo Hashirama wanted to struggle, but was interrupted by Uzumaki Mito. Hehe, there is no point in talking more, broken bones are the best lesson. Chapter 356 Xingliu gradually became a fun person. Then, a joyful symphony was staged here. The intimate contact between fists and flesh made a dong-dong drum beat, interspersed with the interlude of begging for mercy, please, give me some face, the children are watching. And oh, my old bones! The humorous narration made the whole scene humorous. Uchiha Madara stood aside and witnessed this scene, and cold sweat could not help oozing from his forehead. At this moment, the experience of countless life and death battles in the past turned into a keen intuition at this moment, and an ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. Although he was doubtful about Uzumaki Mito's unknown ability, that was enough to make him lose face. After all, he was not her partner who needed to be treated gently, and there was no need to follow the rule of not fighting back, but Uchiha Madara still decided to follow the warning in his heart. So he adjusted his pace quietly, intending to quietly evacuate this sudden comedy stage before everyone noticed. Unfortunately, all this was seen by Xingliu, who was standing not far away. With the mentality of having fun, Xingliu, with a hint of playfulness, quietly exerted his ability to firmly imprison Uchiha Madara's actions, exposing the originally silent retreat plan in an instant. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's heart was like being struck by thunder. Anger and helplessness intertwined. He turned his head suddenly, his scarlet eyes flashing with dissatisfaction and anger towards Xingliu. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito had quietly appeared behind him, and his cold voice pierced the air like ice. "Oh! I didn't expect that the famous Uchiha Madara would be scared away by a little girl like me." The emotionless sentence echoed in Uchiha Madara's ears, and a strong sense of crisis appeared in his heart. Unfortunately, because of the restraint of the fun man Xingliu, he could only turn his head and try to cover up the embarrassment with a relaxed tone. "Haha, no, I just suddenly remembered that the gas at home was not turned off, so..." Before he finished speaking, Uzumaki Mito chuckled twice, and then the iron fist of justice fell on his head mercilessly. A moment later, Uzumaki Mito wiped the blood on his fist with satisfaction, with a triumphant smile on his face, and announced to everyone, "I still have some things to deal with, so I'll leave first." After speaking, she turned around gracefully, leaving a group of stunned audiences looking at each other. At this time, Xingliu cleared his throat at the right time, breaking the embarrassment on the scene. "Everyone, let's get back to the point. As for how the Soul Society integrates into our world, this task will be handed over to the experienced second-generation Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna." There was a certain unquestionable tone in his words. After all, their ability in this area is obvious to all. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other and smiled bitterly, muttering in their hearts, "With a hands-off boss like you who doesn't care about anything, how can they not be experienced?" And Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna had complicated expressions and mixed feelings in their hearts. "I thought that with the gradual stability of the ninja world, I could finally enjoy a moment of peace and rest, but I didn't expect that Xingliu, the capitalist, had such a strong ability to squeeze that a bunch of heavy tasks were placed on their shoulders in a blink of an eye." However, Xingliu seemed to have already seen through their dissatisfaction and helplessness. So after announcing the decision, he flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, and took away his confidants at the same time, leaving a string of endings that made people laugh and cry. Chapter 357 Ending. After playing with Tsunade and other girls for several days, Xingliu received another task from the system. The mission this time is to interfere with the growth of Son Goku in the Dragon Ball world, change the trajectory of fate and absorb the Dragon Ball world. When Xingliu received this mission, he knew that this mission would take a very long time. Fortunately, the system informed him that when he performed the mission, the Naruto world would enter a time-prohibited state. So after a few days of in-depth communication with Jaime, Xingliu passed through the time and space gate and came to the world of Dragon Ball. Here he met Son Goku and Bulma when they were young. After some deception, Xingliu and them embarked on their first journey to find Dragon Ball. Because of Xingliu's interference, they had less trouble along the way. Xingliu also had a physical exchange with Master Kame, and then Xingliu found that although the martial artists in this world did not practice rules, their martial arts value was quite high. If the particularity of the rules is not counted, Xingliu's combat power here is estimated to be only a few million. But if the application of the rules is counted, then these people who can only break the tricks with force are estimated to have hundreds of millions of times more combat power than him to fight Xingliu. Then the journey continued. After meeting Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi, Le Ping, Pool, etc., they collected all the Dragon Balls. But Goku accidentally saw the moon, and the Dragon Balls were stolen by Pilaf in the chaos. Finally, after blowing Pilaf away, he began to make a wish. Xingliu wished for a jar that refreshed 100 senzu beans every day. And Bulma also confessed to Xingliu at this time and became a boyfriend and girlfriend. Then Xingliu began to train Sun Wukong. As a time traveler, Xingliu certainly knew how the Xuans could increase their combat power the fastest. So he used the power of rules he mastered to create a space where gravity could be adjusted at will for Sun Wukong to use. The senzu bean jar was also for Sun Wukong. Under his teaching, Sun Wukong quickly broke through the limit. One day 3 years later, Sun Wukong successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1. After that, Xingliu did not continue to increase his combat power. Because he found that due to the lack of Gaixianren's teaching, although Sun Wukong was still innocent, but the bad habits in the bones of the Xuans became more and more serious. So in order to eliminate this bad habit, Xingliu took Sun Wukong on a journey. He and Sun Wukong measured the world step by step, and during this period, they eliminated the Red Silk Army. After a visit to Gaixianren, he met the old Piccolo. Goku defeated him in a joking manner, and finally Xingliu intervened to let him give birth to a son and then killed him. Then Xingliu took Sun Wukong to the temple and asked the gods to teach Sun Wukong how to calm down. But Xingliu himself found the second-generation Piccolo. After fooling around, the second-generation Piccolo became Xingliu's apprentice and became brothers with Sun Wukong. Finally, Xingliu took him to travel around the world to experience the beauty of the world while training him. In this way, after the start of the new martial arts conference, Xingliu brought Piccolo and reunited with Sun Wukong. In the end, this martial arts tournament ended in the Biju of the brothers. Because Piccolo had a clear goal, Piccolo won in the end. Then Meteor took the two and Bulma on a spaceship to look for Feliz's trace. Finally defeated him. After practicing for decades, Starflow took Goku to find the god of destruction Beerus and defeated him. Then the All-King appeared, and Starflow fought with the All-King. After decades of fighting, Starflow won. After the Naruto world swallowed the Dragon Ball world, it was upgraded to 3000 worlds. As the master of the world, Starflow successfully promoted to Deluo. Finally learned the truth of the system. This system is a school that escaped from the prehistoric world. The core of the hang-up is to kill the 3 corpses of the host and hang up in the core. After completing the system task, the system absorbs the power of destiny brought by the changes in the world, so the 3 corpses will become stronger. As the one that escaped, its core is to bring new changes to each world. Finally, with the help of the system, Star the Stream body merged with the 3 corpses, becoming a great saint, opening up a new Taoist tradition, and bringing new changes to every world. Let the fate of the world no longer remain unchanged. In the end, Xingliu used his supreme magic power to reverse the long river of time and brought Zume back to the real world to enjoy life.